Betrayed by all and forsaken, the solitary figure of the formidable Saint of Rage, Xiaoyan, embarks on a quest to unveil the secrets of the Dou Emperor, only to traverse the portal of time.
Originally teetering on the brink of darkness, he is reborn into the pristine realm of the Duki continent, destined to experience an extraordinary life. Chapter 80. The Refinement of the Breaking Barrier Pill. I shall accept the prescription and materials for now. I kindly request Mr. Hai to stand guard outside. Additionally, I would appreciate Mr. Hai's assistance in caring for the young girl I brought along. She is still quite young, so please be patient. After securing the prescription and materials, Xiaoyan unabashedly began directing Hai Buodong in his tasks, to which Hai Buodong could only let out a resigned sigh before exiting the room to tend to the young Qing Lin outside. Once Hai Buodong departed, Xiaoyan finally unfurled the somewhat desiccated parchment, and as a spiritual energy permeated it, the information regarding the prescription manifested in his mind. Breaking Barrier Pill, a 6th grade elixir, possesses remarkable efficacy in dispelling most seals. Upon consumption, it can also foster an internal resistance to such seals. In the future, should one encounter a similar seal, there exists a certain probability of evading it. Observing the description, Xiaoyan couldn't help but shake his head. These advanced concoctions often tend to embellish their introductions to appear more formidable. In truth, the true value of the Breaking Barrier Pill lies solely in its sealing-breaking capability, while the latter part of the description was entirely disregarded by Xiaoyan. After all, ordinary seals typically dissipate within a few days, rendering such advanced pills unnecessary. As for seals that would require such an elixir, who in their right mind would seek to impose a seal again? Moreover, the description merely suggests a probability, implying that the immunizing effect ultimately hinges on luck. Having perused the information within the prescription, Xiaoyan exhaled slowly. Although the Breaking Barrier Pill was classified as a 6th grade elixir, its inclusion in this grade was due to its niche nature. Thus, the difficulty of refinement was not excessively high. However, upon producing his alchemical cauldron, he couldn't help but frown. The cauldron he currently utilized was procured from the auction house in Blackrock City, its quality being rather mediocre. While it sufficed for refining lower-grade elixirs, it was somewhat inadequate for the task of crafting a 6th grade pill. Alas, it appears I must find a superior alchemical cauldron upon reaching the Black Corner region. Xiaoyan shook his head in resignation. Had it not been for the necessity of leaving the Jiama Empire, he might have entertained the reckless thought of robbing Dan Wang Guhi, who surely possessed a high-quality alchemical cauldron. In truth, within the ring of the Medicine Elder lay a remarkably advanced cauldron. After his descent into slumber, Xiaoyan could indeed utilize the items within that ring. However, the cauldron bore a sole imprint placed by the Medicine Elder, rendering it usable solely by him. Otherwise, Xiaoyan would not have continued using this inferior cauldron. Fortunately, Xiaoyan possessed the Nine Nether Demon Fire and a soul power comparable to a 7th grade alchemist, which could compensate for the shortcomings of the cauldron. After inspecting the materials at hand, he promptly commenced the refinement of the Breaking Barrier Pill. Due to it being his first attempt at crafting a 6th grade elixir, Xiaoyan's initial endeavor ended in failure. Gazing at the ashes within the cauldron, he took a deep breath. Indeed, the difficulty of refining 6th grade pills was significantly higher than that of 5th grade ones. Instead of persisting in his attempts post-failure, Xiaoyan took a moment to reflect on the reasons for his previous setback. After summarizing his lessons, he resumed the refinement process. His second attempt was notably swifter than the first, with much greater precision in controlling the heat. Had the Medicine Elder awakened at this moment, he would have undoubtedly been immensely satisfied, for Xiaoyan's current prowess was sufficient to be deemed a true 6th grade alchemist. During this period, Hai Buodong entered once, curious about the progress of the alchemical endeavor. However, upon witnessing Xiaoyan's unwavering focus, he promptly suppressed his curiosity and cautiously exited, fearful of disturbing Xiaoyan and causing another failure. If Hai Buodong had previously harbored doubts about Xiaoyan's capability to refine 6th grade elixirs, those doubts were entirely dispelled when he observed Xiaoyan's fluid motions in handling the materials. Only a 6th grade alchemist could achieve such a level of finesse, oblivious to the fact that this was indeed Xiaoyan's inaugural attempt at crafting a 6th grade pill. The refinement process lasted 3 days before culminating in success. Xiaoyan gazed at the fully formed purple elixir, exhaling gently. By now, he should rightly be considered a true 6th grade alchemist, a status that would place him among the elite even in the tumultuous Black Corner region, let alone within the Jiama Empire. It is worth noting that within the entire Jiama Empire, only Dan Wanggu he could be regarded as a 6th grade alchemist, and even then, his status was somewhat inflated. According to rumors, this esteemed Gu, he had a mere 70% success rate when refining the 4th grade Gathering Chi powder, which is hardly considered advanced within the realm of 4th grade elixirs. As for the true 6th grade elixir, the Douling pill, Gu He's success rate was similarly dismal. Xiao Yan, however, was confident that should he undertake the task, his success rate would exceed 80%. Although both were 6th grade alchemists, Xiao Yan possessed the unwavering confidence to surpass Gu He. If Gu He were to attempt the refinement of the breaking barrier pill, he would likely exhaust several batches of materials without guarantee of success. Thus, it can be stated without reservation that the current Xiao Yan is the foremost alchemist in the Jiaomai Empire. Naturally, he would not allow himself to bask in such modest achievements. His ambition was to be the best in the world, not merely the best in this remote region of the continent. After securing the breaking barrier pill within a jade vial, Xiao Yan did not immediately venture outside. Instead, he retrieved the green lotus seat, seated himself upon it to restore his internal duki. As his state returned to its peak, Xiao Yan distinctly sensed a light resonance within him. He had unexpectedly achieved a breakthrough to the 6-star Do Wang during this cultivation session. Though a breakthrough to 6-star was inevitable given his talent, the swiftness of this particular advancement indeed took Xiao Yan by surprise. It seems that such intensive alchemical refinement does yield certain benefits. Sensing the power within him, Xiao Yan smiled faintly. At this rate, he could likely achieve a breakthrough to the peak of Do Wang within a year, and with a stroke of luck perhaps even ascend directly to the realm of Do Wang. After stowing the green lotus seat, Xiao Yan waved his hand to gather the remaining materials on the table into his spatial ring. These remaining herbs would suffice for another refinement of the breaking barrier pill, and given their considerable value, they could fetch several million if sold at auction. True to his character, Xiao Yan would never dream of returning them to Hai Buodong. He gazed upon the purple elixir contained within the jade vial, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Given his disposition, he would not easily place his trust in Hai Buodong. Thus, he had secretly added a hint of auxiliary ingredients to the concoction. Should that old rascal regain his strength and turn against him, he would not hesitate to send this esteemed Ice Emperor on his final journey. Chapter 81, Breaking the Seal. When Hai Buodong beheld Xiao Yan emerging from the secret chamber, his demeanor was as obsequious as that of a son-in-law encountering his father-in-law. Observing Hai Buodong's visibly anxious expression, Xiao Yan could not help but shake his head. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed a jade vial towards him, declaring here, "The item you requested is within." Hai Buodong fumbled slightly as he caught the jade vial, his gaze fixed on the purple pill contained within. A flicker of astonishment crossed his aged features. He had not anticipated that this young man could indeed refine a 6th grade pill. A feat even the esteemed Pill King Gu he found challenging. "You truly are a hidden gem," Hai Buodong exclaimed, unabashedly giving a thumbs up. "Just call me Xiao Yan," he replied, bemused by Hai Buodong's sycophantic demeanor. Who would have thought that the illustrious Ice Emperor of the Jiaomai Empire would exhibit such servility? Now that the elixir had been successfully concocted, might I receive the remaining half of the fragmentary map? My young brother Xiao Yan, we did indeed agree that upon your successful creation of the Pi pill, I would hand over the remaining portion of the map. Hai Buodong chuckled awkwardly. However, you must allow me to verify the authenticity of this pill first, if you would. Are you worried, Mr. Hai, that I might resort to deception? Xiao Yan retorted, though Hai Buodong refrained from responding. The awkward expression on his face betrayed his concern, confirming Xiao Yan's suspicions. Noticing Hai Buodong's sheepish countenance, Xiao Yan waved his hand dismissively, adopting a magnanimous air. "I can understand your apprehensions, Mr. Hai. Let us proceed as you suggest." However, just as Hai Buodong was taken aback by Xiao Yan's accommodating stance, the latter continued, "My patience is not boundless. Should you maintain this attitude after consuming the Pi pill, do not blame me for turning hostile." Certainly, Hai Buodong has the Gui. Fully aware that his persistent hesitations had already sparked Xiao Yan's dissatisfaction. At this juncture, he could hardly afford to be finicky. He stowed the Pi pill within his spatial ring before addressing Xiao Yan. "Young brother, the process of breaking the seal may inadvertently release some aura. If those outside were to sense it, it could lead to complications. Therefore, I shall consume the Pi pill in my usual training chamber." "Oh, in that case, Mr. Hai, do feel free to go to your training chamber and partake of the Pi pill alone. I shall not accompany you," Xiao Yan responded, waving his hand and then turning to inquire about recent events with Qin Lin, clearly indicating his disinterest in accompanying Hai Buodong to the underground chamber. Seeing Xiao Yan's dismissive attitude, Hai Buodong could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Yet, given his previous reluctance to relinquish the map fragment, he felt it was unwise to voice his grievances. Thus, he quietly made his way toward the underground chamber. Only after he departed did Xiao Yan cast a sidelong glance in the direction of Hai Buodong's exit, a chilling glint flashing in his previously dark eyes. He had no time to watch an old man's seal-breaking spectacle. He would much rather cultivate a deeper bond with Qin Lin. As for whether Hai Buodong might seize the opportunity to flee, Xiao Yan was entirely unconcerned. Not only had he infused the Pi pill with his mark, but he had also enveloped the entire house in his soul power earlier. Attempting to escape right under his nose was utterly inconceivable. Before long, Xiao Yan sensed a formidable energy erupting from below, indicating that Hai Buodong had regained his strength. A faint smile crept across his lips as he turned to glance toward the side door, the very entrance through which Hai Buodong had descended. The old man should be emerging shortly. Xiao Yan's wait did not extend beyond half a minute, as Hai Buodong slowly stepped through the door. At that moment, his aura was markedly more potent than before, and even his gaze directed at Xiao Yan bore a newfound sharpness and coldness. Despite his prior deference, it had stemmed from his sealed strength and inability to gauge Xiao Yan's true power. Now that the seal had been lifted, his capabilities had reverted to that of a Do Huang, and with this resurgence came the audacious thought of seizing the fragment of the map from Xiao Yan's possession. Moreover, he had not forgotten the humiliation of being thoroughly defeated by Xiao Yan a few months prior. As a Do Huang, he had never before endured such disgrace. Previously, he had been at a disadvantage. However, he could now clearly sense Xiao Yan's level of strength, 6-star Do Huang. Although this made Xiao Yan a formidable figure within the Jiama Empire, it paled in comparison to Hai Buodong's Do Huang prowess. Should he truly decide to act, Xiao Yan might find it challenging to defend himself. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a chilling energy began to swirl within Hai Buodong's palm, and his gaze toward Xiao Yan grew increasingly malevolent. Observing this, Xiao Yan merely chuckled lightly. He was unafraid of even Queen Medusa. What concern could he possibly have for this old man? If Hai Buodong dared to make a move, he would ensure that this newly restored Do Huang would become nothing more than a footnote in history. Just as Hai Buodong prepared to launch an assault for the map fragment, he suddenly recalled Xiao Yan's previous encounter with Queen Medusa. His body, which had been poised to charge forward, froze in place. He remembered how utterly powerless he had felt against that woman, and he knew well the danger she posed. The fact that this young man had managed to escape her clutches only reaffirmed that his capabilities were far beyond those of an ordinary Do Huang. Moreover, Hai Buodong was acutely aware that Xiao Yan was also a skilled alchemist capable of refining 6th-grade pills. If he were to strike, even if Xiao Yan could not best him in a direct confrontation, the latter's ability to evade capture after escaping Medusa would certainly enable him to do so against Hai Buodong as well. Should that occur, the vengeful wrath of a 6th-grade alchemist would be something even a Do Huang could scarcely endure. Most critically, however, with Xiao Yan's age, merely around 12 years old, a Do Huang at such a tender age, this prodigious talent would undoubtedly find it relatively easy to ascend to Do Zone. To offend such a potentially formidable adversary without the assurance of a decisive victory would be a foolhardy endeavor, especially considering the powerful force likely backing Xiao Yan. Even if Hai Buodong succeeded in killing him, it would surely provoke the wrath of that mysterious power. Chapter 82. The Transaction with the Ice Emperor. With this thought in mind, Hai Buodong swiftly regained his composure, a smile emerging on his aged visage. I sincerely apologize. I have just restored my strength, and am currently unable to control my aura, which may have startled you, young brother. Oh, is that so? Xiao Yan regarded Hai Buodong's smile with an air of playful skepticism. With that prior display of aura, I thought Mr. Hai was preparing to turn hostile. How fortunate it is that it was merely a misunderstanding. After all, I presumed that a Do Huang, such as yourself, would not engage in such ungrateful and base conduct. Ha ha ha! At Xiao Yan's words, Hai Buodong chuckled awkwardly, acutely aware that he had indeed nearly committed the very act he had just been accused of. This young man was clearly speaking in veiled terms. What a pity. I had hoped to witness Mr. Hai's true strength, Xiao Yan lamented, shaking his head in apparent disappointment. After all, opportunities to engage with a Do Huang are rather rare. Observing the seemingly serious demeanor of Xiao Yan, Hai Buodong felt a sense of relief in his heart. This fellow appeared to harbor no significant trepidation towards him. However, upon deeper reflection, he realized that despite the youth of this lad, his temperament bore resemblance to that of ancient beings. Given his character, the fact that he dared to entrust the broken heavens pill to him indicated a willingness to confront any potential fallout. Very well, Mr. Hai, you have regained your strength. So you should now hand over the remaining fragment of the map, Xiao Yan stated, rising from his chair and extending his palm towards Hai Buodong. After a moment of hesitation, Hai Buodong retrieved the other half of the fragment from his spatial ring, although he felt considerable reluctance to part with it. He understood that a mere fragment would be of little use. Moreover, the impatience evident in Xiao Yan's eyes clearly indicated that any further delay would likely provoke a violent response. Upon receiving the fragment from Hai Buodong's hands, Xiao Yan produced the half he had taken previously. The combined size of the two pieces matched exactly with that of the one he had discovered in the cave, and there were no gaps at the junctions, serving as proof that this old fellow had not played any tricks this time. Young brother, you now possess both halves of the map in your hands. Might I inquire as to what this map actually entails and what one could potentially gain from it? As Xiao Yan stored the map fragments away, Hai Buodong could no longer contain his curiosity and posed a question. He had been sealed away for decades due to this very matter and had devoted years to studying it, yet had gleaned no insight. Now that he had relinquished the fragments to Xiao Yan, his intrigue remained unabated regarding the origins of the map that had confounded him for so long. Oh, this is merely a bedsheet from when my cousin had a little accident during her childhood. I'm not quite sure how it ended up outside, but family matters should remain private. Since I found it, I naturally could not allow it to be discarded, Xiao Yan replied nonchalantly, stealing a glance at Hai Buodong's expression as he spoke. Meanwhile, far away in Wutan City, Xiao Yu suddenly sneezed for no apparent reason. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's dismissive words, the corner of Hai Buodong's mouth twitched slightly. I understand you are reluctant to divulge the secret of the map, but could you at least craft a more plausible tale? This fragment has existed for decades. Its history can only be longer. How could it possibly be your cousin's bedsheet? Oh, our family tree is rather peculiar. Despite my youth, I hold a significant status within the clan, which makes my cousin a rather ancient being, Xiao Yan added, seemingly sensing the skepticism in Hai Buodong's eyes. I see. So that is the nature of this fragment, Hai Buodong mused, recognizing that the mention of a bedsheet was undoubtedly a fabrication spawned by the young fox. However, seeing Xiao Yan's demeanor, it was clear he was unfazed by the absurdity of the discussion, prompting Hai Buodong to hastily exchange pleasantries and change the subject. With Hai Buodong refraining from further inquiries about the map, Xiao Yan smiled and continued, Mr. Hai, we have fulfilled our first agreement, but the second remains unaddressed. I am well aware of that. Speak, what do you require of me? Hai Buodong sighed and inquired, as per our previous arrangement, I will assist you in any matter within my capabilities. Nothing much, I merely wish for you to accompany me to the Black Corner region. Xiao Yan replied with a light chuckle. The Black Corner region? Upon hearing this name, Hai Buodong's expression shifted dramatically, and he shook his head vigorously, promptly rejecting Xiao Yan's request. No, I shall not go to that place. Although he had never been to the Black Corner region, he had heard about its infamous reputation. It was known as the most chaotic location on the continent, rife with opportunities, but equally fraught with peril. Even as a Do Huang expert, there was a possibility of encountering disaster there. He had no desire to venture into such danger, even if he found himself with nothing else to do. Mr. Hai, your stance seems quite contrary to our initial agreement. Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow. Could it be that now that you have regained your strength, you intend to renege on our pact? I did indeed promise to assist you with one task, but I also specified it must be within my capabilities. You are asking me to leave my home and venture into such a perilous area. Xiao Yan, do you not think you're asking too much? While Hai Buodong's reasoning held some merit, Xiao Yan anticipated that persuading him to accompany him to the Black Corner region would require a tangible incentive. If you agree to assist me in this endeavor, I shall offer you an additional reward. Have you heard of the revitalizing purple spirit pill? The revitalizing purple spirit pill? What is that? The unfamiliar name momentarily stunned Hai Buodong. Yet he understood that since Xiao Yan proposed such a pill as compensation, its effects were likely considerable. It is a highly unique elixir. Although classified as a 5th-tier pill, its difficulty in crafting rivals that of 6th-tier pills. Its effects are quite particular. Most individuals would find it of little use. However, for you, Mr. Hai, it could be as potent as the 6th-tier Royal Extreme pill. Xiao Yan paused before continuing, for it has the ability to fully restore one's strength that may have waned due to sealing or injury. Upon hearing the effects of the revitalizing purple spirit pill, a flicker of joy crossed Hai Buodong's face. Though he had used the Broken Heavens pill to lift Queen Medusa's sealing technique, it had left some residual consequences, diminishing his power compared to his peak. Under normal circumstances, returning to his former glory would take nearly a decade, but with the revitalizing purple spirit pill, he could recover in a fraction of the time. For a moment, Hai Buodong's gaze wavered, his mind wrestling with the decision, while Xiao Yan remained silent, patiently awaiting Hai Buodong's final response. Ultimately, after a moment of steeling himself, Hai Buodong nodded at Xiao Yan. Very well. If you can indeed concoct the revitalizing purple spirit pill, then I shall accompany you to the Black Corner region. You needn't adopt such a grave demeanor, Mr. Hai. Though the Black Corner region is perilous, with your capabilities, you should fare quite well there, Xiao Yan replied with a calm smile. Moreover, although I am but a Do Huang, if I exert my full strength, I would not be outmatched by a Do Huang. Hai Buodong did not refute Xiao Yan's words excessively, although he had yet to witness Xiao Yan at full capacity. The latter's ability to emerge unscathed from Queen Medusa's clutches suggested that his strength was far beyond mere appearances. Having agreed to accompany Xiao Yan to the Black Corner region, Hai Buodong, after a day's rest, departed the secluded city he had inhabited for decades. Before leaving, he cast one last glance at the small shop where he had spent so many years, letting out a soft sigh. While he had grown weary of life there, the decades he had spent had inevitably forged a connection with the place, even for one as indifferent by nature as he. Perhaps in the future, once he had grown tired of the tumultuous world of martial arts, he might return to this very spot to continue his humble existence as a map merchant. But for now, he yearned to reclaim his stature as a formidable Do Huang. Turning slowly, he glanced at the young man clad in black beside him and then at the little girl named Qing Lin. With a slight furrow of his brow, he inquired, "Will she be accompanying us as well?" "She is my attendant. Wherever I go, she shall follow." Xiao Yan gently patted Qing Lin's head, a smile gracing his lips. The attendant, Hai Buodong, shook his head in resignation. As an observer, he could clearly discern the nature of their relationship. although they were nominally master and servant. Their bond resembled that of siblings. If anyone dared to believe in the so-called master-servant dynamic and sought to bully this little girl, Xiao Yan would undoubtedly ensure that the perpetrator would be left in utter ignorance of their demise. While Haibo Dong felt that taking such an adorable girl to the Black Corner region was not the wisest decision, he recognized the depth of Xiao Yan's affection for her. He surmised that even if he attempted to dissuade Xiao Yan, his words would fall on deaf ears. Why should he subject himself to the futility of such an effort? Haibo Dong was also aware that with their combined strength, protecting a young girl posed no challenge. And surely no fool in the Black Corner region would choose to offend a Do Wong powerhouse over a mere child. This charming girl would undoubtedly bring vibrancy to their journey, not to mention her ability to assist with daily needs, a win-win situation. However, upon their arrival in the Black Corner region, Haibo Dong quickly realized that Qing Lin's care was a privilege reserved solely for Xiao Yan, leaving him without such indulgences. Since he wished to take her, do as you please. After all, you are the leader. Haibo Dong sighed in resignation, a chill suddenly emanating from his back, coalescing into a pair of colossal ice wings. Old Hai, do not jest. In terms of seniority, I could never compare to you, Xiao Yan replied with a faint smile, a magnificent pair of fiery wings unfurling from his back. Upon witnessing the wings formed from violet-black flames, Haibo Dong's pupils constricted slightly. Although he had previously witnessed Xiao Yan wield the Nine Nether illusionary flame, at that time, Xiao Yan was still sealed, and he had not grasped the true horror of that flame. Now, feeling the energy contained within those fiery wings at such close proximity, he was grateful he had refrained from confronting Xiao Yan. Not to mention, the appearance of those flaming wings seemed to slow the flow of his Do Qi, indicating that the violet-black flames exerted a substantial restraining influence over his icy Do Qi. Qing Lin, our flight may take some time, should you grow weary. Do not hesitate to inform me, and we shall take a break, Xiao Yan said softly, embracing Qing Lin as he had before. A faint blush appeared on her cheeks as she nodded gently, her arms instinctively wrapping around Xiao Yan's neck. Witnessing this scene, a peculiar thought crossed Haibo Dong's mind, but he quickly shook his head, dispelling the notion. After all, the combined age of these two youngsters barely equaled half his own. How could they possibly share such a relationship? His thoughts, he mused, were rather sordid. Old Hai, let us be off, Xiao Yan called, raising his hand. With a powerful flap of his fiery wings, he transformed into a streak of light and sped toward the distant horizon. Observing this, Haibo Dong hastily flapped his icy wings to keep pace with Xiao Yan. Haibo Dong had assumed that with the burden of an additional passenger, Xiao Yan's speed would significantly decline. He had prepared himself to adjust his pace accordingly. However, to his surprise, Xiao Yan's speed remained a few notches above his own. In fact, if he did not exert himself fully, he risked falling behind. The fact that Xiao Yan could maintain such speed while carrying someone implied that under normal circumstances, Xiao Yan's speed far surpassed his own. This terrifying velocity evidently eclipsed that of an ordinary Do Huan. It was no wonder he had managed to escape the clutches of the Queen Medusa. How much more does this fellow conceal? Haibo Dong mused, glancing at the resplendent, flaming wings, feeling increasingly grateful that he had refrained from openly confronting Xiao Yan. With those wings, even if Xiao Yan could not defeat him, his ability to flee was more than assured, and Haibo Dong possessed no means to detain him. Unbeknownst to Haibo Dong, this speed was not even Xiao Yan's limit. If he were to unleash his full power, not even the Queen Medusa could hope to catch him. Chapter 84, Arrival. The distance between the Gamma Empire and the Black Corner region was no shorter than that between the Cloud Empire and the Gamma Empire. After departing the Gamma Empire, they would need to traverse several smaller nations before reaching the outskirts of the Black Corner region. Moreover, the Taggart Desert, from which they set forth, was already situated at the periphery of the Gamma Empire, effectively requiring them to cross the entirety of the Gamma Empire to arrive at the Black Corner region. Furthermore, with Qing Lin accompanying him, Xiao Yan frequently paused to rest during their flight to care for her. During these breaks, he would also gather medicinal herbs, fortuitously collecting several needed for the concoction of the rejuvenation pill, which brought a rare smile to the usually taciturn Haibo Dong. This seemingly endless journey lasted nearly 3 months before coming to a conclusion. As Xiao Yan beheld the expanse known as the Black Domain Plain, Haibo Dong could not help but exhale in relief. Even as a Do Huang powerhouse, he had felt the fatigue of such monotonous travel. In contrast to Haibo Dong, who had been flying with Qing Lin in tow, Xiao Yan appeared relatively at ease. Now, gazing at the distant Black Domain Plain, an unusual light flickered in his eyes as he peered at the city outlines beyond it, softly murmuring, "Ah, the Black Corner region, how nostalgic." Compared to the world of his previous life, the atmosphere of this realm was decidedly more serene, although there were still instances of intrigue and rivalry. The overall ambience was far more pleasant than that of his past existence. The Black Corner region had once been notorious as the most chaotic area on the Do Qi continent in his previous life, a testament to the terror that this place once held. Xiao Yan vaguely recalled that the first city he had entered in his previous life left an indelible impression on him. Despite having endured many experiences and not being a novice, he had still felt a flicker of trepidation upon entering that city. The fearsome sights he encountered were beyond the realm of description. This city merely served as the novice checkpoint of the Black Corner region. The deeper one ventured, the more terrifying the encounters became, with gruesome punishments rendered trivial in comparison. Xiaoyan had witnessed countless horrors, experiences that would undoubtedly drive most individuals to madness. Even more despairing was the fact that the hidden puppeteer behind the Black Corner region was none other than the renowned First Academy of the continent, the Jianan Academy. In essence, the entire Black Corner region served as a testing ground for the Academy, a hunting ground to satiate their bloodthirsty desires by providing fresh blood. In his previous life, Xiaoyan had not engaged in many virtuous deeds. But one act he deemed commendable was the orchestration of a bloody calamity that eradicated the Black Corner region along with the denizens of Jianan Academy. However, those were matters of the past. The current Black Corner region and Jianan Academy were evidently not as fearsome as they had once been. At least, based on the information Xiaoyan had gathered thus far, there appeared to be no connection between Jianan Academy and the Black Corner region, which was now in a state of hostility. Although the Black Corner region remained chaotic, it was a far cry from the terror it had once embodied in his previous life. Let us proceed. After suppressing the memories of his former life, Xiaoyan exhaled deeply. After such a prolonged journey, his presence had grown notably more robust. According to Hai Bo Dong's senses, he had now stepped into the realm of the 7-star Do Wang, with a subtle inclination towards breaking through to the 8-star level. Upon witnessing the formidable cultivation talent of Xiaoyan firsthand, Hai Bo Dong could not help but click his tongue in amazement. Countless individuals on the Duki continent spend their entire lives without ever breaking through to the Do Wang level. Yet for Xiaoyan, this was merely a stepping stone of his childhood. It would not be long before he ascended to the Do Huang realm, one could reasonably surmise. However, what astonished Hai Bo Dong even more was the little girl named Qing Lin. When he first encountered her, she possessed merely 4 or 5 segments of Do Qi. Yet, after 3 months, despite not having observed her diligently cultivating, she had astonishingly advanced to the Doja level. Typically, even the most gifted individuals require at least 5 to 6 years of rigorous training to reach the Doja stage. But Qing Lin achieved this milestone in less than half a year. Such a display of prowess was far more terrifying than Xiao Yan's initial feats. Xiao Yan, however, felt no surprise at this development. In his previous life, he had conducted some research on the Bai Shi San Hua Tong and was well aware that serpentine creatures controlled by it gradually had their strength devoured by the Bai Shi San Hua Tong, ultimately being returned to their master. Although the absorption process was somewhat sluggish, it was undoubtedly faster than conventional training. Thus, while Qing Lin surged from having barely reached a single segment of Do Qi to becoming a Doja, the dual-headed fire spirit serpent had plummeted from a 2-star Do Ling to a 1-star. After Qing Lin's breakthrough, Xiaoyan rummaged through Yao Lao's collection and unearthed several techniques and skills suitable for her cultivation, granting her a modicum of self-defense. According to Xiaoyan's estimations, within 2 years, the dual-headed fire spirit serpent would be completely drained by Qing Lin, and by then, she would attain the Do Ling level, thus holding some measure of power within the Black Horn territory. In his past life, he had amassed numerous techniques and skills appropriate for Qing Lin, but those scrolls were spoils from vanquished foes and held no utility for him. Consequently, upon acquiring them, he had cast them aside into a corner of his spatial ring or sold them off, rendering it impossible to recreate them from memory now. It appeared he would need to devise ways to procure more serpentine magical beasts for Qing Lin. Contemplating Qing Lin, Xiaoyan mused internally that should this young girl flourish, she would undoubtedly provide him with tremendous assistance. Unlike Hai Bo Dong, who was more assertive, Qing Lin's somewhat timid disposition meant that with a touch of warmth from him, she would be unwaveringly loyal, devoid of any potential for betrayal. Chapter 86. Establishing a force after traversing the vast plains of the Black Domain. Xiaoyan and his companions ceased to employ their Do Qi wings for travel. They had arrived in the Black Corner territory, a place rife with danger and intrigue. To soar through the air ostentatiously would inevitably attract unwanted attention from formidable beings, which was not a desirable outcome. To ensure their safety, Xiaoyan produced several illusion beast skins, donning one himself while bestowing another upon Hai Bo Dong and Qing Lin. These skins, products of the Chu Yin Empire, could alter one's appearance. Xiaoyan had acquired a few during his training in that empire, and they were fortuitously useful at this moment. The Black Corner territory was no ordinary locale, and Xiaoyan was reluctant to reveal his true identity here. He adopted the name Mo Yin Xiao, a moniker previously used in the Chu Yin Empire, while Hai Bo Dong became Mo Bing, and Qing Lin was referred to as Mo Lin. They presented themselves as siblings embarking on a journey of training, with Hai Bo Dong assuming the role of the elder. Once adequately prepared, they sought out a nearby large city to find an inn for lodging. However, during their brief search, they witnessed over 100 violent confrontations in a matter of minutes. While Xiao Yan and Hai Buodong remained unfazed due to their vast experiences, it was Qing Lin's first encounter with such brutality. Unable to bear the sight of several individuals meeting their demise before her eyes, she retreated to a corner and vomited uncontrollably. Concerned for her well-being, Hai Buodong recognized that it was entirely normal for a young girl to struggle with such a harsh environment. He feared she might develop psychological scars from this experience. Surprisingly, Xiao Yan, typically so protective of Qing Lin, appeared rather indifferent, merely producing a white cloth to wipe her mouth after her episode. Along their journey, a few brazen individuals attempted to bully them, but Hai Buodong swiftly dispatched them with ease. Soon enough, they discovered a reasonably clean inn. After such a long trek, fatigue weighed heavily upon them. Xiao Yan chose to sit upon his Qing Lian lotus and maintain his cultivation. While even the Do Huang level Hai Buodong fell into a deep slumber upon contacting the bed. After a night of recuperation, Xiao Yan awoke feeling rejuvenated. The weariness within him entirely dissipated. He gauged the current level of his Do Qi and estimated that with another month of training, he would reach the 8th star Do Huang level. It seemed that the intense journey had indeed bestowed some benefits upon him. Upon rising, Xiao Yan first checked on Qing Lin's condition. She was still nestled in bed, peacefully asleep. A perfectly reasonable state given the days of hardship and the gruesome scenes she had witnessed, which were more than sufficient to exhaust a girl of merely 10 years. Therefore, he opted not to awaken her, allowing her to rest further. As for Hai Buodong, being a Do Huang, his physical constitution naturally surpassed that of a young girl. Moreover, his character did not lend itself to lingering in bed. Thus, when Xiao Yan entered Hai Buodong's room, he found him already awake, appearing as though he had been waiting for some time. We have now arrived in the Black Corner territory. What are your plans moving forward? Hai Buodong in Gui, his gaze fixed on Xiao Yan. I have always been curious. Given your capabilities, you could command respect in the Jiang Ma Empire. What compels you to venture to the Black Corner territory? What treasures could possibly warrant such a long journey? I have come to the Black Corner territory primarily in search of an item known as Bodhi Transformation Saliva. You may not have heard of it, Mr. Hai, but it is of utmost importance to me. The Jiang Ma Empire lacks such a substance, and recently I received word that traces of it might be found here. Prompting my visit in hopes of fortune, Xiao Yan replied with a serene smile. In truth, Xiao Yan's motivations for traveling to the Black Corner territory extended beyond the Bodhi Transformation Saliva. In his previous life, he had acquired the third fragment of the pure Lotus Demon Fire map here, and he was determined to obtain it once more. Furthermore, rumors of other extraordinary fires had circulated, and should he succeed in acquiring one, it would undoubtedly enhance his combat prowess significantly. However, Xiao Yan had no intention of divulging these secrets to Hai Buodong, so he merely referenced the Bodhi Transformation Saliva, knowing that this excuse would suffice to placate him. What is your plan, then? Hai Buodong furrowed his brow, acknowledging that he had not heard of Bodhi Transformation Saliva. Yet, given Xiao Yan's evident concern for it, it must possess considerable value. Nevertheless, seeking such a rare item in the Black Corner territory would undoubtedly prove challenging. Even if they located it, the ability to safeguard it was another matter entirely. With our combined strength, searching for a singular item in the Black Corner territory would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Therefore, I intend to gather more allies to assist us. Xiao Yan gently flicked his fingers and spoke. To put it simply, we aim to establish a faction within the Black Corner region. Firstly, it will serve as our stronghold. Secondly, it will assist us in gathering manpower and procuring what we desire. Hai Buodong furrowed his brow, realizing that with their combined strength, they were indeed qualified to create a sect in the Black Corner region. However, forming a faction was not merely a matter of words. It required immense energy and financial resources, and most critically, manpower. Presently, they were severely lacking in that regard. Otherwise, they would not be sitting here, merely staring blankly. Taking a deep breath, Hai Buodong remarked, "So, we must find a way to recruit personnel? There's no need to complicate matters," Xiao Yan replied with a knowing smile. He retrieved a map from his pocket, slowly unfurling it. This was a map he had seized from a few individuals he encountered yesterday, detailing the distribution of factions within the Black Corner region. It recorded the nearby cities and their respective powers with meticulous detail. The first-rate factions in the Black Corner region were few, but the third-rate factions were as numerous as the stars in the sky. Upon inspection, I found that there are over a dozen third-rate factions in this city alone. If we consolidate them, they could form a formidable force, Xiao Yan stated, lightly tapping his finger on the table. In straightforward terms, this city shall be our territory henceforth. Wait, you intend to directly consolidate these factions? Hai Buodong was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Yan's proposal. It was indeed a time-saving and labor-efficient approach, but it also posed substantial risks. Those who aligned themselves with them today could easily switch allegiances tomorrow, for such individuals lacked loyalty. I have no need for their loyalty. I only require their service. Xiao Yan replied nonchalantly. Moreover, I am not concerned about this matter. Shortly, we shall venture out to subdue these rascals, and those who resist will face dire consequences. I shall administer poison to the remainder, and I am curious to see if they possess the audacity to defy me. Good heavens, you truly are ruthless. Haibo Dong could not help but give Xiao Yan a thumbs up for his audacious plan. Following this method, it was likely that the number of factions under Xiao Yan's control would be significantly reduced, yet those who remained would undoubtedly not harbor any rebellious thoughts. In a place like the Black Corner region, gentle persuasion had little efficacy. Only the most straightforward and brutal methods proved effective. Xiao Yan did not disclose another reason for establishing a faction in the Black Corner region, which was to prepare for the future of the Xiao family. The diminutive Yutan city was evidently unsuitable for the family's development, and once their strength flourished, he intended to relocate the Xiao family there. By the way, Xiao Yan, you mentioned wanting to change your appearance in the Black Corner region. How about altering your hairstyle? Haibo Zong Suget, Inspinting Xiaozan. Have I not already changed my true appearance? Xiao Yan inquired with some confusion. While you have altered your features, your physique and aura remain unchanged. If you encounter someone familiar, they may easily recognize you. Haibo Dong chuckled. Xiao Yan initially intended to retort regarding the likelihood of meeting any acquaintances in the Black Corner region, but upon reflection, he conceded that Haibo Dong had a point and continued. So what do you propose? I designed a new hairstyle for you last night. I guarantee that once you change it, you will appear completely rejuvenated, giving off a wholly different vibe, Haibo Dong said, producing a piece of parchment and handing it to Xiao Yan. I didn't realize you possessed such talents, Haibo Dong. Xiao Yan glanced at the illustrations on the parchment, unable to suppress a twitch of his lips. If you have any criticisms of me, you need not resort to such schemes to ensnare me. Huh? The ponytail style is passable, but the hexagonal spikes at the back of the head, combined with the single-side vertical bangs. Do you not find this hairstyle exceedingly unattractive, Mr. Hai? Xiao Yan flicked his fingers, conjuring a flame that reduced the parchment to ashes. I am genuinely curious about the mental state in which you designed such a thing. If he were to adopt the hairstyle designed by Haibo Dong, he would indeed appear entirely transformed, to the point that familiar faces would not recognize him. After all, acquaintances would be deterred by the sheer ugliness of the style. If Huan Dyer were to discover that he sported such a hairstyle, given her nature, she would undoubtedly roll on the ground laughing, bringing him considerable embarrassment. Haibo Dong, I assure you, I will not be changing my hairstyle. If you wish to procure the purple spirit pill, let's not dwell on this topic further. Noticing that Haibo Dong was intent on pursuing the subject, Xiao Yan promptly interjected, his words laced with a hint of threat. Following this minor interlude, the two promptly commenced preparations to consolidate their power. Given their prowess, it took them less than a day to subdue all the factions within the city. The spies sent from other cities had yet to discern what transpired before the city had a new master. Initially, Haibo Dong had intended to employ more gentle tactics, but the results were less than satisfactory. Once Xiao Yan took charge, he swiftly eliminated 1/3 of the forces without hesitation. He had no time to engage in any pacifying antics. Under Xiao Yan's iron-fisted approach, those who had initially resisted quickly surrendered. The reason was simple. After Xiao Yan had eliminated 1/3 of the forces, he severely reprimanded Haibo Dong. What were you thinking, conversing with these people? They are nothing but weaklings who cannot even contend with Douling. Did they truly believe themselves to be formidable? In my opinion, we ought to eliminate all of them and move on to the next city to recruit new personnel. The Black Corner region is replete with individuals. I refuse to believe we cannot find obedient ones. This declaration unnerved the gangsters who had long lived on the edge of danger, leaving them momentarily speechless. Wasn't the protocol to first recruit through persuasion, then offer benefits and negotiate terms? Why was this man deviating from the script? To come in and slaughter so many, while also suggesting complete annihilation. Was he truly aiming to establish a faction? Ultimately, it was only after repeated persuasion from Haibo Dong that Xiao Yan reluctantly acquiesced. However, he still administered poison to the remaining individuals, creating a scene that left the survivors feeling bitter. It seemed they had encountered a master with exceedingly ruthless methods. Nevertheless, he had assured them that if they performed well, they would be rewarded with pills and combat techniques, serving as a small consolation. Once the group dispersed, Haibo Dong regained his usual demeanor and looked at Xiao Yan with a grin. Your act of playing the villain while I play the benefactor is quite seasoned. You portrayed it so convincingly that I nearly believed you were genuinely going to slaughter them all. Did you truly think I was acting? Xiao Yan raised a teacup, casually replying, had any of them shown signs of rebellion, I would not have hesitated to slay them all. After all, you know I lack patience. You are truly ruthless. Haibo Dong could not help but twitch his lips. After all, these were hundreds of lives, and Xiao Yan genuinely considered such a course of action. He began to question whether, had he not agreed to accompany this young man to the Black Corner region, Xiao Yan might have resorted to violence. The more he contemplated, the more likely it seemed. Nevertheless, there are merely a few hundred people, just the dregs of the Black Corner region. Killing them is no great loss. Xiao Yan waved his hand dismissively. However, since they are willing to cooperate, I shall grant them the opportunity to serve me. Now that we have established a foundation, we have a semblance of faction. What do you intend to name it? The name Xiao Yan was casually proclaimed. Let it be called Xiao Men. I cannot be bothered to ponder a name of significance. Chapter 88. the flourishing Xiaomen. The establishment of Xiaomen stirred quite a commotion throughout the Black Corner region. While the city housing Xiaomen was not a bustling metropolis within the Black Corner, it was still a sizable city, ripe with opportunities for profit. Hence, although no major powers had yet taken action against it, numerous factions had already set their sights on the city. The fact that their prey was occupied by a relatively obscure sect could hardly allow them to rest easy. Thus, less than half a month after the founding of Xiaomen, a second-tier force boldly invaded the city where Xiaomen was located. This force was led by a 5-star Do Wang, commanding a few hundred followers. Logically, it should have been a trivial task to sweep through a city devoid of even a single Do Wang-level expert. However, a mere day later, the corpse of that Do Wang was discarded at the city gates like refuse, his face frozen in an expression of terror. As for his men, they had all vanished without a trace. Later inquiries revealed that the majority of this force had been annihilated by Xiaomen, with the survivors opting to surrender. This astonishing news sent ripples through the Black Corner region. Initially, many believed that Xiaomen had managed to capture the city so swiftly due to a surprise attack. Considering their strength was deemed relatively weak, as the city lacked Do Wang experts and even had a scarcity of Do Ling, subduing them should not have posed a significant challenge. However, the ability to effortlessly obliterate a second-tier force led by Do Wang indicated that Xiaomen must possess at least one high-star Do Wang, signifying its qualification as a quasi-first-tier power. If Xiaomen had a Do Wang-level expert in their ranks, they could even be considered a true first-tier force. A quasi-first-tier power would certainly be entitled to govern a city. Consequently, the other factions that had been eyeing Xiaomen merely sent scouts to gather more intelligence, refraining from further actions. Under Xiao Yan's guidance, the city ultimately fell under his complete control, and its name was eventually changed to Xiao City. It is important to note that the classifications of first-tier and second-tier powers here are based on the standards of the Black Corner region. From Xiao Yan's perspective, the so-called first-tier forces in the Black Corner would barely qualify as minor powers in Zhongzhou, even the strongest among them being no exception. After Xiaomen firmly established its footing in the Black Corner region, a steady stream of medicinal pills began to flow from its ranks. The quality of these pills was notably high, with most being 4th-tier pills, and some even reaching 5th tier. While these pills generated substantial profits, they also revealed to many factions within the Black Corner that Xiaomen boasted a high-level alchemist. Wherever one may be, alchemists are always in high demand, and those capable of concocting 5th-tier pills are especially coveted. Such individuals are scarce even among the first-tier powers in the Black Corner region, and 5th-tier alchemists often enjoy a status that surpasses that of Do Wang experts. Consequently, when news of Xiaomen as 5th-tier alchemists spread, their reputation soared several-fold. After all, alchemists of such caliber are rarely encountered in the Black Corner, and several factions even sent envoys to request pills, which Xiao Yan graciously fulfilled in exchange for appropriate compensation. In truth, with Xiao Yan's current strength, concocting 6th-tier pills would pose little challenge. However, the materials required for such pills are exceedingly rare, and he lacked a suitable alchemical furnace of sufficient quality. Thus, he planned to procure a better furnace before attempting to craft 6th-tier pills. Furthermore, within the Black Corner region, there was a reputed 6th-tier alchemist known as the Medicine Emperor. If Xiao Yan were to expose his true level, he would likely attract the latter's ire. Therefore, he chose to present himself solely as a 5th-tier alchemist. Even so, this identity brought considerable wealth to Xiaomen. With newfound funds at his disposal, Haibuodong promptly dispatched individuals to gather intelligence and procure medicinal materials. However, during this process, he could not help but grumble, initially believing that Xiao Yan had lured him to the Black Corner to serve as a mere muscle. To his surprise, he found himself acting more like a steward. Nonetheless, Haibuodong felt somewhat resigned, as he still required the revitalizing spirit pill. Moreover, this task could only be undertaken by him. It would be unreasonable to expect a young girl like Qing Lin to collect materials. Although Xiao Yan had appointed Qing Lin as the nominal vice master of Xiaomen, her youthful appearance clearly lacked the authority to command respect. During this period, Haibuodong witnessed Xiao Yan's extravagant generosity. Whenever his subordinates performed satisfactorily, Xiao Yan would casually bestow a vial of pills upon them. Such displays of wealth were enough to make even Haibuodong wince. While he recognized Xiao Yan as a high-level alchemist, he felt it was excessive to squander resources so liberally. Although this behavior might seem wasteful, it proved tremendously effective in winning over the hearts of his followers. Within just a few months, everyone within Xiaomen had developed a deep loyalty to Xiao Yan. Initially subdued by his ruthless methods, they now dared not harbor any grievances against him. Their master, though brutal in his approach, was not stingy towards his subordinates. And in the perilous life of the Black Corner region, where many lived on the edge, the benefits Xiao Yan provided were more than sufficient to inspire genuine loyalty. This benevolence attracted numerous strong individuals to join, including 2 Do Wang experts who had been relentlessly pursued by other factions and found themselves with no alternative but to join the newly established Xiaomen. Initially, They intended to usurp control, but upon witnessing Hai Buodong unleash his Do Huang prowess, they quickly settled down. Of course, there were still those who considered deceiving Xiaoyan. But since the first individual to attempt such a ruse faced public execution, no one dared to try again. Even Hai Buodong understood that Xiaoyan was not entirely opposed to his subordinates engaging in petty corruption, provided they accomplished their tasks. Although he appeared indifferent to most matters, he was acutely aware of Xiao Min's situation. In the early days, it was not unusual for someone to be publicly executed almost daily. According to Xiaoyan, this was merely a form of killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. However, others believed they were the ones being warned, while only Hai Buodong realized that he was the true monkey in this scenario. All these gruesome displays were conducted in secrecy from Qinglin, leading her to perceive Xiao Min merely as a mercenary-like organization. Even Hai Buodong found himself curious about how Xiaoyan managed to simultaneously commit acts of brutality in the Black Corner while maintaining the guise of carrying older brother in front of Qinglin. Such a level of duality seemed almost impossible. Chapter 89. The Thief of Medicinal Materials. Following the rise of Xiao Min's reputation, Xiaoyan became almost frenzied, diligently crafting medicinal pills. However, unlike before, he chose not to distribute them for sale, but instead stored them all, entrusting them to Hai Buodong. This period of frenzied alchemy significantly enhanced his strength, and upon completing the final batch of pills, Xiaoyan officially reached the level of a 9-star Do Huang. Currently, Xiaoyan stands merely a star away from the Do Huang realm. However, despite the proximity, achieving a successful breakthrough will demand a considerable amount of time. With an absence of pressing matters, he contemplated entering seclusion for cultivation. Should he manage to ascend to Do Huang, it would significantly enhance his combat prowess, providing him with greater assurance in the pursuit of rare flames or the coveted Bodhi transformation nectar. Regrettably, that coveted blue lotus heart fire rests in the possession of Queen Medusa. A sigh of longing escaped his lips as he pondered how, if only he could devour and refine that blue lotus heart fire, its energy would undoubtedly facilitate his breakthrough to Do Huang, eliminating the need for arduous seclusion. With a wry smile, Xiaoyan retrieved the blue lotus seat from his spatial ring, seated himself upon it, and swiftly formed a hand seal to enter a state of cultivation. Prior to his seclusion, he had informed Hai Buodong of his intention to break through to Do Huang, and the medicinal pills he had provided were meant for Hai Buodong to sell in batches over the past 6 months. Yet, perhaps due to the rapid pace of his previous advancements, he now found the path to Do Huang exceptionally arduous. It is well known that transitioning from Do Huang to Do Huang is no trivial matter on the Doqi continent. Many individuals have remained stuck at the peak of Do Huang for over a decade without achieving the breakthrough to Do Huang. Thus, although he found himself ensnared at the threshold of Do Huang, Xiaoyan remained unperturbed, diligently absorbing the surrounding energy. Time slipped by, and 6 months had passed in the blink of an eye. During this interval, the Do Qi within him had grown several times more robust than before. While he had yet to breach the Do Huang realm, he had attained the pinnacle of Do Huang, merely a step away from success. However, this final step would require ample time to accomplish. How troublesome it is to transition from Do Huang to Do Huang. Xiaoyan mused as he withdrew from his meditative state, shaking his head in resignation. Though he had experienced the challenges of this breakthrough in his previous life, he had anticipated that this time, armed with prior knowledge, the process would be less cumbersome. To his dismay, he found himself confronting the same obstacles, which caused him considerable frustration. Calculating the time, he realized that the medicinal pills he had entrusted to Hai Buodong were nearing depletion. Yet he had not yet broken through to Do Huang. Consequently, Xiaoyan decided to cease his cultivation temporarily and prepare to refine the remaining medicinal pills for the latter half of the year before resuming his seclusion. However, as he prepared to request additional materials from Hai Buodong, he was abruptly met with a roar emanating from the storage warehouse. "My medicinal materials. What has happened?" Xiaoyan inquired, striding toward the warehouse. In truth, the majority of the rare medicinal materials collected by the Xiao clan were stored within a dedicated spatial ring, which had previously been under Xiaoyan's guardianship. After his retreat into seclusion, it had been entrusted to Qinglin, with only a portion of the materials kept by Hai Buodong himself for the crafting of the Zhen Purple Spirit Pill. These materials were acquired through Hai Buodong's machinations during a collection expedition, concerned that Xiaoyan's previous frenzied pill refinement might lead to negligence. He had constructed a small warehouse to safeguard these materials. He refrained from placing them in his own spatial ring, fearing allegations of misappropriation from Xiaoyan, especially now that he had painstakingly gathered the ingredients for the Zhen Purple Spirit Pill, awaiting Xiaoyan's assistance upon his emergence from seclusion. Little did he expect that, at this critical juncture, all would be in vain. Xiaoyan surveyed the vast emptiness of the warehouse, his lips twitching in disbelief. The iron shelves that once held the materials were now almost bare, with only a handful of open jade boxes remaining, some shelves devoid of boxes entirely, merely marked by fluttering labels. Hai Buodong had spared no effort to restore his peak strength. Not only had he engaged in dubious dealings, But he had also procured expensive cold jade boxes to store these precious materials, preventing any loss of medicinal efficacy. He even meticulously labeled each box to avoid confusion in the future. However, the current scene nearly drove the Ice Emperor to the brink of apoplexy. Given this situation, one could surmise that even a mouse would emerge in tears. Hai Buodong had contemplated the possibility of thieves, albeit with minimal likelihood. Nevertheless, to guard against such a scenario, he had personally erected energy barriers before each shelf, akin to those in the Dochi Pavilion of the Shao clan, albeit several hundred times more robust. Xiaoyan gently pressed his finger against one of the energy barriers, quickly discerning that only a Do Wang-level individual could shatter such a barrier. Moreover, should it be breached, Hai Buodong would instantly sense the disturbance, ensuring that no discrepancies could arise. Yet, the materials had inexplicably vanished, even with the barriers intact. It appears we have been robbed, Xiaoyan remarked, crouching down to pick up a fragment of a medicinal herb, despite being reduced to mere remnants. He recognized it as a rare herb known as the wood spirit 3-needle flower, which would fetch at least several 100,000 gold coins in the Black Corner region. Now, however, it was reduced to a solitary broken twig. The only individuals capable of extracting such materials past the barriers set by Hai Buodong will be Do Zong experts proficient in spatial powers. As he spoke, Xiaoyan glanced at the fracture point of the twig, which bore an odd appearance, almost as if it had been bitten off. Could it be the work of a Do Zong expert? Hai Buodong's expression shifted slightly, indignation rising within him. Is it not beneath a Do Zong expert to engage in such petty thievery? They would not deign to concern themselves with these trifles. If they needed them, they would simply purchase them. Xiaoyan replied nonchalantly, moreover, I did not sense any spatial fluctuations in the vicinity, which implies we can dismiss that possibility. If not a Do Zong, then what could it be? Hai Buodong found himself perplexed by Xiaoyan's reasoning. The Dochi continent is rife with peculiarities, and many unique races exist within this world. To my knowledge, there is a particular race capable of effortlessly penetrating such energy barriers without being affected. Xiaoyan casually discarded the twig to the ground, smiling as he added, prepare yourselves, we shall stage a trap tonight. Chapter Noazich, Ziyan. That night, within the warehouse of the Shao clan, rare medicinal materials lay quietly within their jade boxes. Following the previous theft, the energy shields had been fortified significantly. Yet, for a certain diminutive thief, these seemingly impenetrable barriers were as insubstantial as air. In the expansive room, a petite figure suddenly materialized. She surveyed her surroundings, ensuring no one was watching before stealthily slipping inside. Her gaze fell upon a box marked with a blood python branch label, and a gleeful smile spread across her face. Hee, these fools truly are naive, thinking that reinforcing the barriers would suffice. Stretching out her hand, she effortlessly passed through the energy barrier. However, just as her palm was about to graze the jade box, the protective energy shield vanished, and a massive net descended from the ceiling, ensnaring her within its grasp. She struggled fiercely, initially believing she could easily break free with her strength. Yet, to her dismay, the more she fought, the tighter the net constricted, ultimately binding her immovably. In the next moment, the room's lights flickered on, revealing Xiaoyan and his companions, who had been lurking in the shadows. Save your strength. This net is crafted from the tendons of high-tier magical beasts, specifically designed to ensnare those with brute strength, they remarked. Xiaoyan gazed at the petite figure ensnared in the net, his expression serene as he spoke. Having surmised some of the background of this individual, he had taken the initiative to present some rare medicinal herbs as bait, and to his astonishment, he had swiftly captured this significant prize. The one trapped within the net was a small girl, seemingly no more than 11 or 12, clad in white, with long, light purple hair. Despite her diminutive stature, she exuded an undeniable charm. However, her delicate face was currently marred by a look of panic, clearly taken aback by her unexpected entrapment. Upon witnessing the thieving girl caught in the trap, even the initially irate Hai Buodong found himself momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated that the thief who had plundered his cherished herbs would turn out to be such an adorable young lady. Beside him, Qing Lin tugged at Xiaoyan's sleeve, inquiring, "Young master, have we perhaps apprehended the wrong person? Do not be deceived by this girl's appearance. She is far from simple." Xiaoyan replied with a smile, shaking his head. Since their nighttime endeavor involved only the three of them, they had not donned the illusionary beast skins to conceal their identities, and now, his visage returned to its previous innocent guise. Upon noticing that only 3 individuals had approached her, 2 of whom were children like herself, the little girl quietly exhaled a breath of relief. A glimmer of cunning sparkled in her dark eyes, soon followed by the gathering of tears. It was a sight that, if witnessed by any compassionate woman, would likely prompt her to hastily free the girl from the net and cradle her in comfort. However, Xiaoyan was not swayed by such theatrics. Even if the girl were genuinely distressed, he would remain unmoved. He settled into a nearby chair and remarked coolly, "Enough of the performance. You are, after all, a Do Wang-level powerhouse. Is it not shameful to shed tears like this?" Upon hearing Xiaoyan's words, Both Hai Bodong and Qing Lin exchanged astonished glances with the little girl. They had not realized that this seemingly innocent child was also a Dowang powerhouse. Could she possibly be a prodigy akin to Xiaoyan? Do not dwell on it. She is unlike me. In terms of age, she could very well be considered a grandmother to you, Xiaoyan added, seemingly sensing their surprise. Humph, the girl pouted, her expression betraying none of the earlier vulnerability. Where have you taken my medicinal herbs? Hai Bodong demandet? I have consumed them all, the girl retorted with a defiant huff, igniting Hai Bodong's ire as he ground his teeth in frustration. Consume them? Are you jesting? How can a mere child withstand the energy of those herbs? Your ignorance is astounding. The girl crossed her arms, disdain evident in her tone. Those herbs are hardly sufficient for me to nibble on. Hai Lao. She's indeed not lying. Xiaoyan chuckled, observing that a normal human could not endure the energy surge from such rare herbs. Yet this girl was evidently not human. Not human? Are you suggesting she's a magical beast? Hai Bodong asked, taken aback. His expression darkened with murderous intent as he regarded the girl still trapped in the net. If she had consumed all those herbs, then she deserved to be slain to repay her debt with her magical core. Hai Lao, your methods are rather excessive, are they not? Xiaoyan interjected, placing a hand to halt Hai Bodong. Regardless of the circumstances, she is still a child. Such actions would surely frighten her. Indeed, Qing Lin nodded in agreement. Though the girl was a magical beast, her appearance as a child tugged at the kind-hearted Qing Lin's compassion, making her reluctant to see the girl meet a tragic end. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, she quickly chimed in. Hai Bodong stared at Xiaoyan, bewildered. If not for the inappropriateness of the situation and his inability to match Xiaoyan's strength, he might have spat in Xiaoyan's face. Am I being cruel? You, who regularly slaughters groups of people, dare to say such things? All right, Hai Lao, I will assist you in gathering the materials for the rejuvenation pill. Once I have collected enough, I will immediately concoct it for you. Xiaoyan reassured him before turning to the girl in the net and asking, little sister, what is your name? Where do you hail from? The girl turned her face away, clearly unwilling to answer Xiaoyan's question. Noticing this, Xiaoyan smiled gently. Through their prior conversation, he had discerned that while the girl possessed considerable strength, her mentality was akin to that of a 12 or 13-year-old human girl, placing her in the juvenile phase of a magical beast. Little sister, if you tell me your name and background, I shall release you. What do you say? Xiaoyan continued. Are you serious? The girl turned her head back, her youthful voice brimming with excitement. Of course, if I were to deceive you, I, Yin Xiao, shall recite my name backward. How does that sound? Xiaoyan replied with a smile, seeing the gentle smile on Xiaoyan's face. The girl found it easy to trust him. My name is Ziyin, and I am from the Jianan Academy. Please hurry and set me free. Jianan Academy? Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow, surprised by this revelation, as he had not anticipated any dealings with that place. Well, I have revealed my name to you. You previously stated you would set me free. Otherwise, you must recite your name backward. Indeed, I did say that, Xiaoyan nodded. However, there is something I neglected to mention. My true name is Xiaoyan. You tricked me. Chapter 91, Abduction. You tricked me. Upon hearing the indignant roar of Ziyin, Hai Bodong momentarily felt a sense of satisfaction, relishing the sight of this girl, who had been so furious she seemed ready to explode. Yet, his amusement was short-lived as he noticed the smile lingering on Xiaoyan's face, rekindling the peculiar sensation he had felt earlier. He glanced at Qing Lin, then back at Ziyin, realizing that Xiaoyan, who was typically ruthless, had suddenly adopted a much softer demeanor in the presence of these two young girls, refraining from revealing his true, bloodthirsty nature. This left Hai Bodong questioning whether Xiaoyan might possess some peculiar proclivity. Xiaoyan, what is it? Xiaoyan turned to Hai Bodong, inquiring. Is there something on your mind? Nothing. Hai Bodong coughed awkwardly, then added, I just find it curious that you seem quite fond of little girls. Hai Lao, do you presume I am some sort of pervert who preys on young girls? Xiaoyan shook his head in exasperation. While I admit my attitude towards them is more favorable than that of the average person, it is merely because I find their innocent disposition refreshing and capable of brightening a dull atmosphere. I harbor no improper thoughts towards them, nor would I stoop to such depravity. That's a relief. Hai Bodong exhaled, unaware that in the distant future, whenever he recalled Xiaoyan's words, he would wish to rush up to him and spit in his face, deriding him for being a lowly con. Observing Ziyan's indignant demeanor, Xiaoyan could not help but chuckle and shake his head. Look at you. You've only been tricked once and are already so upset. Yet, have you considered that I should be the one more aggrieved? After all, it was my herbs you devoured in such abundance, but here I am, still maintaining a pleasant demeanor. Hai Bodong stared at Xiaoyan in disbelief. Of course you are not angry. They were not your herbs. They were mine. Upon hearing Xiaoyan's words, Ziyin felt a twinge of guilt. Reflecting on her actions, she realized she might have gone too far. But it's not entirely my fault. You did not secure your belongings properly. The moment I caught a whiff of those scents, I simply could not resist. Nonsense. I stored those herbs securely in a jade box, locked tight. How could you possibly smell them? As long as it's a treasure. Whether it's in a jade box or hidden deep within a forest, I can find it. With her petite hands crossed over her chest, Ziyin spoke with a hint of pride. Anything that catches my eye is certainly a treasure of the heavens and earth. Hearing this, Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow and inquired, "So, you possess the ability to sense such treasures?" Upon realizing her inadvertent slip, Ziyin quickly covered her mouth. Recalling the stern warning from the Grand Elder of the Jianan Academy to never disclose her abilities to anyone. Caught off guard by her own candidness, she feared that she might now be forced into a daily quest for medicinal herbs. In a moment of desperation, she feigned a pitiful expression and pleaded, "Could you perhaps let me go? I can compensate you for the items I've taken." "Compensate? Each herb here is worth at least 150,000. Selling you wouldn't even cover the cost." "Highball zonvito vementin." Now, hi. Let's not be so harsh. The value of this young lady cannot merely be measured in monetary terms. Xiao Yin interjected, continuing to play the role of the Good Samaritan. He wasn't lying. Despite the girl not revealing her true form, he had surmised her nature from her demonstrated abilities and the aura she exuded. Her innate strength, formidable physique, and capacity to perceive the presence of various treasures were traits reminiscent of the most fearsome and enigmatic creatures among the three great beast clans, the ancient void dragon. Such beings are invaluable. Even a lifeless corpse would be beyond monetary valuation, let alone this juvenile ancient void dragon before him, making her all the more rare. To speak candidly, should he bind Ziyin and transport her to Zhongzhou for public sale, he could easily exchange her for profound techniques, provided he avoided the wrath of some powerful beings or the attention of her kin. "How about this, Sister Ziyin? Answer a few questions for me, and once done, I shall release you. What do you say?" Xiao Yin asked with a charming smile. "Really?" A smile flickered across Ziyin's face, only to be quickly replaced by hesitation as she recalled being deceived by Xiao Yin moments earlier. "You want to trick me again, will you?" "I was merely jesting," Xiao Yin replied. "In truth, I am quite fond of little girls. Just ask her." He gestured toward Qing Lin. She was once frail, but now look at her. Plump and healthy. "Master, I'm not plump," Qing Lin corrected him. Of course, you are not plump," Xiao Yin sighed in resignation, contemplating whether he had spoiled Qing Lin too much, leading her to become cheeky. Once he had calmed her, he continued, "If you answer my questions, not only will I free you from this net, but I shall also overlook the herbs you consumed. What do you say?" Hai Bo Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. "You're truly generous to let this slide? Those are my painstakingly collected herbs." "Well, you may proceed with your inquiries," Ziyin said, her gaze wary as she scrutinized Xiao Yin. "I recall that most magical beasts can only transform after reaching the 6th rank. Yet you are merely at the Dowang level. How did you achieve this form?" I accidentally consumed a transformation herb, and now I can never revert," Ziyin replied, her tone lacking enthusiasm. "Oh, that makes sense. No wonder you were so eager to find such herbs to consume. You desire to advance swiftly so you can transform at will, correct?" Understanding the properties of the transformation herb, Xiao Yin quickly grasped her intentions and smiled. "I imagine the treasure vault of your Jianan Academy has suffered many thefts due to your abilities?" Hatmepehach, Ziyan hufied softly, but she did not refute Xiao Yan's assertion, clearly acknowledging its truth. During her time at Jianan Academy, she frequently pilfered herbs to consume, which is why the elder Su Qian had reprimanded her. Consequently, she had sought to forage in the mountains, only to become lost and ultimately find herself near Xiao Yan's domain. However, those herbs must be quite unpalatable, no? Xiao Yin chuckled, recalling that in his past life, he had resorted to gnawing on herbs in moments of extreme hunger, well aware of their unappetizing nature. "They are indeed quite distasteful," Ziyin grimaced. "But I must consume them to grow. Otherwise, I would refuse to eat them. Would you like me to help you refine these herbs into pills, making them more palatable?" Xiao Yin offered with a smile. "Refine?" Ziyin's large, dark eyes sparkled with curiosity. "You are an alchemist?" "Indeed," Xiao Yin replied, snapping his fingers. A cauldron materialized from his spatial ring, and with a flick of his finger, a wisp of purple-black flame sprang forth. Upon witnessing that flame, a flicker of apprehension crossed Ziyan's eyes. Being a non-fire attribute beast, she felt a twinge of fear towards the Nine Nether illusionary flame. Nevertheless, she sensed that Xiao Yan's fire was far superior to that of any elder alchemist, indicating that he was undoubtedly a high-level alchemist. "You would be willing to help me refine delicious pills?" "Of course, but not for free," Xiao Yan smiled, his demeanor reminiscent of a cunning uncle tempting an unsuspecting young girl with candy. "You must provide the herbs for the refining process, and, in the future, if you venture into the mountains for herbs, you must take me along. Also, you must refrain from stealing my herbs again. How does that sound?" "Deal." Ziyin readily agreed, confident in her treasure hunting skills. Seeing her agreement, Xiao Yan's smile broadened. He had little interest in the herbs themselves, but rather sought to cultivate a favorable relationship with the ancient void dragon. If she were to mature, her strength would become formidable. "By the way, have you ever consumed human flesh?" Hai Bo Dong hesitated before asking, aware that many magical beasts had done so. Although Xiao Yin, as her master, might not care, Hai Bo Dong found the idea unsettling. He would struggle to share a space with a humanoid beast that had dined on humans. I have not. Is human flesh delicious? Ziyin blinked with curiosity. Not particular. It pales in comparison to fish, mutton, or pork, Xiaoyan shrugged. In fact, it tastes worse than the herbs you consume. Then I shall abstain, Ziyin replied, losing interest upon learning of its unpalatable nature. Just then, Qinglin suddenly clung to Xiaoyan's arm, her voice laced with concern. You mustn't abandon me. I am your most devoted maid. Huh? Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the sudden outburst. However, he gently patted her head, reassuringly saying, of course. I would never cast you aside. Unbeknownst to him, Ziyan's presence had instilled a profound sense of insecurity in Qinglin. Both were charming young girls. Yet Ziyan's strength greatly overshadowed Qinglin's, coupled with her treasure-seeking aptitude. Years of feeling inferior led Qinglin to instinctively fear that Xiaoyan might replace her with a new maid. In essence, it was merely jealousy, a sentiment triggered by a childhood marred by relentless bullying. Thus, upon encountering such a situation, Qinglin instinctively resorted to pleading. Only after hearing Xiaoyan's assurances did she exhale in relief, affectionately nuzzling against his palm. In her heart, she resolved to strive for strength, to become more useful, thus ensuring she would not be easily replaced. Over the past 6 months, through subtle assimilation of the twin-headed fire spirit snake's power and her own dedicated cultivation, Qinglin's prowess had ascended to the level of a dome master. However, this came at the cost of the twin-headed fire spirit snake's strength, which had diminished significantly, now only possessing the capabilities of a 7 or 8-star Great Dome Master. Consequently, Xiaoyan fed the beast 2 purple heartbreaking pill, elevating its power back to the pinnacle of the Great Dome Master realm. Yet, his intentions were far from altruistic. He sought to enhance its strength so that Qinglin could absorb more Do Qi. After assessing Qinglin's abilities, Xiaoyan took the opportunity to guide her in refining her Do techniques. Although he had not practiced the techniques Qinglin was learning, his insights, stemming from his own peak Do Saint level, allowed him to discern and rectify her mistakes with ease. This routine brought back memories of his past life, where he had taught disciples. However, he no longer wished to assume the role of a teacher. It was unthinkable for Qinglin to call him master. In his thoughts, rather than taking her as a disciple, it would be more fitting to adopt her as a daughter, albeit knowing she would vehemently resist such an idea. After refining the remaining potions for the next 6 months, he also prepared several bottles of pills for Ziyan. The creation of these energy pills was far less complex than that of traditional elixirs. Xiaoyan merely needed to blend the ingredients into pill form and add some delectable seasonings. Thus, within half a day, he presented the pills to Ziyan. Upon completion of the pill-making process, Xiaoyan sensed the barrier of the Do Emperor level once more, this time with even greater intensity than before. Consequently, after dispatching a letter to the Jiangnan Academy, he set aside all other matters and retreated to his secluded chamber. Regardless of the circumstances, Ziyan was a member of the Jiangnan Academy, and after a period of absence, it was inevitable that they would send someone to search for her. To prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings should they arrive, Xiaoyan took the precaution of informing them about Ziyan's situation in his letter, thus expressing his goodwill. Next, it was time to focus on breaking through to the Do Emperor level. Seated upon the Qinglian lotus seat, he gently flicked his fingers against the spatial ring, summoning a jade-green lotus seed into his palm. The earth fire lotus seed he had harvested when he discovered the earth heart fire. Although he had brushed against the Do Emperor barrier, successfully overcoming it required substantial energy. This lotus seed, which took a century to form, contained immense energy, sufficient to facilitate a smoother breakthrough. Naturally, while the energy of the earth fire lotus seed could not elevate a Do Wang directly by a star like the Do Ling pill, its unique properties ensured that its refinement would not lead to any instability in Do Qi. Instead, it would fortify his meridians in Do Qi, which was precisely why Xiaoyan chose it as his means to transcend to the Do Emperor level. In the tranquil confines of his chamber, Xiaoyan sat cross-legged on the Qinglian lotus seat, forming hand seals as he swiftly entered a state of meditation. Soon, the surrounding energies of heaven and earth began to converge, flowing unceasingly into his body. Upon reaching the peak of his internal state, he promptly consumed the prepared earth fire lotus seed. As the seed entered his mouth, a surge of pure energy erupted from within him, accompanied by an intense burning sensation that coursed through his body. His once fair complexion turned as crimson as a boiled crab, and even the surrounding air grew noticeably hotter. The searing energy derived from the earth fire lotus seed coursed through Xiaoyan's meridians. Despite the excruciating process, he could distinctly perceive that the energy fortified his meridians, rendering them stronger. Moreover, a faint azure energy intertwined with his bones and flesh, enhancing his physical form. Truly, the earth fire lotus seed, known as the essence of fire spirits, possessed remarkable properties. Sensing the fervent waves of energy within, Xiaoyan focused his mind, causing a golden radiance to envelop his body, an effect of the small, nearly golden body he had successfully cultivated in the magma. As his physicality was augmented, the intense pain within subsided considerably, allowing him to fully dedicate himself to the refinement of the Earth Fire Lotus Seed's energy. Despite the vast energy contained within the Earth Fire Lotus Seed, for Xiao Yan, whose burning decision had evolved to the Earth level, the refinement process was not overly arduous. Once the last remnants of energy were absorbed, he gradually opened his eyes, a flicker of azure light glinting within. His aura surged rapidly, yet despite the significant increase, he had not yet truly broken through to the Do Emperor level, and the rate of his ascent began to slow. Xiao Yan understood that if he did not succeed in this breakthrough, he would likely need to endure further arduous cultivation. He was determined not to squander the potential of the Earth Fire Lotus Seed, so as the rising aura threatened to plateau, he clenched his fist tightly. Leaping down from the Qinglian, he struck the ground with a powerful blow, shouting break. With the force of his fist, the floor of the chamber shattered, and his previously stagnant aura surged once more, propelling him past the Do Emperor barrier. A tremendous wave of Do Qi erupted within him, akin to a tidal wave. Finally, he had become a Do Emperor. Sensing the newfound power coursing through him, Xiao Yan released a sigh of relief. The barrier separating the Do Wang from the Do Emperor had indeed exceeded his expectations. In his past life, while he had taken longer to breach this level, it had not been nearly this challenging. He had not anticipated that even with the Earth Fire Lotus Seed, he would struggle to overcome this barrier, were it not for his unwavering conviction, which had ignited a final surge of momentum to shatter this bottleneck. He might have needed at least another month to achieve a successful breakthrough. The existence of a Do Emperor commanded respect and authority, whether in the Jiama Empire or the Blackhorn region. However, in the Central Plains, such figures were often relegated to the margins, barely scraping by in more prosperous areas. Therefore, Xiao Yan did not allow himself to bask in pride. Although he had once reached the peak of the Do Saint level in his past life, that was all behind him, until he fully matured. Countless uncertainties could lead to his downfall. Caution was his guiding principle, one he had retained from his previous life. Thus, he did not disclose his breakthrough to Hebadong, instead expressing regret over yet another failed attempt, with powerful spiritual energy concealing his presence. Neither Hebadong nor even Do Zong experts could perceive the true extent of Xiao Yan's strength. However, Hebadong did not find this peculiar. Rather, he considered it entirely reasonable. After all, he had spent a mere decade breaking through. So if Xiao Yan were to achieve a breakthrough in just half a year, it would indeed seem rather unrealistic. Upon successfully advancing to the Do Huang rank, Xiao Yan's cultivation became considerably more relaxed. Of course, this did not imply that he ceased his training altogether. It was simply that he no longer confined himself to his chamber day and night. Xiao Yan was acutely aware that a balanced approach was essential in the path of cultivation. If one were to solely immerse themselves in arduous training, the results would be far from what one might envision. During this period, he dedicated a portion of his day to alchemy, diligently crafting pills, while also revisiting some formidable Do techniques from his memory for practice. Occasionally, he would take Qin Lin and Ziyin, the two young girls, on leisurely strolls in the city or venture into the deep mountains in search of medicinal herbs. Life, one might say, was quite delightful. Yet, amid their leisurely existence, Hai Buodong was fuming, feeling as though he might curse under his breath. While Xiao Yan was in seclusion, he had managed nearly all the affairs of the Xiao clan. He had hoped for a respite upon Xiao Yan's emergence, only to find that Xiao Yan continued to act as a hands-off manager. To make amends, Xiao Yan took the time to concoct the revitalizing purple spirit pill that Hai Buodong required, and upon receiving it, Hai Buodong begrudgingly resigned himself to continue handling the clan's matters. It is noteworthy that Xiao Yan's spiritual power had now reached the pinnacle of the mortal realm. With his current strength, he was capable of refining genuine 7th grade pills, and if his alchemical skills kept pace, he could even attempt concocting peak 7th grade pills. However, considering the significant commotion that would accompany such endeavors in the absence of a suitable alchemical cauldron, Xiao Yan had set this ambition aside for the time being. As for 6th grade pills, he had officially commenced large-scale production. With his current Do Huang prowess, coupled with his peak mortal realm spiritual power, the success rate for refining 6th grade pills had significantly increased. When these 6th grade pills began circulating, even Hai Buodong found himself tempted, especially after Xiao Yan casually tossed a Huang Ji pill to him as if discarding refuse, which made Hai Buodong eager to offer a contract of servitude right then and there. Just as everything within the Xiao clan was proceeding in an orderly fashion, the emergence of a piece of information shattered this tranquility. Even Xiao Yan, upon receiving this news, could not help but feel a surge of excitement. The message was simple, consisting of only a few hasty characters. The return to the ruins may have an exotic fire manifesting. Chapter 94. The Alchemist Emperor's Intelligence. As Xiao Yan gazed at the words on the note, he furrowed his brow slightly. He had some understanding of the Blackhorn region and was aware of the so-called return to the ruins, albeit only by name, as he had never set foot there. The return to the ruins was located within an ocean. For someone who had lived on land for so long, the ocean represented a different world entirely. Even in his past life, Xiao Yan had never ventured into the ocean, though he had encountered ancient texts mentioning numerous powerful magical beasts dwelling within, and even some peculiar races thriving in its depths. Strictly speaking, the return to the ruins did not belong to the Blackhorn region. It was said to be an ancient relic that floated upon the ocean's surface, drifting along a specific trajectory, approaching the Blackhorn region only once every 50 years, during which time the inhabitants of the Blackhorn region could potentially draw near. This year marked the return to the ruins' return to proximity with the Blackhorn region, and the rumors of an exotic fire appearing were revived from the accounts of those who had entered the return to the ruins 50 years prior. However, as time passed, few were aware of this, and now, with the return to the ruins nearing the Blackhorn region once more, the news had resurfaced. Unfortunately for Xiao Yan, this was not particularly advantageous, as the Blackhorn region was home to numerous fire tribute experts, many of whom coveted exotic fires. Since he had received this intelligence, it was certain that other powerful individuals had also received similar news. This implied that if an exotic fire were indeed discovered within the return to the ruins, acquiring it would likely be far more challenging than in previous instances. To his astonishment, the Blackhorn region also harbored an exotic fire. Hai Buodong, upon seeing the information, couldn't he help but express his astonishment. He glanced at Xiao Yan and remarked with a smile, "It seems many fire tribute experts will be drawn to it. Though, I wonder who will ultimately claim it. It's a pity you likely have no interest in wading through this murky water. Otherwise, your odds of success would surely be high." In Hai Buodong's view, since Xiao Yan already possessed an exotic fire, it was improbable that he would absorb a second one. However, he was somewhat curious as to whether Xiao Yan's exotic fire was superior or if the one emerging from the Blackhorn region would prove more formidable. Yet, he understood that Xiao Yan, driven by self-interest, would probably refrain from venturing to the return to the ruins. "Hi, do you happen to know who the strongest fire attribute practitioners in the Blackhorn region are?" Xiao Yan inquired casually, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. "Let me think. It should be the Earth Demon Old Ghost from the Demon Flame Valley," Hai Buodong replied after some contemplation. Having spent nearly a year in the Blackhorn region, he had gathered quite a bit of intelligence about other factions. The Earth Demon Old Ghost was indeed a genuine Dozong expert, though few were aware of his true strength due to his prolonged seclusion. And who else? Xiao Yan shot a glance at Hai Buodong. He had some recollection of the Earth Demon Old Ghost, as this old fellow had perished at his hands in his previous life. The current version of the Neng Yanju he possessed was a refinement of that old man's work. Otherwise, the original Neng Yanju would have required several practitioners, significantly draining their vitality. What Hai Buodong was unaware of was that although the Earth Demon Old Ghost belonged to the Demon Flame Valley, he was not of the fire attribute, but rather the ice attribute. However, one might wonder why an ice attribute individual would go to such lengths to improve a fire attribute technique. Was he simply out of his mind? Aside from the Earth Demon Old Ghost, it should be the alchemist Emperor Han Feng, Hai Buodong noted after a pause. He is the most renowned 6th grade alchemist in the Blackhorn region. At this point, Hai Buodong cast a glance at Xiao Yan. In truth, with Xiao Yan's strength, his alchemical skills even surpassed Han Feng's, yet this young man lacked the ambition to seek fame. Otherwise, his reputation would undoubtedly rival that of Han Feng. This Han Feng is no ordinary individual, Zi Yin interjected, nibbling on a freshly made energy pill. "I heard from old man, Su, that he seems to be a disciple of a Dozun." "A Dozun?" Xiao Yan furrowed his brow. If he truly were a disciple of a Dozun, why would he be in the Blackhorn region? Shouldn't he be in the Central Plains? Of course. It's because his Dozun master passed away, Zi Yin replied with a smirk. Moreover, old man Su mentioned that his master died under mysterious circumstances, and there have been ongoing investigations into the matter, prompting him to flee here. As for the connection, well, she chuckled, leaving some things unsaid, yet everyone present was astute enough to infer the implications. Generally speaking, a Dozun, even in death, would leave behind substantial wealth, and one would normally remain in the Central Plains to continue their endeavors. However, this individual had traveled such a distance to the Blackhorn region, suggesting he harbored ulterior motives. Xiao Yan speculated that the unfortunate Dozun was most likely betrayed and killed by this alchemist emperor. "I wonder which Dozun was unfortunate enough to take in such a treacherous disciple. I believe he was called the alchemist sage," Zi Yin recalled. "He was once the continent's foremost alchemist and is quite famous in the Central Plains." The alchemist sage? Upon hearing that name, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at the ring on his finger. Although Yao Lao had not disclosed his strength during his lifetime, Xiao Yan could infer from the treasures within the ring that he must have been a formidable Dozun. With the surname Yao, a Dozun, and an alchemist, and now deceased, could this unfortunate Dozun possibly be his benefactor? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. He then turned and instructed Elder Hai. "Could you kindly look into the information regarding Han Feng and that esteemed Yao Zun during this time? What are you planning?" Hai Buodong furrowed his brow. "Xiao Yan, you don't intend to make a move against him, do you? I must remind you that although you are both 6th-tier alchemists, that fellow has spent considerably more time in the Blackhorn region, and his connections far surpass what our newly established Shao sect can rival. Rest assured, Elder Hai. Do I appear to be so reckless? Xiaoyan replied with a faint smile. You better not be, Hai Buodo muttered, his lips twitching. He found it difficult to comprehend the young man's thought process, and could not fathom why he would want to provoke Han Feng. He could only attribute it to Xiaoyan's insatiable curiosity. We should also take a look at the turbulent waters of the Guishu land. Even if we do not encounter any extraordinary flames, it would still be beneficial to see some other advantages, Xiaoyan said, lightly flicking his fingers with a smile. But everyone must exercise caution, lest we attract unwanted attention once we descend. Chapter 95, Blood Demon Flame. The emergence of the Guishu land further exacerbated the already chaotic state of the Black Corner region. Countless factions, both large and small, stirred at the news. And every power that received word, regardless of its strength, hastened to the location of the Guishu land, eager to claim a share of the relics. As a recently ascended force, the Shao sect had also made preparations well in advance. However, unlike other factions that made a grand display, Xiaoyan chose not to bring many people along, only taking Xian and Qinglin with him, while leaving Hai Buodong behind to guard the Shao sect. Having visited numerous ruins in the past, Xiaoyan understood that in such locales, having too many people could prove counterproductive. If not for Qinglin and Xian possessing unique abilities that could potentially be advantageous within the ruins, he would have opted to venture forth alone. With Xiaoyan's current speed, he reached a coastal city on the verge of the Guishu land's manifestation in less than half a day. This place, known as Dark Sea City, was controlled by a faction called the Blackwater sect. However, the sect's leader possessed merely the strength of a 6-star Do Wong, which, while respectable, was evidently insufficient given the current circumstances. We shall rest here for a few days. The Guishu land should manifest soon, Xiaoyan said as he settled into a modest residence that the Shao sect had purchased in advance, accompanied by Qinglin and Xian. He turned to Xian with a smile. Little one, once we enter the Guishu land, be sure to leverage your talent and help me find some valuable items. Fear not, as long as there are enough pills. I shall assist you without fail, Xian confidently assured, patting her chest. Young master, this is the blood essence of the fire attribute magical beast you requested us to gather, Qinglin said, seemingly recalling something as she handed over a spatial ring. Xiaoyan accepted the ring, his gaze sweeping over the hundreds of jade vials contained within, a glimmer of joy flickering in his eyes. He affectionately ruffled Qinglin's hair, smiling as he said, well done. Since his arrival in the Black Corner region, he had organized a substantial collection of this magical beast blood over nearly a year, yet had yet to achieve the desired quantity. This final batch Qinglin presented him perfectly met his requirements. It is merely my duty, Qinglin replied, lowering her head, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. As Qinglin's strength gradually increased, Xiaoyan had progressively entrusted her with various affairs of the Shao sect. After this period of experience, Qinglin's demeanor had become notably firmer, almost exhibiting a decisive air. However, upon encountering Xiaoyan, her resolve would dissolve, reverting her to a bashful young girl. In fact, part of her transformation was due to Xian, who, despite appearing to be of a similar age, possessed far greater strength. This disparity, coupled with Qinglin's somewhat timid nature, led Xian to frequently accompany her during tasks, bolstering Qinglin's confidence. Through a series of events, the bond between the two young women rapidly deepened, culminating in a sisterly pact one fateful day. Following this, Xian adopted the role of the elder sister. However, Xiaoyan found it somewhat amusing that Xian even wished to include him in their sisterhood, proposing to bestow upon him the title of third brother. Yet before he could respond, Qinglin promptly opposed the idea. Xian, exasperated at Qinglin's stubbornness, lectured her for several days. But Qinglin remained steadfast in her belief that the young master was simply the young master. Thus, the matter was left unresolved. In the coming days, I shall retreat to cultivate, Xiaoyan instructed after putting away the jade vials. You two stay here and refrain from causing any trouble. Especially you. Should you stir up any disturbances during this period, you can forget about receiving any pills for the next few months. The last remark was directed at Xian, for he had no concerns regarding Qinglin. However, Xian was a notorious troublemaker, having been a little demon during her time at the Jianan Academy. And now that she was in the Shao sect, her unruliness knew no bounds. Had he not warned her in advance? Who could predict what mischief this young girl might conjure? Understood. Xian playfully stuck out her tongue, appearing obedient. After sending Xian and Qinglin on their way, Xiaoyan returned to his chamber. With a gentle flick of his finger on the spatial ring, thousands of jade vials instantly filled the cramped room. These vials contained the blood of fire attribute magical beasts, a collection he had begun while traversing the magical beast mountain range, culminating just moments ago in gathering the required quantity. With the Guishu land yet to open, he needed to make prior preparations, and these materials would serve as a crucial trump card. With a swift motion, Xiaoyan snapped his fingers, shattering the jade vials, unleashing a torrent of viscous crimson liquid that surged forth. Yet before it could dissipate, the liquid, as if drawn by an unseen force, converged in midair, ultimately forming a colossal sphere of blood. Sensing the potent energy radiating from the sphere, Xiaoyan altered his hand seals, causing the massive orb to compress rapidly under the influence of his soul power. This compression continued for hundreds of iterations before finally ceasing, transforming the once enormous blood sphere into a size akin to that of a fist. Observing the blood orb, Xiaoyan took a deep breath. With a sweep of his sleeve, an intense surge of fire attribute energy was infused into it. As the energy permeated the orb, the repeatedly compressed blood sphere shattered, and a vibrant flame, as red as blood, began to rise from the remnants. At last, I have succeeded. The blood demon flame. Xiaoyan exhaled softly, gazing at the fiery crimson orb above. Within its core, a faint silhouette could be discerned, swirling within, signifying that he had successfully created this extraordinary flame. The blood demon flame, although birthed from the essence of magical beasts, does not belong to the category of beast fire. Rather, it resembles the man-made transformation fire that Xiaoyan wields, albeit its formation is considerably more intricate. Unlike the straightforward creation of transformation fire through mere flames, the blood demon flame necessitates the amalgamation of the blood of nearly 1,000 fire attribute magical beasts, which must then be fused together. Ultimately, the fiery energy contained within this blood coalesces into the shape of flames. Its formation process bears a resemblance to the beast spirit fire listed among the exotic flames, leading some to dub it a downgraded version of the beast spirit fire. Nevertheless, its potency pales in comparison to the true beast spirit fire. However, for Xiaoyan in his current state, it serves as a commendable substitute. After successfully conjuring the blood demon flame, Xiaoyan did not allow himself to relax. Instead, he immersed himself in another form of cultivation, this time focusing not on Do Qi, but on the realm of the soul. His current soul realm stood at the pinnacle of the mortal realm, with merely a single step separating him from transcending into the spiritual realm. Yet, this seemingly simple step has proven insurmountable for countless 7th-grade alchemists. Generally speaking, there are a few methods to enhance soul power. One is through the natural progression of age and the elevation of one's own strength, while the other involves utilizing rare treasures. However, both methods offer limited advancement, rendering it nearly impossible to breach into the spiritual realm through such means. The distinction between the spiritual and mortal soul realms lies not solely in the quantity of soul power, but predominantly in the inherent spiritual essence within the soul of the spiritual realm. Thus, to reach this level, it is necessary to augment the spiritual energy within the soul. Aside from fortuitous encounters, this can only be achieved through specific soul cultivation techniques, akin to the nameless mantra Xiaoyan has employed over time. However, given Xiaoyan's current prowess, the effectiveness of that nameless mantra has diminished significantly, although he can still absorb a modicum of spiritual energy through it. The pace is exceedingly slow. Relying solely on it to attain the spiritual realm would undoubtedly require an extensive period, as it is merely a fragment of a larger whole. For others, they might be forced to make do with this mantra, but Xiaoyan is different. In his past life, he achieved a soul realm that reached the imperial level, and he possesses authentic methods for soul cultivation. The nameless mantra was merely a foundational tool during his earlier, weaker days. Recalling the soul cultivation technique from his past life, known as the 9 transformations of soul refinement, a glimmer of nostalgia flickered in Xiaoyan's eyes. This technique was not pilfered from another, but rather an original creation of his own. Across the entire Do Qi continent, no one else possesses such a soul technique. In truth, in his previous life, Xiaoyan initially acquired a complete soul technique called the soul devouring method. As the name suggests, it allows the user to forcibly devour other souls to enhance their own soul power. Xiaoyan initially relied on this dark art to break through to the spiritual realm. However, while his soul power increased, the sheer volume of souls he consumed, coupled with the profound resentment harbored by those souls, led to the accumulation of intense negative emotions within him, rendering his soul power increasingly mottled. There were moments when he nearly lost his sanity due to this. In such a life-threatening moment, Xiaoyan suddenly pondered whether, just as Do Qi could transform into tangible flames at a certain level, soul power might also be capable of such transformation. If he could conjure soul fire, might it not refine his own soul power, rendering it less mottled? With this thought in mind, Xiaoyan began experimenting tirelessly. After over 10,000 failures, he ultimately succeeded in manifesting a unique soul fire. Through this soul, he resolved the issue of his mottled soul, and upon restoring his soul to normalcy, he was pleasantly surprised to discover a significant enhancement in his soul power. Realizing this, Xiaoyan abandoned the original soul devouring method and dedicated himself to mastering his soul fire. After thorough exploration, he confirmed that his soul fire indeed possessed the ability to enhance soul power. Furthermore, akin to how exotic flames can refine surrounding natural energy, his soul fire also had the capacity to extract spiritual energy. Absorbing this refined spiritual energy would yield even more pronounced growth for his soul. Using his soul fire as a foundation, Xiao Yin delved into numerous soul cultivation methods, ultimately creating the 9 transformations of soul refinement. For a considerable period thereafter, he diligently refined his soul technique, successfully cultivating it to the pinnacle of the heavenly realm, eventually leaping into the legendary imperial realm. Returning from the reverie of his past life, Xiao Yin commenced the cultivation of his self-created 9 transformations of soul refinement. If categorized by rank, this soul technique would undoubtedly be classified as heavenly tier. Even among ancient races, it could be deemed a supreme existence. Moreover, the soul fire refined through the 9 transformations possesses offensive capabilities. While it may not inflict significant damage on physical entities, it can directly scorch the very essence of an enemy's soul. If utilized in conjunction with the Desolation Flame, the resultant devastation would be even more terrifying. However, the process of refining soul fire is fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could render one a fool. This was precisely why Xiao Yin had refrained from directly practicing this soul technique earlier. Lacking a robust foundation would render such an endeavor tantamount to courting disaster. Additionally, successfully condensing the soul fire is merely the initial step. He must then repeatedly compress and temper it until it manifests into a soul fire seed. Once formed, this seed can refine the surrounding energy into spiritual energy, which is significantly purer than that drawn directly from the external world, thereby accelerating the growth of his soul power. When he wishes to use the soul fire, he need only infuse his soul power into this seed to generate soul flames, which can also refine the soul itself, purging it of impurities, a truly wondrous phenomenon. Nevertheless, the process of refining the fire seed is not only perilous but also exceedingly intricate and time-consuming. This concept originally emerged from Xiao Yin's insights during his journey from 9 transformations to saint, hence the inclusion of 9 transformations in the technique's name. While this technique is indeed a heavenly tier soul method, it would likely be overshadowed if placed alongside a standard advanced earth tier soul technique, as few would choose it. In his past life, Xiao Yin had once attempted to exchange it with a master alchemist who had reached the pinnacle of the spiritual realm. However, upon examining the detailed description, the master shook his head and departed, for even such a figure might not be able to cultivate it successfully, let alone possess the courage to attempt it. Of course, such concerns do not plague Xiao Yin, for he is the creator of this technique. If he were to fail, it would imply that no one in the world could master it. Chapter 97, The Peculiar Stone. Though the 9 transformations of soul refinement is a creation of Xiao Yin, he was significantly stronger when he devised it than he is now. Consequently, achieving mastery of it in a short time remains unlikely. Therefore, Xiao Yin's current objective is merely to cultivate a small amount of soul fire for future contingencies. Although Xiao Yin's current strength renders him unmatched among Do Emperors, and he is confident in his ability to slay even Do zone-level beings, such power allows him to roam freely within the Black Corner region. However, as the saying goes, it is wise to be prepared. Retaining a few extra means is always prudent. After condensing the soul fire, Xiao Yin intended to take a breather. Yet, as he stepped outside, he was met with the sight of Zi Yin entering, struggling to carry a large blue-gray stone, while Qing Lin followed closely behind, her petite face etched with concern, fearing that Zi Yin might lose her balance and be crushed beneath the weight of the stone. "What have you two been up to?" Xiao Yin inquired, glancing at the hefty blue-gray stone that Zi Yin was hoisting. "You haven't gone robbing, have you? How could that be?" "We acquired this through legitimate means," Zi Yin replied, gently placing the stone on the ground. "A few days ago, we received an invitation to an auction in the city, featuring several treasures related to the ruins. We initially intended to invite you, but since you've been in seclusion for the past few days, we decided to go on our own. Let me guess, after attending the auction, some wealthy young lord attempted to flirt with you, only to be met with your scathing rebuke. Then, when you aimed to bid on something, that petty individual deliberately raised the price, didn't he?" Xiao Yin stroked his chin, probing further. "How did you know?" Zi Yan's face was a portrait of astonishment. They had only just returned from the auction and were still brimming with indignation over the unexpected price hike. They had intended to drag Xiao Yin back to confront the person responsible, but before they could voice their grievances, Xiao Yin had already deduced the situation. "Did you attend the auction too?" "I didn't go, but I've encountered such scenarios often enough to make an educated guess." Xiao Yin regarded the blue-gray stone and asked, "Is this what you purchased at the auction? How much did it cost?" "Not much, just over 10 million gold coins." Zi Yin waved her hand dismissively. "It should have been secured for a mere 100,000 gold coins, but that insufferable fellow kept raising the bid. It infuriated me." Even Xiao Yin, who was usually generous with his spending, couldn't help but wince at her words. Zi Yin had little wealth of her own, which meant she had undoubtedly spent the resources of the Xiao clan. 10 million gold coins could have procured an earth-tier Do technique, yet they returned with merely a stone. If Haibo Dong were present, witnessing the prodigal behavior of this young girl, he might very well have coughed up blood in outrage. "To inflate a 100,000 gold coin item to 10 million, you truly possess a remarkable talent," Xiao Yin sighed helplessly. "Sister, while I am an alchemist, I cannot sustain such extravagant losses. If the other party desired it, you should have simply let them have it. Why insist on clashing with that individual? Xiao Yin reflected inwardly, recognizing that these two girls were still too young and lacked experience. Were it him in their situation, he would have refrained from competing for so long. Once the price escalated into the hundreds of thousands, he would have decisively stepped back, letting others contend for the item, and then plotted to seize it after the auction concluded. What do you know? This stone is undoubtedly a treasure. I just don't yet comprehend its purpose. Ziyan mumbled, buying something without knowing its function. Your boldness is quite astounding, Xiao Yin remarked, a hint of exasperation in his tone. He scrutinized the peculiar blue-gray stone before him, his brow furrowing slightly. If Ziyan deemed it a treasure, it surely held some merit. Yet, it did not appear to be a heavenly material or earthly treasure. After all, one could hardly expect to simply gnaw on a stone. Although some unique ores could be fashioned into weapons, Xiao Yin had little interest in such items. His current weapon, the Xin Zhong Qi, belonged to that very category and was, by standards, one of the most formidable weapons on the entire Doqi continent. Thus, he had no inclination to seek a replacement. Moreover, the stone's surface bore a massive pit, with several small holes scattered throughout, likely a result of years of oceanic erosion. The stone appeared substantial, yet the presence of these holes suggested its actual volume was not as impressive, even if it were a rare mineral. Extracting usable material from it would likely yield minimal results. Yet, within this stone resided an exceptionally potent water attribute energy, presumably accumulated from its prolonged immersion in seawater. Should a practitioner of water attribute, Do Qi, meditate upon it, it might yield effects akin to his Qing Lian Lotus Seat. However, as a fire attribute cultivator, Xiao Yin found it of no use to him. Let us not dwell on this wretched stone. It's already been purchased. We can always use it as a decorative piece, Ziyin interjected, noticing Xiao Yin's troubled expression. She waved her hand, producing several herbs from her storage ring. I've run out of medicinal pills again. Please concoct some for me. You little rascal, Xiao Yin chuckled resignedly. He retrieved his alchemy furnace, preparing to refine pills for Ziyin when he paused, struck by a realization. Observing the shape of the furnace and then the stone, he suddenly noted their striking resemblance. It was as if this stone were a natural alchemical cauldron. Upon this discovery, a flicker of joy ignited within Xiao Yin's heart. He vaguely recalled that in the realm of alchemy, aside from the flame ranking, there existed a heavenly cauldron ranking, similar to the flame ranking. Those recorded in the heavenly cauldron ranking were, without exception, the finest alchemical furnaces in existence. However, the count of heavenly cauldrons was far fewer than that of flames, with only 13 known. In his previous life, Xiao Yin had only encountered one at the Burning Flame Valley. The black magic cauldron stored within the Elder's Ring ranked 8th on the heavenly cauldron ranking, and the stone before him, resembling a cauldron, seemed to align with another entry on the list, namely, the Deep Sea Spirit, which held the 10th position. Chapter 98, Deep Sea Spirit. The Deep Sea Spirit, also known as the Sea Spirit Cauldron, ranks 10th on the heavenly cauldron ranking. Its essence is a rare stone from the deep sea, having absorbed the essence of the ocean over time, gradually transforming into a cauldron shape through the baptism of seawater. Unlike the common alchemical cauldrons, it is not man-made, but rather shaped by the forces of nature. Its mere existence is a marvel of the natural world. The Sea Spirit Cauldron contains an exceptionally rich water attribute energy, allowing it to filter out unstable factors from certain herbs, thereby increasing the success rate of alchemy. Additionally, due to its unique properties, pills refined within it exhibit a comparatively gentler potency. Contemplating this possibility, Xiao Yan's eyes shimmered with excitement. He approached the blue-gray stone, tossing the herbs Ziyin had provided into the large central hole. Subsequently, he infused the small openings at the top with his Nine Nether illusionary flame. Witnessing this, Ziyin and Qinglin exchanged bemused glances, both taken aback. Even Qinglin entertained the audacious thought that perhaps her master had become a bit foolish during his recent seclusion. Who would use a stone to concoct pills? In stark contrast to their incredulity, Xiao Yan's heart brimmed with exhilaration. Though he was merely refining energy pills and not true alchemical pills, he could still sense that utilizing the stone made the process significantly easier, and the speed of pill formation had noticeably increased. Moreover, as he infused his fighting spirit into the stone, it responded with a refreshing coolness. During prolonged periods of alchemy, an alchemist inevitably experiences fatigue. However, this subtle chill is sufficient to dispel such weariness, allowing the user to maintain an unwavering state of alertness. These extraordinary attributes are exclusive to the Celestial Cauldron. Undoubtedly, this seemingly peculiar stone is the Deep Sea Spirit listed among the Celestial Cauldron rankings. Such an item is priceless. Not even 10 million gold coins could procure it. And even if the price were to multiply several times, it would still be unattainable. Should the esteemed Elder Yao learn that Xiao Yin acquired one of the Celestial Cauldrons for such a meager sum, he would undoubtedly be left speechless, considering the immense effort he invested to seize the Black Magic Cauldron. Meanwhile, this fellow merely secluded himself at home, and fortune smiled upon him by delivering the celestial cauldron to his doorstep. Of course, despite this fortunate turn of events, proper protocol must still be followed. The individual who caused Zi Yan to expend an additional 10 million gold coins must be dealt with. After all, without him, Xiao Yan could have procured this alchemical cauldron for a mere 100,000 gold coins, and it is likely that this person is currently investigating them. Since they would inevitably become adversaries, it would be unwise to spare him. Hence, Xiao Yan quickly resolved to venture out and eliminate that scoundrel, avenging Zi Yan in the process. However, in light of his elevated spirits, Xiao Yan decided to forego the drawn-out procedures of execution and opted for a swift resolution instead. In his previous life, Xiao Yan, lacking the status of an alchemist, paid little heed to the so-called celestial cauldron rankings. Yet upon becoming an alchemist in this life, he gradually comprehended the true significance of such a ranking. Since arriving in the Black Horner region, he had been relentlessly seeking high-grade alchemical cauldrons, only to find none that met his expectations. To his astonishment, he discovered this one, and not just any cauldron, but one that ranks among the celestial cauldrons. Compared to the stone before him, the cauldrons he had previously employed could only be described as refuse. Its presence wholly alleviated Xiao Yan's greatest concern regarding alchemical concoction. Henceforth, he could confidently pursue the crafting of 7th-tier pills, provided he possessed a means to contend with pill lightning, which no longer posed a challenge for him. With such thoughts, Xiao Yan could not contain his excitement and lifted Zi Yan into his arms, planting a fervent kiss on her cherubic face. "I owe you so much. Zi Yan, what are you doing? How utterly embarrassing. You may not mind, but I certainly do." After pushing Xiao Yan away, Zi Yan disdainfully retrieved a handkerchief to wipe her cheek. However, the faint blush adorning her face betrayed her inner turmoil. "If you truly wish to thank me, just concoct more delicious pills for me." Xiao Yan, realizing he had perhaps overstepped, simply chuckled, displaying his characteristic thick skin. He then handed her the freshly crafted energy pills, eliciting a radiant smile from Zi Yan upon receiving them. Just as Xiao Yan was about to inquire about the individual responsible for their exorbitant expenditure of over 10 million gold coins to acquire the deep sea spirit, a colossal beam of light, spanning several dozen feet in width, suddenly ascended from the distant horizon, piercing the clouds above. The dazzling brilliance illuminated the previously dim sky considerably. Within Dark Sea City, countless figures raised their heads, gazing towards the source of the light, which marked the location of the Goeishu realm's emergence. Even Xiao Yan, observing the luminous pillar from afar, was taken aback. Its magnitude exceeded his expectations. To think that the Goeishu realm would manifest so swiftly. As he stowed the deep sea spirit into his spatial ring, he focused on the direction from which the light emanated, sensing a potent spatial fluctuation. It appeared that the Goeishu realm was not merely the drifting island rumored by outsiders, but rather a concealed dimension nestled beneath the sea. This space opens only once every 50 years, materializing unexpectedly upon the ocean, which explains the distorted tales that have emerged. It could very well be the burial site of Dozun or Dosheng. However, Xiao Yan was indifferent to such matters. He had no interest in their legacies, his sole focus resting on the traces of different flames. Regrettably, due to the vast distance and the obstructing spatial fluctuations, he could not ascertain the specifics within, nor could he determine if different flames resided there. There must be treasures within, Zi Yan exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement as she felt the rich energy fluctuations emanating from the pillar of light. She tugged at Xiao Yan's arm, urging, "Xiao Yan, let's hasten there. Remember to concoct pills for me once we find something good. For the umpteenth time, call me Mo Yin, Xiao once we're outside." Xiao Yan replied with a resigned shake of his head. He retrieved a phantom beast skin from his spatial ring and donned it over his face, rendering his previously handsome visage rather ordinary. He patted Zi Yan's head and took a deep breath. "Let's set forth." As that radiant pillar materialized, countless figures soared from Dark Sea City, racing towards the source of the light. Xiao Yan and his companions were among the throng. However, to conceal their true prowess, Xiao Yan opted for a simple fighting spirit wing transformation, eschewing the fire wings he had previously summoned. With the addition of the blue-scale companion, their speed remained merely above average. Upon reaching the shoreline of Dark Sea City, they found a considerable crowd gathered. However, it was evident that most were wary of potential traps within the Goeishu realm, thereby refraining from recklessly entering. Xiao Yan and his blue-scale companions landed atop a massive boulder, gazing at the island suspended above the sea, exhaling slowly. "Is this the Goeishu realm? I hope its contents do not disappoint." He surveyed the surroundings, noting that the majority of those amassed at the shoreline were roughly of the Great Dome master level, with only a handful possessing the strength of Do Huang. Moreover, several Do Huang-level individuals lurked among the crowd, presumably the leaders of prominent factions. Just as Xiao Yan intended to retract his gaze, he suddenly sensed a hostile glare directed towards them. Turning, he beheld a youth with a shadowy demeanor, his expression marred by visible bruises and bandages adorning his hands, rendering him a rather pitiable sight. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, as he did not recognize this individual. and thus could not fathom the source of his hostility. At that moment, Ziyin tugged at his sleeve, pointing towards the brooding youth. That's the one. He bullied us at the auction, constantly raising the bids. Oh, understanding dawned upon Xiaoyan. This was indeed the very individual he had marked for elimination. As for the injuries he bore, the answer was self-evident. It was likely that this fool had provoked Ziyin, incurring her wrath and receiving a thorough beating as a result. Elder Luo, have we ascertained the origins of these individuals? While Ziyin reported to Xiaoyan, the brooding youth cast a resentful glance towards them, recalling how he had narrowly escaped death at her hands. Had it not been for the timely intervention of his subordinates, he would have certainly met his end. We have confirmed, young master. These individuals hail from the Shao clan, and that mysterious figure in black is likely the clan's leader. The elder known as Luo replied respectfully. The Shao clan, huh? Merely a newly wealthy faction, yet they dare to act so arrogantly. I shall have my father personally intervene. After incapacitating these miscreants, I shall relish in torturing them. The youth brushed his fingers over the scar on his face, his expression contorted as he spoke with a hint of bitterness. Yes, apologies, but your opportunity has vanished. Just as the words left his lips, a voice resonated by his ear, prompting him to rise abruptly and scan his surroundings. Yet, apart from the elderly Luo, there was no one else in sight. Luo, observing the youth's demeanor as if facing a formidable adversary, regarded him with a mix of surprise and concern, inquiring, "Young master, what troubles you?" Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, and he hurriedly glanced towards the direction of the Shao clan. There stood the enigmatic leader of the Shao clan, his countenance devoid of emotion, and upon meeting his gaze, Xiaoyan silently mouthed 2 words, "Farewell." The shadowy youth let out a piercing scream, clutching his head with both hands, his body uncontrollably convulsing on the ground. Old Luo rushed to assist him, but was forcefully shoved aside by the youth. "Young master, what is happening to you?" Meanwhile, Xiaoyan discreetly withdrew his gaze. That fleeting glance was the manifestation of his annihilation flame eye. Yet, in confronting this individual, he had employed merely the most rudimentary version of it, given his current prowess. Utilizing the annihilation flame eye against someone whose fighting spirit was but a mere facade, who had not even attained the rank of a great fighter, was effortlessly done without arousing any suspicion. The moment this individual fell prey to the annihilation flame eye, his fate was sealed. Even if a 9th-rank alchemist stood before him, exerting every ounce of effort to save him, escape from death would be impossible, for his soul had been irrevocably incinerated in that instant. Now, his futile writhing was merely a reflex of the body. What remained within was but an empty shell. Once these instinctive movements ceased, he would awaken no more. My sole merit lies in fulfilling my promises. Since I vowed to extinguish you, I shall indeed do so, Xiaoyan remarked coolly, flicking his fingers, setting aside the matter of the 10 million he had been compelled to expend due to this individual. The mere hostile glare he had received previously sufficed to merit a death sentence in Xiaoyan's eyes. For him, any entity harboring animosity towards him was destined for obliteration, unless they possessed some intrinsic value. Did you orchestrate this? Ziyin gazed at the now motionless youth on the ground, swallowing hard as she could not contain her curiosity. In that fleeting moment, she sensed a fervent energy emanating from Xiaoyan, a transient wave that seemed concealed. Had it not been for her unique sensitivity to such energies, she might have remained oblivious even standing beside him. This realization left her astonished. In her memory, Xiaoyan had never been one to exhibit such traits. Were you not seeking retribution? Xiaoyan smiled slightly. Allow me to act on your behalf. Observing the youth's ghastly state, it dawned upon Ziyin for the first time that this seemingly benevolent young man beside her might indeed be a ruthless fiend, capable of devouring his foes without leaving a trace. His usual demeanor had masked this darker truth from her perception. What if all his previous actions were but a facade? Was his approach toward me driven by ulterior motives? What? Are you frightened? Xiaoyan tousled Ziyan's hair, playfully inquiring. As if I would fear you. Ziyin quickly regained her composure, her initial trepidation dissipating like mist upon seeing Xiaoyan's grin. Displeased, she shook her head and resumed nibbling on the energy pills she had procured. Deep down, she understood that in the Black Corner region, few were of benevolent nature. Regardless, Xiaoyan had not harmed her. Perhaps her naivete was not entirely unwarranted. Chapter 100. Hanfeng, when do we plan to enter? Ziyin surveyed the throngs of people around her, her impatience mounting. She sensed an abundance of rare treasures within the island, yearning to rush in and pillage them. Yet here she was, restrained by Xiaoyan, forced to watch as the treasure lay tantalizingly close. The agony of this predicament was unbearable. Patience. We shall proceed once that energy pillar dissipates, Xiaoyan teased, tugging at her hair. Just as he intended to offer further reassurances, he abruptly felt a probing force of soul energy scan across him. Although Xiaoyan had anticipated such an occurrence and prepared accordingly, the sensation of being scrutinized was exceedingly irksome. With a flicker of thought, Xiaoyan unleashed a strand of his own soul energy, tracing back to the source of the earlier probing. His soul power far surpassed that of the intruder. Thus, when the latter retracted their probing, they remained entirely oblivious to the return of another soul force. Before him stood a man clad in a green robe, adorned with a pill cauldron badge emblazoned with 6 golden patterns upon his chest, signifying his rank as a 6th-rank alchemist. In the Black Horner region, individuals of such caliber were exceedingly rare. Although he had not laid eyes on the man directly, Xiao Yan was nonetheless able to ascertain his true identity. Pharmaceutical Emperor Han Feng. At that moment, the pharmaceutical emperor, who ruled over the entirety of Maple City, furrowed his brows. Through the earlier soul energy scan, he had detected several presences at the Do Huang level, yet they posed no threat. What truly piqued his interest was the mysterious figure shrouded in black robes. Now nearing 13 years of age, Xiao Yan's stature had begun to mature due to the onset of physical development, coupled with his training in body refining techniques. Though he appeared a tad shorter than the average adult, he remained within the realm of normalcy. The only telltale sign of his youth was the lingering childishness in his visage. However, the illusionary bee skin he wore effectively concealed his true appearance, rendering it impossible for anyone to discern that he was merely a child of less than 13. Thus, while Han Feng noted that the mysterious figure seemed somewhat frail, he did not dwell on it excessively. In the Black Horner region, myriad individuals of diverse backgrounds thrived, and as long as one possessed strength, no one would care for the aesthetics of one's appearance. Moreover, while Xiao Yan's disguise might be deemed ordinary, it was far from grotesque. That figure in black must be the recently ascendant leader of the Xiao clan. The fluctuations of his soul energy surpass those of an ordinary 5th-rank alchemist. Han Feng mused inwardly. Given his status within the Black Horner region, he had access to an intelligence network that provided insight into emerging high-level alchemists. After all, in a sense, they were rivals. Those who had offended Han Feng and could not procure medicinal pills or lacked the qualifications to approach him often sought Xiao Yan instead, who was known for welcoming all. From this perspective, the two were already adversaries, yet Han Feng had not anticipated encountering him here. Nevertheless, despite recognizing the formidable strength of the Xiao clan leader, Han Feng remained unfazed. Even if he surpassed an ordinary 5th-rank alchemist, he was still merely 5th rank, and compared to his own pinnacle status as a 6th-rank alchemist, there remained a considerable chasm between them, one that posed no threat to his position. What Han Feng did not realize, however, was that the fluctuations of soul energy emanating from Xiao Yan were but a deliberate guise. In truth, Xiao Yan's soul power was significantly greater than Han Feng's, as demonstrated when Han Feng attempted to probe Xiao Yan and was met with an instantaneous counter, revealing Xiao Yan's soul energy could linger undetected within Han Feng's domain for an extended period. To Han Feng, although the master of the Xiao sect possessed peculiarities, he did not pose any real threat. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Han Feng harbored an inexplicable feeling that he and this Xiao sect leader were destined to become mortal enemies. This sensation had no identifiable source. Yet Han Feng was not inclined to dismiss it. Judging by his aura, that fellow's strength was at most at the pinnacle of a Do Wang. While the two companions beside him consisted of one ordinary Do Wang and another who barely qualified as a great Do master, eliminating them would not prove overly difficult. Han Feng's eyes glimmered slightly. He had resolutely decided that if an opportunity arose, he would ensure that the Xiao sect leader, who evoked such strange feelings in him, would remain here forever. However, before that, he first needed to acquire the mysterious fire, as he recited the name of this entity capable of driving all to madness. A fervor ignited in Han Feng's gaze. After years of searching, he had finally unearthed a fragment of information regarding it in the Black Horner region. If the abyss indeed bore traces of the mysterious fire, securing and successfully refining it would significantly enhance his strength. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan, who had been waiting atop a massive stone for any sign from the abyss, revealed a faint smile. With his soul perception, he could easily detect the murderous intent Han Feng had directed toward him moments ago. However, what Han Feng could not fathom was that he faced an adversary of considerable dread. Throughout these days, with intelligence gathered from the Xiao sect, Xiao Yan had finally confirmed that Han Feng's master, the medicine ancestor, was none other than the revered Yao Lao, concealed within his ring. In other words, this individual could be considered his senior brother by virtue of hierarchy. Yet, Xiao Yan was acutely aware that Yao Lao's demise was likely intertwined with Han Feng. Thus, avenging Yao Lao could be seen as a justification for slaying him. However, he felt an unsettling sense of forgetting something. Was it merely an illusion? Furthermore, Han Feng's objective was also the mysterious fire of the abyss. In this regard, their destinies were irrevocably entwined as foes. Not to mention the prior murderous intent directed at him. Xiao Yan had never held back against enemies. Nevertheless, when they inevitably clashed, he was certain his senior brother would be met with numerous surprises. Raising his head, Xiao Yan gazed toward the pavilion where Han Feng resided. Coincidentally, Han Feng had also opened his window and was looking in Xiao Yan's direction. Their gazes met in the air, one filled with unabashed murderous intent, the other devoid of any discernible emotion. You are still too inexperienced, senior brother, Xiao Yan mused, a slight smirk gracing his lips. He parted them slightly, whispering in a tone only he could hear, be it the mysterious fire or your life, I shall claim them both. Chapter 101, The Abyss Unveiled. The astonishing column of energy persisted for several hours before dissipating. As it vanished, the figures that had been waiting by the sea surged forward like locusts, swiftly making their way toward the island at the heart of the ocean. Beside them, Zian was also eager to take flight, but before she could ascend, Xiao Yan intercepted her with a gentle shake of the head. It was unwise to stand out in such a moment. After a few minutes had passed, and the first batch of individuals had not suffered casualties, Xiao Yan then took Qinglin and Ziyan, following the crowd into the abyss. Upon entering the abyss, Xiao Yan suddenly felt an oppressive weight. The gravity here was approximately 10 times stronger than that of the outside world. Many powerful beings, soaring in the sky, found themselves tumbling down due to the sudden intensity of gravity. At such heights, even with Do Qi shielding them, it would be far from pleasant. This gravity was not merely a physical constraint. The flow of Do Qi within their bodies also slowed significantly, rendering their Do Qi wings ineffective. A hint of panic flickered across Ziyan's face, as it was likely her first experience with such a phenomenon. However, for Xiao Yan, it was somewhat familiar, having grown accustomed to this sensation while training with the Xian heavy ruler. Such conditions typically arose from the pressure exerted by high-level experts over those of lower realms. Yet, with Xiao Yan's experience, he discerned that the surrounding gravitational field was not a result of an expert's pressure, but rather an inherent characteristic of this place, suggesting that the issue lay within the island itself. Master, what should we do now? Qinglin inquired, still managing to stand with Xiao Yan's assistance despite the overwhelming gravity. She glanced at the other powerhouses similarly constrained by the weight and could not help but ask, as they had arrived late, leading to a significant gap from the first group. Initially, they had thought they could quickly catch up due to their speed, but the gravitational constraints rendered them sluggish, making it difficult to close the distance. Although Xiao Yan possessed the Yu Yanling Xiao step, it was ineffective in this environment. Leave it to me, Xiao Yan replied with a sudden smile. After hoisting Qinglin onto his back, he cradled Zi Yan in a princess carry. Before she could voice a protest, a violent explosion of energy erupted from his feet, propelling him forward with remarkable speed, covering a considerable distance. This technique was the explosive step, a skill Xiao Yan had not utilized in quite some time. Since his breakthrough to Do Wang and mastering the Yu Yanling Xiao step, he had seldom relied on this technique. Yet, in the current environment, this method of propulsion through energy explosions proved far more advantageous than direct acceleration techniques. Thus, all those moving at a snail's pace could witness a dark figure speeding past, accompanied by a series of peculiar explosions, vanishing from their sight in mere moments, leaving them all in a state of astonishment. Upon crossing into a certain realm, the oppressive gravity dissipated, and the flow of Do Qi within them resumed its natural speed. Observing this, Ziyan and the others sighed in relief. They had not felt it before, but now they recognized just how swift their Do Qi flow could be. Such a pity, Xiao Yan remarked, glancing back at the area of unusual gravity with a quiet sigh. This place was quite suitable for cultivation and would greatly aid in solidifying Do Qi and fortifying one's foundation. Yet, the abyss would vanish in a few days, otherwise. He would have genuinely considered retreating here for a period of focused training. Let us proceed. Xiao Yan withdrew his gaze and gently patted Ziyan's head, saying, Little girl, I will rely on you from here on out. Understood, Ziyan replied, closing her eyes for a moment before waving her hand toward a path on the left. Follow me. Guided by Ziyan, Xiao Yan and his companions soon arrived at a location resembling a small valley. This place bore a striking resemblance to where Xiao Yan had cohabitated with the little doctor in the Beast Mountain Range, albeit on a much grander scale and filled with rare medicinal herbs typically scarce in the outside world. Without hesitation, Xiao Yan swept his hand through the air, collecting every medicinal herb in sight, even digging up the soil they were planted in, fully embodying the essence of digging 3 feet into the ground and plucking feathers as geese pass. Even Ziyan, a habitual offender herself, felt a twinge of embarrassment. While Qinglin began to understand why Xiao Yan had requested dozens of spatial rings from Haibo Dong before their departure, he was evidently concerned about insufficient storage. There is an even richer source of energy within. After pillaging all the herbs in the valley, Ziyan pointed to another passage within the valley, from which a potent fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted. They swiftly darted towards the passage, and soon, a crystal-clear lake materialized before Xiao Yan and his companions. At the center of the lake rested a small island, lush with numerous medicinal herbs. The energy fluctuations emanating from these plants suggested that their quality surpassed that of those found in the outside world. With just a cursory glance, Xiao Yan discerned several herbs suitable for concocting 7th-grade elixirs. Even in the central state, these herbs would command exorbitant prices, and in the Black Corner region, they were nearly impossible to acquire. What captivated Xiao Yan's attention even more were the few golden spirit grasses at the very heart of the island. The leaves bore faint red flame patterns, resembling a blaze in full fury. If one drew near, they could almost hear a faint dragon's roar, an extraordinary sight indeed. Upon seeing those golden spirit grasses, Xiao Yan momentarily froze, his mind racing with information about them. Could this be the dragon's blood fire spirit grass? It was said that this herb could only be born from fire attribute plants nourished by the blood of ancient dragons. And due to the harsh conditions required for its growth, it was seldom seen outside the ancient dragon clan. To encounter several here in this Ruins of Return was quite unexpected. Beside him, Ziyan's face lit up with excitement, as she shook Xiao Yan's arm and exclaimed, "I want this." Hearing Ziyan's declaration, Xiao Yan couldn't help but roll his eyes. This girl truly had an eye for treasures. One of the most precious items right off the bat. However, after some contemplation, he realized that without her, he might never have found this place. And since there were several dragon's blood fire spirit grasses on the island, he refrained from opposing her. Yet, Xiao Yan did not recklessly approach to pluck the herbs. He was acutely aware that any celestial treasures would undoubtedly be guarded by mystical beasts, just as he had encountered the two-headed fire spirit snake while searching for the azure lotus core fire. How could such precious herbs like the dragon's blood fire spirit grass lack a guardian beast? With a flick of his fingers, a wisp of purplish-black flame transformed into a rapidly spinning spike, hurtling towards the once tranquil surface of the lake. Upon contact, the entire lake began to evaporate rapidly. And then, a colossal figure suddenly surged from the near-dry lake bed, charging toward Xiao Yan. It was a serpentine magical beast, its entire body a deep azure. Judging by its aura, it was likely a fifth-tier beast, significantly stronger than the two-headed fire spirit snake Xiao Yan had faced in the magma. This magical beast was known as the Qian Shui Yao Mang, a creature that thrived exclusively in water and was a nightmare for many who survived in the sea due to its exceptional stealth abilities. Had this Qian Shui Yao Mang been in the ocean rather than this small lake, Xiao Yan would have needed to employ deeply concealed spiritual powers to capture its trail. However, now that the Nine Nether illusionary flame was forcibly evaporating the lake, this concealed beast had no choice but to launch a proactive attack. As the Qian Shui Yao Mang lunged at him, Xiao Yan was about to unleash his literally golden body to withstand the assault when Ziyan preemptively struck. Her delicate little fist smashed into the head of the Qian Shui Yao Mang, sending it crashing back into the lake bed. To his astonishment, she then leaped down, directly mounting its back, raining down punches and kicks upon it. "You dare scare me? Do you know that if you bite the dust, I won't have any elixirs to consume?" Ziyan exclaimed, mercilessly pummeling the unfortunate beast. Witnessing this almost comical yet brutal encounter, Xiao Yan couldn't help but marvel. The ancient dragon bloodline truly produced a dominator among magical beasts. Though her method of attack was not particularly sophisticated, the power she unleashed was enough to instill fear even in formidable Do Huang experts. Despite both being fifth-tier magical beasts, their combat prowess was on entirely different levels. If Ziyan had trained in powerful Do techniques, her combat strength would likely be even more terrifying. "Ziyan, bring it up here but do not kill it," Xiao Yan suddenly shouted, as the Qian Shui Yao Mang was nearly beaten to a pulp by Ziyan. Since this creature was also a serpentine magical beast, it should be susceptible to the Bai Shi San Hua Tong of Qinglin. The earlier two-headed fire spirit snake had fallen to the Great Do Master Realm due to being drained of Do Qi by Qinglin, and this Qian Shui Yao Mang could perfectly replace it as Qinglin's guardian. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's command, Ziyan pouted in discontent. Yet, as Xiao Yan was her benefactor, she had no choice but to halt her relentless assault, dragging the beast from the lake bed. The ensuing events belonged to Qinglin. When the emerald light of a Bai Shi San Hua Tong illuminated the Qian Shui Yao Mang, this unfortunate fifth-tier beast, much like the two-headed fire spirit snake, was forcibly tamed as a pet in Qinglin's grasp. After successfully subduing the Qian Shui Yao Mang, Qinglin felt a surge of excitement. With this fifth-tier magical beast by her side, she could now be considered a formidable force within the Blackhorn region, no longer needing to rely solely on Xiao Yan for protection. Moreover, since the Bai Shi San Hua Tong could absorb the Do Qi of those it controlled, her advancement to Do Wang was merely a matter of time. Once Qinglin secured the Qian Shui Yao Mang, Xiao Yan leaped onto the small island. He first gathered all the other medicinal herbs present before retrieving several jade boxes, carefully plucking the dragon's blood fire spirit grasses and storing them in the prepared containers. Though he had successfully acquired such a rare herb, Xiao Yan's expression bore no trace of joy. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings, a hint of solemnity etched upon his face. "Young master, what troubles you?" Qinglin noticed Xiao Yan's grave demeanor and promptly inquired. "It's nothing. I just feel that something is amiss here." Xiao Yan replied slowly after a brief moment of silence. "What seems off? I can't quite see it," Ziyan remarked, puzzled. "Do you recall the information we obtained about the Ruins of Return?" Xiao Yan murmured. "This place only opens once every 50 years, and each time, numerous individuals enter." "Yes, and so? The problem lies here," Xiao Yin inhaled deeply. If that were the case, we would have had no chance to gather these herbs. At his words, both Qing Lin and Zi Yin began to realize that something was indeed amiss. They understood that even a single herb here was a rare find in the outside world. If the dragon's blood fire spirit grass and the other herbs on the island remained untouched due to the Qian Shui Yao Mang's guardianship, then what are the other herbs? Could it be that they regrew after being harvested by the previous batch of people? Qing Lin speculated. Impossible. Xiao Yin shook his head, revealing a red ginseng that appeared in his palm. This Qiling ginseng was harvested at the entrance of that valley, and it is at least 1,000 years old. In fact, none of the herbs we have gathered are below a millennium in age. With this revelation, even Zi Yin began to sense the oddity. Initially, she had thought perhaps no one had discovered this place. But considering that a millennium was ample time for the denizens of the Black Corner region to have entered here multiple times, it was hard to believe that none had managed to find this location. Xiao Yin harbored a conjecture, one that suggested that this place, known as the Guishu, might resemble a tomb of heaven, with a flow of time diverge from that of the outside world, thereby accounting for the peculiar phenomena observed. However, if that were indeed the case, it would imply that this Guishu was likely a space conjured by a being of Emperor Do caliber, and the resultant disturbances would surely transcend this current scale. Furthermore, even in a tomb created by an Emperor Do, the difference in time flow is merely a ratio of 1 to a few. Yet if the medicinal herbs here were indeed affected by such temporal discrepancies, the ratio would have to be at least 1 to 20, a far more terrifying effect than that of a heavenly tomb. Consequently, Xiao Yin swiftly dismissed this theory. I propose we retreat from this uncanny location, he suggested. Upon hearing this, Zi Yin felt a chill creep into her heart. The more she gazed around, the more unsettled she became. She quickly added, "We have already gathered a considerable number of medicinal herbs, so our journey has not been in vain. While you have secured your herbs, the items I seek remain elusive," Xiao Yin replied, unable to suppress a roll of his eyes. His purpose for venturing into this Guishu was to track down the whereabouts of the mysterious flames. And how could he possibly abandon his quest now that he had yet to find them? "Young master, look, there appears to be something below." Qing Lin pointed towards the lake bed, her voice tinged with surprise. As the Nine Nether Illusionary Demon Fire evaporated the lake's water, a dark cavern emerged beneath, seemingly unfathomably deep. Xiao Yin attempted to extend his spiritual energy downward, but as soon as it brushed against the depths below, it was abruptly severed, as if attacked by some terrifying force, completely annihilating his spiritual presence. Frowning, Xiao Yin was about to leave when he suddenly felt a summons emanating from the depths of the cavern. "It looks perilous down there. We should leave," Zi Yin remarked, casting a wary glance downward. She sensed no energy within, leading her to believe that there were no treasures to be found below. Given this, there was no need for them to risk such danger. "I must descend to investigate," Xiao Yin declared, taking a deep breath. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt an inexplicable urge that if he did not venture down, he might regret it for a lifetime. Thus, despite the rational inclination warning him of potential dangers below, Xiao Yin resolved to proceed. "You should allow us to accompany you," Qing Lin insisted, seeing Xiao Yin's determination. "No, you must remain here," he replied, shaking his head. If he descended alone, even in the face of unforeseen events, he felt confident in his ability to extricate himself. However, if Qing Lin and the others followed, he would be unable to focus on ensuring their safety. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yin handed over several storage rings containing medicinal herbs to Qing Lin before leaping into the dark pit below. As he plunged into the abyss, a bone-chilling gale assailed him, and the air grew increasingly frigid as he descended. Summoning the Nine Nether Illusionary Demon Fire, he created a barrier against the encroaching cold. Yet, at that moment, he suddenly felt his footing give way, and he was uncontrollably plummeting downward. Just then, a blinding white light erupted before his eyes, prompting him to instinctively squint. As the white luminescence gradually faded, a dilapidated complex, buried beneath sand and dust, unveiled itself before him. Witnessing the scene, Xiao Yan's previously calm gaze widened in astonishment, for it evoked profound memories within him. He stood upon a cracked concrete pavement, surrounded by dilapidated buildings, some reduced to mere halves. The fractured structures bore signs of having been violently shattered, and the charred remnants on the walls suggested that a war had once ravaged this place. Aimlessly, he wandered through the rusted husks of vehicles, eventually arriving at a worn-down square. The grass that once adorned it now withered and dry, and the central fountain devoid of any water. Everything around him exuded an eerie silence. Apart from himself, there was not a trace of life. This was not a scene typical of the Dochi continent, but rather that of the world he inhabited before crossing into this alternate realm, a place he had buried deep within his heart. It was his true homeland, the blue planet known as Earth. "Xiao Yan, can you truly let go?" A voice echoed within his heart, and at that moment, the landscape before him began to shift. The shattered buildings rapidly restored themselves, the parched grass sprang back to life, and the dry fountain gushed forth water once more. Suddenly, a crowd materialized, brushing past him, their conversations audible to his ears. Yet, none of them acknowledged his presence, as he silently observed their figures. An unprecedented sense of solitude washed over him, as if the entire world had cast him aside. How could I possibly let go? I have never truly relinquished anything. He admitted to himself. He could not forget the past of Earth, nor the experiences of his previous life. He could not forget the soul he despised to the core, nor the disciples who once accompanied him for an extended time. He could not let go of his past life, nor could he of this life. However, he had never considered the option of relinquishment. Must we go through this again? Xiao Yin chuckled softly, slowly closing his eyes in an attempt to concentrate. Yet, upon reopening them, the scene before him remained unchanged. After several fruitless attempts, he let out a resigned sigh, summoning the soul fire he had refined over the past few days. It appears I must resort to something drastic, he murmured, pressing his palm firmly against the soul fire, which ignited a wave of excruciating pain that surged through his mind, as he chose to use it to burn his own soul. As the soul fire engulfed his essence, the world around him ignited in flames. When the inferno fully consumed the remnants of his earthly memories, it was replaced by an expansive, icy expanse, at the center of which floated a colossal azure lotus. Xiao Yin exhaled deeply. The previous scene had felt strikingly real. Had it been another, they might have been led to believe it. However, having survived the incident with the nether poison fire, Xiao Yin firmly believed that the Doqi continent and Earth were two distinct realms, and that no elements of Earth could exist here. Thus, despite an initial flicker of doubt, he quickly regained his composure. Nevertheless, this illusion was far more terrifying than those encountered during his attempts to subdue the nether poison fire. Previously, he had managed to break free through sheer willpower. This time, however, he found himself reliant on external assistance. Had he not summoned the soul fire, he would have considered invoking the annihilating flame of extinction upon himself. As the scene unfolded, the azure lotus unexpectedly soared into the air, darting towards Xiao Yin like a predatory beast. Its petals, adorned with countless sharp teeth, closed together reminiscent of a creature incessantly chewing its prey, evoking in Xiao Yan's mind the image of a carnivorous plant. Swiftly, Xiao Yin executed the Yu Yin Ling Xiao step, evading the lotus's relentless pursuit. Yet, the azure lotus seemed animated, floating in midair as numerous vines rapidly extended towards him. In response, Xiao Yin summoned the Xian Zhongqi, unleashing a fierce ray that severed the encroaching vines. Despite successfully cleaving through the surrounding tendrils, Xiao Yan's expression bore little joy. His fighting energy fused with the Nine Nether illusory demon fire. Typically, ordinary vines would be incinerated upon contact. However, the vines emitted by the azure lotus were different, pulsating with a hint of scorching energy. This indicated that they too harbored fire attribute energy. Could it possibly be the azure lotus's earth heart fire? The thought flickered through Xiao Yan's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. The earth heart fire generally thrived deep within the earth, in molten lava, and the geographical conditions here did not align with its birth requirements. Moreover, the earth heart fire he had encountered previously did not resemble this at all. Recalling the recent illusion, a potentiality dawned upon Xiao Yin. He inhaled deeply, his eyes igniting with a purple-black luminescence. In the next moment, two beams of purple-black flames erupted from his gaze, striking the azure lotus head-on. This was the destruction flame, yet this instance was not intended for aggression. Rather, it aimed to unravel the surface illusion. Instantaneously, ripples traversed the surface of the azure lotus, its green luminescence gradually dimming, replaced by a flowing, deep blue flame. This deep blue flame appeared extraordinarily peculiar, resembling a clear liquid from afar. Yet the intense heat it radiated unmistakably informed Xiao Yin that it was indeed a flame. A glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes upon recognizing this unique fire. It was indeed an extraordinary flame. This liquid-like deep blue flame was none other than the High Excian Yin, ranked 15th on the extraordinary flame list, born from the depths of the ocean. The High Excian Yin exhibited a blue hue and a fluid form, often manifesting in various appearances. It was said that this flame could merge with water, granting its possessor the ability to wield the ocean's power in battle. Like the previous Yu Ming poison fire, the High Excian Yin had developed sentience, rendering it quite the challenge. However, the recent strike from the destruction flame had severely injured its intelligence, coincidentally revealing its true form without any inclination to resist. Xiao Yin flicked his fingers, enveloping the High Excian Yin with a strand of fighting energy. With his current strength, he was confident in bringing it back to the Xiao clan, although he possessed the azure lotus seat capable of containing extraordinary flames. It could only transport the earth heart fire due to their shared origin. He was uncertain if it would work with the High Excian Yin. Reluctant to test the azure lotus seat's capabilities, fearing its possible destruction, Xiao Yin preferred to avoid losing such a remarkable cultivation aid. After securing the High Excian Yin within his fighting energy, he spread his fighting wings and ascended towards the passageway above. This was not the opportune moment to refine extraordinary flames, considering the potential intrusion from the outside world, and the process of devouring extraordinary flames required considerable time. If he commenced refining now, he might find himself trapped in the Goetia land again, which would indeed be troublesome. Historically, one would have to wait 50 years to escape. Xiao Yan had no desire to be confined for that long, prompting his decision to carry the high Xen Yin away. However, before departing, he cast a glance around the surroundings. While the high Xen Yin was indeed remarkable, it lacked the ability to create illusions. What had transpired earlier? He sensed that the Goetia land harbored even greater secrets, but he currently lacked the ability to unravel them. So he refrained from delving deeper into contemplation and returned to the surface with the extraordinary flame. As Xiao Yan soared out of the cave, Qing Lin and Ziyin, who had been waiting above, rushed to greet him. Upon seeing the deep blue flame confined within Xiao Yan's grasp, astonishment flickered in their eyes. This is extraordinary fire. Xiao Yan did not conceal the origin of the flame, passing the fighting energy enshrouded high Xen Yin to the curious Yin, stating, "Please hold on to this for a moment." Of course, Ziyin nodded, accepting the fighting energy orb and sustaining its existence with her own fighting energy. This was why Xiao Yan entrusted the high Xen Yin to Ziyin instead of Qing Lin, whose strength was insufficient to contain the flame for long. Although the Bai Shisan Huatong was wondrous, it evidently could not solve this issue. After temporarily handing over the high Xen Yin to Ziyin, Xiao Yan exhaled a sigh, rummaging through his spatial ring to retrieve the Xian Zhongqi once more. He then cast a cold gaze towards the entrance of the valley. "Since I have arrived, it is time for you to reveal yourselves. What kind of hero remains hidden in the shadows?" Truly impressive. The leader of the Xiao clan possesses an extraordinary sense. As Xiao Yan's words echoed, over a dozen figures suddenly surged forth from the passageway, each boasting fighting wings, indicating their strength was at least at the Dowang level. Ziyin, standing beside Xiao Yan, felt her expression shift slightly upon sensing the newcomers. In her perception, any one of these individuals matched her level, and some were even significantly stronger. This signified that their strength was at least above 5-star Dowang, with several far exceeding the ordinary Dowang. These figures hovered at the entrance of the valley, effectively blocking Xiao Yan's path. The leader, garbed in the robes of a high-ranking alchemist, was none other than Han Feng, the alchemist emperor, who had previously attempted to pry into Xiao Yan's affairs in Darksea City and harbored sinister intentions towards him. Chapter 105, I Want to Fight 10. So, it is the legendary alchemist emperor. A pleasure to finally meet you. Xiao Yan performed a perfunctory salute towards Han Feng, casting a cursory glance at those surrounding him before chuckling. "Might I inquire if your intention in summoning such a grand assembly is to commit murder and seize treasures?" No need for such formalities, Lord Mo. We merely sensed a peculiar energy emanating from this place and decided to investigate, Han Feng replied, his gaze flickering greedily towards the deep blue flame in Ziyan's possession. "I must say, Lord Mo is quite fortunate to have stumbled upon such extraordinary fire. It truly invokes envy. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Speak your mind," Xiao Yan retorted with a cold smile, observing the individuals who had effectively sealed off all his escape routes. "Indeed, Lord Mo speaks candidly. In all honesty, my objective is the extraordinary fire you possess. As a fellow alchemist, you surely comprehend the significance of extraordinary flames to our craft. If you would be so kind as to grant me this favor and hand over the flame, I would be willing to meet any conditions you propose, even a 6th-grade pill formula, if that is your desire," Han Feng proposed with a beaming smile. "Huh, you think a mere 6th-grade formula is sufficient to bargain for extraordinary fire? You truly overestimate your worth." Xiao Yan let out a scornful laugh, coldly taunting. "You claim to be an alchemist, yet I am not? Since you are aware of the significance of the strange flames to an alchemist, cease your futile prattle. If you desire the strange flames, come and seize them. I shall welcome the attempt." What an arrogant young man. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's unrelenting words, Han Feng's smile gradually faded, his voice now tinged with an icy chill. "Do you truly believe that a mere accomplishment in the Black Corner region grants you the audacity to challenge me? If you wish to provoke me, do not blame me for responding with force." Before Han Feng could make a move, several figures surged forth beside him, rushing directly at Xiao Yan. These were the aides Han Feng had summoned, eager to demonstrate their prowess. Observing the swiftly approaching individuals, Xiao Yan smiled nonchalantly. "You lackeys are indeed diligent in your duties." With his formidable strength, Xiao Yan could easily perceive the might of Han Feng's summoned allies. Over a dozen 5-star Dou kings and several Dou emperors, alongside Han Feng himself. A high-ranking Dou emperor, this formidable assembly was capable of decimating most first-rate factions within the Black Corner region. Of course, this referred to the prominent factions. Xiao Yan, having spent time in the Black Corner region in his previous life, was well aware of the existence of many discrete Dou zone powers, such as the infamous Earth Demon of the Demon Flame Valley. Nevertheless, with Xiao Yan's current strength, he harbored no fear even in the face of the Earth Demon, let alone these mere lackeys. If he were still merely a Dowang, he might have been wary of such an overwhelming assault But now, as long as no Do zone was present, these individuals were nothing more than a disorganized rabble to him. He gently raised the Xin Zhong Qi, channeling his vigorous Do Qi into it. Sensing the energy fluctuations surrounding Xiao Yan, Han Feng's expression shifted slightly. With his spiritual prowess, he could discern that Xiao Yan's current aura had far surpassed the limits of a Do Wang, and the Do technique he was about to unleash was remarkably formidable. Otherwise, it could not have incited such a tumult in the natural energies of the world. Flame division devouring wave ruler. Before Han Feng could utter a warning, Xiao Yan swung the heavy ruler horizontally, unleashing a colossal, dark purple beam that surged forth with explosive force, accompanied by a thunderous roar. A scorching gale, akin to a volcanic eruption, spread through the air. In an instant, a series of blood mists erupted in the sky, as the renowned Do Wang experts of the Black Corner region were obliterated in a single blow from Xiao Yan. Witnessing the scene, Zi Yin and her companion gaped in astonishment. It was their first time witnessing Xiao Yan unleash his full power, and the strength he exhibited was undeniably superior to that of an ordinary Do emperor. The scorching gale continued its relentless advance after dispatching the leading Do Wang, hurtling towards Han Feng and the others. However, the individuals in the rear were evidently stronger than their ill-fated predecessors. They rapidly gathered their Do Qi, forming a defensive barrier to withstand the terrifying beam. Yet even so, when the beam struck the barrier, the ensuing energy shockwave caused their faces to pale. If they were to confront such an attack individually, it would surely spell disaster. Seizing the moment of their disarray, Xiao Yin consumed several pills, swiftly replenishing his previously expended Do Qi. With his current strength, utilizing the flame division devouring wave ruler did not leave him in a weakened state as it once had. However, the earlier use of the annihilation flame, to subdue the Haixin flame, had drained a significant amount of his Do Qi, which was why he had unleashed the flame division devouring wave ruler at the outset, to create a substantial deterrent and buy himself some time to recover his energy. Unexpectedly, this young man has concealed his strength. This could prove troublesome. After neutralizing the flame division devouring wave ruler, Han Feng's expression grew serious. He regarded the dark purple flame emanating from Xiao Yan with astonishment. Though it was fleeting, he could sense its extraordinary nature. However, there was no dark purple flame listed among the strange flames, and since this young man sought the Haixin flame, it indicated that this was not a strange flame. Typically, a person could only harbor one type of strange flame within their body. Yet, even if this were not a strange flame, its power would undoubtedly be formidable. If he were to acquire and refine it, what? Do you wish to continue? Sensing the murderous intent radiating from Han Feng, Xiao Yan scoffed disdainfully. Though he currently presented himself as merely a 2-star Do emperor, if he were to expend his full strength, even some Do zone level beings would find it difficult to contend with him. He was even confident in his ability to slay an ordinary Do zone. Thus, despite the impressive strength of his adversaries, he felt little trepidation. The power of a Do emperor, coupled with terrifying earth-tier Do techniques. The master of the Ink sect is indeed a hidden gem. Yet, a smile soon returned to his face. But no matter how formidable you may be, you remain just one individual, while I have over a dozen allies at my disposal. Come forth, you may all attack together. Xiao Yan beckoned with a casual flick of his finger. Whether 1 or 10, they were all the same in his eyes. Chapter 106, The Seas of Transformation. Xiao Yan's provocatively charged words compelled even the seasoned warriors of the Black Corner region to flinch. Though Xiao Yan's earlier strike had instilled great fear, those summoned by Han Feng were all renowned figures within the Black Corner region. How could they be so easily intimidated by him? Furthermore, they understood that while Xiao Yan's attack was indeed terrifying, it had been executed with an earth-tier Do technique, a feat he could likely manage only a few times. Moreover, if they coordinated their efforts, even a peak Do emperor would struggle to withstand such an assault, let alone a mere 2-star Do emperor. You arrogant brat. Allow me to test your mettle. As the crowd deliberated, a blood-red figure suddenly soared into action. It was Fan Lao, the leader of the Blood Sect. Among the Do emperors, his speed was nearly unparalleled, and in mere moments, he stood before Xiao Yan. With a swift motion, Fan Lao conjured a blood spear formed from condensed blood, thrusting it menacingly towards Xiao Yan's head. Simultaneously, his accompanying Do Wang allies charged towards Yin and her companions. They believed that even if Fan Lao could not defeat Xiao Yan, detaining him for a brief moment would suffice for them to seize the strange flames. The blood spear flew at astonishing speed, piercing through Xiao Yan's form in the blink of an eye. However, to Fan Lao's surprise, Xiao Yan, struck directly by the spear, did not shed a single drop of blood. Instead, his body inexplicably dissipated before Fan Lao's eyes. A shadow clone? Fan Lao's heart raced. He had not anticipated that Xiao Yan could slip away right beneath his nose without him sensing a thing. Hastily, he summoned Do Qi to conjure a crimson armor, bracing himself for the impending assault. Yet, the anticipated attack failed to materialize, just as Fan Lao puzzled over the absence of an attack. A chilling scream suddenly echoed from below. He glanced down to see that the three Do Wang experts who had charged at Ziyin during Fan Lao's assault on Xiao Yan had been abruptly severed in half by Xiao Yan's ruler. A sight that sent shivers through the crowd. No wonder this young man was so audacious. He truly possessed remarkable abilities. Advance another step, and you shall die. Xiao Yan smiled faintly, yet the murderous intent woven within his words caused the countenances of all present to shift. If his previous strike merely displayed an advantage in combat skills, this time, Xiao Yan effortlessly dispatched several Do Wang powerhouses with sheer strength. Such terrifying swiftness was a rarity within the Black Corner region. Esteemed guests, should you assist me in acquiring this extraordinary fire today, I shall double the rewards I previously promised. As the crowd began to waver in their resolve due to Xiao Yan's prowess, Han Feng, sensing the shift, turned to address the allies he had summoned. Upon hearing Han Feng's assurance, the Black Corner powerhouses, who had initially contemplated retreating due to the overwhelming strength, exhibited signs of internal conflict before resolutely nodding. Those who had long survived in the perilous Black Corner region were accustomed to living on the edge of danger. As long as the benefits were substantial enough, they were willing to risk their lives. Let's take action. At Han Feng's low command, the 10 or so figures beside him surged forward simultaneously, unleashing formidable streams of energy that enveloped every vital area of Xiao Yan's body. Given Xiao Yan's speed, evading these assaults using the Yu Yin Ling Xiao step would be effortless. However, with Ziyin and Qinglin positioned behind him, he knew that if he dodged, they would be unable to withstand the onslaught. Should they sustain severe injuries, the precious high XN Yin he had painstakingly obtained would likely be seized by others. Thus, with a flicker of thought, Xiao Yan summoned the Jiu Huan Mo fire, forming a flaming armor around his body. The torrent of Doqi attacks then collided with the fire armor, producing a series of explosive sounds that forced Xiao Yan back several steps. Though he quickly regained his footing, golden light danced upon his skin, a manifestation of the Xiao Luli golden body he had previously cultivated. Thanks to the amplification of the Xiao Luli golden body and the defensive properties of the extraordinary fire armor, even a relentless barrage that could bewilder a peak Do Huang could not harm him. Have you finished your assault? If so, it is now my turn. After deflecting the combined efforts of his adversaries, Xiao Yan dispelled the flaming armor. With a swift hand gesture, a colossal energy imprint coalesced from his palm, its terrifying momentum even causing Han Feng to feel a twinge of shock. He had never anticipated that Xiao Yan could conjure such a formidable offensive while being besieged. Mountain-splitting seal. As a low voice echoed in his heart, the massive energy imprint surged forth. The terrifying energy fluctuations turned the faces of all those near Han Feng pale. They sensed that should this imprint land upon them, even those at the peak of the Do Huang would be gravely injured, or perhaps even perish. Do not panic. No matter how strong this brat's attack is, he is but one man. If we strike together, we can certainly withstand it. Han Feng Belovit. Upon hearing his words, the others simultaneously concentrated their Do Qi, forming a barrier that spanned hundreds of feet across the sky. As the barrier materialized, the terrifying energy imprint crashed into it, and the onlookers were horrified to witness their painstakingly conjured shield displaying signs of shattering upon first impact. However, as Han Feng had stated, despite Xiao Yan's formidable attack, he remained just one individual, and the combined defenses of over a dozen people could withstand even the might of a Do zone. Thus, although countless fissures appeared across the barrier, it did not completely shatter. As the imprint gradually dimmed and ultimately dissipated, Han Feng and his comrades exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, at that moment, they sensed an energy fluctuation even more terrifying than before surging from below. They beheld a crystalline hand imprint, roughly the size of palm, materializing in Xiao Yan's grasp, its energy emanating even greater ferocity than the previous strike. Ocean turning seal. With a thrust of his palm, the crystalline imprint shot forth. As it emerged, the surrounding space began to tremble violently. Such a tier of attack would likely pose a significant threat, even to those at the Do zone level. As the crystalline imprint slammed into the massive barrier, which had already been weakened by the earlier mountain-splitting seal, it shattered entirely, disintegrating into countless fragments that scattered through the air. As the energy defense crumbled, the Black Corner powerhouses simultaneously coughed up blood, being flung backward. Some of the unfortunate souls closest to the impact were obliterated by the explosive energy of the ocean-turning seal, while the remaining individuals sustained grievous injuries from the assault. The Emperor Seal was indeed a high-level Earth-tier Do technique. The mere second seal produced such devastating results, single-handedly breaking through the combined defenses of several Do Huang and numerous Do Wang. Should this achievement be known, it would undoubtedly elevate Xiao Yan to the top position on the so-called blacklist. Although Xiao Yan, as a 2-star Do Huang, found it exceedingly strenuous to execute the second imprint of the Emperor's Seal, as a senior alchemist, he possessed an abundance of medicinal pills. Long before unleashing the ocean-turning seal, he had already retrieved a handful of pills and swiftly consumed them to replenish the Do Qi expended in executing the Emperor's Seal. At that moment, Xiao Yan's Do Qi had nearly regained its former strength. Noticing the disarray among his opponents, he seized the opportunity to strike decisively. With a burst of flames at his feet, he vanished from his position, reappearing in front of Do Wang before he could react, delivering a powerful punch that obliterated his skull. After successfully landing his blow, Xiao Yan did not linger. Utilizing the Yin Ling Xiao step once more, he swiftly appeared before another Do Wang, similarly delivering a punch that dispatched him as well. With his current physical prowess, complemented by the enhancements of the Xiao Lu Li Golden Body, he required no Do techniques to eliminate these Do Wang level adversaries. Having dispatched 2 Do Wang in quick succession, Xiao Yan's fiery wings flare behind him as he set his sights on Fan Lao, the one who had previously attacked him with blood spears. Upon the sudden appearance of Xiao Yan, Fan Lao's expression shifted slightly. However, as a seasoned Do Huang, he quickly formed an intricate hand seal. Blood transformation. Layers of blood energy surged into Fan Lao's body, contorting his visage into a grotesque mask, his eyes turning crimson, with even his nails transforming into a blood-red hue. Subsequently, his figure morphed into a streak of blood-colored lightning, narrowly evading Xiao Yan's punch. A secret technique? Sensing Fan Lao's sudden surge in speed and aura, Xiao Yan chuckled lightly, the red glow at his feet flickering as he once again vanished. Just as Fan Lao believed Xiao Yan had altered his target, Xiao Yan reappeared before him, fists clenched, enveloped in purple-black flames that descended with intense force. 8th Extreme Collapse. Faced with Xiao Yan's terrifying assault, Fan Lao quickly summoned his energy, forming a blood-colored light membrane before him. Yet, to his astonishment, this defensive Do technique proved utterly ineffective against Xiao Yan, as countless streams of scorching energy erupted from his body, instantly tearing him apart. This iteration of the 8 Extremities Collapse is unlike any other. It is an application of the potent energy that Xiao Yan comprehended within the molten lava. By infusing the 8 Extremities Collapse's hidden force into his opponent's body and simultaneously unleashing it in the form of a surging flow of lava, he significantly amplified the power of this technique. Xiao Yan had conceived of this idea long ago in the Tagore Desert and had since refined it, but he had never had the opportunity to apply this method in battle. Unfortunately for Fan Lao, he became the first unfortunate victim of this enhanced 8 Extremities Collapse. However, while Xiao Yan's strike successfully felled Fan Lao, it cost him valuable time. Seizing this opportunity, 2 Do Emperor strongmen, previously sent flying by the Sea Seal, surged forward, launching simultaneous attacks at Xiao Yan, thus completely severing his escape route. These 2 Do Emperors, leaders of the 8 Gates and the Earth Flame sect, were equally formidable as Fan Lao. Aware of Xiao Yan's terrifying prowess, they unleashed a fierce offensive, intent on inflicting a serious blow. Roaring Lion. In the face of their combined assault, Xiao Yan merely chuckled coldly. He opened his mouth wide, and a punch-like sound wave attack erupted from his body, sweeping outward in a frenzied manner. This force momentarily stunned the 2 Do Emperor strongmen. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Xiao Yan unleashed another 8 Extremities Collapse, obliterating the slightly stronger leader of the Earth Flame sect, and followed up with a flame-devouring wave, dispatching the other Do Emperor as well. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time Han Feng sought to provide support, the arena was left with only 3 mangled corpses thudding heavily against the ground. Following the demise of the 3 Do Emperor strongmen, Xiao Yan refrained from pursuing further, instead consuming another handful of pills, clearly aware that the recent series of attacks had also drained him considerably. With this thought, he instinctively glanced at the Sea Heart Flame. It was imperative to hasten the evolution of his burning decision, for without the support of Do Qi, even an array of techniques would be rendered futile. At this juncture, the reinforcements Han Feng had summoned had been decimated by Xiao Yan, and those who remained were utterly intimidated, especially considering that among the fallen were 3 Do Emperors. The fact that such dominant figures, capable of rampant tyranny in the Black Corner region, had been so effortlessly dispatched by Xiao Yan instilled a palpable fear in these bloodthirsty individuals. Your strength has indeed exceeded my expectations, Han Feng said, surveying his severely diminished allies, slowly clenching his fist. However, when it comes to exotic flames, I am unyielding, even if you possess Do Zone level power. I shall not relent. Such idle talk serves no purpose. If you desire the exotic flame, come and take it yourself, or else, get out of my way. Xiao Yan replied with a dismissive shake of his head. You may be formidable, but within the Black Corner region, there are indeed those capable of dealing with you. Han Feng retorted with a cold laugh, then gently clapped his hands. Come forth, Mr. Jean and Een. Heh, who would have thought that in the Black Corner region so many strong individuals would be unable to handle a mere child? This would indeed be a source of amusement. As laughter echoed, 2 eerie figures, one golden and one silver, suddenly manifested before Han Feng. Upon seeing these 2 figures, the remaining strongmen in the Black Corner region, yet to fall to Xiao Yan, exclaimed in unison, the Golden and Silver Elders. Chapter 108, 1 against 3. It is indeed the Golden and Silver Elders. Who would have imagined that Han Feng could summon them as well? The strongmen of the Black Corner region exchanged glances, surprised that Han Feng had invited these two formidable figures. Some among them even harbored ulterior motives, pondering whether Han Feng intended to use the assistance of the two elders to eliminate them, thereby consolidating his dominance over the Black Corner region. Golden and Silver Elders. I have heard of your renown, Xiao Yan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the two nearly identical old men, save for their attire. It appears you two wish to wade into this murky water? Having established the Xiao clan in the Black Corner region for nearly a year, Hai Buodong had gathered considerable intelligence on the area's strongmen, including the illustrious Golden and Silver Elders, who ranked at the top of the infamous blacklist, their powers residing at the pinnacle of the Do Emperor level. Of course, if that were all there was to it, it would not be particularly noteworthy. Though Do Emperors at their peak are scarce in the Black Corner region, they are not entirely absent. The reason these two occupy the top two positions is that they are twin brothers, practicing identical cultivation methods, and when they strike together, their powers complement each other, granting them combat prowess that rivals even Do Zone level fighters. You have gathered quite the entourage, yet no matter how many allies you summon, you cannot preserve your life. Xiao Yan's gaze transcended the Golden and Silver Elders, ultimately resting upon Han Feng. Do not think that even the mightiest Do Zone can intimidate me. I have yet to unleash my full power. Sensing the intensity of Xiao Yan's gaze, Han Feng's countenance shifted, and he hastily called out, Mr. Jin and Yin, rest assured. You may pursue the exotic flame. We shall handle this individual. The Golden and Silver Elders simultaneously grinned, launching themselves towards Xiao Yan with fervor, while Han Feng unfurled his wings and charged towards Yin and her companions below. Observing this, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, intending to provide support. But the Golden and Silver Elders positioned themselves in front of him, unleashing a dual barrage of fierce palm winds. Xiao Yan snorted coldly, enveloping one of his fists in violet-black flames, golden radiance surging across his skin. The clash of their assaults erupted, generating a ferocious shockwave that pushed both parties back a step. Nevertheless, Xiao Yan's retreat was only marginally greater than that of the Golden and Silver Elders, indicating that their combined assault had not succeeded in subduing him. This lad is indeed peculiar. The Golden and Silver Elders exchanged glances, noting the charred marks on their palms, their expressions turning serious. In a direct confrontation, not even they had gained an advantage, which explained how he had managed to slay so many formidable foes. His combat capabilities rivaled those of true Do Zone strongman. Following the exchange with the Golden and Silver Elders, Xiao Yan paid little heed to their expressions and instead glanced down at Ziyin and her companions. At that moment, Han Feng had reached their side, and in that critical instant, Qing Lin released the recently subdued Qian Shui serpent, aiming to impede Han Feng's advance. However, although the Qian Shui serpent was formidable, it was merely a fifth-tier magical beast, while Han Feng had already attained the Do Emperor realm. Thus, in but a brief encounter, the Qian Shui serpent was left bloodied and battered by Han Feng. Observing this, Xiao Yan's brow furrowed, and just as he prepared to dive down, the figures of the Golden and Silver Elders reappeared before him. Master Mo, we have yet to determine a victor between us, the Golden and Silver Elders chuckled, their earlier skirmish confirming the strength of their opponent. Even together, they could not vanquish him. However, their mission was not to defeat Xiao Yan, but merely to obstruct him. Do you truly believe you can hinder me? Xiao Yan scoffed at the two smiling old men, his demeanor icy. With a shift in hand seals, a purple-black radiance erupted from behind him, and on his already resplendent purple-black fiery wings, another layer of substantial purple-black wings manifested. These were the enhanced purple cloud wings of Xiao Yan. The purple cloud wings were a flying combat technique that Xiao Yan had acquired from a cave long ago. Subsequently, it was enhanced by the blood essence of the black flame purple cloud eagle, evolving from its original Xian level to the earth level. However, after Xiao Yan advanced to Do Wang and attained a faster speed with his Do Qi transformation wings, he seldom utilized this flying technique. At this moment, faced with the relentless pursuit of the Golden and Silver Elders, he once again summoned this skill. Xiao Yan's speed already surpassed that of the average Do Huang, and with the addition of the purple cloud wings, his flying velocity rivaled that of certain wind attribute Do Zone. If he were to employ the Yu Yin Ling Xiao step, even those well-versed in body techniques among the Do Zone would find it challenging to approach him. As the purple cloud wings unfurled, Xiao Yan's form trembled, and suddenly, countless afterimages appeared in the sky, all darting toward the Golden and Silver Elders. Faced with such a multitude of phantoms, their expressions shifted dramatically. They could only unleash frenzied waves of Do Qi, yet none struck true. Their gazes hastily shifted downward, where they indeed spotted a purplish-black figure materializing ominously behind Han Feng. Han Feng, be cautious. He is targeting you. Upon hearing the Golden and Silver Elders' warning, Han Feng quickly conjured a suit of fiery armor before him. However, the defensive capabilities of his fiery armor paled in comparison to Xiao Yan's ethereal fire armor. Consequently, a single punch shattered his defenses, causing Han Feng to spout blood. Yet, despite his injuries, he could not afford to dwell on them. He gazed at Xiao Yan with shock and awe, inquiring, "What is your cultivation technique?" This marked the first direct confrontation between Xiao Yan and Han Feng. Although it was merely a single strike, Han Feng could distinctly sense that their douqi bore striking similarities. Such a phenomenon typically occurs only when practitioners cultivate the same technique. Moreover, he could perceive that Xiao Yan's cultivation was more powerful and complete than his own. I didn't expect you to cultivate that technique as well, but it seems yours is somewhat flawed," Han Feng mused, discerning what Xiao Yan was also able to sense. In an instant, Xiao Yan deduced the implications. Given Yao Lao's character, if he were to pass down a technique, it would never be a flawed version. This indicated that Han Feng's version of the burning decision was acquired through dubious means, coupled with the suspicion that Han Feng had slain his mentor. The origin of this technique became glaringly evident. "What is the source of your technique?" Han Feng's gaze fixed intensely on Xiao Yan, his eyes betraying panic and fear. For him, the very fact that Xiao Yan practiced the burning decision stirred murderous intent within him. However, the manner in which Xiao Yan had acquired it filled him with genuine dread. He understood that in all the world, only one person possessed the complete version of the burning decision, his former master, the revered Yao Chun, whom he had killed with his own hands. "I found on the road. Do you believe me?" Xiao Yan replied with a mocking smile. At his words, Han Feng's eyelids twitched, recognizing the absurdity of Xiao Yan's lie. Nonetheless, his inner fear did not wane. He remained uncertain of Xiao Yan's connection to Yao Lao and whether his master was still alive. The only option left was to capture this young man before him. "Isn't it quite unfair? You went through all that trouble, even committing fratricide, yet I acquired it so easily?" Feeling the murderous intent emanating from Han Feng, Xiao Yan smiled, though his seemingly gentle expression was rife with derision. "You truly have ties to that old wretch." Han Feng's complexion darkened upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, convinced that only Yao Lao could impart such knowledge to Xiao Yan. However, he remained unaware that Yao Lao was indeed within Xiao Yan, but had been in slumber for many years, and these deductions were solely Xiao Yan's. "How rude, brother. Though you committed such heinous acts, you haven't been expelled from the sect, so you should properly address your teacher," Xiao Yan said with a smile. Han Feng's face twitched. Since encountering Xiao Yan, he had seemingly endured continuous humiliation, whether in battle or verbal sparring, never once gaining the upper hand. This realization instilled in him an unrecognized fear, stemming from the overwhelming strength of his opponent. He was certain that in a direct confrontation, he could not last even 10 exchanges against Xiao Yan. "Mr. Golden and Silver, help me capture this brat. I'll fulfill any request you have in the future." With this thought, Han Feng swiftly turned to the Golden and Silver Elders. Knowing that he lacked the strength to contend with Xiao Yan alone, only by enlisting these two could they hope to apprehend him. Hesitant for a moment, the Golden and Silver Elders nodded solemnly. Although they harbored concerns about Xiao Yan's prowess, the prospect of substantial rewards compelled them to take the risk. Having navigated the Black Corner region for years, they naturally possessed their own trump cards. Utilizing them, defeating Xiao Yan would likely not pose a significant challenge. No wonder the Golden and Silver Elders have such a formidable reputation, yet no women by their side. It seems they have a particular preference, Xiao Yan remarked, a strange smile gracing his features as he scrutinized Han Feng. "Brother, the Golden and Silver Elders are so devoted to assisting you. You should treat them well." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Han Feng, catching the underlying implication in Xiao Yan's words, retorted furiously. "Did I say anything wrong? It was you who claimed you would fulfill the Golden and Silver Elders' requests," Xiao Yan replied with a grin. "You needn't be so embarrassed, brother. I shall inform the teacher on your behalf. Our master is quite open-minded. Although you have committed such ignoble deeds, especially against two opponents, I am confident that he will understand." "Scoundrel!" Han Feng roared, lunging at Xiao Yan, with the Golden and Silver Elders hastening to follow. Their expressions were grim, evidently incensed by Xiao Yan's earlier provocations. As Han Feng launched his assault, the Golden and Silver Elders simultaneously gathered their douqi, unleashing their formidable techniques. One positioned to the left, and the other to the right, they aimed directly at Xiao Yan's head. In the face of this trio's onslaught, Xiao Yan displayed no trepidation. He clenched his left hand into a fist and extended his right hand into a claw, simultaneously employing the 8 extremes collapse and Line Mountain split. After a fierce clash with the Golden and Silver Elders, he swiftly conjured an ethereal fire armor in front of him, successfully blocking Han Feng's subsequent strike, albeit forcing him to retreat a few steps. Seeing Xiao Yan backpedal, the Golden and Silver Elders pressed forward, obstructing his escape. Their combined assaults were ruthless, showing no signs of restraint. In response to their unified offensive, Xiao Yan activated the little Liuli golden body, its golden light shimmering as it elevated his physical prowess to its zenith, allowing him to withstand their attacks and even counter with occasional strikes that left the three appearing somewhat disheveled. The leader of the Xiao clan is truly terrifying. Onlookers marveled at Xiao Yan's ability to contend with 3 formidable opponents, realizing that these 3 were not mere ordinary Dohuang. Together, they could defeat even some true Dozong experts. Yet even in such circumstances, they were unable to subdue Xiao Yan. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry and assist," Han Feng bellowed, exasperated at the bystanders who merely watched. Upon hearing Han Feng's urging, the others hesitated for a moment before descending in unison. However, their target was not Xiao Yan, but rather the two young girls, Ziyin and Qing Lin, who were guarding the strange flames. Terrified by Xiao Yan, they dared not confront him directly. Yet, capturing these two would surely make Xiao Yan think twice before acting recklessly. As several Dou kings charged forward, Qing Lin once again positioned the already battered Qian Shui Yao Snake in front of her, while Ziyin prepared herself for battle. At that moment, the leader among them suddenly let out a harrowing scream, and to everyone's shock, his body exploded midair. The onlookers were frozen in place, their eyes wide with disbelief as they had just witnessed two fiery beams of light swiftly strike down that individual, the assailant being none other than Xiao Yan. People these days truly disregard warnings. I have stated clearly that whoever approaches will meet their demise. After using the Annihilation Flame, to eliminate a Dou king from a distance, Xiao Yan shook his head, the violet-black flames in his eyes gradually dissipating. No one could have anticipated that this fellow could afford to divert his attention to attack others amidst battle. "Now it is your turn. I can hardly be bothered to waste time with you. Let's conclude this swiftly." With a flick of his fingers, the Xian Zhong Qi, previously stored in his spatial ring, reappeared. He gazed indifferently at the elder duo of Jin and Yin and declared, "Allow me to demonstrate my ultimate technique, the Light Wind Virtual Flame Slash." As the incantation echoed, Xiao Yan's palm glided over the weighty Xian Zhong Qi, enveloping it in violet-black flames. After deflecting the attacks from the Jin and Yin elders, he deftly swung the weapon back, producing no terrifying force or astonishing momentum. The two elders felt as if they had merely been caressed by a gentle breeze, suffering no injury whatsoever. Merely a bluster, they thought. Just as they were about to scoff at their apparent lack of harm, they caught sight of Han Feng's horrified expression. A wave of dread washed over them as they bowed their heads, only to discover that their bodies had inexplicably been severed in two, with no blood spilling forth. The disjointed ends were charred black, and their internal organs had been reduced to nothingness. To perish by this technique is indeed an honor. Farewell, esteemed elders. Xiao Yan casually flicked the Xian Zhong Qi, the violet-black flames gradually fading, along with the lives of the Jin and Yin elders. They could never have fathomed that, despite their peak Dou Emperor strength, they would meet such a tragic end at the hands of Xiao Yan. How is this possible? Witnessing Xiao Yan's effortless slaying of the Jin and Yin elders, Han Feng's face turned pale. After all, even Dou's zone powerhouses would struggle against their combined might. Yet here they were, meeting such a grim fate at Xiao Yan's hands? Now what allies do you still possess? Without casting a glance at the fallen corpses of the Jin and Yin elders, Xiao Yan looked down at Han Feng, his expression devoid of emotion. In truth, had those two old fools prepared adequately, the Light Wind Virtual Flame Slash would not have been capable of annihilating them. The true terror of this technique lay not in its power, but in its versatility. Though the Light Wind Virtual Flame Slash was not among the 9 supreme techniques of magic fury, it had been one of Xiao Yan's signature skills in his past life. During his Dou Zone days, he had utilized its peculiar properties to deceive countless foes. While the technique appeared innocuous, lacking the celestial energies typically associated with Earth-tier techniques, its instantaneous explosion of power surpassed that of many mid-level Earth-tier techniques. It also possessed a seemingly forceful, yet ultimately harmless version, which Xiao Yan employed for bluffing or luring enemies. The Light Wind Virtual Flame Slash could shift seamlessly between feigned and real attacks. Enemies who believed they understood the technique often found themselves grievously wounded or even slain when confronted with its sudden, true manifestation. However, in facing the Jin and Yin elders and Han Feng, Xiao Yan found no need to resort to such tactics, especially since these individuals were entirely unfamiliar with his technique and would not have the opportunity to experience its power again. The demise of the Jin and Yin elders utterly shattered the morale of the remaining Dou kings. No matter how Han Feng shouted, they ignored him, turning tail and fleeing. Xiao Yan, however, had no intention of pursuing them. It was not that he lacked the strength to do so, but rather that it was unnecessary. These individuals had already succumbed to the nerve toxin he had dispersed throughout the area. With Xiao Yan's current prowess, the nerve toxin produced by the Nine Nether Demon Fire could silently bring down Dou kings. He had been sowing the toxin into the air from the outset, and the longer they fought, the more they inhaled. Once they exited the area, the toxins would erupt, transforming them into lifeless corpses. This was a contingency plan Xiao Yan had laid out, yet he had not anticipated how easily these foes would crumble. He had not even needed to employ the toxins hidden within their bodies, and already they had suffered significant losses. Now, only Han Feng remained. Seeing Xiao Yan's gaze fix upon him, Han Feng quickly retreated, casting aside thoughts of the burning decision and the strange fire. His only concern was how to escape Xiao Yan's grasp. Noticing Han Feng's flight, Xiao Yan swiftly activated his Yanling Xiao step, appearing behind Han Feng in an instant. He extended his hand, pressing it upon Han Feng's head, and an unusual force surged forth from his palm. Now that you are here, there is no need to rush away, brother. What do you intend to do? Han Feng managed to shout before an agonizing pain coursed through his body. Suddenly feeling much lighter, he looked down to find that his form had become transparent. No, not merely transparent. Han Feng's pupils constricted as he realized there was another body beneath him. He had transformed into a spiritual entity. While his physical body lay lifeless on the ground, having lost its vitality after the forceful extraction of his soul, Xiaoyan had directly separated Han Feng's soul from his body. This bizarre method was one only used by members of the Soul Hall, prompting Han Feng to speculate whether this Mo, Yin Xiao had ties to the Soul Hall. If that were the case, perhaps there was still a chance for him to survive. Before Han Feng could fully contemplate the connection between the two, Xiao Yin seized his spiritual form. Faced with Xiao Yan's cold gaze, Han Feng struggled desperately, his voice hoarse as he pleaded, "Let me go. I have ties with the Soul Hall. Is that so? No wonder you were able to harm our teacher. It seems there is indeed a reason behind it." Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, having found it peculiar that Han Feng, with merely Do Emperor strength, could injure a Do Zun level figure like Yao Lao. However, if the Soul Hall were assisting him, it would explain much, as those individuals were known for hunting alchemists to extract their souls. Since you are connected to the Soul Hall, you cannot be spared. Xiao Yan sneered, retrieving a jade vial from his spatial ring and promptly sealing Han Feng's spiritual form within. Following that, the previously condensed soul flame ignited, forming a transparent fire barrier on the vial's surface, completely sealing him inside. The soul extraction technique he had just employed was indeed acquired from the Soul Palace. However, contrary to Han Feng's expectations, in his previous life, Xiao Yan had no affiliation with the Soul Palace. His greatest adversaries in the Central Plains were precisely those wretched beings of the Soul Palace. These spoils were gathered after he had ruthlessly purged their various branches. Upon sealing Han Feng's soul within a jade vial, Xiao Yan exhaled a long sigh of relief. This battle had finally drawn to a close. Although no figures of Dozone caliber had appeared, the difficulty of contending with these foes was hardly inferior to a genuine confrontation with a Dozone, perhaps even surpassing it. With the swift elimination of 6 Do Huang powerhouses, including the Elder Jin and Elder Yin, along with more than 20 Do Wang of 5 stars and above, such a feat would be daunting even for some Dozone to accomplish. Yet, Xiao Yan not only achieved this, but emerged largely unscathed. Should this accomplishment be revealed, it would undoubtedly leave countless individuals astonished. Remarkably, this was achieved while he was merely a 2-star Do Huang. Ordinarily, facing 7 or 8 Do Wang would leave him in disarray, yet Xiao Yan's performance overturned this notion. Furthermore, during this battle, he had not even deployed his ultimate trump card, the Fiery Lotus of Fury. "Young master, are you unharmed?" Upon witnessing the defeat of all their adversaries, Qing Lin hurriedly approached Xiao Yan, her eyes filled with concern. She had clearly seen him endure several blows from those assailants and feared he had sustained significant injuries. "Golf, I'm fine." Xiao Yan feigned a few coughs of blood and continued, "It's just that I was struck by some of their hidden energies while blocking their attacks aimed at you. I've suffered a bit of internal injury, but it's nothing serious. A few months of recuperation will suffice. You need not worry. You really are reckless," murmured Zi Yin softly upon seeing Xiao Yan spitting blood again. Though her voice was barely audible, Xiao Yan heard her distinctly. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied weakly, "What can I do? If I don't exert myself, they would have harmed you, and I would feel immense guilt." Hearing this, Zi Yin was momentarily taken aback. She had not realized she held such a significant place in Xiao Yan's heart, that he would risk severe injury to protect them, all while she had previously doubted his intentions due to his ruthless demeanor. With his masterful acting, Xiao Yan successfully left a favorable impression in the hearts of the 2 young girls. However, while acting was one thing, the spoils of battle were another. Thus, he dragged his seemingly battered body towards the corpses of those he had slain, methodically removing the spatial rings from their fingers. These individuals were, after all, formidable figures within the Blackhorn region, and it was likely they possessed considerable treasures. Although he found little value in these spoils, they could certainly be useful for the Shao clan. Upon removing Han Feng's spatial ring, he was unexpectedly struck by its stark difference from ordinary low-tier rings. High-tier spatial ring. It seems this fellow is faring rather well. Xiao Yan chuckled lightly as he surveyed Han Feng's corpse. In his previous life, he had possessed a top-tier spatial ring, befitting his status as a peak Do Shang, fully equipped with the finest accessories. However, since his rebirth, he had only utilized inferior items, both in terms of storage capacity and durability, rendering him quite unaccustomed to such inferior wear. After Yao Lao fell into slumber, he had been granted the right to utilize a black ring, but could only extract items from it without the ability to store anything, which led him to seek out higher quality spatial rings within the Blackhorn region. Little did he expect his senior brother to deliver this treasure right to his doorstep. "Senior brother, this gift is truly splendid," Xiao Yan mused softly as he toyed with the spatial ring in his hand. He had indeed seen information about it among the intelligence collected by Hai Bo Dong, which indicated that Han Feng had paid a hefty price to acquire this Yuhai ring. However, it was now evidently Xiao Yan's possession. While it did not compare to the ring from his past life, it was undoubtedly superior to other low-tier rings. Donning the Yuhai ring on his finger, Xiao Yan unceremoniously erased the residual soul imprint within and replaced it with his own. Such a high-tier spatial ring, once marked with a soul imprint, would prevent others from retrieving its contents, effectively establishing ownership. Naturally, by erasing the previous imprint, one could access its contents. However, this action would alert the ring's original owner, allowing them to trace the ring's location. In contrast, the top-tier spatial ring Xiao Yan had used in his previous life could not only prevent others from accessing its contents, but could also retaliate against any intruding force. Moreover, he could channel his soul power through the ring to strike at his enemies. In simpler terms, it was akin to attacking someone through an internet connection. However, at Xiao Yan's level, it was virtually impossible for anyone to lay claim to his ring. After obtaining the Yuhai ring, Xiao Yan did not intend to inspect its contents immediately. Clearly, this was not the time to tally the spoils, as there was a chance others might arrive. While he bore no fear of those individuals, they would undoubtedly pose a nuisance. Thus, his immediate priority was to return to the Xiao clan, where he could safely refine his unusual flames. Receiving the Sea Heart Flame, enveloped in Do Qi, from Ziyan's hands, Xiao Yan prepared to depart the Return Ruins with the two girls. Their objectives had already been met, and there was no need to linger any longer, despite the potential treasures remaining within. To Xiao Yan, those items paled in comparison to the unusual flames. However, before departing, Xiao Yan waved his hand to collect the few relatively intact Do Huang corpses on the ground, including Han Feng's. Although he had thoroughly scavenged the area, the corpses of Do Huang rank still held some value, should the need arise. Displaying them at the entrance of the Xiao clan would serve as a deterrent to other forces. Had it been anyone else engaging in such behavior of not sparing even the corpses of their enemies, they would likely have faced derision or been deemed excessively cruel. Yet, Qing Lin regarded Xiao Yan with admiration, exclaiming, "Young master, you truly possess a kind heart. Even towards enemies, you think to take their remains for burial, ensuring they find peace in death." Ziyan surveyed the scattered remnants of the corpses, feeling that the descriptors of Xiao Yan and kindness were incongruous. The demeanor he exhibited hardly suggested he would construct graves for anyone. Were one to suggest he would drag these individuals out for desecration, she might find that more believable. Such a characterization would elicit laughter from others. Even Xiao Yan himself would find it amusing if he heard it. In the Return Ruins, once activated, the portal typically remained open for a month. However, Xiao Yan and his companions exited in less than a day, leading many factions within the Blackhorn region to snicker privately. The upstart, having gained a modicum of fame, presumed to partake in such a domain, likely having encountered a formidable force that left him in such disarray. Particularly, seeing Xiao Yan's pale visage, stained with blood and evidently injured, solidified such speculations. In no time, the leader of the Xiao clan became a subject of jest within the Blackhorn region. Yet as a month passed, many powerful factions noticed their leaders had yet to emerge from the Return Ruins, leading them to sense something was amiss. In the course of the past month, the Xiao clan has relentlessly encroached upon the territories of various factions, with the formidable warriors of the clan dispatched to the Abyssal Ruins. These erstwhile first-rate powers have proven to be utterly defenseless against the Xiao clan's advances. Despite their defeat, a simmering resentment festers within their hearts, as they curse the leader of the Xiao clan fervently. "Enjoy your triumph, while you can. When our leader emerges from the Abyssal Ruins, you shall see." Such thoughts swirl in the minds of many. However, as the month progressed, not a single leader from these factions returned, casting a shadow of unease over them. The Xiao clan's leader, having carved out a domain from nothing, is undoubtedly no fool. If he dares to seize their territories, he must possess a certain degree of confidence. But what could underpin such assurance? A pervasive speculation took root among the populace, yet they were reluctant to entertain it, as it seemed too far-fetched. Nevertheless, as time wore on, these speculations became increasingly convincing, particularly when a disciple of the Xiao clan discovered that the ring adorning Xiao Yan's finger was none other than the Abyssal Sea ring previously worn by the renowned pharmacist Han Feng, thus validating their conjecture. Ultimately, a survivor returned to the Black Corner region amidst tumultuous upheaval, bearing news that left all in shock. This individual was among the last to escape the clutches of the Battle Kings, having fortuitously possessed a rare herb capable of counteracting the toxic flames of the Netherworld, thus narrowly preserving his life. Unbeknownst to him, the demise of his companions was orchestrated by Xiao Yan. Otherwise, he would never have returned to the Black Corner region, attributing their deaths to the treacherous terrain they had unwittingly traversed. He informed the others in the Black Corner region that the esteemed pharmacist Han Feng, along with the venerable duo of Jin and Yin, had all been slain by the very hand of the Xiao clan's leader. This revelation plunged everyone into a state of stupefaction. While many had speculated that these powerful figures could have met their end at the hands of the Xiao clan's leader, they had imagined it could be due to some insidious methods. Yet now, this individual was asserting that these formidable warriors had been defeated in direct combat by Xiao Yan. suggesting that the leader of the Shao clan was indeed a Do Zone powerhouse. In an instant, the expressions of all present transformed into ones of astonishment. Typically, a first-rate power could dominate a region with merely a Do Huang expert, yet the Shao clan boasted a Do Zone, and more importantly, a high-ranking alchemist. This implied that the Shao clan had now ascended to the position of the most powerful faction in the entire Black Corner region. In truth, the most startled of all were not the denizens of the Black Corner region, but rather Xiao Yan's ally, Haibuodong. He felt a surge of relief that he had not fallen out with Xiao Yan, for had he done so, he might not have lived to tell the tale. Any Do Huang buried in the abyssal ruins would have been a match for him, yet Xiao Yan dispatched them with apparent ease, prompting him to realize that he too could be dealt with in mere moments. When Xiao Yan had just returned from the abyssal ruins to inform him of his plans to seize the territories of other factions, Haibuodong had initially questioned his sanity. However, it was now evident that he was indeed resolute and composed, due to Xiao Yan's decisive elimination of a significant portion of the powerful figures on the blacklist. An update to the list was swiftly necessitated. Without a doubt, Xiao Yan claimed the top spot. His fierce achievements and the fact that he had felled the top 3 in the Black Corner region made him undeniably deserving of that honor. Although there were still many hidden experts within the Black Corner region, it was evident that Xiao Yan had not even exerted his full strength in the recent battles. Had he unleashed all his capabilities, he would surely rival those hidden experts. Thus, in a certain sense, he had already established himself as the true strongest in the Black Corner region. Naturally, at this moment, Xiao Yan had little interest in the movements within the Black Corner region. After returning from the abyssal ruins, he seldom made appearances and instead retreated into his secluded chamber. Though he had successfully retrieved the Sea Heart Flame, he refrained from immediately consuming and refining it, opting instead to enter seclusion once more. The Sea Heart Flame, ranked 15th on the list of exotic flames, harbored immense energy. Xiao Yan estimated that if he could successfully refine it, his strength might leap to the 8 or 9-star Do Huang level, or even the pinnacle of Do Huang. As for Do Zone, that seemed a distant dream. Xiao Yan's objective was to harness the energy of the Sea Heart Flame to propel himself to the Do Zone level in one fell swoop. Otherwise, breaking through from the pinnacle of Do Huang to Do Zone would likely require considerable time. Thus, he decided to shift his perspective. While breaking through from the pinnacle of Do Huang to Do Zone was indeed arduous, advancing a few stars from a 2-star Do Huang was not insurmountable for him. Xiao Yan himself was at the 2-star Do Huang level, and after enduring a series of fierce battles and over a month of seclusion, he had reached the pinnacle of 2 stars, with a breakthrough to 3 stars imminent. He resolved that upon achieving the 3-star level, he would consume a Royal Extreme Pill to further enhance his strength before refining the Sea Heart Flame. The Royal Extreme Pill, akin to the Do Spirit Pill, was designed to directly elevate one's power, specifically beneficial for Do Huang experts. Upon consumption, a Do Huang might increase by 1 to 2 stars, and, additionally, the pill possessed the effect of solidifying one's foundation and refining one's bones. Since his rebirth, this would be the first time Xiao Yan would consume a pill aimed at directly enhancing his strength. Previously, he had avoided pills like the Do Spirit Pill and the Purple Heart Barrier Breaking Pill, wary of potential side effect from such external forces. However, the unique properties of the Royal Extreme Pill resembled those of the Earth Fire Lotus Seed, alleviating concerns of similar complications associated with other pills. It is worth noting that Xiao Yan was not the only one to enter seclusion. Upon her return, Qinglin also commenced her own intensive training. The battle within the abyssal ruins had starkly illuminated her own inadequacies, prompting her to dedicate herself to rigorous cultivation shortly after her return. Her fervor in training even eliciting self-reflection from Haibuodong. During Qinglin's seclusion, Xiao Yan took the opportunity to visit her and fed the recently subdued water demon serpent a Do Spirit Pill, elevating its strength by yet another star. This gesture astonished the 5th-tier magical beast, as it had not anticipated such favorable treatment. Unbeknownst to it, the dual-headed fire spirit serpent, aware of past instances where it had nearly fallen to 4 or 5-star Great Do Masters, understood that Xiao Yan's intent in providing pills was not solely for its own empowerment, but rather to enable Qinglin to absorb more Do Qi. After a period of further cultivation and seclusion, Xiao Yan ultimately achieved his long-sought breakthrough to 3-star Do Huang. Following his breakthrough, he did not rush to consume the Royal Extreme Pill. Instead, he took the time to stabilize his newfound level before retrieving the jade vial containing the pill. Sitting atop the Qinglin, he swallowed the Royal Extreme Pill, initiating the process of refining its potency using the Nine Nether Illusionary Demon Fire within him. The refinement of medicinal potency similarly requires a considerable duration of time. However, for Xiao Yan, who possesses the extraordinary fire, the process is decidedly less arduous than for others. Thus, within merely a few days, he successfully refined the medicinal essence of the Emperor Grade Pill. This particular pill, renowned as the finest he had ever concocted, enabled him to achieve his long-desired breakthrough to the rank of 5-star Do Huang upon fully absorbing its potency. Feeling the resilience of his meridians significantly enhanced, Xiao Yan exhaled deeply. Just as he was about to commence the refinement of the sea heart flame, a sudden thought struck him. With a flick of his wrist, he retrieved a cold jade box from the depths of his Yuhai storage ring. Inside, a golden pill lay quietly, its surface adorned with swirling streams reminiscent of dragon forms. This pill was discovered among Han Feng's possessions, and its quality unmistakably classified it as a 7-star pill. Initially, Xiao Yan was puzzled as to how someone of Han Feng's caliber could forge such a high-grade pill, until he stumbled upon the recipe for this particular concoction, which he surmised was likely inherited from the legacy of Yao Lao. Previously, he had encountered an identical recipe within Yao Lao's ring, which indicated it was crafted by Yao Lao himself. According to the description of the recipe, this pill was named the Yin Yang Xianlong pill, possessing a rather peculiar effect. Rather than enhancing one's strength or serving as an auxiliary, it was a transformative elixir that allowed one to rise anew after suffering grave injuries or near-death experiences. Furthermore, as it was formulated using the cores of 6-tier dragons that had been deceased for no more than 7 days, it contained a trace of dragon energy, which could potentially be grafted onto the consumer. To rise anew after falling, Xiao Yan murmured before swallowing the Yin Yang Xianlong pill. This pill differed from others in that its potency did not activate immediately. Rather, it lay dormant within, awaiting an encounter with life-threatening circumstances to manifest its effects. However, upon ingestion, Xiao Yan distinctly sensed a unique energy coursing through him, and after careful introspection, he recognized it as the so-called dragon energy. He already possessed a hint of phoenix resonance within him, and now, infused with dragon energy, his soundwave techniques were poised to attain an even greater level of power. Yet, he found that his current soundwave technique, the Roaring Lion's Song, was becoming somewhat insufficient for his needs. Lacking access to higher-tier soundwave techniques, he realized he must gather more of such abilities in the future. With a sigh, Xiao Yan summoned the Sea Heart Flame, enveloped in Doqi energy, before effortlessly dispelling its protective aura. Now it was time to commence. Given his current prowess, refining the Sea Heart Flame posed little danger. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, Xiao Yan undertook several preparations before officially beginning the refinement process. As he delved into the procedure, the temperature within the chamber soared dramatically, transforming the space into a colossal furnace, stiflingly hot. This heat even permeated the outside world, rendering the city of Shao as sweltering as midsummer, despite the winter season. As time passed, the Doqi within Xiao Yan gradually intensified, culminating in a sudden eruption of energy as the deep blue flames were fully absorbed into his being, propelling him beyond the pinnacle of Do Huang and into the realm of 1-star Do Zone. Such strength within the Jiama Empire was enough to sweep away all factions. Coupled with Xiao Yan's arsenal of skills, he had become truly invincible within the Black Corner region, with even 9-star Do Zone contenders unable to rival him. And he felt confident in his ability to contend against Do Zun level powers. As anticipated, the refinement of the Sea Heart Flame proceeded without incident. Aside from a slight prolongation of time, everything unfolded normally. With a firm grip, a swirl of ethereal blue flames ascended from his palm, the newly birthed flames. A fusion of the 9 Nether Fire, Nether Poison Fire, and Sea Heart Flame, which he named the 9 Nether Illusory Heart Fire. While Xiao Yan became accustomed to the 9 Nether Illusory Heart Fire in his grasp, he suddenly felt a tremor coursing through his body, followed by the emergence of a peculiar, malevolent fire spreading within him. He recognized this as a side effect of merging the extraordinary fires, having previously experienced something similar when combining the 9 Nether Fire and Nether Poison Fire. At that time, he had lacked the capacity to manage it, merely exhibiting a heightened irritability. However, now he found himself increasingly affected by this phenomenon. Nevertheless, Xiao Yan's resolve was steadfast. He was confident that by isolating himself in the chamber without engaging with any external influences for a time, he could dispel it. Merely a vile fire. Let me see what you can do. But just as Xiao Yan prepared to focus on suppressing the malignant fire, the door to the chamber swung open unexpectedly, and Qing Lin rushed in, brimming with excitement. Young master, I've broken through to Douling. Although Xiao Yan had previously instructed everyone not to disturb him during his seclusion, Qing Lin had been in her own retreat at that time, unaware of his request. Upon arriving, she had utilized her unique perception through the Bai Shi San Hua Tong to ascertain that Xiao Yan was not engaged in training or alchemy, prompting her to enter. Xiao Yan, having just achieved his breakthrough to Do Zone, had inadvertently dispelled the nearby soul barrier, allowing Qing Lin to enter without hindrance. In that brief moment, when she sensed the presence of an external influence, the malevolent fire that Xiao Yan had just managed to suppress surged throughout his body. Even with his unwavering temperament, he realized the gravity of the situation. Oh no, this is bad. Chapter 114, Aftermath. In the Grand Hall of the Xiao clan, Xiao Yan sat at the head seat, his countenance exceedingly grim. He regarded Qing Lin, who bore a faintly bashful expression across from him, and he could not help but twitch his mouth. Since his rebirth, this was undeniably the most embarrassing moment he had encountered. had it not been for his strong will. He feared he might have succumbed to a far worse fate. The previous day, after refining the extraordinary fire, he had been afflicted by the repercussions of the fire's fusion. Just as he was exerting all his effort to suppress the malignant fire within, Qing Lin had barged in, complicating his struggle to an insurmountable degree. Nonetheless, Xiao Yan was a formidable Dozong expert, having once existed at the pinnacle of Doshang. How could he yield to such a vile fire? He immediately summoned all his Do Qi to counter the malignant flames, yet despite his determined efforts, he found himself unable to overcome it. Clearly, some challenges could not be resolved merely by sheer willpower. The subsequent events faded from his memory. He only recalled seeing a fist approach him just before losing consciousness. A blow that could not have originated from Qing Lin, but rather bore the unmistakable style of Ziyan. Coincidentally at that moment, Ziyan had exhausted her supply of pills, and since Xiao Yan's seclusion had ended, prompting her to check on him. Upon witnessing Xiao Yan's precarious condition, nearly losing control to the malignant fire, she acted decisively and struck him, rendering him unconscious. Unbeknownst to her, had Xiao Yan not been desperately suppressing his strength at that moment, her intervention could have resulted in a far graver outcome. Despite the blow he received, Xiao Yan was immensely grateful to Ziyan. Without her timely assistance, he might have committed an irreparable mistake. His somber expression stemmed from two sources: the pain of the strike and the disappearance of the malignant fire within him. The wicked flames could not simply dissipate without cause. However, through his soul's perception, he discerned that although these two girls bore their own essence, they remained untouched and pure. In other words, they had not engaged in any irrevocable actions. Thus, the potential reasons for the extinguishment of his wicked flames seemed limited to two possibilities. Either they had sought assistance from another, or they had utilized an alternative means to suppress the flames themselves. Given the intelligence of these two girls and the awareness he gleaned from them, the answer appeared to be rather apparent. As for the method employed, well, Xiao Yan was reluctant to inquire too deeply, yet he could venture a guess. Xiao Yan gazed at Qing Lin, who was curled up in the corner like a timid little rabbit. After a moment, he sighed helplessly, casting aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, and gently asked, "Qing Lin, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Qing Lin replied, shaking her head. Yet, as memories of the previous night flooded back, her heart raced like a startled deer, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple, which rendered her quite adorable. Bashfully, she covered her face with her hands, but her fingers secretly parted to steal glances at Xiao Yan's expression. Ziyan, too, appeared somewhat unnatural, having just achieved a rather compromising feat, which left her feeling rather awkward. Xiao Yan could not help but notice the subtle actions of both Qing Lin and Ziyan. He found himself momentarily lost in thought. Ever since his previous life ended in a rift with Soul Dai Air, he had not entertained any romantic feelings. Despite the advances from numerous women drawn to his identity as a demon wrath saint, he had rebuffed them all, not from a lack of desire, but from fear. Having once invested genuine emotions into someone, only to have them shattered, he was reluctant to endure such pain again. Since his rebirth, he had regarded everyone he encountered with a utilitarian mindset. While he occasionally felt moved, he had never fully committed his heart. Yet now, by some twist of fate, he found himself in a situation that left him bewildered. What was he to do? Given his character, he could have simply severed ties. But the unique talents of this girl, with her by Sanhua eyes, were an invaluable asset. Making such a drastic decision seemed rather regretful. "Hey!" As Xiao Yan lost himself in thought, Ziyan rapped the table, demanding, "How do you intend to resolve this matter? What would you have me do?" Xiao Yan rubbed his temples, genuinely troubled by the situation. He longed for someone to advise him on the proper course of action. Regret gnawed at him. He knew that merging with the different flames could yield side effects, yet he had failed to prepare adequately, leading to this awkward predicament where he almost found himself in an inappropriate situation. "I must say, you've seen Qing Lin in her most vulnerable state, and you nearly crossed the line. Should you take responsibility?" Ziyan's initially strong tone faltered, revealing her own embarrassment over the matter. "Do not speak so. It is Qing Lin's honor to assist the young master. Not only her body, but even her life, she would willingly offer." Qing Lin interjected, hastily defending Xiao Yan. "And the young master did not act with ill intent. It was an accident." "Qing Lin, you need not demean yourself so," Ziyan responded, frustration evident in her voice. "Your life belongs to you alone. No one deserves such sacrifices from you. Not even your young master. Do you understand?" "That is not true. The young master is the kindest to Qing Lin. Whatever I can do to repay him is my duty," Qing Lin insisted, shaking her head vigorously. Sensing Xiao Yan's somber expression, she presumed that Ziyan's words had made him uncomfortable, and she immediately leaned closer, appealing, "Young master, I know I am unworthy of you, but all I desire is to remain by your side." Xiao Yan, observing the unusual affection in Qing Lin's eyes, suddenly recognized an unfortunate truth. His previous method of nurturing her loyalty through care had indeed worked too well. The bond she had developed was not merely that of siblings, but rather of romantic inclination. "Silly girl, how could I possibly reject you?" He gently stroked Qing Lin's hair, speaking softly. However, if you truly wish to be by my side, I have one request. Do not demean yourself to please me. I wish to see the authentic you. Under Qing Lin's slightly anxious gaze, Xiao Yin spoke with earnestness. Previously, he had regarded her merely as a subordinate who needed to obey. But now he yearned for her to possess her own identity. Otherwise, she would merely be a decorative vase. Qing Lin nodded gently. In truth, upon awakening, she had felt even more panicked than Xiao Yin. She had often wondered if he might cast her aside. Yet he not only accepted her, but encouraged her to embrace her true self. This realization deepened her attachment to him. In simple terms, if Xiao Yin were engaged in a simulation game, Qing Lin's affection for him would likely overflow beyond the screen. Well, that is more like it, Ziyin remarked, crossing her arms and exhaling lightly. And you little imp, Xiao Yin teased, pinching Ziyan's cheek. Thank you for your help this time. TCH, if you truly wish to thank me, just make sure to concoct some delicious pills for me later, she replied, turning her face away, though the flush on her cheeks betrayed her inner turmoil. Returning to his secluded chamber, Xiao Yin could not help but let out a bitter laugh. This incident had truly been somewhat embarrassing. Fortunately, he had not committed a grave error, or he would have been subject to eternal disdain. For some reason, he recalled a saying from a renowned romance expert named Haru Nishinoya from his previous life. Always remember to close the door when engaging in any endeavor. He had not understood its significance before, but now it rang true. After banishing the distractions from his mind, Xiao Yin resumed his meditative position atop the Qing lotus seat. Assessing his current condition, his strength now resided at the level of a one-star dozone, and his burning decision had evolved to the pinnacle of the Earth Tier intermediate stage, just a step away from reaching the Earth Tier advanced level. However, due to the unique nature of the burning decision, its efficacy was nearly on par with genuine Earth Tier advanced techniques. Moreover, Xiao Yin still had a strand of Qing Lotus Earth Heart Fire entrusted to Queen Medusa. If he could successfully refine it, advancing the burning decision to the Earth Tier advanced stage would be feasible. As for the Heavenly Tier, Xiao Yin estimated that unless he were extraordinarily fortunate to find one of the top 5 different flames, the likelihood of advancing the burning decision from Earth Tier advanced to Heavenly Tier would require at least 2 more types of different flames. Even after absorbing the Qing Lotus Earth Heart Fire, I recall that the Jianan Academy possesses a certain type of different flame, Xiao Yin mused, narrowing his eyes. In his previous life, while he had swept through the Black Corner region and the Jianan Academy, they had unleashed a different flame against him, which he had ultimately dispersed. He wondered if the Jianan Academy still possessed it in this life. If so, it would alleviate his immediate predicament, relying on Ziyin's connections. He believed that infiltrating Canaan Academy would pose no significant challenge. However, should he resort to seizing the anomalous fire, it would signify a definitive rupture with the Academy, which would be detrimental to his aspirations of fostering a favorable relationship with Ziyin. It appeared that meticulous planning was in order. Xiao Yin mused softly. Naturally, he would not relinquish his pursuit of the anomalous fire, yet he also wished to avoid antagonizing Canaan Academy. Thus, he resolved to find a scapegoat to assist him in acquiring the fire. Fortuitously, he had just the right candidate in mind, and if he were to take action, it would undoubtedly raise no suspicions. Nonetheless, such matters required careful deliberation. At present, Xiao Yin had other priorities. His foremost task was to successfully cultivate the 9 revolutions refining method, thereby thoroughly condensing the seed of soul fire within his body. Only then could he officially transcend to the spirit realm. His second objective was to enhance his alchemical skills, striving to elevate himself to the status of an 8th-tier alchemist at the earliest opportunity. Just as Xiao Yin prepared to enter a secluded meditation to refine the soul fire, Hai Buodong unexpectedly paid him a visit. Upon sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Xiao Yin, Hai Buodong's previously placid countenance was instantly transformed with astonishment. Your aura, he began, but Xiao Yin, scratching his head with a hint of shyness, interjected, I apologize. I have only just broken through to the Do Zone level and am still mastering my control over such formidable energy. My presence must have startled you, Elder Hai. The apparent display of modesty elicited a wry smile from Hai Buodong. Do Zone, a realm he had labored his entire life to attain, was effortlessly achieved by this young man, who had yet to reach his 15th year. The stark contrast between their journeys left Hai Buodong feeling somewhat disheartened. Reflecting on their first encounter when Xiao Yin was merely a Do Wang, the rapid progression to Do Zone in just over a year was nothing short of astounding. Meanwhile, Hai Buodong, had he not relied on the imperial pill bestowed by Xiao Yin, might have struggled to even attain a single star in his cultivation during this time. The disparity was enough to provoke a sense of frustration in someone who had dedicated years to training. Elder Hai, what brings you here? Xiao Yin inquired, retracting his aura. It was evident that his mastery over his energy would not lead to any inadvertent leakage. His earlier display was merely a customary method of asserting dominance. Xiao Yin, I believe I have mentioned before that I possess my own family in the Jamma Empire, Hai Buodong said, taking a deep breath to steady his shaken composure. Yes, I have a vague recollection. Xiao Yin nodded, his mind racing to recall when this old fellow had divulged such information. My family is well known. You should have heard of the Mytel clan, one of the three great families of the Jamma Empire. Hai Buodong continued upon seeing Xiao Yan acknowledge him. Huh? I hadn't anticipated that Elder Hai had such ties to the Mytel family. Xiao Yan's brows arched in surprise. No wonder he had previously discovered a card bearing the Mytel emblem among the old man's possessions. It seemed this relationship was more profound than he had realized. Yet, the timing of Hai Buodong's revelation suggested he had ulterior motives. Xiao Yan, I shall be frank. I wish for the entire Mytel family to join the Xiao sect. Hai Buodong declared, his teeth clenched. Really? Xiao Yan was genuinely taken aback. He had initially assumed that Hai Buodong was merely seeking to return to the Jamma Empire. Not that he intended to envelop the entire Mytel family within the Xiao sect. Such audacity prompted a newfound respect for the old man. During his time in the Black Horner region, Hai Buodong had observed keenly. The Xiao sect, while not particularly astute in commerce, still managed to accrue substantial profits. If the Mytel family could partake in this venture, their rise would undoubtedly be imminent. However, he understood that for the Mytel family to thrive in the Black Horner region, they would need to rely on the Xiao sect. In the Jamma Empire, they were one of the three great families, but in the Black Horner region, such prestige held little weight. Only by aligning with Xiao Yan could they seize this opportunity. Yet, Xiao Yan was not the sort to extend goodwill without substantial gains. He would only be inclined to support the Mytel family if they could provide significant benefits. Frankly speaking, given the Mytel family's current standing, they were hardly in a position to negotiate with someone of Xiao Yan's caliber. Thus, Hai Buodong could only propose that the entire Mytel family serve the Xiao sect to earn their chance. Hai, you must understand that once the Mytel family joins the Xiao sect, every decision will need to prioritize the sect's interests, Xiao Yan stated, fully aware of Hai Buodong's intentions. He was willing to support the Mytel family, but only if they adhered to his directives. If any member of our family dares to dissent, I shall personally execute them. Hai Buodong vauet fi soli. Excellent. Then let it be as you wish, Elder Hai, Xiao Yan replied with a faint smile. All he sought was Hai Buodong's commitment. Had there been even a hint of hesitation, the proposal would have been dismissed. However, it seemed this old fellow was not lacking in intellect. Regarding the Mytel family, Xiao Yan did not wish to relocate them entirely to the Black Horner region. The family held their greatest potential within the Jamma Empire, primarily due to their extensive network of auction houses across various cities, which proved invaluable for intelligence gathering. Relocating them to the Black Horner region would be counterproductive. Thus, he instructed Hai Buodong to return with a select group of elites and establish Mytel auction houses in the cities of the Black Horner region. This would enhance both their financial gain and intelligence collection capabilities immensely compared to the current Xiao sect. As for the Mytel auction houses in the Jamma Empire, Xiao Yan also sent along a batch of pills that were selling like hotcakes in the Black Horner region, and even more so in the Jamma Empire. After dispatching Hai Buodong, Xiao Yan resumed his cultivation of the 9 revolutions refining method. The soul fire he had previously condensed in the abyss had been fully expended, and to summon it again, he would need to refine a new one, a process fraught with complications. To directly summon the soul fire, he must forge a true seed of fire. Of course, creating the seed was not a task to be completed swiftly. It required prolonged and uninterrupted refining over an extended period to succeed. This was why Xiao Yan had not attempted to cultivate the fire seed directly before. However, with ample time at his disposal now, he intended to forge the soul fire seed in one continuous effort. Meanwhile, after a day of rest, Qinglin gradually regained her vitality. Perhaps influenced by Xiao Yan's words, she had become considerably more cheerful upon waking, even taking the initiative to learn how to manage the affairs of the Xiao sect. During Hai Buodong's absence in the Jamma Empire, she single-handedly organized the vast Xiao sect with remarkable efficiency. This growth brought a sense of satisfaction to Xiao Yan, who had been quietly observing her progress. However, he soon noticed something amiss. After attending to her duties, Qinglin would often come to Xiao Yan's room to warm his bed. If she encountered any distress, she would lean on him for comfort, occasionally bringing him dishes she had prepared herself, watching intently as he consumed them. The once self-effacing girl had blossomed into a vivacious young woman, embodying the spirited nature appropriate for her age, and it seemed she was experiencing the throes of young love. Yet, Qinglin's fervent demeanor was somewhat overwhelming for Xiao Yan, particularly when she broached the subject of sharing a bed with him. Setting aside his lack of interest in younger girls, he could not consent to such matters for her well-being. Given her tender age, any impact on her future potential would be a grave miscalculation. After much earnest persuasion from Xiao Yan, who was concerned about her physical development, Qinglin finally ceased her insistence on attending to him at night. However, just as Xiao Yan sighed in relief, he discovered that Qinglin had collected numerous scandalous booklets. Her face flushed as she read them with great interest. 3 days later, Qinglin excitedly approached Xiao Yan, declaring that she could serve him in other ways. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Yan playfully tapped her on the head and promptly ushered her out. Upon hearing Qinglin's proposed methods, Xiao Yan's expression became exceedingly peculiar. He began to regret ever encouraging her to embrace her true self. This was indeed a test of his resolve. Although he was not one to be attracted to younger girls, having such a little girl stand before him, professing her desire to serve him, was undeniably tempting him towards wrongdoing. The most aggrieved by this situation was Ziyin. Ever since Qing Lin had sworn a sisterhood with her, she had taken it upon herself to act as the elder sister. However, since Qing Lin had become close to Xiao Yan, she frequently dashed over to him, leaving Ziyin with scant opportunities to meet her. Even during their rare encounters, Qing Lin would incessantly refer to Xiao Yan as young master, completely disregarding her elder sister status. Ziyin remained perplexed, unable to comprehend the drastic changes in Qing Lin. Why things turn out this way? The first time, she had someone who could actively assist her in alchemy, and a sister to share her joys with. These two delightful occurrences should have merged into a dreamlike state of bliss. Yet, why had it become so complicated? Unable to make sense of it all, Ziyin resolved to confront Xiao Yan for clarity. However, as soon as she pushed open the door, before she could utter a word, Xiao Yan pulled her inside, exclaiming, "Just in time, I was about to seek you out." "Seek me? For what?" Ziyin asked, puzzled. Usually, she would approach Xiao Yan only after consuming her energy pills, so it was unusual for him to come looking for her. "Well, it's like this. I've been practicing a technique and have reached a critical juncture where I need someone to protect me. Since Hai Lao has returned to the Gamma Empire, I must trouble you for the time being," Xiao Yan explained with a cough. In truth, even if Hai Bo Dong were still around, he would not entrust his protection to him, as he had yet to fully trust that old man. After a period of diligent training, Xiao Yan had brought his 9 turns refining divine technique to a crucial moment, on the verge of manifesting the fire seed. Once the fire seed appeared, the soul fire would instantaneously spread throughout his body, leaving him in a profoundly weakened state. Although this weakness would not last long, he still decided to have Ziyin safeguard him just in case. "I knew you wouldn't be up to anything good," Ziyin huffed, rubbing her fingers together. "If you want my help, you must offer me something in return." "Seriously? You've been feasting and drinking at my place without paying, and now you want something for a little favor?" Xiao Yan replied, incredulous. Yet, seeing the look on Ziyin's face, he sighed in resignation and retrieved a pill made from the dragon's saliva fire spirit grass he had prepared earlier. "Here, I know you want this." During his time in the Guishu land, he had found 3 dragon saliva fire spirit grasses. 2 were for his own use, while the last had been refined into a pill intended for Ziyin. Upon seeing the golden pill in the transparent jade bottle, Ziyin gleefully accepted it. However, just as she was about to consume it, Xiao Yan stopped her. "Don't rush to eat it. The dragon saliva fire spirit grass is not like other herbs. Its potency is incredibly strong. Even with your beastly physique, you might not be able to handle it all at once. I suggest you take it in portions." Got it, Ziyin replied, somewhat disgruntled, waving her hand. "Did you not say you were going into seclusion? Hurry up and cultivate. Don't disturb me while I eat." Seeing Ziyin's unreliable demeanor, Xiao Yan began to question whether it was wise to have her guard him. Nonetheless, he could find no one more suitable. So he shook his head and closed his eyes to continue refining the soul fire within him. Not long after Xiao Yan entered a meditative state, Ziyin disregarded his instructions and hastily consumed all the pills from a jade bottle. Unbeknownst to him, just as he began his cultivation, Ziyin treated his warnings as mere background noise. At this moment, his entire focus was on refining the soul fire within his body. Under his meticulous guidance, the gray flames he had hammered countless times were frantically compressed, ultimately transforming into a slender flame that quietly floated within him. As that delicate flame took shape, an unbearable pain surged through his entire being. This excruciating sensation stemmed from the burning of his soul, and it was a critical step in forming the soul fire seed. Those lacking strong willpower would likely succumb to madness under such torment. Fortunately, Xiao Yan was nothing if not resolute, and although the pain was nearly intolerable, he gritted his teeth and persevered. However, his complexion turned pale, and his overall state deteriorated rapidly, a sign of the exhaustion brought on by the strain on his soul. This period of weakness, ironically, proved that he had successfully endured the final, furious burning. The soul fire seed had fully formed. He merely needed time to recuperate before regaining his strength. Xiao Yan exhaled deeply and slowly opened his eyes, only to be momentarily taken aback. Before him stood a stunningly voluptuous woman, possessing beauty that rivaled even that of Queen Medusa. She was tall, with long, flowing purple hair cascading down to her waist. Just as he felt a surge of wariness, he noticed the woman's face bore a semblance of familiarity, and the slightly tattered garment she wore was the same one previously donned by Ziyin. He was not foolish enough to think that this woman had stolen Ziyin's clothing, so the only explanation was that this purple-haired beauty was a grown-up version of Ziyin. But how could Ziyin transform into such a form? As Xiao Yan gazed at the strikingly different figure before him, a thought struck him. He glanced at the now-empty jade bottle and understood that this transformation was likely a result of the dragon saliva fire spirit grass pill. This girl disregarded his warnings. Xiao Yan couldn't help but twitch his lips in amusement. Fortunately, the potency of the dragon saliva fire spirit grass had not caused any adverse effects, and the situation appeared to be progressing in a positive direction. Hee, were you startled? Ziyan teased with a playful glimmer in her eyes. Now that her body had matured, she felt a newfound sense of mischief. However, Xiaoyan chose to ignore her antics. Just when she was about to tease him further, she suddenly felt an unusual warmth spreading through her body, her lips becoming dry. What's wrong? Are you alright? Xiaoyan noticed that Ziyan's skin had taken on a rosy hue and quickly inquired. Could it be that the potency of the dragon, saliva, fire spirit grass was too overwhelming for her to bear? But that didn't seem right. Ziyan's true form was the formidable ancient void dragon, renowned for its physical prowess. Surely, she wouldn't encounter any issues. Moreover, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Xiaoyan couldn't shake the feeling that Ziyan's current appearance bore a striking resemblance to his own countenance when he had first merged with the strange fire, resulting in the emergence of the sinister flames. With this thought in mind, he instinctively retreated a few steps. Yet, scarcely had he taken 2 or 3 steps back when Ziyan suddenly lunged at him, toppling him to the ground. Before Xiaoyan could rise, her hands firmly pressed down on his arms, pinning him down with an unyielding grip. The dragon saliva fire spirit herb is an exceedingly rare medicinal ingredient, and any elixir crafted from it is invariably of the highest quality. However, owing to its overwhelmingly potent medicinal properties, consumption invariably results in effects akin to the aftereffects of merging with strange fire. Should Xiaoyan have meticulously examined the alchemical formulas, he would have discovered that the concoction of certain elixirs from the dragon saliva fire spirit herb necessitates the pairing of materials possessing a chilling attribute, intended to counteract the herb's adverse effects. Naturally, when Xiaoyan had previously concocted pills for Ziyan, he had omitted these necessary ingredients, merely adding some seasonings to enhance the flavor, which had resulted in the current predicament. In mere seconds, the temperature within Ziyan soared to a terrifying degree, her garments unable to withstand such heat, disintegrating into ashes. Had it not been for Xiaoyan's prior refinement of numerous strange fires, being so closely subdued by Ziyan would have surely led to dire consequences. Yet, in that moment, his concerns lay elsewhere. With her clothing reduced to cinders, Ziyan's form was laid bare before him. Instinctively, he shut his eyes, but scarcely had he done so when he felt a soft object seal his lips, a nimble tongue daringly slipping into his mouth. Xiaoyan's eyes widened in shock. He could scarcely believe that he had been forcefully kissed, realizing that if this continued, he might truly be in a perilous situation, and that no one would come to his aid. He desperately sought to break free from Ziyan's grasp. However, in his current weakened state, he found himself unable to summon his strength, while Ziyan, empowered by the dragon saliva fire spirit herb's medicinal effects, easily overpowered him. In an astonishing turn of events, she even freed one hand to tear away at his clothing. Xiaoyan felt a wave of despair wash over him. How could the illustrious holy son of rage find himself in such a compromising position? Even more lamentable was the fact that a fragment of the herb's potency had inadvertently passed into him through that kiss, igniting a heat within his own body, and he could sense his rationality slipping away. Little did he expect that his illustrious life would culminate in such a predicament at the hands of this girl. In the final moments of lucidity, Xiaoyan lamented bitterly, "What a fate for me." Seeing that Xiaoyan had ceased to struggle, Ziyan gently leaned down. Just before his consciousness faded completely, a single thought flickered in her mind. "I'm sorry." Chapter 118. Educating Ziyan in the Black Horn. Within a chamber so shrouded in mystery that even high-ranking alchemists could not discern its true nature, resided the secluded area of Xiaoyan, the leader of the Xiao clan. Draped in a spacious black robe, Ziyan sat upon the bed, her delicate legs swinging idly. Her strength far exceeded that of Qing Lin, and coupled with her beastly physique, her constitution was vastly superior to that of ordinary individuals. Therefore, even after her battle with Xiaoyan, she rapidly recovered. Of course, this was also due to Xiaoyan being in a severely weakened state, unable to exert even a fraction of his strength, thus leaving her in complete control throughout the encounter. Had the circumstances been different, her condition would have been far less favorable. After the battle, the medicinal potency of the dragon saliva fire spirit herb within her gradually dissipated, restoring her to her youthful form, which inflicted a deeper wound upon Xiaoyan, as her appearance incessantly reminded him of the humiliation he suffered during their confrontation. Even more distressing was the fact that this first, invaluable experience of his life had been so haphazardly taken from him. Should Huan die or learn of this, she would surely roll on the ground with laughter. However, it was far more probable that upon hearing of this incident, the daughter of the Huan clan would personally traverse great distances to exact her retribution. Thus, once Xiaoyan had recuperated, he resolved to reclaim his dignity, vowing to teach her a lesson. This girl undoubtedly required discipline, as her behavior was reminiscent of a child who thrived on mischief. Had she heeded his earlier counsel, he would not have found himself in such an absurd predicament. Ironically, he had initially brought her along to avert danger, only for her to become the greatest threat. I say, Xiaoyan, we have engaged in such activities. Doesn't that mean you should be responsible for me? Ziyin teased, swinging her legs with a mischievous smile. Hey, are you out of your mind? You were the one who forced me. Xiaoyan retorted, his lips twitching, setting aside the facts. Don't you bear some responsibility? Ziyin placed her hands on her hips, her stance assertive. I don't care. From now on, you're responsible for all the elixirs I consume. Otherwise, I will tell everyone that you dare threaten me. Before she could finish, Xiaoyan yanked her towards him, disregarding her struggles, and flipped her over, raising his hand to deliver a swift slap. Slap! Help! Domestic violence! Ziyin cried out in protest. Silence! If you utter another word, you won't be receiving any elixirs. Xiaoyan growled menacingly. What a farce! How could the esteemed holy son of rage be subdued by a mere child? Although this girl's real age far exceeded his own in his previous life, it did not quell Xiaoyan's indignation. Upon hearing his words, Ziyin quickly covered her mouth, gazing up at him with a pitiful expression, signaling her promise not to speak out of turn again. Will you dare to threaten me again? Xiaoyan asked, delivering another light slap. I want tea, she quickly replied, her eyes brimming with tears. And will you dare to disobey me again? Another slap followed. I want tea. Xiaoyan, of course, didn't strike too forcefully, given Ziyin's physical constitution. Even a firm blow would hardly harm her. However, no one had ever treated her in such a manner before, nor had anyone dared to do so. Xiaoyan's action stirred within her a strange sensation, a mix of indignation and an unexpected anticipation. Very well. Slap. Why are you still hitting me? Ziyin asked, her voice tinged with grievance. My apologies. It seems I've gotten carried away, Xiaoyan admitted awkwardly, finding the sensation rather pleasing, which led him to unwittingly deliver a few more slaps. You're such a pervert. Seizing the moment when Xiaoyan paused, little Ziyin sprang up, though the faint blush on her cheeks and her somewhat shy demeanor indicated that she was not truly angered by the incident. After the commotion, Xiaoyan's pent-up frustration dissipated considerably, allowing him to engage with Ziyin in a calmer manner. Due to their earlier struggles, the black robe that had draped over her had fallen to the ground, although she still appeared in her youthful form. Her presence held a considerable allure for those with particular inclinations. Xiaoyan, however, harbored no such inclinations, promptly turning away to avoid gazing at her form. Ziyin, noticing this, attempted to tease him further, but Xiaoyan swiftly delivered a light tap to her head, his daily encounters with Qing Lin having made him quite adept at handling such situations. After the fury within his heart dissipated, Xiaoyan retrieved a piece of women's attire from his storage ring and dressed Ziyin in it. Due to his previous cohabitation with the little doctor and his care for Qing Lin, he often kept several outfits for young girls in his storage. Albeit they were somewhat ill-fitting, still, they were preferable to having nothing at all. Once he completed this task, Xiaoyan sighed in relief. He examined Ziyin and suddenly recalled the pressing matter at hand, hastily inquiring, can you transform back into that form you had earlier? The potency of the dragon saliva fire spirit grass was indeed astonishing. Ziyin's aura had remarkably ascended to the level of a Dohuan, although Xiaoyan had fed her numerous heavenly treasures during this time. Making such a breakthrough was typically a matter of time and required prolonged seclusion like Xiaoyan himself had undergone in the past. However, with the aid of the dragon saliva fire spirit grass, Ziyin had astonishingly leapt over the peak of Dohuang to officially attain the realm of Dohuang. What intrigued Xiaoyan even more was the other form Ziyin had exhibited earlier. Though she had been in a weakened state, he could still perceive that her power in the mature form was significantly greater than in her lowly form. This was not merely a sensation. It was a conclusion drawn from personal experience, ensuring no error in his judgment. Yet, it was evident that Ziyin could not maintain that form for an extended duration, as she reverted to her original size after only a brief period. What concerned Xiaoyan was whether she could transform back into that previous form through her own power, or if it was solely a result of the dragon saliva fire spirit grass. Should Ziyin be capable of freely shifting between forms, it would undoubtedly enhance her combat prowess immensely. What? Did you not find that form appealing? Ziyin queried, somewhat bewildered, obviously misunderstanding his intentions and assuming there was an ulterior motive behind his question. I'm asking you a serious question. Where is your mind wandering? Xiaoyan rolled his eyes, retorting, and who told you I favored that form? Qing Lin did. Xiaoyan fell silent, instantly realizing that he was not the only one deserving of a reprimand. Heaven knows what else that girl had said. After much discussion, Xiaoyan finally clarified Ziyin's current situation. Following her breakthrough to Dohuang, she could indeed transform into that prior form, albeit for a limited duration and at significant energy cost. To maintain it for an extended period, she would require abundant energy or a further elevation in her level. Once this was confirmed, Xiaoyan escorted Ziyin back to her room to rest, despite her insistence that she did not need rest. After he threatened her with future energy pills, she obediently lay down. The moment her head met the pillow, her eyelids began to droop, and she quickly slipped into slumber. After cautiously closing the door, Xiaoyan couldn't help but chuckle wryly. What a predicament. Upon returning to his secluded chamber and preparing to cultivate, he unexpectedly discovered that his physical strength had significantly increased compared to before. After careful contemplation, he surmised that part of this enhancement stemmed from the residual potency of the dragon saliva fire spirit grass that had passed through Xian, while another portion likely originated from her. It was well known that Xian's true form was the legendary Taishu ancient dragon, whose blood possessed the ability to refine bones and fortify the body. Having absorbed a considerable amount of her blood during their previous encounters, he had subtly enhanced his own physique. Understanding this, Xiaoyan found himself both amused and exasperated. While bodily enhancement was indeed a fortunate development, the circumstances surrounding it might elicit amusement from others. Shaking his head, he cast aside distracting thoughts and took out the Qinglian lotus seed to refine the residual medicinal power and energy from the blood within him. At this point, Xiaoyan had successfully cultivated the 9 transformation refining spirit technique, solidifying his soul's fire seed. Though he had endured immense suffering during this process, his spiritual power had seen a remarkable increase. Coupled with his recent breakthroughs, he estimated that his soul realm had officially entered the realm of the spirit, meaning he was now capable of refining 8th grade medicinal pills. However, Xiaoyan did not recklessly proceed to concoct 8th grade pills. Despite his rapid enhancement in spiritual power, he had only ever refined 6th grade pills and had never formally attempted 7th grade ones. Given the circumstances, his chances of success in directly refining 8th grade pills were likely not high. Moreover, in the Black Corner region, gathering materials for 8th grade pills was exceedingly challenging. Even the materials for 7th grade pills were exceedingly precious. Were it not for his prior near exhaustion of the resources in the Guishu territory, he would likely be able to refine only a few now. After more than a year of gathering by the Shao clan, he had managed to assemble merely 2 or 3 sets of materials for 8th grade pills, which he was loath to waste. Thus, Xiaoyan resolved to first refine a few 7th grade pills to hone his skills, intending to tackle 8th grade pills once his alchemical proficiency improved. Before embarking on the refinement of 7th grade pills, Xiaoyan decided to use the corpses of several Do Huang he had obtained from the Guishu territory to create some puppets. This method of puppet crafting was something he had learned in his past life from the Demon Flame Valley, and came in 3 tiers, with Xiaoyan opting for the lowest level, requiring only Do Huang level corpses, souls, and 6th-tier magic cores. In Xiaoyan's eyes, these puppets were hardly impressive. However, their ability to absorb thunderous energy was precisely what he needed. Although he was not fearful of Danlei, defending against it still required some effort. Since he had the materials on hand, he crafted several puppets to act as guards and a shield against Danlei, thus saving him time. With all preparations complete, Xiaoyan officially commenced alchemical refinement. Given his current spiritual power and fire control abilities, the only thing lacking in refining 7th grade pills was experience. Therefore, after a few initial failures, his alchemical endeavors gradually found a rhythm. Before long, the skies above the Shao clan echoed with the rumblings of heavenly thunder, prompting many to speculate whether the Shao clan's leader had killed too many, incurring divine retribution. During this period, Xiaoyan secluded himself in the chamber, consumed by his alchemical pursuits. Through relentless effort, his alchemical skills soared rapidly. Now, he achieved a success rate of at least 70 to 80% for ordinary low-level 7th grade pills, and even managed to succeed once or twice with mid-level 7th grade pills during this time, not to mention having concocted a couple of high-level 7th grade pills as well. Of course, part of this success was due to the Deep Sea Spirits Cauldron, a testament to its standing as the 10th rank cauldron on the Heavenly Cauldron list. Even in refining 7th and 8th grade pills, it provided a significant boost. Although he had found a commendable cauldron in Han Feng's Yinhai storage ring, it still paled in comparison to the Deep Sea Spirit's capabilities. After securing the last 7th grade pill into a jade vial, Xiaoyan ceased his alchemical activities, not due to a lack of desire to continue, but because he had nearly exhausted all his materials. This left him feeling rather regretful. He believed that had he continued refining, he could have soon reached the point of truly concocting 8th grade pills, only to be thwarted midway. "It seems you've run out of materials," Xian remarked cheerfully from her perch on the bed as Xiaoyan prepared to put away the Deep Sea Spirit Cauldron. Upon catching sight of Xian, Xiaoyan could not help but let out a sigh. Although he had been engrossed in alchemical pursuits during this period, he occasionally found moments to unwind. During these rare instances of leisure, both Ziyin and Qinglin, the 2 adorable little girls, would come knocking at his door. Unlike a month ago, when he only had to contend with one, he now found himself accommodating 2. Furthermore, the dynamic between Ziyin and Qinglin had shifted. They had transitioned from being mere siblings to a master-disciple relationship, with Qinglin assuming the role of mentor after learning about Ziyin's connection to Xiaoyan. She even took out her cherished booklet to share with Ziyin, providing explanations along the way. Xiaoyan regretted more than once his previous decision to encourage Qinglin to embrace her true self, unaware of her innate nature. His earlier concerns about Qinglin's youth were no longer applicable when dealing with Ziyin, given that her actual age far surpassed his apparent one. Thus, he had to resort to the excuse of his own youthfulness. lest he risk being brought to his knees by Zi Yan and forced into servitude. Nevertheless, he did not harbor any aversion towards them. Despite their playful antics, the two girls had a remarkable sense of propriety. They never disturbed him while he was refining pills, and encountering two endearing little girls in his spare moments invariably lifted his spirits. Had it been Hai Bo Dong approaching him after his alchemical endeavors, he undoubtedly would have kicked him away. Didn't I already provide you with pills? How is it that you've consumed them so quickly? Xiao Yan inquired. Gathering the remaining medicinal materials, it seemed he would need to instruct his subordinates to collect more resources for 7th-tier pills. However, if he wished to replicate such a large-scale production, it would likely take at least a year or two. I merely came to offer you a suggestion, Zi Yan replied, her chin resting on her palm, a playful smile gracing her lips. You wish to refine pills, right? I know of a place abundant with medicinal materials. More than enough for your needs. What place? Xiao Yan asked, intrigued. Jianan Academy, Zi Yan declared, flicking her purple ponytail. Within the inner courtyard of Jianan Academy lies a storage room stocked with various rare herbs. I can assure you, the materials there far exceed those we previously discovered in the Guishi region. I do not doubt that, Xiao Yan nodded in agreement. Jianan Academy had stood the test of time on the Duki continent, amassing a wealth of resources. In his past life, after decimating Jianan Academy, he had scavenged quite a few treasures, though some were deeply hidden, and at that time he lacked the formidable strength he possessed now, resulting in many valuable items slipping away from him. However, will Jianan Academy truly part with those medicinal materials? He furrowed his brow, questioning. Do not worry. I shall accompany you. We can discreetly procure some materials and split them 50-50. Zi Yan excitedly rubbed her hands together. Having spent many years at Jianan Academy, I am well aware of where the treasures lie. With my guidance, we shall go unnoticed. Having a student like you at Jianan Academy is indeed a stroke of luck, Xiao Yan remarked, his lips twitching. He had to admit that Zi Yan's proposal was quite tempting and aligned perfectly with his usual modus operandi. Yet, his ambitions extended beyond mere medicinal materials. He also coveted the Academy's rare flames. Thus, he had to momentarily suppress this particular desire. Perhaps it's best to reconsider. Xiao Yan shook his head. Regardless of the circumstances, you have been well cared for by Elder Su Qian at Jianan Academy during your time there. Our actions might be considered somewhat unscrupulous. Instead, let us return to Jianan Academy and engage in a proper exchange with Elder Su Qian, offering equivalent pills or techniques in exchange for the materials. What do you think? Zi Yan was momentarily taken aback. Having spent considerable time with Xiao Yan, she understood his character well. Under normal circumstances, he would have already emptied Jianan Academy of its resources, so why the sudden change of heart? Did he alter his stance solely because of her? Unbeknownst to Zi Yan, Xiao Yan had his sights set on the rare flames of Jianan Academy, planning to employ a long-term strategy to achieve his goal. Thus, she naively believed that his concession stemmed from their relationship with the Academy. Although she would not have objected had he chosen to raid the storage room, his current demeanor indicated he was thinking of her well-being. Consequently, a rare softness flickered in Zi Yan's typically cunning gaze. Even if Zi Yan had not suggested, Xiao Yan would have sought an opportunity to visit Jianan Academy, as the rare flames were of paramount importance to him. However, having Zi Yan personally guide him was undoubtedly the most sensible approach. As for whether he could secure the flames, Xiao Yan had no doubts. As long as the Academy's mysterious dean did not return, the other formidable figures of Jianan Academy posed no threat to him. He could likely conquer the Academy with just his 3 puppets. After undergoing refinement through the pill lightning, these 3 puppets had been strengthened to the level of Dozong. However, due to Xiao Yan's choice of materials being merely Do Huang, the puppets had only reached the 4 to 5-star Dozong level, which was nearing their limit. Should they consume more pill lightning, they might very well self-destruct. Nonetheless, even so, these puppets would undoubtedly allow him to traverse the Black Corner region without obstruction. Once Hai Bo Dong returned from the Gamma Empire, Xiao Yan handed over all affairs of the Xiao clan to him, who had barely rested for a few days. He then departed with Zi Yan and Qing Lin, leaving Hai Bo Dong to manage the newly settled elite from the Mite family, only to find out that Xiao Yan was once again embarking on a long journey, plunging him back into the trials of a laborious existence. Fortunately, this time Hai Bo Dong had brought numerous individuals from the Mite family, alleviating the overwhelming pressure he had previously faced. Nonetheless, he could not help but mentally berate Xiao Yan for his actions. What Hai Bo Dong did not realize was that another individual was cursing even more fiercely than he was. Had he known, they would likely have joined in mutual lamentation. This individual was none other than the one sent by Soldai heir to pursue Xiao Yan, named Solamo Li. She had been in pursuit of Xiao Yan for several years and had never been closer to him than now. Chosen for her unique abilities, she had mastered a special secret technique that allowed her to lock onto a person's aura, tracing their movements until she apprehended them. However, this technique had a significant drawback. It required her to follow the path the individual had taken to sense their specific aura. In simple terms, it functioned similarly to a navigation ability, and thus, her misfortune began. She pursued him from the Beast Mountain range to the empire of Sun Yun, delving into the 3 great forbidden zones and even traversing the Scorpion Tomb, which Xiao Yan had filled with toxic gas. Finally, she detected a trace of Xiao Yan's presence, only to discover he had fled to the Tagger Desert. Soul Mo Li traveled great distances to the Tagger Desert, searching in the area where Xiao Yan had lingered the longest, only to fall into a lava pit. It was unclear who had dug a tunnel leading directly to the molten depths and left it unfilled, obscured in a rather secretive location that even she had missed. Had she not been powerful enough to envelop herself in Do Qi at the last moment, she might have perished there. After managing to escape the lava, she arrived at a small city named Mo Chung to seek out Xiao Yan's whereabouts, only to sense his aura re-emerging in the Black Corner region. With no other option, she had to set her course for the Black Corner region, inadvertently getting caught in a tempest while passing through the Black Domain Plains. Nearly losing her way, Huan Mo Li had pondered more than once whether Xiao Yan was indeed lacking in judgment, as the places he ventured to were fraught with peril that even she found exasperating, where a single misstep could lead to death. After emerging from the vast Black Domain Plains, she sensed Xiao Yan's aura manifesting in the sea, prompting her to hasten towards the ocean. However, due to her failure to exit the return void in time, she found herself ensnared within it, having shattered countless spatial scrolls before she finally managed to escape. After enduring numerous hardships, Huan Mo Li finally confirmed that Xiao Yan was residing within the Xiao clan. It took her considerable effort to infiltrate this clan, eagerly awaiting a suitable opportunity to capture him, only to find that he had gone out for leisure once more. Such antics were truly exasperating. Chapter 121, Jianan Academy. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yan, there was a member of the Soul Clan secretly embedded within the Xiao clan. Had he been aware, he would have insisted on returning to deal with this individual before anything else. At this moment, he was hastening towards Jianan Academy under the guidance of Ziyan. Xiao Yan, do you think this counts as going back home? Ziyan suddenly recalled something while en route to Jianan Academy. A mischievous smile gracing her lips as she inquired. Where did you learn that? Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel speechless. The thought process of this little girl was indeed quite peculiar, and at such a moment, she was contemplating such matters. Nevertheless, her remark prompted Xiao Yan to remind Qinglin and Ziyan to never expose their relationship, not out of any desire to play the scoundrel, but rather because the implications of such a reputation would be rather unsavory. Xiao Yan was indifferent to his own reputation, for in his previous life on the Do Qi continent, he was a figure of notoriety. However, the same could not be said for Qinglin and Ziyan. If their relationship were to be unveiled, they would be subjected to strange glances from others, a scenario Xiao Yan was keen to avoid. Of course, should circumstances force his hand, he would not hesitate to eliminate those who dared to gossip recklessly. Before long, Xiao Yan and his companions arrived at the small town that bordered Jianan Academy in the Black Corner region. A glance at the sign at the town's entrance revealed the words Peace Town, a name quite ordinary, even somewhat mundane. Yet any individual traveling from the Black Corner region to here would be compelled to behave with utmost propriety. Typically, entering Peace Town would require a considerable amount of time to reach Jianan Academy, along with the consumption of pills prepared by the Academy. However, with Xiao Yan's current strength, he could easily bypass these obstacles and enter directly, undetected by those around him. For only someone at the Do Zone level could hope to perceive his presence. Jianan Academy had yet to reach the level of extravagance where they would station guards to monitor. Their objective was the inner court of Jianan Academy, so they circumvented the outer court and swiftly ventured into the depths of the mountains. The Jianan Academy spoken of by outsiders merely referred to the outer court. The true inner court lay hidden within the vast mountains, a location difficult to pinpoint without specific guidance. Yet, Ziyan appeared quite familiar with the terrain, suggesting she had frequently slipped out from the inner court. Shortly after they plunged into the mountainous expanse, a formidable aura suddenly enveloped them from afar, accompanied by several figures materializing beside Xiao Yan and his companions. Noticing the sudden appearance of these figures, Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow. With his spiritual power, he had sensed their presence long before, and dispatching them would be effortless for him. However, now was not the time for a confrontation with Jianan Academy, so he refrained from taking action. Soon, an ancient voice resonated through the dense forest. This friend, for no apparent reason, has intruded upon the territory of Jianan Academy. May I inquire as to your business? Old Su Qian, it's me. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Ziyan stepped forward, visibly displeased. Ziyan? Upon seeing the purple-haired girl standing before Xiao Yan, the previously ancient voice expressed surprise, and he quickly revealed himself, scrutinizing Ziyan and confirming she was indeed the formidable girl he recognized. Where have you been all this time? Stinky old man. Didn't I have someone right to inform you? I went to the Black Corner region for some fun, Ziyan replied, sticking out her tongue playfully. Such nonsense. Su Qian's frustration boiled over upon hearing Ziyan's words. Do you even comprehend what kind of place that is? If your identity is discovered there, those ravenous beasts would surely kill you and sell your remains. Why so fierce? I'm doing just fine, aren't I? Ziyin, startled by Su Qian's outburst, quickly hid behind Xiao Yan, speaking in a hushed tone. Su Qian intended to scold her further, but soon recalled the presence of two strangers. He gazed at Xiao Yan and his companion, astonished. The mere presence of Qing Lin, a mere teenager at the Dou Ling level, was enough to astonish him. But the aura emanating from Xiao Yan left him momentarily stunned, as he could distinctly sense that this young man was nearly his equal. In other words, this seemingly under 15 youth was a Dou Zone powerhouse? How utterly unfathomable. And these two are this is my sworn sister, Qing Lin. Ziyin gestured toward Qing Lin, then pointed at Xiao Yan. And this is my husband. Before Ziyin could finish her sentence, Xiao Yan swiftly covered her mouth, smiling as he said, I am her friend. My name is Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan. Su Qian repeated the somewhat unfamiliar name, his brow furrowing as his gaze fell upon the imposing black heavy ruler on Xiao Yan's back, his expression shifting to one of alarm. You are the Xiao clan leader who has slain the Jin and Yin elders, as well as the medicine Emperor Hanfeng? Naturally, Jianan Academy possessed information regarding the tumultuous events in the Black Corner region. Among the intelligence regarding the Xiao clan leader, there was mention of a peculiar black heavy ruler as his weapon, and he had previously received word from the Xiao clan stating that Ziyin resided there. Combining these two details, it was not difficult to deduce that this young Dou Zone powerhouse was indeed the enigmatic leader of the Xiao clan. Just like Xiao Yan replied with a slight smile, neither confirming nor denying Su Qian's words. Upon hearing this, the individuals who had surrounded them collectively inhaled sharply, relieved they had not acted recklessly, for if a confrontation had ensued, aside from Su Qian, the rest would have been no match for him. They were unaware of Xiao Yan's true strength, but they had heard tales of his fierce exploits. If this formidable individual truly aimed to target Jianan Academy, only the few mysterious guardians of the inner court and Su Qian would stand a chance of contending with. Who would have thought you were the leader of the Xiao clan, possessing such prowess at such a young age? Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Su Qian gazed at Xiao Yan's countenance, marveling at his extraordinary talent, a rarity he had never encountered. However, he quickly composed himself and continued. Might I inquire what brings the Xiao clan leader all the way to Jianan Academy? Chapter 122. The transaction with Jianan Academy. Though Xiao Yan's appearance seemed remarkably gentle, Su Qian did not believe that someone capable of forging a fearsome reputation in the Black Corner region in just 1 year could be a benign character. Such an individual infiltrating Jianan Academy undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives, perhaps even seeking the Academy's extraordinary flames. I have come to Jianan Academy primarily to propose a transaction with Elder Su Qian. Xiao Yan replied with a slight smile. What transaction? On the surface, Su Qian maintained a facade of calm, yet inwardly he heightened his vigilance. Behind his back, a powerful aura of fighting spirit rapidly coalesced. Should Xiao Yan exhibit even the slightest hint of treachery, he would not hesitate to strike. With his prowess as a Dou Zone, and the support of numerous elders from the Inner Academy, capturing this individual under unforeseen circumstances would pose no significant challenge. The Grand Elder Su Qian must have been aware of my status as a senior alchemist. It was said that the Jianan Academy housed an array of rare medicinal herbs, hence my visit to discuss with the Grand Elder the possibility of exchanging some herbs. In return, I would offer equally valued pills and martial techniques. Xiao Yan remarked with a courteous gesture and a smile. Su Qian, who had initially prepared to take action upon hearing the first half of Xiao Yan's statement, momentarily froze at the latter's proposal. Not just him, but the surrounding elders also exchanged peculiar glances, incredulous that this emerging overlord from the Black Corner region had infiltrated the Jianan Academy merely to procure some herbs. Was that not a preposterous notion? What? Does Grand Elder Su Qian disagree? Seeing Su Qian's dazed expression, Xiao Yan continued with a smile. What herbs do you seek? Su Qian furrowed his brow slightly. The more amiable Xiao Yan appeared, the more vigilant he became. Those hailing from the Black Corner region were known to be ruthless, and one must tread cautiously when dealing with them, lest one unwittingly falls into their trap. As for the request for herbs, while it was plausible, he could not believe that Xiao Yan had traversed such a great distance from the Black Corner region merely for what he deemed a trivial matter. After all, with Xiao Yan's status and power, gathering some herbs should not pose a significant challenge. In truth, Xiao Yan did harbor ulterior motives. I require a considerable quantity of herbs. It would take an eternity to enumerate them all, Xiao Yan replied, shaking his head. This time, he spoke truthfully to continue refining 7th-tier pills. The volume of herbs needed could only be described as vast. If he attempted to list them all in one breath, it would likely take an hour. Old man, will you agree or not? Ziyin, unable to contain herself as she observed Su Qian's contemplation, urged him on. She then leaned closer to Xiao Yan and whispered, Don't worry. If the old man refuses, I'll take you in to collect as many as you wish. You ungrateful little one. You've barely stepped outside before turning your back on us. Though Ziyin's voice was low, Su Qian heard every word clearly. He glared at her blatant betrayal, but was powerless to reprimand her, merely shaking his head and conceding Very well, we don't require too many of those herbs in the inner academy. If sect leader Xiao truly can offer something in exchange, then I shall oblige. After years of establishment, the Jianan Academy possessed a substantial collection, and the mountain range it occupied was no less formidable than the monster beast mountain range, teeming with countless treasures of nature. Xian had often ventured into the deep mountains for her plunder. However, the high-level magical beasts within were numerous, and even she frequently found herself fleeing in terror. Moreover, Xian herself did not particularly enjoy lingering in the deep mountains, so she frequently raided the Academy's herb repository instead. Xiaoyan, after we visit the herb repository, let us venture into the deep mountains to dig for treasures. There are many good things inside, like that big monkey. After Su Qian's ascent, Xian continued in a conspiratorial whisper, I was severely beaten by it before. This time, I intend to take revenge and skin it for shoes. Monkey skin shoes? Aren't you afraid of monkey fur pricking your feet? Xiaoyan rolled his eyes. Furthermore, you are a girl. You should refrain from such violence. Though that monkey is a magical beast, it is still a living creature. Skinning it seems rather cruel. Let us be merciful and capture it to feast on its brain instead. All right, I'll listen to you, Xian replied obediently. Hearing this from the leading Su Qian, he felt as if a herd of alpacas had galloped through his mind. The fellow had initially spoken reasonably, but how had it descended into such madness? Xian had only been with him for less than a year, and she was already becoming this ruthless. If she remained longer, she might turn into a cannibalistic fiend. The herb repository at the Jianan Academy was undoubtedly more expansive than the meager storage at Xiaoyan's sect, which was only Hai Buodong's personal stash. Xiaoyan himself had never bothered to establish a warehouse. He carried all his collected herbs with him. Grand Elder Su Qian, may I inquire if there's a list? Xiaoyan glanced at the multitude of jade counters and rubbed his head. He had no desire to sift through them individually and preferred a more time-efficient method. Su Qian chuckled, noting that sect leader Xiao's requirements for herbs seemed considerable. He promptly gestured for someone to fetch a scroll and handed it to Xiaoyan. You may take your time to peruse, sect leader. Xiaoyan nodded gently, slowly unfurling the scroll. After a swift glance, he circled a few items and returned it to Su Qian. Grand Elder Su Qian, I have made my selections. So soon? Su Qian was taken aback. Observing the circles Xiaoyan had drawn on the scroll, he frowned. The items circled were not particularly rare or precious herbs. Ones that could easily be found in the Black Corner region, rendering a trip to the Jianan Academy unnecessary. Could it be that this fellow merely sought a pretense to infiltrate the academy with ulterior motives? Is this truly all you desire? Aside from these, I require the rest. Xiaoyan replied with a calm smile. He then flicked his finger against his spatial ring, and an avalanche of jade bottles, numbering in the thousands, filled the entire room. Even Su Qian was taken aback, inhaling sharply at the sight of the plethora of jade bottles. There are over 1,200 pills within, nearly 1,000 of which are 4th tier and over 200 5th tier pills. The 6th tier pills are fewer, only a few dozen. Would these suffice for the herbs on your list? Xiaoyan inquired, observing the astonishment on Su Qian's face. Chapter 123, The Old Demon. Gazing at the nearly overflowing room of jade bottles, even the experienced Su Qian found his breath quickening. It was his first time witnessing such a vast quantity of high-tier pills. Had it not been for the consideration of face and Xiaoyan's formidable strength, he might have entertained thoughts of murder for treasure. What the other elders? The other elders exchanged glances at the sea of jade bottles, momentarily speechless. They were already aware that alchemists were typically affluent, but this was an extravagant display indeed. Such a sum could easily purchase several sets of earth-tier technique. Yet this fellow had merely come to exchange for herbs. Ahem, Grand Elder Su Qian, may I ask if you are satisfied with my proposed transaction? If you deem my pills acceptable, please have my requested herbs prepared. Xiaoyan coughed lightly, rousing the still-dazed Su Qian from his stupor. He nodded, promptly instructing someone to organize the herbs Xiaoyan had requested. Due to the extensive list of herbs Xiaoyan required, it took some time to gather them all. Thus, Xiaoyan decided to pull up a chair and waited at the entrance of the herb repository for Su Qian and the others to complete their task. As he observed the bustling figures, a slight smile graced his lips. His desire for such a vast quantity of herbs was not solely for the purpose of refining pills. He had other intentions. Once Su Qian and the others had finished gathering all the herbs, Xiaoyan slowly rose. Just as he was about to take the herbs, he suddenly sensed something, lifting his gaze to the eastern sky. The others looked on in confusion, unaware of his reason for such behavior, while a grave expression crossed Su Qian's face, for he could feel a terrifying aura swiftly approaching. Grand Elder Su Qian, it seems your academy may be facing some trouble. Xiaoyan casually stored away the heap of jade boxes filled with medicinal herbs into his spatial ring. Although his countenance remained inscrutable, a sense of relief gradually unfurled within him. The old rascal had finally graced them with his presence. Now, it was time to witness their performance. Suddenly, a menacing figure enveloped in a palpable aura materialized above the inner courtyard. Judging by the overwhelming presence, The invaders from the Magic Flame Valley were all formidable beings at the Emperor Do level, with their leader, an elder with crimson hair, exuding a power far surpassing that of an ordinary Do zone. What is that? Zi Yin inquired, feeling the immense pressure of the aura. They're likely from the Magic Flame Valley, Xiao Yin replied calmly. Under his influence, the oppressive atmosphere from above failed to unsettle Qing Lin and Zi Yin beside him. Young master is correct, Qing Lin affirmed, having recently managed many affairs for the Shao clan and possessing a fair understanding of the power dynamics within the Blackhorn region. The leader is probably the founder of the Magic Flame Valley, the Earth Demon Old Ghost. This Earth Demon Old Ghost seems to be a contemporary of your Academy Dean, possessing unfathomable strength. The elders accompanying him are likely among the 4 great elders of the Magic Flame Valley, all of whom are above the 5-star Emperor Do level. The Grand Elder, Fang Yen, is on the verge of reaching the Dozone realm. If they join forces, they could contend with Dozone experts. Earth Demon Old Ghost Su Qian's fists clenched slightly as he swiftly ascended into the air. Simultaneously, the hidden powerhouses within the inner courtyard followed suit. On the surface, the strength of the Jianan Academy should be sufficient to sweep away the top-tier forces of the Blackhorn region. However, in the face of this formidable group, they found themselves at a significant disadvantage. Xiao Yin was acutely aware that the Jianan Academy harbored several formidable guardians. Yet, these individuals typically remained in seclusion, emerging only in dire circumstances, making the Academy's stance appear exceedingly precarious in this confrontation. So, it is you. The Earth Demon Old Ghost cast a fleeting glance at Su Qian. When I first encountered you, you were merely a fledgling Emperor Do. I never imagined you would ascend to the Do Zone level and become a Grand Elder of the Jianan Academy. Truly, the vicissitudes of life are remarkable. Earth Demon Old Ghost, the Magic Flame Valley, and my Jianan Academy have always maintained a policy of non-interference. What brings you to our academy today? Su Qian's expression grew solemn as he regarded the blood-haired elder. Confronting a figure of such historical stature required utmost caution, even from him. There is no need for such tension. I am not here to provoke your academy. I merely seek to obtain an item, the Earth Demon Old Ghost replied slowly. I have long heard that your academy possesses a unique flame. Hand it over, and I shall depart, ensuring no harm befalls anyone within your walls. What say you? At this, Su Qian's expression darkened. The unique flame was crucial to the Jianan Academy, and there was no way they would relinquish it so easily to the Earth Demon Old Ghost. He snorted coldly. Do you think we are soft targets, easily manipulated? If you desire the unique flame, you shall not have it. Since that is the case, do not blame me for being unyielding. Let the battle commence. The Earth Demon Old Ghost stepped into the void, followed closely by the 4 great elders. Inner courtyard elders, take up arms. Upon witnessing this, Su Qian waved his hand, and the inner courtyard elders immediately soared into the fray, engaging swiftly with the Magic Flame Valley's forces. Yet, it was clear to all observers that the Magic Flame Valley's strength far surpassed that of the Jianan Academy. In just a brief encounter, Su Qian was forced to retreat, bloodied, from a blow dealt by the Earth Demon Old Ghost. After all, his 2-star Do Zone prowess paled in comparison to the 7-star Do Zone might of the Earth Demon Old Ghost. As Su Qian staggered back from the forceful strike, the other inner courtyard elders found themselves similarly overwhelmed, as the elder opponents from the Magic Flame Valley easily repelled them. The disparity in their strengths, coupled with the ability of the latter to wield a form of pseudo-unique flame, rendered the inner courtyard elders utterly outmatched. Earth Demon Old Ghost, do you truly wish to make an enemy of my Jianan Academy? Su Qian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, shouting in anger. I have stated my purpose. I seek only the unique flame. If you continue to resist, do not blame me for disregarding the face of Mang Tianqi. The Earth Demon Old Ghost retorted coldly, his disdain palpable. Had the dean been present, would you dare to act so arrogantly? I suspect he has long since fled. Su Qian scoffed, knowing the history between their dean and the Earth Demon Old Ghost. If their dean were present, he would undoubtedly have retreated without hesitation. Indeed, I hold some trepidation towards him. However, he is not here. Su Qian's words ignited a spark of malice within the Earth Demon Old Ghost. As for you, you lack the qualifications to speak to me so brazenly. A mere 2-star Do Zone. Do you truly believe I cannot eliminate you? Fight! Fight! Xiao Yin murmured to himself, observing the standoff above. If you do not engage in a life-and-death struggle, how can I seize the opportunity? Chapter 124. Xiao Yin takes action. Despite the Earth Demon Old Ghost's outward arrogance, he would prefer not to provoke the Jianan Academy without cause, for he held a healthy respect for their dean. Moreover, the Earth Demon Old Ghost himself had little need for the unique flame. Although he was the founder of the Magic Flame Valley, his affinity lay not with fire, but rather with the opposing element of ice. Thus, acquiring the unique flame would serve little purpose for him. The reason he risked so much to seize the unique flame from the Jianan Academy stemmed from a recent encounter with a mysterious figure shrouded in black mist, who had promised to assist him in breaking through to the Dozun realm. provided he obtained the unique flame from the Jianan Academy. Had anyone else made such a claim, the Earth Demon Old Ghost would have scoffed. However, this individual was affiliated with the Soul Palace, a force he had come to know well during his years in the Blackhorn region. They indeed possessed the capability to help him transcend to Dozun. If he successfully achieved this breakthrough, even if Meng Tianqi returned, he would have no cause for concern, which was the crux of his reckless gamble. Of course, the Earth Demon Old Ghost perception of Meng Tianqi's strength remained rooted in the past. He was unaware that the current Dean had reached a terrifying level of prowess. Confronted with the full force of the Earth Demon Old Ghost, Su Qian, who had previously managed to hold his ground, was now driven into a perilous situation. The Earth Demon Old Ghost had unleashed his true flames, and his attacks were vicious. Previously, he had refrained from killing blows, wary of Meng Tianqi's power. However, emboldened by the backing of the Soul Palace, he felt invincible. Seeing Su Qian in dire straits above, Ziyan quickly spread her Douqi wings, eager to assist. Yet, as she took flight, Xiaoyan pulled her back down. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed in frustration. "That is a 7-star Do zone. You would only be courting death." "Stay here. I'll go help," Xiaoyan replied, ruffling her hair before darting into the sky. Having set the stage, he was determined to perform. On the opposing side of the battlefield, amidst the cacophony of a violent explosion, a figure plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. This figure was none other than the strongest member of the Jianan Academy present, aside from Su Qian, the vice dean of the Outer Academy, Hu Qian. However, he now appeared disheveled, clearly having sustained grave injuries during the earlier combat. His opponent was Fang Yin, the Grand Elder of the Magic Flame Valley. Though both were peak Emperor Do level, Fang Yin possessed a slight edge in strength, amplified further by the peculiar pseudo-unique flame he wielded. It was precisely this advantage that led to Hu Qian's swift defeat. "Hu Qian, prepare to meet your end." As Hu Qian fell, a formidable energy assault coalesced in the sky above, exuding such ferocity that, were it to strike Hu Qian, even he, a pinnacle Do Huang, would likely meet his demise on the spot. Just as the attack was about to connect with Hu Qian, a young man clad in black robes abruptly appeared before him. With a mere flick of his sleeve, he effortlessly dissipated the seemingly overwhelming energy attack. "Who are you?" "This matter pertains to our Mo Yin Valley and the Jianan Academy. I kindly ask you to refrain from intervening." Upon witnessing this unexpected interference, Fang Yin and his companions quickly retreated a distance. Although the young figure appeared exceptionally youthful, his ability to casually neutralize Fang Yin's assault revealed that he was undoubtedly on par with their esteemed Hu Qian. "Director Hu Qian, are you unharmed?" Xiaoyan disregarded Fang Yin and the others, casting a glance at Hu Qian behind him, and inquired with a smile. "Grandfather." At that moment, a girl roughly the same age as Xiao Yan hurriedly approached and assisted the fallen Hu Qian to his feet. Judging by her address, she was likely Hu Qian's granddaughter. Possessing commendable talent, she was nearing the Doshir level at barely 14 years of age, marking her as a prodigy within the Jiama Empire. "I am fine." With his granddaughter's support, Hu Qian gradually stood upright. He bowed slightly to Xiao Yan, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Xiao Yan, for your timely assistance. Rest assured, although I have no ties with Jianan Academy, I hold a fondness for that girl Ziyan. For her sake, I shall not stand idly by." Xiao Yan flicked his fingers, sending a medicinal pill soaring into Hu Qian's hand. "Director Hu Qian, take care of yourself first. I shall handle these adversaries." "You arrogant brat." Hearing Xiao Yan's intent to confront them single-handedly, Fang Yin and his cohorts were filled with irritation. "When our Mo Yin Valley reigned supreme in the Blackhorn region, you were still in your infancy. You lack the standing to make such claims to me." Xiao Yan shook his head slightly, then stepped forward, his figure swiftly ascending into the sky. Witnessing Xiao Yan's terrifying speed, particularly his ability to hover without the aid of Douqi wings, Fang Yin and his companions' expressions shifted dramatically. Do Zone. This declaration not only shocked the members of Mo Yin Valley, but also left Hu Qian's granddaughter in astonishment. This enigmatic Mr. Xiao Yan appeared to be of similar age to her, yet she remained merely at the Doja level. While he had already ascended to the Dozong tier, Fang Yin and his companions were further unsettled. They had been stagnating at the Do Huang level for decades without glimpsing a breakthrough to Dozong. Yet this mysterious youth had reached that elusive realm at such a young age. How could they not harbor feelings of envy? However, jealousy aside, they were acutely aware of the significant impact that the sudden emergence of a Dozong would have on the battle's outcome. As Xiaoyan unleashed his Dozong aura, the Earth Demon Old Ghost also sensed the shifting dynamics of the battlefield. With his prowess, he could easily suppress a low-star Dozong. But confronting two Dozongs simultaneously would be an insurmountable challenge, greatly complicating his efforts to seize the extraordinary fire. "Fang Yin, hold that brat back. Once I deal with Su Qian, I shall come to your aid." The Earth Demon Old Ghost struck Su Qian with another palm, then turned and bellowed. Su Qian, recognizing the Earth Demon Old Ghost's intentions, fought desperately to delay him. hoping to buy time for Xiao Yan to defeat Fang Yin and his allies so they could confront the Earth Demon Old Ghost together. Their calculations appeared sound. However, Xiao Yan regarded Fang Yin and the others with a slight smile. This assembly, though seemingly formidable, posed no real challenge to him. He could have dealt with them easily even during his Do Huang days, let alone now. Thus, this battle was destined to be one-sided. Chapter 125, Black Dragon Swallows Spirit Hand. Following the Earth Demon Old Ghost command, Fang Yin and his companions gritted their teeth. They knew that if they allowed Xiao Yan to act freely, the battle would turn decidedly against them. Consequently, they ceased their offensive, their hand seals rapidly shifting. Suddenly, 4 strands of pale gray flames erupted from above their heads, ultimately merging into a gray-brown flame in midair. Upon witnessing the gray-brown flame, Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow slightly. He was no stranger to such flames, as a similar one resided within him, the very essence he had previously employed to unleash the magic fury Fire Lotus. However, the opposing flame was evidently of a lesser caliber. After all, Xiao Yan had cultivated the revised version of the flame manipulation technique, a refinement by the Earth Demon Old Ghost himself. Though unbeknownst to the old demon, his hard work had already been surpassed by another. Is this all you can muster? Xiao Yan remarked with a serene smile. The conjured flame was undoubtedly sufficient to contend with those at the Do Huang level. It fell woefully short against the Do Zone. This realization was not lost on Fang Yin and his companions, who, upon manifesting the flame, continued to alter their hand seals. Gradually, a colossal firebird took shape within the gray-brown flames, a starry sky fire phoenix. Is this it? Xiao Yan observed the firebird, which spanned several meters in size, and remarked indifferently. What others might perceive as an extraordinary feat of flame manipulation, Xiao Yan regarded as mere childish play. In his past life, he was an expert in fire, and few could rival his control over flames across the Dochi continent. Thus, this seemingly majestic firebird held little significance in his eyes. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's assessment, Fang Yan's expression darkened. However, he understood that this level of flame manipulation would not pose a threat to a Do Zone. Hence, a cruel grin spread across his face as he shouted to the other elders of Mo Yin Valley. 2nd Elder, 3rd Elder, 4th Elder, sacrifice your blood. The elders of Mo Yin Valley, including Fang Yin, simultaneously bit their tongues, unleashing crimson blood that coalesced into a brownish blood mass under Fang Yan's guidance, which was then cast into the starry sky fire phoenix. This blood was the most refined essence of their being, a significant drain on their vitality. However, upon receiving the blood of Fang Yin and the others, the starry sky fire phoenix underwent a dramatic transformation, its body quickly shifting to a blood-red hue. The temperature around it surged, and its aura intensified several-fold. This starry sky fire phoenix was now a genuine threat to Do Zone entities. Huh! Have you finally completed your preparations? Gazing at the blood-red starry sky fire phoenix, Xiao Yan stifled a yawn, finding their casting speed rather sluggish. Were it not for their time-consuming preparations, he could have easily dispatched them with his extinction flame 100 times over. Nevertheless, dealing with these foes did not require such extravagant measures. He extended his hand and calmly stated, "Come forth. I am eager to see what remarkable prowess your pseudo-extraordinary fire possesses after such a lengthy build-up. You shall not be disappointed." Fang Yin cackled maniacally, pointing a finger at Xiao Yan. The once empty eyes of the starry sky fire phoenix glowed a vivid crimson due to the absorption of the 4 elders' blood, even displaying a hint of sentience. With a powerful flap of its wings, it emitted a resounding cry before surging towards Xiao Yan with an overwhelming torrent of scorching wind. Black Dragon Swallows Spirit Hand. As the blood-red firebird drew near, Xiao Yan's outstretched hand transformed into a deep black hue. With a gentle clap of his palm, a dragon's roar reverberated across the heavens, and a massive dragon, forged from black energy, materialized in the sky above. It encircled its body into a ring, at the very center of which lay a seemingly frail black veil of light, appearing from a distance like a diminutive black hole, exuding an air of peculiarity. The instant the black hole took form, an overwhelming force of suction erupted from within, and, at that moment, the formidable starry fire phoenix was drawn directly into the black hole. Not only that, but the blood-brown flames that permeated the surroundings were also immediately consumed by the black abyss. As the starry fire phoenix was devoured by the black hole, the 4 companions of Fang Yin changed their expressions, acutely sensing the abrupt severance of their connection with the fire of transformation in a most brutal manner. Before they could utter a word, they simultaneously spewed forth blood, unlike the blood they had expelled during the fire ritual. This time, it was a consequence of their involuntary entanglement. After all, the starry fire phoenix had consolidated the majority of their combat energy, and its disappearance would precipitate a swift decline in their strength for a considerable time. Furthermore, due to the loss of their vital essence, they would suffer permanent repercussions, potentially leaving them forever stagnant at the Do Huang level, with no hope of further breakthroughs. Of course, given Xiao Yan's modus operandi, even without any lasting repercussions, These individuals would find themselves unable to advance after today. The reason was simple. This day marked the end of Feng Yin and his companions. At this moment, the pitch-black hue on Xiao Yan's palm had faded, and the black halo in the sky had vanished along with the fire of transformation belonging to Feng Yin and the others. As Xiao Yin gazed at Feng Yin and his companions, who bore expressions of horror, a faint smile graced his lips. Their starry fire phoenix was nothing remarkable after all. Faced with this sight, Feng Yin and the others were seized by dread, unable to fathom how the formidable force they had summoned, capable of contending with a Dozone, had not only failed to inflict any harm on Xiao Yan, but had also been consumed by him in a mere instant. Little did they know, in his past life, Xiao Yan's black dragon devouring spirit technique had buried countless formidable foes. This technique, derived from a peculiar race known as the devouring spirits, could devour not just the fire of transformation, but also combat energy, spiritual force, vitality, and even bloodline power, transforming it for his own use. Were he to unleash this technique during his peak in his previous life, he could, with a mere thought, consume all living beings within 1,000 miles. This illustrates the sheer terror of this technique. Utilizing such a method against adversaries far inferior in strength was akin to employing a dragon-slaying sword to kill a chicken. Return the fire of transformation to us. Feng Yin and his companions, feeling their bodies grow increasingly feeble due to the loss of the fire, wore expressions of ghastly rage. Do you truly believe you are worthy to converse with me? Xiao Yan chuckled softly, perceiving that the loss of the fire of transformation was indeed a tremendous blow to these old geezers. At this juncture, they should have been contemplating escape. Did they not realize that their weakened state rendered them virtually defenseless against the Dozone? Upon witnessing Xiao Yan's seemingly amused countenance, Feng Yin and his companions felt a sudden chill surge from their feet to the crown of their heads, as they realized that the figure before them had become somewhat illusory. In other words, it was merely an afterimage. Before they could alert one another, they simultaneously felt a terrifying gust of wind collide with their chests, the searing force causing them to spew blood uncontrollably. The three weaker elders were instantly deprived of life, while only Feng Yin remained, paralyzed with terror from Xiao Yan's overwhelming power. You are Xiao Min's master, Mo Yin Xiao? Feng Yin, disregarding his internal injuries, could not help but exclaim, for in the previous strike he had glimpsed the pitch-black heavy ruler, the signature weapon of the Xiao Min master, rumored to possess the terrifying strength of a Dozone. Congratulations, you were correct. There's a prize. A melodious laughter rang out from behind, as Feng Yin felt a surge of pain in his chest. Before he could lower his gaze to assess his wounds, a searing flame erupted from within him, extinguishing his life entirely. After effortlessly dispatching Feng Yin and the others, Xiao Yin turned to glance in the direction of Su Qian, where another battle had reached its conclusion. With a resounding explosion, Su Qian was struck down to the ground by the Earth Demon Old Ghost. Given Su Qian's wretched state, it would be challenging for him to continue fighting anytime soon. However, this was not surprising, as the gap between him and the Earth Demon Old Ghost was simply too vast. To endure for even a few rounds was already commendable. Defeating the Earth Demon Old Ghost was nothing short of a pipe dream. After severely injuring Su Qian, the Earth Demon Old Ghost did not pursue further, but turned his gaze toward Xiao Yan, who was surveying the corpses of Feng Yin and the others, a flicker of rage igniting in his eyes. Did you kill Feng Yin and the others? A mere swarm of ants. Their deaths are inconsequential. Let us not even mention them. Even if you, old fool, were to perish, you would merely be a pile of rotting flesh. After all these years in the Black Horner domain, surely you must grasp this simple truth? Xiao Yan chuckled lightly, mocking him. You shut-tongued brat. The Earth Demon Old Ghost's eyes narrowed. He was ever protective of his own, and today, Xiao Yan had brazenly slain the four elders of the Magic Flame Valley before him and mocked him, truly dancing on his forbidden ground. He should not think that breaking through to Dozone granted him the freedom to act recklessly. Today, he would learn that there are heavens beyond the heavens and people beyond the people. How dare you, old dog, utter such words? If you possess the courage, go seek out that director of the Jia Nan Academy. Xiao Yan scoffed disdainfully. Having lived so long, you've made no progress whatsoever. You only dare to hide in the Black Horner domain and terrorize a bunch of youngsters. Those contemporaries of yours who had any merit have long since become Dozone. What virtues do you possess aside from longevity? Xiao Yan's acerbic words made the Earth Demon Old Ghost's eyelids twitch, and the elders below could not help but admire Xiao Yan, at least if they were in his position. They would never dare to speak so boldly to the Earth Demon Old Ghost. Scoundrel, once I capture you, I will ensure your tongue is severed, and we shall see how you wield your silver tongue. The Earth Demon Old Ghost waved his hand, and immediately, a series of icy spikes imbued with chilling energy rapidly formed, aimed directly at Xiao Yan's head. However, just as they were about to strike, they passed through him as if he were a mirage. An afterimage? The Earth Demon Old Ghost's pupils constricted slightly. He quickly turned around, only to find Xiao Yan's figure had mysteriously appeared behind him, the pitch-black heavy ruler crashing down onto his head. Yet, The Earth Demon Old Ghost was no ordinary foe. Facing this sudden assault, he swiftly summoned the surrounding cold energy, and a transparent black ice crystal coalesced in front of him, blocking Xiao Yan's strike. Nonetheless, the Earth Demon Old Ghost was still pushed back a distance by the force of the blow, and as he gazed at the fractured marks on the ice crystal, a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. "Brat, your brute strength is quite impressive. But rest assured, once I defeat you, I shall personally sever your limbs. Your insults are feeble. You are truly worthless." Hearing the Earth Demon Old Ghost's words, Xiao Yan shook his head, his expression one of derision. "You a brainless old fool. Do you want me to teach you a few phrases?" To be honest, while Xiao Yan had indeed faced defeats in battles during his past life, when it came to the art of insult, inheriting the Earth's South culture of street vernacular, he had never been bested, stuck in the realm of mere vulgarities. How could the simple-minded natives of the Do Chi continent possibly compete with someone whose words could drag their ancestors into the fray? "You scoundrel!" Publicly humiliated by Xiao Yan, the Earth Demon Old Ghost's eyes ignited with a ferocious killing intent. With a flick of his sleeve, countless jet-black ice spikes coalesced from his palm, shooting towards Xiao Yan like a torrential downpour. These ice spikes appeared unremarkable, yet each possessed the lethal potential to slay a Do Emperor. Thousand Phantom Shin Ice Spike. However, in the face of such an onslaught, Xiao Yan maintained a serene demeanor. With a wave of his hand, an ethereal blue flame rapidly radiated outward, distorting the very fabric of space with its terrifying heat. The sharply pointed black ice spikes were incinerated by this azure flame. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the Earth Demon Old Ghost's expression shifted. He gazed at the azure flame surrounding Xiao Yan and muttered, "Strange fire? I never imagined you wielded such a power. No wonder Feng Yan and the others perished at your hands. Such a triviality is unnecessary for dealing with those weaklings." Xiao Yan replied nonchalantly, "Do not presume that possessing a strange fire allows you to contend with me. When I commanded the Black Horner region, you were still an inconsequential infant." The Earth Demon Old Ghost swiftly formed a hand seal, unleashing a torrent of black cold air that countered the terrifying heat of the strange fire. Amidst the swirling cold, a massive black ice sword took shape. Ice condensation sword technique. As the colossal black ice sword materialized, Su Qian, positioned far below, paled, sensing the dreadful energy within the sword. Its formidable power could severely wound, if not outright kill, a 2- or 3-star dozome. "Can't you lot come up with a new line? I'm nearly tired of hearing the same old phrases." But then again, only a turtle would delight in comparing lifespans. It's no wonder you all cling to such words. Glancing at the enormous black ice sword, Xiao Yan chuckled lightly, flicking his fingers. Instantly, the azure flame enveloped the entire Xian heavy ruler, followed by an eruption of terrifying energy that left all present in awe. How could this be? Feeling the overwhelming energy emanating from Xiao Yan, the Earth Demon Old Ghost staggered back, realizing that despite not knowing the nature of Xiao Yan's technique, its might was indisputable. If he were not cautious, he might find himself falling victim to it. Light Wind Virtual Flame Slash. Before the Earth Demon Old Ghost could retaliate, Xiao Yan executed a strike with his ruler, releasing a fierce beam that surged toward the Earth Demon Old Ghost. The sheer momentum instilled a sense of trepidation in the Old Ghost, prompting him to dissipate the black ice sword and rapidly conjure hundreds of black ice mirrors, not to block the attack, but merely to buy himself time to escape. Yet, to his astonishment, the seemingly formidable beam shattered the first ice mirror upon impact, leaving the Earth Demon Old Ghost momentarily dumbfounded. At that moment, a sudden rush of wind sounded from behind, and Xiao Yan appeared at his back, forming a dazzling energy imprint in his palm. Mountain Shattering Seal. The radiant energy imprint struck the Earth Demon Old Ghost's chest, producing a thunderous explosion. Even with the strength of a 7-star dozome, the Old Ghost was forced to spit blood and retreat, utterly unprepared for the revelation that the earlier display of power had been merely a feint, and that this youth possessed yet another formidable technique. After repelling the Earth Demon Old Ghost, Xiao Yan chose not to pursue, instead retrieving a medicinal pill and consuming it. Given his current prowess, employing the Mountain Shattering Seal again would not impose significant strain. In fact, had he opted for the third imprint of the Emperor's Seal, the resultant devastation would have been far greater, potentially obliterating the Earth Demon Old Ghost. However, he harbored other intentions and thus refrained from exerting himself fully. Similarly, had he unleashed the Heavenly Fire's 3 mysteries or employed other potent techniques from the outset, he could have swiftly vanquished the Earth Demon Old Ghost. Yet he deliberately delayed. And that delay was nearing its conclusion. Boom! Just as tensions escalated, a violent sound erupted from a nearby structure. The Heavenly Flame Refinement Tower began to tremble violently. As countless astonished gazes turned towards it, the tower's pinnacle suddenly exploded, unleashing a torrent of crimson magma. Following this, a colossal, formless fire python emerged from the magma column, emitting a sharp, piercing cry. It shook its head, causing streams of magma to cascade from its form, igniting flames wherever they fell. creating an inferno that appeared to engulf the landscape. How could this be? The seal on the fallen heart flame has been breached. Su Qian, previously injured, was taken aback by this turn of events. He had thoroughly examined the seal, and, despite the fallen heart flame growing stronger, it should not have been able to shatter the seal within these few years. What was happening? Gazing at the formless fire python, Xiao Yin raised an eyebrow. This flame surpassed the sea heart flame he had previously subdued, ranking even higher, known for its remarkable efficacy in refining the body and enhancing one's cultivation speed. Often referred to as a cultivation cheat, under the seals of the Canaan Academy, it should have remained contained for at least another 4 or 5 years before the fallen heart flame could break free. Yet, due to unforeseen interference, this strange fire erupted prematurely, and with Su Qian and Hu Qian both gravely injured and unable to maintain the seal, they could only watch helplessly as the fallen heart flame erupted from a tower. Ice condensation, sword technique. At this moment, while both parties were momentarily distracted by the emergence of the fallen heart flame, the earth demon Old Ghost seized the opportunity to strike. The previously conjured black ice sword reformed and surged toward Xiao Yan. However, this time, Xiao Yan did not exhibit the same valor as before. He was forced to retreat under the pressure of the black ice sword. As he fell back, he couldn't help but admire his own acting skills. He could easily win accolades even on Earth. As Xiao Yan retreated, the earth demon Old Ghost swiftly darted forward, forming a complex hand seal. Countless tendrils of black cold air, tainted with a deep crimson essence, rapidly expanded from his body, coalescing into a vast black cloud that enveloped the formless fire python. Blood cold extreme, freezing heaven. The earth demon Old Ghost, a true 7-star Do Zong, exhibited ice attribute Do Qi that far surpassed that of Haibuodong. The concentrated cold air was formidable enough to even suppress the strange fire. The formless fire python struggled within the black cloud, but was ultimately encased in ice by the overwhelming cold. Witnessing this, Xiao Yan, who had been forced to retreat by the ice sword, revealed a faint smile. His plan had come to fruition. To ensure the Old Ghost's success, he had deliberately weakened the fallen heart flame's power when breaking its seal. This allowed the earth demon Old Ghost to succeed in his endeavor. Long before entering Canaan Academy, he had used secret methods to conjure a soul clone that stealthily infiltrated the heavenly flame refinement tower, while he himself delayed time through matters concerning medicinal herbs. His goal was to allow the fallen heart flame to erupt at the right moment, enabling the earth demon Old Ghost to seize it. As for how Xiao Yin knew the earth demon Old Ghost would attempt to claim the strange fire, that was due to other reasons. Ha ha ha. As the chilling black mist enveloped the fallen heart flame, the earth demon Old Ghost chuckled with exhilaration. With a swift motion of his hand, the layer of black mist rapidly shrank, ultimately transforming into a black ice crystal, roughly the size of a fist, suspended in his palm. At the very core of the black crystal, a wisp of intangible flame could be discerned, the very essence of the fallen heart flame. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shan't play with you any longer. When we meet again, I shall ensure your bones are ground to dust. After securing the fallen heart flame, the earth demon Old Ghost cast a sinister glance at Xiao Yan. If he could deliver the extraordinary flame into the hands of the Soul Palace, he would undoubtedly achieve his long-desired breakthrough to Dozun. In that eventuality, he would first bathe the entire Nen Academy in blood to avenge the hatred seething in his heart. Don't even think about escape. Upon witnessing the earth demon Old Ghost's intent to flee, Xiao Yan immediately pursued him. However, it seemed his speed could not match that of the earth demon Old Ghost. Yet, he was far from willing to give up, and thus the two figures faded into the skies above Nen Academy. Su Qian observed the scene with a bitter expression, realizing that the fallen heart flame had indeed been snatched away. At this juncture, all he could do was hope that Xiao Yan could reclaim it. Chapter 128. A Scheme Within a Scheme. After seizing the fallen heart flame, the earth demon Old Ghost swiftly darted towards the direction of the Demon Flame Valley. He could sense Xiao Yan relentlessly pursuing him. However, due to the difference in speed, the distance between them steadily increased until he finally lost sight of him. Upon realizing this, the earth demon Old Ghost let out a disdainful sneer. In the end, a mere junior is still just a junior, relying solely on words. When the moment of truth arrives, they are woefully inadequate. Yet, despite having shaken off Xiao Yan, he had already resolved that once he broke through to Dozun, his first course of action would be to annihilate this brat and his entire faction. Not to mention the fact that this fellow had been mocking him incessantly and had slain the 4 elders of the Demon Flame Valley. Even his talent alone was enough to instill dread within him. Such an enemy must be eradicated before they could fully mature. Just as he was about to enter the confines of the Demon Flame Valley, the earth demon Old Ghost suddenly felt an unsettling sensation. Why was the Demon Flame Valley so eerily quiet today? For reasons unknown, a wave of anxiety surged within him as he hastily pressed forward. At the valley's entrance, he spotted a black-haired youth seated upon a deep black rock, playing with a ball of eerie blue flame. Upon noticing the earth demon Old Ghost, the youth raised his head, revealing a faint smile. "You are quite slow. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. It's you. Upon recognizing Xiao Yan seated at the valley's entrance, the Earth Demon Old Ghost's pupils constricted slightly. How could this brat, whom he had thought he had distanced himself from, arrive at the Demon Flame Valley before him? As thoughts swirled in his mind, the Earth Demon Old Ghost let out a piercing howl. Regardless of the circumstances, this was his stronghold. If he could summon his allies to assist him, trapping this brat would be a trivial matter. However, after his howl echoed, not a single figure appeared. Realizing this, the Earth Demon Old Ghost's heart sank slightly. The situation was unfolding beyond his expectations. Xiao Yan observed the Earth Demon Old Ghost's grim expression, and the corners of his mouth curled upward. Stretching lazily, he spoke with a hint of nonchalance. Old man, you might as well conserve your energy. No one is coming. While I was waiting for you, I casually went inside and dealt with all your men. None remained. At Xiao Yan's words, the Earth Demon Old Ghost's eyelids twitched. He could distinctly sense that this brat was not lying. The Demon Flame Valley he had painstakingly created had been utterly annihilated by Xiao Yan. Gritting his teeth, a murderous aura surged on his face. You are truly ruthless. Likewise, were you not contemplating wiping out my faction? Xiao Yan replied with a faint smile. Now, I have no time to waste on idle chatter with you, old man. Will you willingly hand over the extraordinary flame, or shall I beat you to the brink of death before seizing it? With just you? The Earth Demon Old Ghost's fury turned to mockery. He clenched his palm, and countless ice spikes swiftly assembled into a pitch-black ice sword, which he hurled towards Xiao Yan's head. Simultaneously, he retreated rapidly, believing that this ice sword would be sufficient to thwart Xiao Yan, allowing him to escape. Do you really think that will suffice to deal with me? Upon witnessing the Earth Demon Old Ghost resort to such tactics, Xiao Yan shook his head with a chuckle. Accompanied by a resonant dragon's roar, a massive black dragon erupted from his palm, transforming into a dark vortex that completely devoured the ice sword. The black hole, after consuming the dark ice sword, did not dissipate as before. Instead, it trembled gently, and in the next moment, a beam of black light surged forth. Racing after the Earth Demon Old Ghost, the object that emerged was none other than the ice sword that had just been devoured. However, the Earth Demon Old Ghost sensed that he had utterly lost control over it. Blocked by the ice sword, the Earth Demon Old Ghost's retreat was forcibly halted as he struggled to contend with his once prized technique. Meanwhile, as he defended against the ice sword, Xiao Yan's figure mysteriously vanished from sight. Simultaneously, the Earth Demon Old Ghost suddenly sensed a terrifying gale behind him. He swiftly turned around, only to see a golden glimmering fist hurtling toward him. The immense power carried by the fist left the Earth Demon Old Ghost astonished. He hurriedly conjured an ice shield in front of him, yet that shield shattered the instant the fist struck, the searing gale expanding outward and propelling the Earth Demon Old Ghost several hundred meters away. Before he could stabilize himself, the dark ice sword followed closely behind, nearly decapitating him. Damn it! Barely evading the ice sword by a hair's breadth, the Earth Demon Old Ghost roared in fury. He hastily retrieved an object resembling a jade tablet from his ring and crushed it with force. Do not think that just because you have concealed your strength, you can prevail over me. I too have hidden trump cards, prepared to meet your demise. Observing the Earth Demon Old Ghost's demeanor, a faint smile graced Xiao Yan's face. He did not obstruct the old man's actions. Instead, he crossed his arms and patiently awaited the unfolding events. Soon, a dense black mist emerged from the depths of the mountains, swiftly approaching the Earth Demon Old Ghost. After glancing at the black ice crystal in the old man's hand, it nodded approvingly and remarked, "Well done. You have exceeded my expectations. The Hall will not treat you unjustly. Guardian, this brat has repeatedly thwarted my plans and has slaughtered the entire Demon Flame Valley. I beseech you to join me in slaying him." The Earth Demon Old Ghost implored respectfully. "Ha! A mere dozong, and yet he has managed to corner you so thoroughly. Very well, let us confront him together today." A sinister laugh echoed from the black mist. "Earth Demon Old Ghost, let us strike together. Do not grant him the chance to escape." "Yes." At these words, the Earth Demon Old Ghost grinned wickedly. He immediately formed a hand seal, and terrifying energy surged forth, while the black mist beside him coalesced into a formidable offensive force. Faced with their impending assault, Xiao Yan remained remarkably calm, even allowing a hint of amusement to flicker in his eyes. Just as the Earth Demon Old Ghost attack was on the verge of erupting, the black mist preemptively launched its assault. The overwhelming energy contained within that attack left the Earth Demon Old Ghost feeling a twinge of trepidation, prompting him to exclaim, "Truly worthy of a Soul Palace member. To wield such sophisticated Do techniques is impressive. With his assistance, dispatching this brat will be effortless." However, his smile abruptly froze, for that very attack was aimed directly at him. Chapter 129, I am the Flame Guardian. Thud! The sudden onslaught obliterated the chest of the Earth Demon, disrupting his previously coalesced momentum. The backlash from this interference exacerbated his already grievous wounds, and as he staggered back, spitting blood from the impact, a formidable suction force surged from Xiao Yan's palm, drawing the black ice crystal, which had been sealing the exotic fire, into his grasp. Mr. Earth Demon, I extend my gratitude for your generous gift. Xiaoyan gazed at the black ice crystal in his hand, a subtle smile gracing his lips. After exerting such considerable effort, he had finally acquired this coveted object. It was now time to express his sincere thanks to the Earth Demon for his pivotal role in securing the falling heart flame. Why? The Earth Demon did not even glance at the stolen falling heart flame. He turned his head in a daze, disbelief flooding his eyes. He could hardly fathom that the guardian of the Soul Palace would suddenly turn against him. Upon hearing the Earth Demon's incredulous inquiry, a clear, ringing laughter emerged from the black mist. Why? Because you are far too foolish. At these words, the astonishment on the Earth Demon's face intensified. But this time it was not merely due to the mocking words of the black mist. It was because the voice emerging from it bore an uncanny resemblance to Xiaoyan's own. Realization struck him, and he hurriedly turned to face Xiaoyan, who cleared his throat and spoke in a raspy tone he found all too familiar. Earth Demon, you truly are a good dog, haha. With Xiaoyan's understanding of the Soul Palace, mimicking its inhabitants was a trivial endeavor. In his previous life, his actions bore such resemblance to those of the Soul Palace that he was often mistaken for one of their own due to his daily attire of a black robe. Upon hearing this, the Earth Demon could no longer deny the truth. He had been thoroughly duped by this scoundrel. There had never been a guardian of the Soul Palace. It had all been an elaborate ruse devised to exploit him for the acquisition of the exotic fire, and in the process, to eradicate everyone within the Demon Flame Valley. How could this not ignite his fury? I will kill you. He glared at Xiaoyan, unleashing a furious roar as he lunged toward him. Yet, before he could close the distance, a ghostly blue light ignited in Xiaoyan's eyes. Two beams of fiery energy shot forth, piercing directly into the Earth Demon's eye sockets. Accompanied by a wretched scream, this once mighty Dozong, who had roamed the Black Corner region for years, was utterly extinguished. Now, Xiaoyan not only possessed an additional exotic fire, but had also ascended to the realm of the soul, further enhanced by the fusion of his soul fire with the Demise Flame Eyes. This formidable combination escalated the power of his already fearsome Do technique several tiers. Even the Earth Demon, a high-tier Dozong far beyond his level, was swiftly dispatched without the opportunity for defense, underscoring the staggering might of this technique. Observing the lifeless form of the Earth Demon, Xiaoyan shook his head. With a casual wave, he stored the body within his soul sea ring. Regardless of the circumstances, this was the corpse of a high-tier Dozong, suitable for refining puppets or other purposes. However, he presently lacked the time to deal with it. Clutching the black ice crystal, Xiaoyan returned to the Demon Flame Valley, where he had already purged all its inhabitants and thoroughly looted its treasures. However, the construction materials used here were extraordinarily sturdy, and the environment was quite serene, making it an ideal location for seclusion. After expending considerable effort to obtain the falling heart flame, Xiaoyan had no intention of returning it to the Jianan Academy. Nevertheless, with Qing Lin and the others still awaiting him at the academy, he could not afford to return to the Shao clan to deliberate as he had done with the Heart of the Sea. The most prudent course of action was to refine it immediately, after summoning the puppets he had crafted and positioning them at the entrance. Xiaoyan finally lifted the seal on the falling heart flame. As a result of the chilling suppression, this once mighty intangible flame now exuded a languid aura. However, given the prowess of the Earth Demon, it was impossible for him to achieve such a state. The reason for its current lethargy stemmed from Xiaoyan's clandestine application of a version of the soul fire during the unsealing process, which had diminished its inherent intelligence, thus allowing the Earth Demon to seize it. Once the essence fire seed of the falling heart flame was extracted, Xiaoyan summoned the green lotus seat. Seated cross-legged upon it, he inhaled the flame into his body. Although the enhancement provided by the green lotus seat had diminished somewhat with his rising power, it still offered some degree of benefit. Utilizing it during the refinement of the exotic fire provided an additional layer of assurance. As the falling heart flame entered his body, an overwhelming heat erupted from within Xiaoyan. Yet, for one who had already refined several exotic fires, this heat posed little challenge, especially since he had cultivated the little glazed golden body, which had already fortified his physique with magma energy. Thus, regardless of how fiercely the falling heart flame struggled, it could not prevail against Xiaoyan. Instead, its inherent intelligence was forcibly eradicated by his formidable spiritual power. With the intelligence erased, the formerly ferocious flame gradually mellowed, eventually merging harmoniously with the other exotic fires within him under the guidance of the burning decision Do Qi. The fusion of exotic fires is typically a protracted endeavor. However, Xiaoyan had now reached the Do Zone level, making the refinement of such caliber of exotic fire considerably less taxing. Moreover, he had prepared in advance, ensuring that the falling heart flame posed no significant trouble and was integrated seamlessly. Perhaps due to the nature of the falling heart flame as an intangible fire, the newly birthed exotic fire retained its ghostly blue hue, albeit with a deeper blackness than before. It appeared to have undergone little change, prompting Xiaoyan to forego renaming it continuing to refer to it as the Nine Nether Illusory Heart Fire. This time, the refinement of the exotic fire did not yield the terrifying enhancements of his past experiences. After a period of cultivation and the residual potency of the dragon saliva fire spirit grass brought by Ziyin, he had already been remarkably close to the 2-star Do Zone realm. However, following the refinement of the falling heart flame, he had only ascended 3 stars, halting at the pinnacle of 4-star Do Zone. Xiaoyan was not surprised by this outcome. After all, the disparity between Do Zone was far more pronounced than that between Do Huang. Sensing the aura within him approaching 5-star Do Zone, Xiaoyan furrowed his brow slightly. He flicked a finger and swallowed a geothermal lotus seed, recognizing that he was nearing the threshold of 5-star Do Zone. If he were to abandon this moment, any future attempts to break through would undoubtedly demand more time. Therefore, he consumed the geothermal lotus seed, harnessing its pure energy to catapult himself into the 5-star realm. Chapter 130, The Onslaught of the Soul Clan. 5-star Do Zone. Indeed, if he wished to ascend further, he would need to seek out those exotic fires ranked higher. Xiaoyan shook his head in resignation. Although he possessed another exotic fire with Queen Medusa, its ranking was far too low. Even if he were to refine it, it remained uncertain if it would yield even a single star of improvement. Nonetheless, Xiaoyan would not relinquish the Green Lotus Earth Heart Fire. After all, the energy from these exotic fires was crucial for advancing his burning decision. Although the technique had successfully evolved from mid-earth to high-earth grade following the refinement of the falling heart flame, it still had a considerable distance to traverse before reaching the heavenly grade. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoyan felt a sudden surge of heat within his body. Yet, this time, he was well prepared. Before the malevolent fire could manifest, he retrieved a cold medicinal pill from his ring and consumed it. As soon as the pill entered his body, a chilling wave erupted, forcefully dispelling the surge of malevolent fire. As the saying goes, one learns wisdom from hardship. Having been ensnared by this wretched thing once, Xiaoyan would certainly not fall into its trap a second time. After suppressing the sinister flames within him, Xiaoyan retrieved several fragments of a map from his storage ring, which were remnants of the pure Lotus Demon Fire that he had collected. The first 2 pieces had been acquired from the Beast Mountain Range and from Haibuodong, while the last piece had been obtained after he vanquished the Gatekeeper of the 8 Gates in the Guishi region and found it within his storage ring. Once he secures the final fragment, he will be able to obtain the pure Lotus Demon Fire when the Demon Fire space opens. However, the last fragment could only be found after reaching the central state. There was no hope of finding it in the Black Corner region. With his current strength, Xiaoyan was indeed qualified to venture into the central state. But first, he needed to resolve several matters here, such as the Bodhi Transformation Elixir and the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire. It seemed that his journey to the central state would have to wait a while longer. As Xiaoyan stored away the remnants of the Demon Fire map and prepared to return to the Jianan Academy, he suddenly sensed an extraordinarily formidable aura rapidly approaching. Feeling his presence, Xiaoyan's expression changed, and he promptly returned his puppets along with the Blue Lotus seat to his storage ring. Just as he finished stowing his belongings, the ceiling above him abruptly shattered, and countless chains descended like venomous serpents, shooting toward Xiaoyan with lethal speed. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Xiaoyan tightened his grip, and a Xian Zhongqi appeared in his hand in an instant, enveloped in azure flames, which he wielded fiercely against the chains. Flamspitin, dévouing wave technique. The heavy ruler collided with the chains, unleashing a terrifying gale. Yet, this formidable assault, which could have injured a 9-star Do Zone, was merely repelled by the black chains, sending Xiaoyan himself hurtling backward from the energy carried by the chains. Sensing the overwhelming force impacting his arm, Xiaoyan's brow furrowed slightly. Dozun. Suddenly, the space around Xiaoyan distorted, and several invisible spatial barriers emerged, completely sealing off his escape route. In the air above, a woman clad in black stood upon the chains, coldly gazing at him. "Xiaoyan, is it? I have been searching for you for quite some time," she sneered. Upon seeing Xiaoyan, Han Emoli felt an overwhelming impulse to weep. What had she endured during this time? Entering toxic mists, traversing magma, crawling through deserts, and diving into the sea, all for what? Was it not for this little brat? At this moment, she even wished to pinch herself to confirm whether she was dreaming. Truly, it had been too arduous. "You are the Soul Clan?" Xiaoyan perceived the aura emanating from the woman in black, his expression turning grave. With his soul power at the spirit realm level, he could discern that her strength was likely around 5-star Dozun, a full tier above him. Such power could be considered equivalent to a celestial master, even within the Soul Palace, far surpassing the likes of mere guardians. "Oh, how did you deduce that?" The woman in black was somewhat surprised that Xiaoyan could uncover her origin. "Quite simple, really. Who else but your Soul Clan would possess such an unpleasant laugh?" Xiaoyan inhaled deeply, relieved that he had already broken through to Do Zong and refined several types of exotic flames. Otherwise, he would have had no means of resisting such a formidable opponent. He glanced at the woman in black and continued, "You must have been sent by that Soul Dyer, correct?" From Xiaoyan's understanding of the Soul Clan and the Soul Palace, they could not possibly know his identity at this juncture. Even for the sake of the ancient relic of the Zhua, Shigu Di Jade belonging to the Shao clan, they should have targeted his father rather than him. Moreover, both the Soul Clan and the Soul Palace had extensive organizational structures, resulting in a peculiar phenomenon. Typically, the Palace Master would assign tasks that were executed by a chain of subordinates, leading to a situation where a Do Sheng might have been tasked initially. But ultimately, it was a Do Zong who was dispatched. Yet the woman in black before him exceeded the limits of this region's power. A 5-star Do Zun appearing here could effortlessly sweep through the majority of factions within a single day, unless the Dean of Jia Nan Academy returned. Otherwise, no one would be able to contend with her, which was decidedly not the modus operandi of the Soul Palace. Only Soul Dyer would send such a powerful individual to confront him while he was still relatively weak. However, Xiao Yan understood that it was not that Soul Dyer did not wish to dispatch a Do Sheng. Rather, given her current status, she likely could not mobilize someone of that caliber. During his weakest moments, she was also not the omnipotent leader of the Soul Clan from his previous life. Nonetheless, her starting point was far superior to his. You actually know of this? Han Mo Li regarded Xiao Yan with some astonishment. She was certain that Soul Dyer had never left the confines of the Soul Clan, and this Xiao Yan had not even stepped foot in the Central State, making it improbable for him to have encountered the Soul Clan. Yet, why did it seem as if they understood each other so well? Indeed, she has come. Xiao Yan sighed softly. In truth, after his rebirth, he had considered this possibility, which was why he had chosen to depart from the Shao clan swiftly after breaking through to become a doja. Besides hastening his own growth, he was also preparing for the potential attacks that might come. He never anticipated these individuals would seek him out. However, this was also acceptable, for without her, the world would be rather dull. Xiao Yan gradually tightened his grip on the handle of the Xian Zhongqi. Soul Dyer had also been reborn. This was both bad news and good news for him. In his previous life, he and Soul Dyer had been entangled for hundreds of years without a clear victor. And now, this enmity would be resolved in this lifetime. Chapter 131. Confrontation with Han Mo Li. Feeling the aura radiating from Xiao Yan, Han Mo Li was somewhat taken aback. According to the intelligence she had received, Xiao Yan was supposed to be under 15 years of age. At such an age, one would typically only reach the level of a Do Shi, yet this individual had already attained the rank of Do Zong. Such talent was exceedingly rare, even among ancient races. However, despite her astonishment, Han Mo Li remained largely unfazed. To her, the difference between a 5-star Do Shi and a 5-star Do Zong was negligible. Both could be easily subdued with a mere flick of her hand. After all, the disparity between Do Zun and Do Zong was vast. Not to mention, she was not an ordinary 1-star Do Zun. I advise you to come with me willingly. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety should you be harmed. Han Mo Li stated, observing Xiao Yan as she lightly clenched her palm. Instantly, the surrounding spatial barriers converged toward Xiao Yan, attempting to enclose him within a prison-like formation. Heavenly Fire, 3 transformations. First transformation. Second transformation. Third transformation. Xiao Yan would not sit idly by. He understood the vast difference between himself and a 5-star Do Zun. Thus, he activated all 3 transformations of the Heavenly Fire, 3 transformations simultaneously. With his current possession of multiple exotic flames, the amplifying effect of the Heavenly Fire 3 transformations was remarkably fearsome, and he swiftly broke through the peak of Do Zong, reaching the level of Do Zun. And not merely as a 1-star Do Zun, as his aura seemed to approach that of a 2-star Do Zun. As his momentum surged to the level of Do Zun, azure flames erupted from within him, forcefully shattering the solidified space around him. Witnessing this scene, a hint of surprise flickered in Han Mo Li's eyes. Is this the Heavenly Fire 3 transformations from the Burning Flame Valley? How can the amplification be so terrifying? It is no wonder she appeared so astonished. After all, even Soul Dare had no inkling that within Xiao Yan's body, so many different flames could coexist. The amplification of the Heavenly Fire 3 mysteries is precisely contingent upon the might of the flames. Even the leader of the Burning Flame Valley, when invoking the Heavenly Fire 3 mysteries, could not achieve such an enhancement, let alone others. Xiao Yan's augmentation utterly subverted Soul Mo Li's understanding. Although this was unnecessary for dealing with you, the young lady had mentioned that you were exceedingly peculiar. Thus, for the sake of precaution, it would be best to conclude this swiftly. As she spoke, a bizarre rune emerged upon Soul Mo Li's forehead, and as the rune manifested, her aura surged rapidly, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of a 6-star Do Zun before it ceased. Upon witnessing the strange markings on Soul Mo Li's forehead, Xiao Yan felt a growing heaviness in his heart. In his previous life, he had frequently interacted with these ancient races and was acutely aware of the vast amplification such markings could confer. In fact, he had once possessed the qualifications to manifest these markings himself. However, at this moment, devoid of the Shao clan's Do D bloodline, he could not complete the final step to condense the markings, rendering him incapable of summoning them as casually as Soul Mo Li could. Reflecting on the impersonator from the Soul Palace he had encountered earlier, and now facing the real deal, Xiao Yin felt a twinge of helplessness. It seemed his unfortunate luck had carried over into this life as well. This battle could be deemed the most arduous he had faced since his rebirth. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, Xiao Yin found himself exhilarated. It had been a long time since he had experienced a sensation that could jeopardize his very life. This feeling even gave him the illusion of returning to his former life, reminiscent of the era when he carved a bloody path through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Light wind phantom flame slash. In the face of Soul Mo Li's terrifying pressure, Xiao Yin dared to strike first. A horrific surge of energy erupted, causing Soul Mo Li, who had been calm and collected, to change her expression. As she sensed the violent energy surrounding Xiao Yin, her eyes filled with astonishment. Is this a heavenly tier Do technique? How is that possible? Though Xiao Yin had, through the heavenly fire 3 mysteries, barely attained the Do Zone level, his true rank still languished at the Do Zone tier. Logically, such power should not have permitted the execution of a heavenly tier Do technique. Nevertheless, regardless of Soul Mo Li's astonishment, the ferocious energy storm was undeniable. Consequently, she hastily conjured a defense before her, preparing to counter that strike. After all, even she would not dare to underestimate a technique of such caliber. However, to her astonishment, the seemingly ferocious attack shattered her defenses effortlessly. Watching this unfold, Soul Mo Li was momentarily taken aback. Was the power of a heavenly tier Do technique merely this? Why did it seem weaker than an ordinary Xian tier technique? No, this is a ruse. Soul Mo Li quickly realized and turned her head, only to see a figure racing toward the entrance of the Burning Flame Valley. That figure was none other than Xiao Yin, who had just unleashed a terrifying strike. At that moment, he executed the Yin Ling Xiao step to its fullest, achieving a speed so formidable that even an ordinary Do Zun would find it daunting to keep up. Trying to escape? Upon seeing Xiao Yan's retreating silhouette, Soul Mo Li also surged forward. It was evident she had trained in a movement technique as well, albeit one of Earth tier caliber, which could bridge the gap in power between them. Thus, within mere moments, she swiftly caught up to Xiao Yan. Profound shadow palm. Dark mist coiled around Soul Mo Li's palm, exuding a faint purple glow. Just as she was about to see Xiao Yan, he abruptly turned around. In front of him, 3 radiant seals were merging rapidly. As he struck forth, a heavy blow landed upon Soul Mo Li's palm. Mountain opening seal, ocean turning seal, earth covering seal. This time, Xiao Yan's imperial seal technique was not executed in isolation, but rather in perfect unison, though it did not achieve the pinnacle of the 5 seals combined. Nonetheless, this level of offensive power was sufficient to compel an ordinary Do Zun to take heed. The energy unleashed by the 3 seals caused Soul Mo Li to grunt involuntarily. Taken by surprise, she was forced back several steps. While the attack did not inflict significant damage upon her, the tumult within her energy channels was far from pleasant. She gazed at the dissipating energy, a faint frown creasing her brow. She recognized this as the ancient clan's imperial seal technique. Could it be that this boy had ties to the ancient clan? Light wind phantom flame slash. Ignoring Soul Mo Li's words, Xiao Yin leveraged the recoil from the imperial seal technique to propel himself backward. As he retreated, the azure flames again enveloped the heavy azure ruler, launching a ferocious assault towards Soul Mo Li from afar. Sensing the oncoming crescent light blade, Soul Mo Li scoffed coldly. This was evidently the same ploy that had deceived her moments ago. She could distinctly sense that the true power of this attack barely reached the Xian tier level. It was merely designed to intimidate. Again, did he truly believe the same tactic could deceive her twice? Chapter 132. 10 Prisons, Azure Flame Finger. Yet this time, as the light blade shattered the surrounding space and approached her, Soul Mo Li suddenly realized that this strike was not merely feint. However, it was too late to deploy a defense. She could only hastily channel her Do Chi, striking her palm against the light blade. The moment of collision resulted in a brief stalemate before the light blade was obliterated. However, while she had destroyed the light blade, Soul Mo Li's expression turned grave. As she shattered the attack, a searing dark energy infiltrated her meridians. Fortunately, before it could erupt, she sensed it and quickly expelled it from her body. Soul Mo Li breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the disparity in their strengths was so vast. Otherwise, that series of attacks could have inflicted significant injury. She had never anticipated that a seemingly harmless technique could unleash power equivalent to a high-level Earth tier attack. Had their strengths been more evenly matched, she might have found herself in a precarious position. After executing the Imperial Seal technique and the light wind phantom flame slash, Xiao Yan's complexion had turned somewhat pale, indicating that he had expended a considerable amount of Do Chi. This, in turn, alleviated some of Soul Mo Li's burdens. Just as she prepared to strike and capture Xiao Yan decisively, the previously pale Xiao Yan revealed a faint smile. Xiao Yan extended a finger and gently pointed toward the void before him. In the next moment, a massive azure finger, formed from condensed Do Chi, tore through space, appearing before Soul Mo Li, flames seemed to writhe around the massive finger, and as it manifested, even the surrounding space began to collapse. 10 Prison's Azure Flame Finger. Gazing at the azure giant finger, Soul Mo Lee's expression darkened. She could sense that this massive finger, even if not a true heavenly tier Do technique, was not far from it. In other words, this attack was at least on the verge of heavenly tier level, making it exceedingly troublesome for her to counter, even with her strength. However, Soul Mo Lee was puzzled. The commotion caused by condensing such an attack was significant. How had she not sensed it earlier? It quickly dawned on her that it was not a matter of failing to perceive it. Rather, the energy fluctuations had been masked by the light wind phantom flame slash. Due to the momentum from the light wind phantom flame slash, she had dismissed the earlier disturbances as inconsequential. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yin unleashed this terrifying assault, explaining the pallor of his complexion. Under normal circumstances, Soul Mo Lee would never have allowed him to successfully execute such a technique. What a cunning fellow! Huan Mo Lee inwardly cursed, taken aback by the unexpected prowess of this young lad. She had not anticipated that a boy of less than 15 years could possess such cunning. Despite her grim expression, she knew she had to withstand the imminent assault. Thus, she inhaled deeply, swiftly mobilizing the fighting spirit within her to prepare for the oncoming attack. Meanwhile, after summoning the gigantic finger, Xiaoyan promptly stuffed a large handful of medicinal pills into his mouth, and before the effects could fully manifest, he conjured the Nine Nether illusory heart fire. Subsequently, with a swift motion of his hand, he divided the ethereal blue flames into 4 distinct types of extraordinary fire. He was acutely aware that, although the 10 Prison's green flame finger was formidable, it would not suffice to utterly defeat Huan Mo Lee, for what he had summoned was merely a half-formed version. The complete 10 Prison's green flame finger was a genuine heavenly grade fighting technique, but due to his limited strength, Xiao Yin could only manifest half of the colossal finger. Even so, this fragment could unleash power akin to that of a quasi-heavenly level, yet was insufficient to decisively vanquish Huan Mo Lee. Thus, he was compelled to unleash a more terrifying assault, and among all his capabilities, only the Demon Rage Fire Lotus possessed the requisite might. As Xiao Yin began to meld the extraordinary fires in his grasp, the half-finger traversed the spatial void and struck fiercely towards Huan Mo Lee. Confronted with such a formidable onslaught, Huan Mo Lee let out a low growl, and countless black chains intertwined before her, ultimately forming a colossal black chain serpent. The black serpent hissed menacingly as it surged towards the half-finger. Upon collision, waves of dreadful energy erupted, collapsing the ground within a radius of several thousand meters and shattering the surrounding space like a broken mirror. The black serpent, after a brief stalemate of less than half a minute, was obliterated, though the energy of the giant finger also dimmed considerably. In the instant the chained serpent was destroyed, Huan Mo Lee swiftly formed several hand seals, unleashing a barrage of powerful attacks in quick succession. Under this relentless barrage, the half-finger grew increasingly dim until it could no longer withstand Huan Mo Lee's might and shattered completely. After annihilating the half-finger, Huan Mo Lee barely had a moment to catch her breath before she sensed a surge of ferocious energy emanating from below. Turning her gaze, she beheld 4 uniquely colored flames slowly merging in Xiao Yan's hand. Witnessing the spectacle, even with her current strength, her pupils narrowed slightly. At last, she comprehended why Xiao Yan's Heavenly Fire 3 Mysteries enhancement was so terrifying. It was because he housed 4 different types of extraordinary fire within him. Moreover, judging by the energy fluctuations emanating from him, it appeared he was concocting some form of attack, one that would undoubtedly surpass the earlier blue finger in ferocity. She could not allow him to continue this endeavor. Huan Mo Lee's expression turned icy as she quickly positioned herself above Xiao Yin, ready to strike down upon him. However, just as she was about to descend, several silver figures suddenly materialized, launching a punch at her. Puppets? The appearance of these silver figures did not alter Huan Mo Lee's demeanor. She snorted coldly, casually swatting her hand to send the puppets, each possessing strength akin to 5 or 6 stars in the Dozone realm, flying. Yet, even after being sent reeling, these puppets relentlessly pursued her, attempting to delay her progress. Huan Mo Lee clenched her fist, and several chains swiftly surged forth, effortlessly shattering the puppets. The chains, undeterred, continued their assault toward Xiao Yan, their momentum potent enough to pierce through his skull, even with the assistance of Xiao Liuli's golden body. Yet at that moment, Xiao Yan suddenly shifted his foot, evading the concentrated barrage with an uncanny movement. This strange evasion was none other than Xiao Yan's Yu Yin Ling Xiao Step, a technique reputed to rival high-level heavenly grade movements, which he had mastered to perfection. Though he could not yet distance himself from Huan Mo Lee due to his limited strength, it was more than sufficient for evading attacks. Seeing Xiao Yin manage to evade her onslaught while merging the extraordinary fires simultaneously, Huan Mo Lee was momentarily taken aback. However, she quickly regained her composure, stepping forward and appearing directly above Xiao Yan. With a powerful strike aimed at the crown of his head, she sealed off the surrounding space, preventing him from using any evasive techniques. Feeling the imminent danger of her attack, Xiao Yan's gaze remained unperturbed, his calm demeanor causing a flicker of unease in Huan Mo Li's heart. In the next instant, the soul energy coiled within Xiao Yan's brow surged forth, materializing into an ethereal figure that delivered a punch towards Huan Mo Li. Struck by this punch, Huan Mo Li's expression shifted. To be fair, the force of this strike was not particularly overwhelming, far weaker than Xiao Yan's physical attacks. Yet, upon impact, a wave of dizziness washed over her, causing her to stagger back involuntarily. A soul attack? Huan Mo Li gazed at the ethereal soul entity above Xiao Yan, astonished to discover that he could separate his soul from his body, and from the previous soul assault, it was evident that his soul power surpassed her own. Even more astonishing was that after separating his soul, Xiao Yan's physical body continued to merge the extraordinary fires, although his eyes seemed to lack expression. The vibrant fireball in his hand gradually stabilized. Under normal circumstances, once the soul departs from the body, the physical form would lose all capacity for movement until the soul returned. Yet Xiao Yan defied this norm, managing to fuse the extraordinary fires while his soul was detached. A mere soul entity? I refuse to believe you can turn the tide. Huan Mo Li's hand seals shifted rapidly, despite Xiao Yan's soul power exceeding her expectations. She was resolute that mere delays would not suffice. If she employed her true capabilities, she could easily disperse his soul entity. Observing Huan Mo Li's actions, Xiao Yan's soul entity calmly extended a hand towards her, and in the next moment, Huan Mo Li's body trembled violently, her fighting spirit becoming chaotic, causing her previously coalesced attacks to dissipate suddenly. She could distinctly sense an invisible flame emerging within her body, and it was this presence that abruptly interrupted her offensive. This was the heart fire produced by the fallen heart flame that Xiao Yan had just refined. Although he was presently only a soul entity, he still wielded the ability to manipulate extraordinary fires. However, due to the vast disparity in their strengths, the effectiveness of the fallen heart flame was severely limited and was quickly suppressed by Huan Mo Li. After regaining control over the heart fire, Huan Mo Li intended to strike once more, but this time, before she could even mobilize her fighting spirit, a sudden wave of paralysis washed over her. This unexpected sensation caused her to panic. Had she not already suppressed the fallen heart flame? Why was she still experiencing this feeling? No, Huan Mo Li quickly discerned that this phenomenon was not caused by the fallen heart flame, but rather by poison. Had she examined the ethereal fallen heart flame lurking within her, she would have noticed the faint purple glow emanating from that invisible flame, a manifestation of the power belonging to the nether poison fire. With the formidable power characteristic of a dozun, ordinary toxins find it exceedingly challenging to inflict any significant harm. Although the infernal poison fire harbors a potent toxicity, the disparity in strength renders it ineffective during combat. However, the emergence of the fallen heart flame resolves this considerable dilemma. As soon as the heart fire infiltrated the body of Soul Mo Li, the toxins of the infernal poison fire latched onto it, permeating her flesh and blood. While it could not inflict fatal damage, it could delay her for a time. Soul Mo Li exerted every ounce of her strength to swiftly expel the toxins belonging to the infernal poison fire. Yet, upon regaining her senses, she discovered that the fireball in Xiao Yan's hand had gradually taken shape. Gritting her teeth, she lunged at Xiao Yan once more, fully prepared to interrupt his attack, even bracing herself for another blow from that spectral entity. However, contrary to her expectations, the spectral entity did not launch an attack. Instead, it burrowed back into Xiao Yan's body. Once the soul re-entered, Xiao Yan's gaze returned to its normal state. He quickly lifted his head, and two beams of ghostly blue flames suddenly erupted from his eyes. Faced with these flame beams, Soul Mo Li felt a jolt of alarm. She could sense that this attack was far beyond the realm of Doqi. With a sharp cry, she expelled a thick, dark mist from her mouth, forming a seemingly impenetrable protective barrier. This energy shield was composed of pure soul power, serving as the optimal defense against such soul attacks. Nevertheless, this protective measure proved to be of little efficacy against the Annihilation Flame Eye. The inherent might of the Annihilation Flame Eye was already formidable. Otherwise, it would not have been capable of obliterating the Earth Demon. Furthermore, this iteration of the Annihilation Flame Eye not only contained the soul fire refined through the 9 transformations of divine refinement, but also integrated the fallen heart flame, which similarly inflicted burns upon the soul, thereby enhancing the potency of the Annihilation Flame Eye once more. Consequently, Soul Mo Li's seemingly robust energy shield was obliterated in an instant, leaving her to experience an unprecedented agony in her mind. Under the weight of this excruciating pain, her complexion turned ashen, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Soul Mo Li's body trembled. Though the strike had not inflicted significant physical damage, it had wreaked havoc upon her soul. Were it not for her own cultivation and soul power, coupled with unique defensive measures, she likely would have suffered far worse than mere soul damage. At that moment, a faint sound resonated, causing Soul Mo Li's pupils to constrict. She sensed a terrifying surge of violent energy emanating from Xiao Yan's palm. Turning her head, she beheld a dazzling fire lotus, no larger than a palm, gracefully hovering above his hand. How is this possible? As she felt the energy contained within the resplendent fire lotus, even someone of her caliber was gripped by trepidation. Simultaneously, as the fire lotus took form, Xiao Yan raised his head and offered her a subtle smile. With a gentle toss of his hand, the magnificent fire lotus transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Soul Mo Li. Unbeknownst to her, Yao Lao had been in slumber for 100 chapters. It seemed fitting to reward him with another 10. Chapter 134, The Might of the Demon Fury. As soon as the fire lotus left his hand, Xiao Yan coughed up blood, his palm having been mangled by the violent energy generated during the fusion of the exotic fires. Given his current strength, merging 4 types of exotic fire to create the Demon Fury Fire Lotus was indeed a strenuous endeavor. Had it not been for his soul power having reached the realm of the soul, along with the experience from his past life, he likely would have been obliterated during the fusion process. Of course, this was also related to his own strength. Had he been at the Dozun level, merging 4 types of exotic fire would not have posed such a challenge. Nonetheless, if he truly possessed the power of a Dozun, he would not have been pushed to such extremes by Soul Mo Li. His previous assaults would have sufficed to claim her life. Still lacking in strength, Xiao Yan mused, shaking his head as he retrieved several pills from his spatial ring and swiftly consumed them. As the medicinal effects coursed through his veins, his pallid complexion regained some color. He then lifted his gaze to the visibly distressed Soul Mo Li before him. At that moment, Soul Mo Li's heart was filled with unprecedented dread. The exquisite fire lotus, as it approached, remained utterly silent, yet she was acutely aware of the terror it contained. Should the energy concealed within it erupt, it would be sufficient to leave her without a burial ground. In the face of this life-and-death crisis, Soul Mo Li unleashed all her power, sending forth a barrage of fierce attacks from her hands to confront the dazzling fire lotus. However, the fire lotus's speed did not wane in the slightest. And the Do techniques she unleashed were rapidly incinerated into nothingness as the lotus surged closer. Great dark blood condensing sword. Realizing that all her attacks were futile against the fire lotus, Soul Mo Li bit her tongue and spat out a mouthful of essence blood, which merged with the dark mist surrounding her, ultimately transforming into a colossal blood-red energy sword measuring 100 zhong in length. As a giant sword took shape, her complexion grew exceedingly pale, clearly indicating that employing such a technique exacted a tremendous toll on her. Go! With a shift of her hand seal, the blood-red giant sword tore through the air, creating a rift of pitch-black space as it charged towards the resplendent fire lotus. This strike represented Soul Mo Li's most potent technique, ranking among the pinnacle of Earth-tier Do techniques, capable of directly slaying beings of 6 or 7-star Dozun caliber. This was her ultimate life-saving card. However, due to the immense energy required to coalesce it, she would never have deployed it unless absolutely necessary. Yet now, it was employed to counter Xiao Yan's Demon Fury Fire Lotus, underscoring her profound fear of the dazzling lotus. The moment the blood-red energy giant sword collided with the resplendent fire lotus, the entire space seemed to fall into a momentary silence. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion erupted, shattering the blood-red giant sword and the surrounding space as the fire lotus detonated, seeing her condensed blood-red giant sword obliterated by the fire lotus. A layer of dark armor instantly manifested on the surface of Soul Mo Li's body. Following this, a terrifying firestorm erupted from the center of the fire lotus's explosion, rapidly expanding outward within mere moments, reaching a distance of thousands of zhong and spreading with alarming speed. Though this was merely an energy aftershock, any being caught within it, even those at the peak of the Dozun realm, would be reduced to ashes. Moreover, even slightly weaker Dozun experts would find it exceedingly difficult to escape unscathed. The mountain range housing the Demon Flame Valley was utterly melted away by this firestorm. It is essential to note that the mountain range surrounding the Demon Flame Valley was composed of Mo steel, a remarkably hard black rock that even Do Wong experts struggled to shatter. Yet this vast expanse of black rock, stretching for thousands of zhong, was entirely transformed into barren land by the aftershocks of the Demon Fury Fire Lotus. In essence, the entire Mo steel mountain range, along with everything in its vicinity, was reduced to ashes beneath the Fire Lotus's wrath. Such devastating destructive power could not be matched even by the full efforts of some Dozun experts. And this was merely the aftermath of the explosion of the Demon Fury Fire Lotus. The true extent of the Fire Lotus's power was, thus, unfathomable. The terrifying wave of fire persisted for over 10 minutes before finally dissipating. Throughout this duration, all living beings in the vicinity suffered catastrophic repercussions. Had the location of this mountain range not been unique, the devastation wrought by the Fire Lotus would have been even more horrifying. As the flames gradually subsided, the figure of Mo Li slowly emerged from within, her visage now marred by a ghastly pallor. She was drenched in blood, and the once imposing black armor she wore was riddled with countless fissures, with shards mingled with blood cascading down. This wretched Hun Emoli trembled uncontrollably. Her armor was forged from the bones of an 8th-tier magical beast renowned for its defensive prowess, embedded with the beast's core, and fortified by her battle-chi defenses. Even a full frontal assault from a foe of equal caliber would scarcely inflict significant harm. Yet, this formidable protection crumbled beneath the terrifying Fire Lotus, leaving her in a severely wounded state. Gazing toward Xiaoyan, a rare flicker of fear crossed her eyes. She understood all too well that the might of this Fire Lotus likely surpassed that of ordinary Sky-tier combat techniques. Were it not for her sturdy inner armor and a vast disparity in their strengths, that strike could have easily claimed her life. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan lay motionless upon the ground, seemingly incapacitated by the aftermath of the Fire Lotus, having suffered grievous injuries. Given his Do's zone prowess and the immense energy expended in unleashing such a fearsome attack, his survival beneath the Fire Lotus's lingering effects was nothing short of miraculous. Disregarding her own injuries, Hun Emoli hurried towards the fallen Xiaoyan. The boy was far too enigmatic. She had to subdue him immediately. Otherwise, who knew what means he might employ upon regaining consciousness? Just as she was about to make contact with Xiaoyan, a powerful gust of wind surged from behind her, causing her heart to tighten. She swiftly turned, only to behold an ethereal figure materializing behind her, its face, composed of spectral energy, displaying a mocking grin. To fall for the same trick a second time, how foolish indeed. Had Hun Emoli been at her peak, such an unexpected assault would have posed little threat. However, now, grievously wounded by the Fire Lotus, she found herself unable to repel this soul attack. As Xiaoyan's soul entity struck her, she could not help but cough up a mouthful of crimson blood. Was this boy merely feigning weakness? After sustaining such a staggering blow, dizziness washed over her, and she staggered back several paces before barely regaining her footing. She had not anticipated that Xiaoyan would use his own body as bait, setting a trap to ensnare her, a truly formidable ploy. Yet, Hun Emoli discerned that Xiaoyan's true form was also likely in a state of considerable weakness, prompting him to resort to his soul power for combat. His soul could not engage in prolonged warfare outside his body. If she could endure this interval or capture his physical form, he would undoubtedly be at her mercy. As her thoughts swirled, Xiaoyan's soul entity wore a mocking expression. The strategy she perceived, he too was aware of, and his choice to confront her with his soul entity indicated a calculated risk. Otherwise, he would be ensnaring himself. Suddenly, the soul entity levitated in midair, forming a complex hand seal. An immense surge of soul power radiated from his brow, coalescing in the sky into a colossal, translucent tower. The soul refining tower of the 9 turns. With a resounding boom, as the tower materialized, Hun Emoli felt a wave of disorientation wash over her. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the tower descended, enveloping her within its confines. As a creation of Xiaoyan's own design, the soul refining tower possessed capabilities far beyond merely condensing soul flames. After countless enhancements in his past life, Xiaoyan had developed numerous abilities within this technique, and the tower was but one manifestation. Enclosed within, Hun Emoli sensed unease. Xiaoyan's actions were not without purpose. However, she recognized that the tower was composed purely of soul energy. If she could shatter it, Xiaoyan's true form would be adversely affected as well. But before she could initiate her assault, Xiaoyan's soul entity sat cross-legged in the void, hands forming seals. The soul flame within his brow ignited with a gentle glow. And as he infused a torrent of soul energy into the flame, waves of soul fire erupted, surging into the tower and igniting within. Do you intend to refine me? Hun Emoli paused, momentarily taken aback by the flames rising within the tower. A cold snort escaped her lips, though she was gravely injured. She was still a 5-star dozone. Even with his strength, there was no way he could hope to refine her. Seating herself in a similar posture, she summoned her battle chi to shield her body. Yet, despite her efforts, a searing sensation spread from within her, the temperature of the exotic flames exceeding her expectations, compelling her to channel even more battle chi to stave off their encroachment. However, no matter how much battle chi she summoned, the burning sensation persisted, intensifying over time. It was only after a while that she realized the refining process was not targeting her physical form, but her very soul. You fiend, to attempt to refine my soul? It shall not be so simple. With this realization, Hun Emoli clenched her teeth, dissipating her outer battle chi defenses and instead channeling her soul power. Darkness swirled around her, genuinely slowing the refining speed of the soul fire. She understood that Xiaoyan could not sustain this for long. If she could endure this period, he would find himself utterly powerless. Even if my current strength pales to a fraction of my former self, dealing with you is still well within my capabilities. Observing Hun Emoli's stubborn resistance, Xiaoyan let out a cold chuckle. In his prime, Not even a 5-star Dozun could withstand the refining prowess of the soul refining tower, though he lacked the strength of his past life. His choice to employ this technique against Han Mo Li indicated he had prepared meticulously. Transforming his hand seal, an intangible flame emerged, morphing into a transparent fire dragon that surged into the tower. With this addition, the dark mist enveloping Han Mo Li was incinerated entirely, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from her. This intangible flame was not soul fire, but rather the fallen heart flame, recently refined by Xiao Yan. It inflicted severe damage upon souls, and unlike soul fire, it could also harm the physical body. The dark mist enveloping Han Mo Li was directly consumed by this flame. Fortuitously for Xiao Yan, had this confrontation occurred earlier, he would have hesitated to employ such tactics against Han Mo Li, for he could not endure a prolonged back-and-forth struggle. Yet, the emergence of the fallen heart flame had directly mitigated that weakness, drastically shortening the refining time. Han Mo Li had only recently been struck by the Desolation Flame Eye, suffering considerable damage to her soul, compounded by the blow from the Magic Fury Fire Lotus, leaving her in a state of acute weakness. Now, under the dual onslaught of Soul Fire and the Fallen Heart Flame, she could no longer withstand the assault. Fortunately, the translucent tower did not persist for long before ultimately dissipating. The dissolution of the transparent giant tower allowed Han Mo Li to exhale a sigh of relief. However, she had yet to recover from the excruciating pain of her soul's burning when a hand gently pressed upon her head. Struggling to lift her gaze, she beheld Xiao Yan's emotionless eyes. "Did you think this was the end?" he queried. "What do you intend to do?" Han Mo Li's pupils constricted slightly, realizing that the sudden disappearance of the transparent giant tower was due to that soul returning to Xiao Yan's original body. "Do not worry, I shall not take your life. I merely intend to conduct a small experiment." Xiao Yan chuckled softly. In an instant, a surge of soul power erupted from his palm, invading Han Mo Li's mind. Having endured the dual torment of the fallen heart flame and the soul fire, Han Mo Li was utterly defenseless against Xiao Yan's encroachment, her eyes rapidly dimming. Within a moment, all her memories were effortlessly extracted by Xiao Yan and subsequently distorted under his manipulation, revealing yet another function of the 9 transformations of soul refinement: memory modification. The brainwashing continued for approximately the duration of a stick of incense before it ceased, as Xiao Yan withdrew his soul power from Han Mo Li's consciousness. This once fiercely loyal Dozun warrior transformed completely. She now possessed a brand new memory that informed her that the man before her had saved her life, and thus she must repay him with her own life, pledging eternal loyalty to him. Given Xiao Yan's current prowess, the task of brainwashing a being of Dozun caliber proved somewhat taxing. After all, such endeavors necessitate that the target's soul power be significantly inferior to one's own. Although Han Mo Li's soul power was not as formidable as Xiao Yan's, it was still equivalent to that of a late-stage mortal realm practitioner. Coupled with her considerable Do-Chi cultivation, under normal circumstances, it would have been impossible for him to completely distort her memories merely with his nascent soul power. Fortunately, Xiao Yan possessed the 9 transformations of soul refinement and the fallen heart flame, which allowed him to incinerate a substantial portion of her soul power. Subsequently, he seized control of her soul consciousness, making the prospect of brainwashing her feasible. Nonetheless, to ensure safety, Xiao Yan inscribed a soul mark within her mind. Should any issues arise in the future, activating this mark would be sufficient to render her irretrievable. Xiao Yan had contemplated directly transforming Han Mo Li into a celestial puppet, but crafting a puppet of Dozun caliber necessitated an 8th-tier magic core, which he lacked. Although Han Mo Li's armor was adorned with such a core, it had ultimately been destroyed by Xiao Yan's explosion. Thus, he opted for a compromise, modifying her through brainwashing. After all, she was still a Dozun, and having her safeguard the Xiao clan would grant him peace of mind as he ventured to the Central Plains. Moreover, while puppets are formidable, they cannot wield Do-Chi or techniques, making a living being inherently more powerful in combat. Furthermore, this served as an experiment directed at Han Daier. If she would be killed so easily, it would be too lenient. Therefore, Xiao Yan had long resolved how to repay her for her past actions against him. Reflecting on this, Xiao Yan could scarcely contain his emotions and burst into laughter, while the recently awakened Han Mo Li watched him with concern, inquiring, "My lord Xiao Yan, are you well?" "I merely recalled some joyful matters," Xiao Yan replied, observing the woman who now regarded him with utmost reverence. The soul mark he had implanted in her mind served not only as a protective measure, but also possessed a degree of hypnotic influence, subtly shaping Han Mo Li's perceptions to ensure her unconditional obedience to his commands. In simpler terms, she had become the most obedient dog in his possession. If he were to command her to take a sword and end her own life, she would do so without hesitation. Naturally, Xiao Yan had expended such effort for more meaningful pursuits. "Let us depart, Yuan Liao," he instructed Han Mo Li, now bestowed with a new name. His animosity towards the Han clan was profound, and he would not permit those close to him to bear that surname. Consequently, he had renamed her, to which she exhibited no dissent, for in her distorted memories, Yuan Liao had always been her true name. As for Xiaoyan's mention of his injuries improving, it was merely from his perspective. When Qinglin saw him, bloodied and pale, she was overcome with sorrow. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan, feeling guilty, informed Elder Su Qian of his failure to retrieve the fallen heart flame, only to feign fainting moments later. The members of the Jiangnan Academy easily accepted Xiaoyan's narrative, not due to his acting prowess, but because the situation was entirely plausible. After all, the Earth Demon Old Ghost was a 7-star dozong, and it was indeed a miracle that a 1-star dozong like Xiaoyan could wrest a strange fire from him, especially in such a battered state. Xiaoyan's injuries were not fabricated. He had indeed sustained grave wounds during the confrontation with Han Mo Li. The explosive energy unleashed by the Fire Lotus had been particularly devastating. Had he not manifested a strange fire armor and cultivated the little glazed golden body, he likely would have perished in that inferno. Fortunately, as a high-ranking alchemist, he had ample medicinal pills stored within his spatial ring, and due to his unique constitution, he gradually healed over the span of approximately half a month. During this time, both Ziyin and Qinglin tended to him. While Qinglin was accustomed to caring for Xiaoyan, it was a novel experience for Ziyin, who had always been a rebellious little demon, unaccustomed to nurturing others. Nevertheless, she diligently learned the proper methods from Qinglin. In Ziyin's mind, Xiaoyan had aided the Jiangnan Academy at her behest. Otherwise, given his character, he would have undoubtedly remained aloof. His relentless efforts, even sustaining serious injuries, were a direct consequence of her pleas, instilling within her a rare sense of guilt, and prompting her to behave more subdued for a time. As for Yuan Liao, she was left outside the Jiangnan Academy, for bringing her back suddenly would inevitably lead to inquiries from Ziyin, necessitating a fabricated excuse. Moreover, Xiaoyan's hard-earned guilt over his injuries would diminish significantly if she were present, making such a scenario a net loss. This recent injury served as a sobering reminder. While he could contend with ordinary Dozun, the adversaries he would eventually face were exponentially more formidable. Should a half-saint or a pinnacle Dozun confront him, he would be left helpless, a sensation he wished to avoid experiencing again. This time, it was due to his growth exceeding Hyundai Air's expectations. What would happen next? Once he reached the Central Plains, she would inevitably learn of his whereabouts. If she grew stronger, the next adversaries dispatched against him would not merely be Dozun. Thus, he must exercise utmost caution in the days to come. After his injuries had nearly healed, Xiaoyan resumed his pursuit of alchemy. One of the primary reasons for his arrival at the Jiangnan Academy was to procure medicinal materials to hone his alchemical skills. At this moment, having already obtained the ethereal flame and secured the necessary ingredients, he saw no reason to abandon his endeavor midway. In the interim, a small episode unfolded. As Xiaoyan's condition improved, Su Qian returned the elixirs originally exchanged for the medicinal materials. Although Xiaoyan was unable to retrieve the fallen heart flame for them, he had nonetheless rendered them considerable assistance. To put it plainly, had Xiaoyan not intervened, Su Qian would surely have fallen victim to Feng Yan. Thus, as a gesture of gratitude, Su Qian returned the elixirs that were initially intended for trade. Given Xiaoyan's nature, he would typically have graciously accepted such offerings. However, having already acquired what he most desired during his visit to the Jiangnan Academy, he found these elixirs to be of little interest and promptly returned them. This action naturally endeared him further to the higher-ups at the academy. After some deliberation, they proposed a collaboration with Xiaoyan. Each year, several students from Jiangnan Academy perished while training in the Black Corner region, and conflicts with certain factions in that area were not uncommon. Consequently, the Academy had long contemplated establishing a supportive force within the Black Corner region to ensure the safety of its students and oversee other factions, though various circumstances had delayed such plans. Now, the most promising emerging power in the Black Corner region sat before them, and, thanks to Ziyan's connection, their relationship with Jiangnan Academy was relatively amicable. After discussions among the elders of the inner court, they unanimously resolved to partner with Xiaoyan to resolve a persistent thorn in their side. Xiaoyan did not refuse Su Qian and the others' proposal for cooperation. This collaboration would prove beneficial for Xiao Gate, with no conflicting interests. Furthermore, some of the Academy's esteemed students would likely develop connections with Xiao Gate during this process, potentially joining after graduation and infusing the faction with fresh talent. Beyond this, Xiaoyan also managed to secure some benefits for the Xiao family. With his influence, those emerging from the Xiao family would find it easier to gain admission to Jiangnan Academy, and upon graduating, they could seamlessly integrate into Xiao Gate as members. Following the establishment of this partnership, Xiaoyan acquired an additional title, Honorary Elder of Jiangnan Academy. Although this was merely a nominal position, no one would underestimate this young Zone powerhouse. This situation left Ziyin feeling somewhat indignant. After all, she had been merely a student at Jiangnan Academy for so long, while Xiaoyan had swiftly ascended to the rank of Elder. In other words, if they were to cross paths, she would have to respectfully address him as Elder. Enraged, she barged into Xiaoyan's chamber, intent on confronting him. However, this time, Xiao Yin was not as weak as before. Upon seeing Ziyin attempting to employ the same tactics, he firmly asserted his authority as an elder, imparting lessons to the disobedient student. At last, Ziyin experienced the full extent of Xiao Yan's prowess. Despite her formidable physique as a 6th-tier magical beast, she found herself utterly overwhelmed and begging for mercy, her body rendered weak and feeble. By the following day, she lacked the energy to rise. Finally realizing that her previous victory over Xiao Yin had indeed relied heavily on luck. After educating the young Ziyin, Xiao Yin felt considerably refreshed. Although he had previously suppressed the chaos of the evil fire with elixirs, such matters still required an outlet. He had no desire to involve Qinglin again, as she was still quite young and unsuitable for such encounters. In truth, he had not intended to discipline Ziyin, but since she had presented herself, it felt remiss not to take advantage of the opportunity. Gazing down at the young girl nestled against him, he gently stroked her hair, fully aware that beneath her mischievous exterior lay a profound yearning for affection. In a certain sense, she and Qinglin were kindred spirits, their camaraderie stemming from similar emotional voids, albeit manifested differently due to their disparate life circumstances. What Xiao Yin did not anticipate was that this typically headstrong girl possessed a shy and tender side. Just as he intended to rise and attend to pressing matters, he found that Ziyin had firmly latched onto him in her sleep, refusing to let go. Reluctantly, Xiao Yin acquiesced to her demand for the day, the price being the melancholic gaze cast upon him by Qinglin when she arrived later that evening with dinner. It was undeniably his advances, kisses, embraces, and affections that had led to the current situation. However, with Xiao Yin's thick skin, he paid little heed to the young girl's feelings, while Ziyin, on the other hand, felt a flush of embarrassment, aware that it appeared as if she had caught him in a compromising position. Watching the two young girls frolic brought a knowing smile to Xiao Yan's face. Youth was indeed a refreshing experience, and being in their presence made him feel rejuvenated, as if he had shed centuries from his spirit. Yet soon, he recognized that his thoughts might be straying into peculiar territory. Could it be that he harbored unconventional inclinations? With his injuries fully healed, Xiao Yin spent several days exploring the Jianan Academy alongside the two young girls. Though termed exploration, it was more accurately a quest to scour the deep forests of the academy for rare materials. Despite the lurking danger posed by fierce magical beasts, these threats were inconsequential to them. Xiao Yin had already reached the level of Do Zong, and even Ziyin had attained Do Huang's strength. Although Qinglin had yet to formally break through to Do Wang, she was still a formidable figure among the Doling. This combination was sufficient to deter even 8th-tier magical beasts, and within those deep woods, not even 6th-tier creatures were abundant, rendering them incapable of obstructing Xiao Yan's party. With Ziyan's treasure hunting skills combined with Xiao Yan's opportunistic tendencies, the deep forest quickly suffered under their onslaught. In just a few days, Xiao Yan's spatial ring brimmed with treasures, such as heart-refining milk and eternal green spirit vines. During their expedition, they also encountered several powerful serpentine beasts, which they promptly subdued and sent to Qinglin as gifts. Once his spatial ring was filled to capacity, Xiao Yin sought a secluded spot to commence serious alchemical work. The location he chose was the magma realm at the base of the Heavenly Flame refining tower, where the Fallen Heart Flame had previously been sealed. With the disappearance of the Fallen Heart Flame, this area proved to be an ideal retreat for concentrated cultivation. Previously, when Xiao Yin had quietly ventured into the tower's depths to release the seal on the Fallen Heart Flame, he had noted the presence of a magma world at the tower's base. The fire energy there was far more concentrated than what he had encountered while seeking the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Flame in his earlier years. For cultivation, this environment offered considerable benefits, even for someone of his caliber. Moreover, the medicinal pills he intended to refine during this retreat were predominantly 7th and 8th tier, which would inevitably attract pill lightning. Should he attempt to concoct them in the outside world, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir, and he was not particularly fond of being observed while engrossed in his work. To avoid such unnecessary disturbances, he opted for a location that would remain undetected by outsiders. No sooner had he entered the tower's depths than Xiao Yin felt two distinct calls tugging at him. One emanated from the Fallen Heart Flame within him, while the other beckoned from within his spatial ring. After a brief search through the depths of his spatial ring, he eventually retrieved a fragmented piece of jade. Upon encountering this jade fragment, Xiao Yin was momentarily taken aback, for this object was none other than the fabled Shi ancient Emperor Jade. In this lifetime, the Xiao clan possessed the legacy of this jade piece, and with Xiao Yan's temperament, it was inconceivable for him to leave such a treasure, which pertained to the secrets of the Do Emperor within the confines of the Xiao clan. Thus, prior to his departure from the Xiao family, he had discreetly swapped the Shi ancient Emperor Jade held by Xiao Zhan with a mere ordinary jade that bore an identical appearance. The genuine artifact had been kept securely on his person all along. However, Xiao Yin did not anticipate that this place would provoke a reaction from the Shi ancient Emperor Jade. Could it be that there exists something related to the Shi ancient Emperor within this magma world? After pondering over the Tuashi ancient Emperor Jade in his hand for a while, he decided to return it to his spatial ring. To ensure safety, he enveloped the jade with his spiritual power, completely isolating it from external sensations. Even if there were remnants of the Tuashi ancient Emperor present in this magma world, they were beyond the reach of a mere dozome. Moreover, the Tuashi ancient Emperor Jade he possessed was merely a fragment. Even if he found something, it would be of no use to him. Thus, why dwell on it? He understood, well, the principle of cutting off what should be severed to avoid chaos. Having suppressed the unease brought forth by the Tuashi ancient Emperor Jade, Xiaoyan sought a suitable location to commence alchemy. Due to the overwhelming concentration of fire attribute energy in the vicinity, he opted not for the deep sea spirit, but rather for the beast cauldron he had procured from Han Feng's collection. This cauldron, ranking on the heavenly cauldron list, was slightly inferior to the deep sea spirit, which was why he had not employed it previously. However, it was indeed well suited for his current needs. Upon summoning the beast cauldron, Xiaoyan retrieved the medicinal materials he had gathered over time and wholeheartedly immersed himself in the alchemical process. Regarding the issue of Dan Thunder, Xiaoyan had previously utilized puppets crafted through alchemy to withstand its strikes, even harnessing the thunder's power to refine the puppets. However, in his last battle, those puppets had been destroyed at the hands of Han Mo Li, leaving Xiaoyan no choice but to confront the Dan Thunder himself. Boom! The first pill's refinement was swiftly successful. Gazing at the gathering thunderclouds above, Xiaoyan inhaled deeply. Before the Dan Thunder could descend, his now ebony hand gently waved, summoning forth a colossal black dragon that soared into the air, forming a massive black halo that engulfed the impending Dan Thunder entirely. After employing the black dragon swallowing spirit to consume the Dan Thunder, Xiaoyan was about to continue his alchemical work when he suddenly felt a tingling sensation coursing through his body. Subsequently, a tempestuous surge of thunderous power erupted within him. Yet, despite its ferocity, this thunderous energy posed no significant threat to Xiaoyan, who had cultivated the little leaf fire body. Amid the chaotic power of the thunder, Xiaoyan distinctly sensed a strengthening of his physical form. This development was unsurprising. After all, the thunder was a manifestation of the world's energy, capable of refining one's body, provided one could withstand its onslaught. Otherwise, one could easily be obliterated by the unleashed thunder. Once the thunderous energy dissipated, Xiaoyan felt a pure energy spreading within him, accompanied by flickering arcs of electricity. This energy was clearly derived from the Dan Thunder, and upon refining it, he noticed a significant enhancement in his Do Qi. Xiaoyan had not anticipated that his black dragon swallowing spirit could directly absorb the power of the Dan Thunder. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, this technique could even consume bloodline powers, let alone mere Dan Thunder. After digesting the thunderous energy within him, Xiaoyan suddenly sensed the emergence of something new in his body. He flipped his palm, and a silver orb materialized in his hand, shimmering with arcs of electricity. Upon closer inspection, one could see the flickers of electric light dancing upon its surface. This orb was a remnant formed from the residual material left in his body after refining the thunderous energy, containing an exceptionally violent thunderous power. Even with the protection of his strange fire, he could not absorb this force, but it could certainly be used offensively. If hurled, it could potentially scatter a low-ranked Dozong in disarray. Given Xiaoyan's current prowess, such destructive capability was not particularly alarming. Yet, one must note that this orb was merely a product of the Dan Thunder generated from a mid-grade 7th tier pill. What then could be expected from the Dan Thunder of a high-grade 7th tier or an 8th tier pill? One could easily surmise that orbs formed from such materials would be exponentially more fearsome. Furthermore, this silver orb could be created in multiples. If he could unleash 100 orbs forged from 7th tier Dan Thunder all at once, even a being of Han Mo Li's caliber would likely find themselves in dire straits. Not to mention, with Xiaoyan's cunning, there were additional methods to maximize the efficacy of these Dan Thunder orbs. Thus, an additional tactic was acquired. Xiaoyan flicked his finger, storing the silver orb within his spatial ring. With this, the vexing issue of Dan Thunder was deftly resolved. This item not only fortified his physical form, but also augmented his Do Qi. Most crucially, it allowed him to create these formidable Dan Thunder orbs. This trifecta of benefits invigorated Xiaoyan's already resolute intent to refine pills, resulting in the once quiet subterranean world resonating with intermittent thunderous roars. Chapter 139. The bones. Unbeknownst to him, several months had swiftly elapsed. As the time approached for Xiaoyan's 14th birthday, he reflected on his departure from the Xiao clan, which had now been a full 5 years. It was time to return and check on matters, as well as to bring Xiao Zhan and the others into the Xiao clan to ensure their safety. During these months of cultivation, Xiaoyan had ascended to the realm of 9-star Dozong. This nearly monthly progression would be enough to astonish most onlookers, but for Xiaoyan, it was not overly challenging. He had absorbed thousands of strands of Dan Thunder energy during this period, making rapid enhancement of his prowess a natural occurrence. Moreover, His attainment of the 9-star Do Zone was not solely due to the Dan Thunder energy. It seemed that the commotion caused by his alchemical endeavors had attracted some mysterious creatures dwelling in the magma. These beings resembled humanoid lizards and immediately launched an assault on Xiao Yan upon their arrival. Though the lizard men were not particularly formidable, their numbers were overwhelming, and their unique ability to manipulate magma made them a troublesome foe for most. However, for Xiao Yan, who wielded the nether poison fire, their quantity posed no threat. A mere application of his toxins was sufficient to eliminate them on the spot. Upon their demise, the lizard men would erupt into a crimson orb, strikingly similar to the Dan Thunder orbs he had refined, containing a robust fire attribute energy that served as an excellent cultivation supplement for one like Xiao Yan, who practiced fire attributes. Though the energy was indeed volatile, it was no challenge for him, shielded as he was by his strange fire. After savoring the benefits, Xiao Yan embarked on a rampage within the magma, slaying lizard men all the way from the Do Ling level to Do Zone, ultimately even dispatching several Do Zun level flame lizard men through stealthy strikes courtesy of the Annihilation Flame Eye. However, sensing the approach of numerous powerful auras, Xiao Yan prudently decided against delving deeper and made his escape. With the mastery of the Flame Wing Ascendants, Xiao Yan could navigate the molten lava with unparalleled ease. Coupled with his formidable soul power, if he wished to evade detection, the lizard men would be utterly oblivious to his precise location. Subsequently, Xiao Yan deliberately relocated to a different area to concoct pills, aiming to deter any further disturbances from the lizard men. It was through the accumulation of Damlay energy over the past months, combined with the crimson pearls found within the lizard men, along with the fire attribute energy from the underground world, that Xiao Yan managed to ascend to the 9-star Do Zone level in such a brief span. Perhaps due to the refinement of extensive thunder energy, his Do Chi now bore a subtle electric glow, enhancing its offensive power. Presently, even without employing techniques, such as the 3 transformations of heavenly fire, Xiao Yan could readily triumph over Do Zun level adversaries. When unleashing all his hidden cards, he stood a reasonable chance against even the 8 or 9-star Do Zun, figures who could be regarded as formidable heroes even within the central state. Throughout his recent alchemical endeavors, he successfully refined 8 rank pills, with one particularly triumphant attempt attracting the 5-color Danlay. By classification, he had now reached the mid-stage of an 8-rank alchemist. Moreover, thanks to the refining effects of the 9-turn alchemy technique, his soul power steadily ascended, placing him firmly within the realm of true alchemy masters. However, it was time for Xiao Yan to depart from this molten world, not out of desire, but because he had exhausted the medicinal materials he had previously scavenged. Gathering the necessary ingredients for refining 7 and 8 rank pills in such a short time frame had become impossible, thus extinguishing his aspirations to further enhance his alchemy skills. Regrettably, Xiao Yan shook his head in disappointment. Had he been able to continue absorbing the Danlay, coupled with the remaining crimson pearls in his storage ring, he might have achieved a swift breakthrough to Do Zun. Yet, it seemed he would have to return to diligent cultivation instead. Just as he prepared to head back, he sensed a stirring within his fallen heart flame. This peculiar sensation had persisted since his descent into the depths, suggesting that something from the molten core was calling to his fallen heart flame. Despite having ignored it thus far, the summons intensified, prompting him to explore further. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to pursue the source of the call, confident in his ability to maneuver through the lava with ease. Moreover, his storage ring contained over 1,000 Danlay beads. Should he release them all at once, their power would rival, if not surpass, that of the previous 4-color fiery lotus he had unleashed. Soon, Xiao Yan located the source of the sensation, and to his surprise, it was quite close to his alchemical location. There lay a concealed whirlpool of lava, above which hovered a transparent halo emanating a faint white light. Spatial power? He mused, raising an eyebrow at the peculiar aura of the halo. Such distinct fluctuations were familiar to him, for only a Do Zun level individual could wield spatial energy in such a manner. Although Xiao Yan was merely a 9-star Do Zone at present, his mastery of spatial power surpassed that of even Do Xing experts. Thus, overcoming this phenomenon posed no challenge for him. Previously, he had utilized similar techniques to evade the harassment of the flame lizardmen. Given his prowess in spatial power, creating his own space would not have been beyond his capabilities, had he been sufficiently powerful. Yet, Xiao Yan found himself curious about the origin of this spatial power. While some Do Zun level lizardmen lurked outside, their grasp of power was rudimentary, limited to manipulating magma without any sophisticated control over spatial forces. Therefore, they could not have achieved such a feat with a swift motion. Xiao Yan entered the halo, recognizing that the spatial force emanating from within was likely the work of a mere 5-star Do Zun. Given his current strength, he harbored no substantial fear of this level. Furthermore, the summons of the fallen heart flame grew increasingly forceful, compelling him to venture inside. Upon entering the halo, Xiao Yan beheld a skeleton suspended in the center, upon which a transparent flame flickered gently. The sight of this ethereal flame elucidated why his fallen heart flame had responded. It appeared that another fallen heart flame resided in this place. Regrettably, it was merely an immature version of the fallen heart flame. Staring at it, Xiao Yin sighed softly. While he was surprised that such a place could give rise to another fallen heart flame, this one was evidently far weaker in both temperature and scale compared to the previous one. Had it been a mature version, he might have been able to harness its energy to successfully break through to Dozun, potentially even elevating the burning decision to a higher tier. However, as it stood, this immature fallen heart flame would have minimal impact, and refining it would yield little benefit. Oh well, even the flesh of a mosquito is still flesh. I shall collect it for now. Xiao Yin shook his head and extended his hand, intending to seize the immature fallen heart flame. Just then, the mysterious skeleton burst forth with a dazzling light, and a wave of spatial power radiated from it, swiftly enveloping Xiao Yin. Reacting swiftly, Xiao Yin let out a cold snort. He had sensed the faint soul fluctuations present in the area prior to entering. Thus he was not taken aback by the unfolding events. He stepped forward, causing the space before him to ripple, effectively countering the sudden spatial force. Following that, a suction force erupted from his palm, drawing the fallen heart flame into his grasp. What exquisite spatial power! I never imagined such a young Dozun would emerge on the Do-Chi continent. Truly, the new generation surpasses the old. After dispelling the spatial force, an ethereal soul slowly emerged from the skeleton. It regarded Xiao Yan with a blend of surprise and astonishment etched upon its aged visage. Due to Xiao Yan's use of soul power to conceal his presence, the spectral entity could not accurately discern his true strength. However, the spatial power he had just displayed instinctively led it to regard him as an equal among Do-Zun level beings. Who might you be? Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. The summoning he had sensed earlier likely extended beyond the fallen heart flame. This ancient figure probably had a hand in it as well. Judging by the fluctuations of its soul, this entity's strength and life was far inferior to Yao Lao's, and it had likely been dead for a considerable time, bound to dissipate within a few years. I am known as Yao Tianhua. In my lifetime, I was often referred to as the Flame Sovereign. The aged soul articulated slowly, a hint of pride infusing its tone. This confirmed Xiao Yan's suspicions that the being had indeed been a Do-Zun level individual in life. Recently, I have sensed the constant rumblings of thunder nearby. Yet you, being of the fire attribute, must be an alchemist. Those thunderous sounds must be the result of your alchemical endeavors here, correct? The Flame Sovereign regarded Xiao Yan with a glimmer of anticipation in his voice. Indeed, Xiao Yan nodded. Is there something you require, esteemed elder? Since you are an alchemist, and a high-level one capable of invoking Danlei at that, you must possess knowledge on how to restore soul power, correct? The esteemed Lord of Heavenly Fire continued to inquire, for he found himself in a precarious state, with his very soul teetering on the brink of dissolution due to the gradual ebbing of his powers. To him, Xiao Yin represented his final lifeline, prompting a shift in his tone to one of newfound reverence. Upon hearing the words of the Heavenly Fire Lord, Xiao Yin was momentarily taken aback, as a crucial thought suddenly resurfaced in his mind. His rather unassuming mentor appeared to still be in a state of slumber. He had previously vowed to awaken him, yet the multitude of ensuing events had caused that promise to slip his mind. However, this was not entirely Xiao Yan's fault. In his past life, he had always practiced alone, and thus, the absence of his mentor had not struck him as peculiar. He had long grown accustomed to the solitude, and although he had occasionally recalled his mentor, it had not occurred to him that the old man remained in a deep sleep. Do not worry, my young friend. If you can assist me in restoring my soul, I swear by my very essence that I shall not act against your interests in the future. The Heavenly Fire Lord assured him, misinterpreting Xiao Yan's contemplative demeanor as concern over potential repercussions from his recovery. What benefits would I reap from aiding in the restoration of your soul? Xiao Yan replied, his brow furrowing slightly. He had no intention of engaging in such a thankless endeavor. As for the Lord's oath, he dismissed it outright. If mere words of a pledge could be trusted, he would have been struck by lightning daily. The Heavenly Fire Lord let out a rueful chuckle, gesturing with his hand to retrieve a white spatial ring from a nearby skeleton. Soon after, a pale scroll soared forth toward Xiao Yan. This is my signature combat technique for my prime, the 5 Wheels of Flame. Should you succeed in mending my soul, this scroll shall be yours. Xiao Yan cast a cursory glance at the so-called 5 Wheels of Flame, feeling little intrigue. This technique, in essence, was merely a peculiar method of fire control. Yet, for someone of Xiao Yan's unparalleled mastery in manipulating fire, its utility was negligible. Moreover, the scroll suggested that combining 4 types of exotic flames would rival a heavenly grade technique. He already possessed numerous authentic heavenly grade techniques. Why would he need this? Furthermore, he surmised that utilizing 4 exotic flames to create a fire lotus would yield greater power than this technique. Noticing Xiao Yan's lack of enthusiasm for his renowned skill, the Heavenly Fire Lord chuckled awkwardly, but felt no offense. After all, in his eyes, Someone who had ascended to the Dozone level at such a tender age must be the scion of some extraordinary lineage, making it understandable that he would overlook the value of the Lord's technique. As Xiao Yin toyed with the scroll, his thoughts raced. Given his current strength, resolving the issue of the soul was hardly a challenge. Even if the old man were at his peak, he would pose no threat. Thus, he pondered how best to handle this situation. Simply extinguishing the old man's life seemed a waste. Restoring you is not a problem, but you must agree to assist me with certain matters upon your recovery, Xiao Yin stated, his expression shifting slightly. After careful consideration, he believed that the old man's existence would prove more beneficial alive than dead, prompting his proposal. Of course, he would not take the old man's vow at face value. He would certainly prepare contingencies. Let us discuss the specifics once you have recovered, but rest assured, what I require of you shall not contravene your desires. Xiao Yin added with a subtle smile. Had Hai Buodong been present, he would have recognized this familiar rhetoric, as it was how he had been duped in the past. Chapter 141. All set, the Heavenly Fire Lord readily acquiesced to Xiao Yan's proposal, setting aside the fact that, from his perspective, the terms of the transaction were not unreasonable. His current state left him with little choice. He was on the verge of losing his very essence. Even the worst outcome would surely be preferable to immediate demise. As they journeyed back, the Heavenly Fire Lord recounted the events that had led to his current predicament. He had been the previous master of the fallen heart flame within Xiao Yan, having discovered a seed of this exotic flame in the magma. He had intended to consume it using his formidable fire control techniques, only to suffer a backlash. During this tumultuous episode, he had encountered an assault from the flame lizardmen, resulting in his untimely demise. In simple terms, it was akin to a version of Hai Buodong's misadventure, discovering treasure in perilous territory, only to attract the ire of more formidable foes. However, unlike Hai Buodong, this unfortunate soul had not even had the chance to flee, succumbing to his injuries. Had he not been adept in the spatial arts, his very remains might have been desecrated by the lizard man. Xiao Yan expressed profound sympathy for the Heavenly Fire Lord's plight, and, without hesitation, collected his remains. After all, with the old man deceased, it would be prudent to repurpose the remnants. Upon exiting the subterranean magma, Xiao Yin presented the newly discovered seed of the fallen heart flame to Elder Su Qian. This artifact was of no immediate use to him, so he decided to extend a favor. Of course, he had no intention of generously gifting such an exotic flame to the Jianan Academy. Instead, he planned to seize it once they had cultivated it. If the members of the Jianan Academy were aware of Xiao Yan's true intentions, they might well be driven to fits of rage. Yet on the surface, Xiao Yan played his part impeccably. When he handed the fallen heart flame to Su Qian, the elder was moved to tears, and the other elders regarded Xiao Yan with admiration and respect, even hinting at a desire to offer themselves in gratitude. In recent days, the elders of the Jianan Academy had been consumed with worry over the theft of the fallen heart flame by the Earth Demon. Su Qian and his colleagues had even ventured into the territory of the Magic Flame Valley, prepared for a life-or-death struggle to reclaim the exotic flame. However, upon arrival, they discovered that the original mine had vanished without a trace. Thus, they concluded that the inhabitants of the Magic Flame Valley had long since evacuated the Black Corner region, taking measures to obliterate all evidence of their presence. Though Su Qian and his peers seethed with frustration, there was little they could do. The world was vast, and if the Earth Demon wished to flee, even their best efforts would prove futile. Just as they were about to despair over the ineffectiveness of the Heavenly Flame refining tower, Xiao Yan emerged with a seedling of the fallen heart flame, instantly alleviating their urgent predicament. Not only that, but this new flame was even more compliant. If nurtured properly, its effects would far surpass those of the original. This turn of events filled the higher-ups of the Jianan Academy with boundless joy, elevating Xiao Yan to the status of a savior. By the time he returned to the academy, a statue in his likeness had already been erected within the inner sanctum. After exiting the Heavenly Flame refining tower, Xiao Yan did not linger at the Jianan Academy any longer than necessary. Accompanied by Zi Yin and Qing Lin, he returned to the Xiao clan, his true sanctuary. Here, he felt a greater sense of security. The reprogrammed Yuan Li had also been settled within the Xiao clan, with a Do zone-level figure overseeing matters. Their safety within the Black Corner region was assured. This return was not solely to mend the Heavenly Fire Lord's soul. Xiao Yan also intended to awaken the slumbering Yao Lao. With his current capabilities, he was more than capable of forging a body for his mentor. If all went according to plan, he would soon find himself with 2 Do zone-level allies, solidifying his burgeoning power. Xiao Yan prepared a 5th-grade elixir for the Lord of Heavenly Fire, which was rather simple to concoct successfully. However, the potion for the Medicine Elder required a greater degree of care. After all, it was the Medicine Elder who had fallen into slumber to save him, and during Xiao Yan's earlier days of weakness, he had provided substantial assistance. Therefore, it was only natural for Xiao Yan to invest more effort into this endeavor. As the 2 vials of elixir were injected into the black and white rings, they simultaneously emitted a gentle radiance. The spirit of the Lord of Heavenly Fire was the first to emerge, expressing his gratitude to Xiao Yan. At last, he had escaped the frail state, which had been on the verge of dissipating at any moment. As for the medicine elder, perhaps due to his prolonged sleep or the time required to absorb the elixir, he took a notably longer time to awaken. Gradually, he floated out from the resting space of his spatial ring, initially surprised to see another spirit nearby, and subsequently astonished by Xiao Yan's current strength. He recalled that during his slumber, Xiao Yan was merely a 9-star Do master. How was it possible that this young man had now ascended to the level of a 9-star Do zone? Had he truly slept for too long? That seemed unlikely, as judging by the youth's appearance, it appeared he had only slumbered for 2 or 3 years rather than 2 or 3 decades. To advance 4 ranks in merely 3 years. What an extraordinary pace. Once the medicine elder was awakened, Xiao Yan allowed him and the Lord of Heavenly Fire to converse, as both were aged souls who had been departed from life for many years and would likely find common ground. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan began to prepare the materials needed for body refinement. According to the information left behind by the medicine elder, the creation of a body required at least 3 types of different flames, as well as the essence blood of a 7th grade magical beast and a body at the Do zone level, culminating in the bone-melting blood elixir. For Xiao Yan, the other materials were not particularly difficult to procure, as he had already prepared most of them. The only challenge was the essence blood of a 7th grade magical beast, of which he had only 1 sample, obtained from a scorpion tomb in the Yun Empire. Given his current prowess, hunting a few 7th grade magical beasts would not pose a significant challenge. However, the problem lay in the fact that there were scarcely any of such beasts in the vicinity of the Blackhorn region. Just as he felt a sense of despair, he suddenly recalled the fiery lizardmen he had slain at the base of the Tianfen refining tower. Vaguely, he remembered having collected the corpse of a Do zone-level lizardman for research purposes, which he had stored in his spatial ring. This creature surely counted as a magical beast, and its blood should serve a similar function, he thought. With this revelation, Xiao Yan promptly retrieved the corpse of the fiery lizardman. After refining it with different flames, he managed to extract a small vial of red liquid. As he sensed the intense heat radiating from the liquid, he let out a long sigh of relief. With this, he had successfully gathered all the materials required for body refinement. Once all the materials were prepared, Xiao Yan officially commenced the process of refining bodies for the 2 spirits. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to first assist the Lord of Heavenly Fire. The Lord was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Yan's choice to revive him first. Feeling a touch of gratitude, it was unexpected that this young man chose him over his own master, indicating that he held a significant place in Xiao Yan's heart. Unbeknownst to the Lord of Heavenly Fire, Xiao Yan's decision to prioritize him was purely a practice run. Even he was undertaking the task of body refinement for the first time. Should the attempt fail and result in the Lord's soul scattering, the loss would not weigh heavily on him. The materials prepared for the Lord were of no inferior quality. The essence blood was that of the 7th grade scorpion poison dragon beast acquired from Scorpion Tomb. The body was that of the earth demon old ghost he had recently slain, and the bone-melting blood elixir was one he had crafted during his earlier alchemical endeavors. In fact, during his previous alchemical sessions, Xiao Yan had produced several bone-melting blood elixirs, and the one prepared for the Lord was merely of the lowest quality among them. Nevertheless, it was still a pinnacle 7th grade elixir, and if auctioned off, it would command a considerable price even in the central state. Upon seeing the materials Xiao Yan had assembled for him, the Lord of Heavenly Fire nodded in satisfaction. Although he was unsure of the body refinement process, he could discern that Xiao Yan had not skimped on the quality of the materials, which were indeed of upper echelon quality. This would ensure that his strength upon revival would be significantly enhanced. The process of refining the body for the Lord of Heavenly Fire took Xiao Yan a full 5 days. By the end of this period, the corpse of the earth demon old ghost bore no resemblance to its former appearance. It had been transformed into the visage of the Lord of Heavenly Fire. When the Lord opened his eyes, a formidable aura radiated from him, signaling the true revival of this Do zone-level entity. As Xiao Yan sensed the energy emanating from the Lord of Heavenly Fire, he squinted slightly. Typically, in cases of resurrection, even if one were revived, they would not return to their peak strength from life. However, the quality of materials used directly influenced the level of restoration. The Lord had presumably been a 5-star Do zone in life, and thanks to the materials Xiao Yan had provided, achieving a 3-star level was already a commendable outcome. Of course, Xiao Yan possessed methods to restore the Lord to his former strength, but such a significant bargaining chip was best reserved for future leverage. Much like how he had once manipulated Hai Ba Dong into serving him, his current concern was whether this old fellow would adopt a different attitude upon regaining his strength. Should that occur, Xiao Yan would not hesitate to ensure the old man's complete demise. "Congratulations, old Mr. Yao, on your revival," Xiao Yan remarked with a smile, though inwardly he remained vigilant. True to his nature, he had not prepared without foresight. Within the 3 materials given to the Lord, he had retained certain safeguards. If this old man were to truly turn against him, the outcome would be nothing short of soul scattering. Fortunately, the scenario Xiao Yan had anticipated did not materialize. Upon sensing the power coursing through his body, The Lord of Heavenly Fire bowed slightly to Xiao Yan, his tone imbued with solemnity. Young friend Xiao Yan, words of gratitude are inadequate for this great favor. Since you have aided in my revival, I shall adhere to our previous agreement and heed your commands. Please feel free to issue any instructions. All right, old firehead, there's no need for such flattery, interjected the medicine elder, waving his hand. You have been revived, but I am yet to be so fortunate. We can discuss matters once everything concludes. Ha ha ha, quite right. The Lord of Heavenly Fire stroked his beard, his newfound body seemingly invigorating his spirits. He looked at the master and disciple duo with a smile, declaring, I shall head out to provide protection for you both. Once the Lord of Heavenly Fire departed, Xiao Yan cautiously retrieved the materials he had prepared for the medicine elder. Had the Lord still been present, witnessing the materials Xiao Yan had assembled for the medicine elder might have driven him to a fit of envy. As the essence blood was that of a Do zone level fiery lizard man, classified as an 8th grade material, capable of inducing the 5-colored elixir thunder, along with a Do zone level skeleton. As for the origin of the Do zone level skeleton, cough, it was none other than the corpse of the Lord of Heavenly Fire himself that Xiao Yan had previously collected. Of course, out of an abundance of caution from his past life, Xiao Yan had retained certain contingencies within those 3 materials. It was not that he doubted the medicine elder. Rather, as the saying goes, better safe than sorry. Observing Xiao Yan as he examined the materials, the medicine elder expressed concern. Shouldn't you take a moment to rest before continuing? No need. It hasn't taken much effort, Xiao Yan replied dismissively, waving his hand. With his current strength, combined with the advanced earth-level burning decision, such exertions were trivial for him. Moreover, he had previously prepared some elixirs to keep in his spatial ring as a precaution. This is considerably easier than I had anticipated. Yao Lao smacked his lips, unable to suppress a feeling of nostalgia. If you find it too easy, I can arrange a separate procedure for you. Xiao Yan smiled faintly and replied, when I help you revive later, I can give a hearty shout. Rise again, my old friend. You rascal. Before Xiao Yan could finish his sentence, Yao Lao playfully bestowed upon him a light tap on the head, a gentle reminder that even with newfound confidence, he shouldn't jest with his mentor. Xiao Yan rubbed his head, and then his expression shifted back to one of solemnity. All right, master, everything is prepared, and I am about to begin the process of refining your body. At this, Yao Lao nodded, his eyes glimmering with a hint of excitement. After so many years, he was finally on the verge of experiencing the sensation of possessing a corporeal form once more. With the knowledge gained from their previous encounter, Xiao Yan navigated the procedure with greater ease, yet the time consumed still exceeded their expectations. Perhaps the superior quality of the materials Xiao Yan had prepared for Yao Lao contributed to this, or perhaps Yao Lao's strength, significantly greater than that of the Heavenly Fire Sovereign, led to a process that took over twice as long as before. Had Xiao Yan not prepared an ample supply of elixirs and attained the rank of a 9-star dozone, he might have found it challenging to endure. Once Yao Lao's soul fully melded with the skeletal frame, Xiao Yan exhaled in relief and swiftly seated himself, recuperating his internal Do Qi while awaiting Yao Lao's revival. All that remained was in Yao Lao's hands now. Chapter 143. The revival of Yao Lao. Xiao Yan's wait did not extend for long. On the 5th day, Yao Lao's body, which had remained still, suddenly trembled, and an aura akin to that of a mighty dragon erupted from within. Feeling this formidable presence, Xiao Yan instinctively stepped back. The intensity of the aura surpassed his expectations by a considerable margin. At the pinnacle of the 9-turn Do Zone, Xiao Yan felt the overwhelming force emanating from Yao Lao and gradually exhaled. This level of power was nearly the zenith of Do Zone, merely a step away from the semi-holy realm. Although this distance might prove insurmountable for many, it was essential to remember that Yao Lao had only just been revived, and his strength had not yet fully returned. Should he take the time to recuperate and cultivate, ascending to that realm would be far from impossible. In fact, even now, Yao Lao sensed a faint connection to the semi-holy level. It seemed that in no time, he might attempt to breach that threshold. Finally revived, Yao Lao marveled at the surge of power within him, unable to suppress a sigh of gratitude. He gazed at the somewhat fatigued Xiao Yan before him, his face softening into a warm smile. Little one, I truly owe you my thanks this time. There is no need for such words between us, Xiao Yan replied. Shaking his head, he then retrieved a jade vial from his storage ring. Upon seeing the vial, Yao Lao's expression momentarily faltered. His perceptive senses recognized the familiar soul fluctuation within. Even with his temperament, a ripple of emotion surged within him. Teacher, this is Han Feng's soul. I discovered him in the Black Corner region and unearthed the truth of the past, so I eliminated him. Now, I leave his fate in your hands. Xiao Yan handed the jade vial to Yao Lao. As Yao Lao accepted the vial, a somber expression crossed his face, clearly recalling the affection he had once held for Han Feng, only to be betrayed in the end. This poignant experience resonated with Xiao Yan, who had endured similar trials in his past life, and thus he refrained from interrupting Yao Lao's reflections. After a brief moment, Yao Lao sighed gently, burying the pain and bitterness of the past deep within his heart, before revealing his warm smile once more. Fate had been fair to him. Although he had lost his sight, it had granted him a rare disciple. Looking at Xiaoyan, he said kindly, "Little one, you must be a 9-star dozone by now, correct?" "Yes," Xiaoyan nodded lightly. Given Yao Lao's current strength, discerning his true capabilities posed no challenge. To attain such accomplishments at your age is remarkable. I believe, aside from the prodigies of ancient times, there are few in the current continent who can match your talent. However, despite your impressive abilities, remaining in the northwestern continent will limit your achievements significantly. Teacher, are you suggesting? I recommend you venture to the central state for some experience, Yao Lao chuckled. It is the heart of the continent, brimming with resources and opportunities far surpassing those in the Jiama Empire and the Black Corner region. With your qualifications and talent, you will undoubtedly thrive there. I will go to the central state eventually. Xiaoyan nodded, having already planned to journey there. However, he had delayed due to unfinished matters. After all, he couldn't leave while the troubles surrounding Xiao Yixian's cursed body remained unresolved. Teacher, after your revival, you will return to the central state, right? Indeed, with your strength. You can roam freely in the Black Corner region now. Moreover, you can already refine 8-grade pills. I suspect you have mastered most of what I've taught you. So there's little I can assist you with now. Yao Lao glanced at the black ring on Xiaoyan's finger and continued, with your talent. It won't be long before you surpass me. My return will be to settle some past grievances. And I previously established a force in the central state known as the Starfall Pavilion. As you embark on your journey there, it would be prudent to have some backing. So I must return to manage that, ensuring you are not at a disadvantage. Yao Lao regarded Xiao Yin intently, adding, furthermore, you have many secrets. If I were to accompany you, I fear you might not welcome it. Xiao Yin scratched his head, not saying much more. Yao Lao was no fool. He had undoubtedly sensed some of the matters Xiao Yin had kept hidden, yet he chose not to delve deeper. With your current cultivation, you are ready to embark on your journey. According to tradition, I should present you with a parting gift. I had intended to give you the Black Demon Cauldron. But since you already possess 2 heavenly cauldrons, the Black Demon Cauldron may not serve you well. Therefore, I have decided to gift you this instead. With a wave of his hand, a plume of ominous white flame surged forth, revealing the Bone Spirit Cold Fire. This Bone Spirit Cold Fire ranks 11th on the exotic fire ranking, far more potent than the flames you currently possess. If you successfully refine it, it will greatly aid you. As he spoke, Yao Lao's finger lightly touched the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, erasing the soul mark he had imprinted within. Witnessing this, Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Yao Lao's decisiveness. Before he could even consent, Yao Lao had forcibly erased the soul mark from the Bone Spirit Cold Fire. This action would undoubtedly affect Yao Lao's own strength. Yet he showed no hesitation in gifting this cherished flame to Xiaoyan, stirring within him a sense of unexplainable emotion, having initially harbored some ulterior motives. Take it, little one. Yao Lao's complexion appeared somewhat pale as he gently presented the Bone Spirit Cold Fire to Xiaoyan, instructing, first, imprint your own soul mark onto the Bone Spirit Cold Fire and nurture it for a while. Once it shows no resistance, you may use the flame decision to refine and absorb it. Otherwise, you may suffer a backlash. Under the urging of the esteemed pharmacist, Xiaoyan could only manage a wry smile as he inscribed his soul mark within the ethereal, snow-white flames. Subsequently, the Bone Spirit Cold Fire transformed into a shimmering streak of light, embedding itself upon Xiaoyan's forehead, where it manifested as a white flame imprint. Upon witnessing Xiaoyan secure the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, the pharmacist nodded in satisfaction. Upon my return, I shall endeavor to construct a spatial wormhole connecting the central continent to your location. Shortly, I will furnish you with a wormhole scroll. When a year or 2 has elapsed, you may tear it open, thereby creating a passage. In the future, your journeys to the central continent will be directly facilitated through this route. Xiaoyan nodded in agreement, refraining from any objections. Although there existed other routes to the central continent, he preferred not to take the long way around, especially when a more direct method was at hand. After spending a month within the Xiao clan, the pharmacist and the Celestial Fire's sovereign gradually departed. The pharmacist returned to the central continent first, while the Celestial Fire sovereign went to attend to the tasks Xiao Yin had requested. Following their departure, Xiao Yin experienced a rare moment of solitude, though he quickly adjusted his mindset and resumed his responsibilities. Given the current strength of the Xiao clan, asserting dominance over the Black Corner region posed no challenge whatsoever. Setting aside the 5-star Dozun level of Yuan Li, even Xiao Yan's apparent ranking was sufficient to instill trepidation among the so-called elite forces within the Black Corner region. After all, the existence of 9-star Dozone was formidable enough to thrive even in the central continent, let alone in the Black Corner region. With the assistance of the Mitral elite brought back by Hai Bo Dong, the financial endeavors of the Xiao clan flourished remarkably. Auction houses emblazoned with the Xiao clan emblems sprang forth in cities across the Black Corner region, amassing wealth. Although the Xiao clan had not yet unified the Black Corner region, it had already become the undisputed ruler in the hearts of the people. During this period, Qing Lin successfully broke through to the Do Wang level after absorbing the fighting spirit of several serpentine magical beasts. Not long after a breakthrough, more good news arrived. The Bodhi transformation saliva, which Xiao Yin had been in search of, had finally been located. The situation unfolded as follows. The expansion of the Mitral auction house incited discontent among some established forces within the Black Corner region. At that time, Xiao Yin had yet to reveal his 9-star Do Zone status. Consequently, while some factions with Do Zone power were wary of him, they did not harbor true fear. One such faction, known as the Black Emperor sect, annihilated one of the Shao clan's auction houses during competition. The sect's leader, a 4-star Do Zone, believed he could easily handle the rumored beginner Do Zone, Mo Yin Xiao, thus committing this act of intimidation. Upon receiving the news the following day, Xiao Yin set forth, single-handedly slaying the entirety of the Black Emperor sect. When the leader of the sect, along with his son, fell victim to Xiao Yan's casual strike, the onlookers were horrified to realize the terrifying level of power possessed by the leader of the Shao clan. After the massacre of the Black Emperor's sect, Xiao Yin, adhering to his customary practices, began to scavenge for treasures within their domain. It must be said, the Black Emperor sect indeed housed some remarkable items, beyond high-grade medicinal materials. There were also many rare treasures, including the Bodhi transformation saliva, which he discovered among their collections. In addition to the Bodhi transformation saliva, Xiao Yin stumbled upon a magical beast carcass within the Black Emperor sect's warehouse. Although it had been dead for many years, he could still discern that it was the remains of a celestial phoenix, which had likely reached near 8th tier strength in its prime. The celestial phoenix, being a treasure-laden creature, was about to be collected by Xiao Yin when the long-dormant Nine Nether Fire within him surged forth, consuming the carcass before he could even consent. It devoured everything, the essence, the magic core, and even the wings, leaving Xiao Yin, who typically maintained a calm demeanor, on the verge of spitting blood in frustration. Following its consumption of the celestial phoenix's remains, the Nine Nether Fire deepened in hue, and the purple cloud wings also underwent a transformation. Previously, the wings had evolved after absorbing the essence of a 7th tier black flame purple cloud eagle, but this time they benefited from the celestial phoenix's essence, potentially integrating the bone wings, thus becoming even more formidable. Now, the purple cloud wings bore a striking resemblance to the visions of the Nine Nether Sparrow that Xiao Yin had encountered when activating the Nine Nether Fire. Adorned with purple luminescent patterns, when he attempted to propel them, he discovered that his speed had surpassed that of many 8th tier celestial phoenixes, eliciting a sense of awe within him. Had he possessed these 9 nether wings earlier, he could have effortlessly escaped from the grasp of Soul Mo. This new ability undoubtedly provided him with an additional means of survival. What excited Xiao Yin even more was the wing's evolutionary potential. It seemed that the Nine Nether Fire, upon absorbing the essence of avian magical beasts, would return a portion of that power to the wings, implying that this entity could evolve indefinitely, akin to the Burning Decision. The magnitude of this enhancement was even more astounding than the previous absorption of the Black Flame Purple Cloud Eagle's essence, not merely due to the Celestial Phoenix's greater strength, but also because its essence was of a significantly higher caliber. After all, the Black Flame Purple Cloud Eagle possessed only a trace of Phoenix bloodline, while the Celestial Phoenix was a true variant of the Phoenix, making their disparity beyond comparison. If Xiao Yin wished to achieve such remarkable evolution again, he would likely have to excavate the ancestral grave of the Celestial Phoenix. Although he had previously undertaken such a task in his past life, he had been a Do Saint then. As for now, he would have to seek out other high-tier magical beasts. With a sigh of resignation, Xiao Yin reflected that until his strength had sufficiently grown, it would be prudent to avoid provoking this particular lineage. For the time being, he would seek out other high-tier magical beasts as substitutes. However, high-tier magical beast essences were not easily found, especially since the Nine Nether Fire was exceedingly finicky, only accepting the essences of avian magical beasts. Thus, the path to its evolution would undoubtedly be a lengthy endeavor, and within the vicinity of the Black Corner region, there were few magical beasts that met this criterion. Even if there were a few avian magical beasts, their levels were far too low to pique his interest. Just as Xiao Yin lamented this predicament, he suddenly recalled a map he had obtained from a princess during his time in the Yuan Empire, which depicted the habitats of magical beasts. He nearly forgot about this valuable piece of information. Retrieving the map of the Great Beast Cavern from his spatial ring, he gazed at its illustrations and chuckled softly. He wondered what level his 9 nether wings could evolve to if he were to collect all the avian essences from that location. It seemed he needed to return. After stowing the map along with the Bodhi transformation saliva in his spatial ring, Xiao Yin sighed lightly. The materials were prepared, and he could return to aid the little medical fairy in resolving her poisonous body predicament. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that the little medical fairy likely remained unaware of the nature of the poisonous body. How was he to rationally explain this matter to her? Moreover, he had promised her that he would return to fetch her once his tasks were completed. Yet 3 or 4 years had swiftly passed. Would she not be enraged upon his return? Upon his return to Wutan City, Xiao Yin brought only Qing Lin and Zi Yin with him, leaving Hai Bo Dong at the Xiao clan to continue safeguarding their interests. Hai Bo Dong had no objections to this arrangement. He dared not voice any dissent, especially since he had yet to attain the 9-star Do Huang level, while Xiao Yin had already achieved 9-star Do Zong status. What could he possibly say, let alone the fact that a woman of 5-star Do Zun stood beside him, a fervent admirer of Xiao Yin? If he were to voice a complaint, her displeasure would undoubtedly manifest in a swift slap, leaving him bereft of a place to lament. Thus, despite harboring a plethora of grievances, Hai Boidong dutifully assumed the role of a loyal underling, laboring for Xiao Yin. Although the distance from Wutan City to the Black Horner region was considerable, Xiao Yin and his companions had already mastered flight. Even Qing Lin had risen to the rank of a formidable Do Wang, making the journey a mere trifle, and the trio arrived in Wutan City within just 2 or 3 days. At last, they had arrived. Gazing at the outline of Wutan City, Xiao Yin exhaled softly, pondering how the Xiao clan fared after such a prolonged absence. Is this truly the hometown of young Master Xiao Yin? It feels as though his essence permeates every corner, Qing Lin remarked, her eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Xiao Yin rolled his eyes discreetly. What kind of absurdity was this? What did she mean by his essence being everywhere? One might think he had committed some grand misdeed. Xiao Yin, is your home really in such a place? Zi Yin questioned, staring at the distant city in astonishment. Given Xiao Yan's eloquence, demeanor, and displayed prowess, she had always assumed he hailed from a prestigious lineage, but it appeared he had originated from a humble locale. Are you dissatisfied? Xiao Yin inquired half-jokingly. I understand the adage of marrying a chicken and following the chicken, marrying a dog and following the dog. Let's proceed home, Zi Yin declared, eager to soar directly into the city. However, before she could take flight, Xiao Yin pulled her back, imploring, could he not rush? Let's first find a suitable place to land. Why not just fly in directly? Zi Yin asked, puzzled. Pray tell, this place lacks even a Do Ling, and your sudden entrance would surely startle a multitude. Xiao Yin sighed in exasperation. He then recalled the events at the Jianan Academy and quickly admonished her. Furthermore, once we return, behave yourself and refrain from uttering anything inappropriate, or else. Understood, Zi Yin replied, sticking out her tongue in a playful yet obedient manner. If you perform well this time, I shall refine a second dragon saliva fire spear grass for you, which I initially intended to keep for myself. However, upon realizing its extraordinary effects on you, I have decided to reserve it entirely for you, Xiao Yin said with a smile. When I consume that medicine, will you be by my side? Zi Yin inquired, rubbing her hands together in excitement, reminiscing about the delightful sensation of suppressing Xiao Yin previously. Are you merely craving my company? Xiao Yan's lips twitched, clearly recalling his less illustrious past. I have devised a remedy. This time, I will blend it with other herbs, ensuring that last time's issues do not recur. I only desire it in its purest form. I shall not consume anything with additives, Zi Yin insisted, shaking her head vigorously. Those pills you consumed previously were indeed flavored by me, Xiao Yin retorted without mercy. That's different. As the conversation continued, the group landed gracefully and made their way toward Wutan City. Despite the passage of several years, the streets and buildings of the city had changed little, save for the vendors in the marketplace, who had been replaced by new faces. Nevertheless, a few familiar visages occasionally emerged, though Xiao Yan's growth and the years apart rendered him unrecognizable to them. Upon returning to Wutan City, Xiao Yin did not hasten to the Xiao clan, but instead visited the small clinic where he had previously settled the little doctor. To his astonishment, he discovered the clinic had been closed. He hurriedly detained a passerby, inquiring, "Excuse me, when will this clinic reopen?" "Oh, that? It has been closed for quite some time." The passerby replied, clearly irritated by the sudden interruption. "It's been shut for over 6 months." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression turned grave. Could something have happened to the little doctor? I must return and inquire with my father about this matter, Xiao Yan resolved. Abandoning his initial plan to enjoy a leisurely tour of Wutan City with the 2 young women, he swiftly made his way to the Xiao clan. Upon arriving at the clan's entrance, however, he was surprised to find several carriages parked outside, adorned with a cloud-like sword emblem. "Isn't that the symbol of the Yunlan sect?" Qing Lin exclaimed, astonished. Having resided in the Jiama Empire for a time, and recently dealt with numerous affairs involving the Xiao clan, she was not unfamiliar with this powerful entity. However, what could warrant their presence in such a small place as Wutan City? "Ah, I remember now," Qing Lin suddenly exclaimed, tapping her head. "While organizing intelligence, I came across information that the leader of the Yunlan sect took on a disciple a few years ago. That disciple is the young lady from the Nalan family, one of the 3 great families of the Jiama Empire, and she has a betrothal tie with the Xiao clan." "Oh, and who is the betrothed to this Nalan young lady?" Zi Yin inquired with curiosity. It seems to be the young master of the Xiao clan," Qing Lin pondered. "However, that young master has been missing for several years. According to the intelligence we gathered, the Nalan young lady is quite proud and has always looked down on places like Wutan City. Given that the young master has not returned for so long, she may have come to dissolve the engagement." "Dissolve the engagement? That would be quite the spectacle," Ziyin chuckled mischievously. In the Do-Chi continent, a woman's act of renouncing an engagement would undoubtedly bring great embarrassment to the man involved. Should the Nalan young lady proceed in this manner, the Shao clan's reputation would be tarnished, and the relationship between the two families would irreparably deteriorate. By the way, Shao Yin, you are also of the Shao clan, right? Do you know this young master? Of course I know him, Shao Yin replied, taking a deep breath and smiling. I am the young master of the Shao clan, who has been missing for several years. The revelation left the two young women momentarily speechless, and they silently mourned for the unfortunate Nalan young lady. Given Shao Yan's temperament, his future days would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulty. At that moment, within the grand hall of the Shao clan, two factions were locked in a tense standoff. Shao Zhan regarded the representatives of the Yunlan sect with a grim expression. Their audacity was astounding. He had treated them as esteemed guests, yet they had the gall to present an outrageous request for the dissolution of the engagement. Clan leader Shao, I understand this may be somewhat unreasonable, but it is a long-standing custom of our Yunlan sect. I implore you to grant our request. The elder named Gu Yi continued. Moreover, your young master has been missing for years. He hasn't communicated at all. Perhaps he has met with some misfortune. Should that be the case, are we to expect the young lady to remain in mourning for him for a lifetime? At these words, Shao Zhan's expression darkened further. His azure, Do-Chi swirling around him until it coalesced into a phantom energy lion. The elder Guye's countenance shifted as he sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Shao Zhan. According to his intelligence, Shao Zhan was merely a 5-star to Do-Shi. Yet the pressure he projected far exceeded that. The other three elders intended to intervene, but upon perceiving Shao Zhan's formidable aura, they fell silent. Such a presence could only belong to someone of Do Ling caliber. If he were to unleash his power, none present would be able to stop him. In truth, if it were merely a matter of dissolving the engagement, Shao Zhan would not have been so incensed. After all, it was merely a fleeting jest between the elders of both families, and the younger generation had no genuine feelings involved. Therefore, the dissolution would be entirely reasonable. However, such matters ought to be conducted in a most formal setting. Following mutual deliberation between the two families and witnessed by a person of esteemed reputation to adhere to proper protocol. Yet prior to their visit, they had only mentioned it as a social call, prompting Shao Zhan to extend a high-level reception to the group. Instead, they brazenly proposed the annulment of the engagement without any prior preparation, effectively slapping his face. Moreover, the actions of someone like Nalan Yanran, who framed the situation as a dissolution of engagement, were no different from a rejection of marriage. Such news, once it spread, would inflict a grievous blow to the Shao family and tarnish his son's reputation. While Shao Zhan might disregard his own honor, he would never permit anyone to sully his son's dignity. Not to mention, this individual had the audacity to insinuate that his son might meet with misfortune. Thus, even though he was well aware of the esteemed status of the Yunlan sect representatives, Shao Zhan could no longer contain himself. Just as he was about to erupt in fury, a gentle hand landed upon his shoulder, instantly dissipating the overwhelming aura of fighting spirit he exuded. Reflexively, Shao Zhan turned to see a black-haired youth, who had appeared by his side unbeknownst to him. Although they had not met in several years, the familiar, gentle smile gracing the youth's face allowed Shao Zhan to recognize him instantly. Shao Yin. Father, I have arrived late, Shao Yin said with a slight smile. This matter is mine to handle. I shall take care of the rest. The appearance of the black-haired youth immediately captured the attention of everyone present, and his address further triggered the younger generation's recollections of his identity. Many of the youths remembered this once gifted young master, who had embarked on his training at an early age. Xiao Mei gazed at the ethereal black-haired youth in the hall, her beautiful eyes shimmering with newfound brilliance, while Xiao Ning instinctively shrank back, evidently haunted by memories of his sister being brutally assaulted, memories that had not faded despite the passage of years. In a corner of the hall, the usually composed Suner felt a surge of emotions, quietly closing the book in her hands, her eyes reflecting a hint of enchantment. He had returned. Who are you? Nalan Yinran inquired, momentarily taken aback by the black-haired youth who had managed to placate Shao Zhan with just a few words. Although Shao Yin had referred to Shao Zhan as father, she was aware that he had 3 sons, leaving her uncertain whether this individual was indeed her fiancé. I am the Shao family's young master, Shao Yin, the one you claim has been missing for years, presumed dead in some corner of the world. Shao Yin chuckled lightly, his tone unchanged, yet the underlying sarcasm was unmistakable. Upon hearing this, Gu Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment. Just moments ago, he had been fabricating tales about the Shao family young master, only to have the real deal appear before him. As he gathered his thoughts, Nalan Yinran interjected. Your return is timely. With your consent, the dissolution of the engagement would be justified. Justified? Nalan, what jest are you making? Shao Yin smiled faintly. This engagement was arranged by our grandfathers. If you truly seek legitimacy, it is imperative that our grandfather himself speaks on the matter. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the bond between the 2 elders. I, Shao Yin, have no desire to be that heartless individual. In truth, in his previous life, Xiao Yan had crossed paths with Nalan Yinran a few times, yet he held no impression of her whatsoever, or rather, she had yet to earn his regard. He only vaguely recalled that her faction had been slaughtered by him. Had it not been for her appearance in the illusion when he subdued the hellfire poison, he would have long forgotten her existence. Nalan Yinran's fury boiled at Xiao Yan's audacity, yet she struggled to find a counter-argument. Finally, gritting her teeth, she declared, "Your reluctance to dissolve the engagement stems merely from dissatisfaction with the compensation. I will offer you 10 Qi gathering pills and grant you access to the Yunlan sect to study profound techniques." How does that sound? If Nalan believed that 10 Qi gathering pills could erase the bond formed between the elders, then I shall not object. However, out of respect for Elder Nalan, I must advise you to think more carefully when selecting gifts next time. Otherwise, you will only invite ridicule. Xiao Yan shook his head. It appeared this individual was not only willful, but also utterly foolish. It is well known that the patriarch of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan, had long since surpassed the great fighter realm, and his 3 sons, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, were already fighters, while Xiao Yan was at least at the level of a fighter himself. In other words, Qi gathering pills held no value for them. Rather, they would benefit those from other factions, such as Xiao Ning and Xiao Mei. This gift would undermine Xiao Yan's interests while benefiting others. Truly a gift conceived by a brain befuddled by a mule's kick. What do you mean? Nalan Yinran furrowed her brow. Nothing much. You desire to dissolve the engagement, and I shall oblige, Xiao Yan stated calmly, instructing, bring me a brush and ink. Gu Yi, observing the scene, silently lamented. Though Xiao Yan and Nalan Yinran were not far apart in age, their composure and demeanor were worlds apart. In Xiao Yan's presence, Nalan Yinran's words sounded like mere childish tantrums. Soon, she would hear Nalan Yinran's incredulous cry, "A divorce? You dare dismiss me? Did you not say you wished to dissolve the engagement?" Gazing at the incredulous Nalan Yinran, Xiao Yan handed over the divorce letter, smiling as he said, "Congratulations, Miss Nalan. You are now free. As for the Qi gathering pills, I shall not accept them. Take your gifts and leave." Facing the radiant smile of the youth before her, Nalan Yinran felt a surge of anger. Having lived a life of privilege, she had never been subjected to such humiliation. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, "On what grounds do you dismiss me? In terms of status and talent, I surpass you. What gives you the right to cast me off?" Simply put, prior to this moment, I was your fiancé, Xiao Yan replied with a calm smile, though now, it must be prefaced with former. As for talent, Xiao Yan scoffed, a deep azure fighting spirit swirling around him, ultimately manifesting as a robe of fighting spirit. He regarded the somewhat dazed Nalan Yinran and glanced at the emblem on her chest, signifying her rank as a 3-star fighter. With a composed expression, he stated, "Do you truly think someone like you, who flaunts their strength, is worthy of discussing the concept of talent with me?" The fighters present could not help but inhale sharply at the sight of Xiao Yan's fighting spirit robe. At barely 15 years of age, he had already attained the fighter rank. One could only imagine the terrifying potential he held for the future. In stark contrast, Nalan Yinran's 3-star fighter status paled in significance. It is essential to note that in the Duki continent, few could reach the fighter realm before the age of 15, and those who achieved such a feat by the age of 20 were considered extraordinary geniuses. Should the Yunlan sect learn of Xiao Yan's accomplishments at such a young age, they would undoubtedly prevent Nalan Yinran from dissolving the engagement, even leveraging this relationship to recruit Xiao Yan with all their might. Meanwhile, Gu Yi felt an overwhelming sense of regret upon witnessing Xiao Yan summon his fighting spirit robe. Such talent was something even their Yunlan sect's founder had not possessed. If they could recruit this young man into the Yunlan sect, he would undoubtedly become a pillar of support for their organization. Yet now, due to his association with Nalan Yinran, Xiao Yan's impression of the Yunlan sect would undoubtedly be severely tarnished. Rather than successfully recruiting him, it would be a blessing if they could prevent him from developing a disdain for their sect. Thus, in the aftermath of regret, a flicker of murderous intent quietly emerged within Gu Ye's heart. Since he could not recruit this young man, he would have no choice but to annihilate him. Otherwise, once he fully matured, the Yunlan sect would be plagued with unrest. If it were not for Xiao Zhan's formidable prowess, he might have disregarded his own dignity and taken action. At the very least, he would have to cripple this young man, or the Dome Master. Just because you can defeat me now does not guarantee you will always prevail. Faced with the display of Dome Master strength by Xiao Yan, Nalan Yinran's complexion paled slightly. However, her haughty demeanor flared up at this moment, prompting her to retort, "In a few years, I might surpass you. If mere verbal sparring could lead to strength, then you indeed have that potential." Xiao Yan waved his hand dismissively, stating, "All right, let's be on our way. Do you expect me to personally see you off?" "You." Nalan Yinran gritted her teeth, and after a moment, as if resolutely making a decision, she fixed her gaze on Xiao Yan and said, "Xiao Yan, do you dare to make a wager with me?" "Why would I make a wager with you?" Xiao Yan regarded Nalan Yinran with a look of incredulity. "What? Are you afraid?" Nalan Yinran scoffed. "Your provocation is rather juvenile." Xiao Yan shook his head, dismissing her words. Seeing Xiao Yan's indifference, Nalan Yinran stomped her foot in frustration. If you have any guts, then let us make a 3-year agreement. 3 years from now, I will undoubtedly surpass you. At that time, I will challenge you at the Yunlan sect, and if you lose, you will kneel and apologize. What do you say? Why would I agree to something that offers me no benefit? Xiao Yan casually picked up a teacup, his expression indifferent. If I lose, I, Nalan Yinran, will serve you as a maid without any complaints. Nalan Yinran, witnessing Xiao Yan's nonchalant demeanor, felt her anger flare and added hastily. Upon hearing this, Qinglin, who had been eavesdropping with Zi Yan on the rooftop, nearly jumped down to confront Nalan Yinran herself, only to be firmly restrained by Zi Yan. Qinglin, calm down. Besides, this little girl cannot possibly defeat Xiao Yan. There is no way he would kneel and apologize. Look at the audacity of her words. Serving as a maid? Does she even deserve that? Truly, a toad wishing to eat swan meat. The young master can only have one maid, and that is me. How dare she vie for my position? Qinglin fumed. Let me go, and I shall teach her a lesson. Can you not show some maturity? Below, Xiao Yan, lifting his head slightly, cast a glance at the two above before breaking into a light chuckle, saying, serving as a maid is unnecessary. For I have no interest in you. Moreover, with your haughty temperament, if you were to lose, you might very well try to weasel out of it. I have no desire to invite trouble. Regardless of your reasoning, the wager is established. 3 years from now, I will await you at the Yunlan sect. If you do not come, you will be the greatest coward in the world. Nalan Yinran declared proudly, and without waiting for Xiao Yan's reply, she waved her hand, instructing, Gushu, let us depart. Xiao Yan, considering the old master Shaolin, I shall impart a saying, 30 years on the west bank of the river, 30 years on the east bank. Do not underestimate a poor girl. For some inexplicable reason, upon hearing Nalan Yinran's words, Xiao Yan was suddenly enveloped by a sense of temporal dislocation, as if he had uttered something akin to that to a girl in a similar place long ago. But how could that be? He had no such experiences in his past life. What then was this sense of déjà vu? Watching Nalan Yinran and the others retreat, Xiao Yan couldn't help but sigh in resignation. Arguing with a child is truly beneath me. Nevertheless, I am quite curious about her confidence in believing she can surpass me in 3 years. The others exchanged glances. Indeed, Xiao Yan was already a dome master. Given his rapid cultivation pace, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for him to become a great dome master in 3 years. If he were to receive guidance from a renowned master, even breaking through to Douling would not be surprising. How could Nalan Yinran possibly compete with him? Of course, they were unaware that Xiao Yan was now a dozong. Otherwise, amidst their astonishment, they would likely feel pity for Nalan Yinran. It seems that the days ahead would be filled with amusement. A slight smile played on Xiao Yan's lips. He would not let her off easily. His reputation as the Demon Fire Saint was not something to be taken lightly. Chapter 148. The Whereabouts of the Little Medicine Fairy. After Nalan Yinran and the others departed, the crowd in the hall gradually dispersed. Although many wished to reminisce with Xiao Yan, the demeanor of the father and son made it clear they intended to converse privately. So they tactfully took their leave. Once everyone had left the hall, Xiao Zhan, with a hint of concern, asked, Yin'er, are you truly confident about that 3-year wager? Although Xiao Yan had just displayed Dome Master level strength, Xiao Zhan still felt a twinge of worry. After all, the Yunlan sect had a lineage spanning a millennium within the Jiama Empire, boasting a profound foundation. And it was entirely possible they possessed unique methods to aid Nalan Yinran in surpassing Xiao Yan. Rest assured, father, I am not so foolish as to flaunt superficial strength. Xiao Yan smiled slightly, and then a pair of resplendent fiery wings unfurled from his back. Seeing this, Xiao Zhan was taken aback. Do Qi transformation wings? Yanea, have you already become a Do Wang? Xiao Yan nodded with a smile. He did not disclose his true strength to Xiao Zhan. After all, in the eyes of the Jia Ma Empire's populace, a Do Wang was already considered a formidable figure. Revealing that he was a Do Zong would likely come off as implausible, so he simply displayed the strength of a Do Wang. Additionally, this served as a precaution. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Xiao Zhan exclaimed 3 times, his astonishment evident. He had never anticipated that his youngest son would be so extraordinary, surpassing him at such a young age to become a Do Wang. With such strength, there was no need for him to worry about the 3-year wager. After all, Nalan Yinran could not possibly elevate herself to the rank of Do Wang in such a short span. Father, you've already broken through to Douling, correct? Xiao Yan inquired, sensing the aura emanating from Xiao Zhan. Indeed, thanks to the elixirs and techniques you sent back last time, I have now attained 2-star Douling. Xiao Zhan said, stroking his beard with a smile. Due to Xiao Yan's previous gift of techniques and training methods, the overall strength of the Xiao family had significantly surpassed the other 2 families. Had it not been for Xiao Yan's advice to avoid drawing too much attention, he would have likely already led a campaign to eliminate the other 2 clans during this period. Given our current size, the Xiao family can no longer remain cooped up in this small Wutan city. Xiao Yan gently tapped his fingers on the table, smiling as he said, I have established a force during my years away, and I have returned with the intention of relocating the Xiao family there to develop. That sounds splendid. Xiao Zhan nodded. Although he was unaware of the nature of the force Xiao Yin was referring to, it was undoubtedly stronger than the original Shao family, considering it was founded by Do Wang. When you plan to begin the relocation, there is no rush. Our move must be discreet to avoid unnecessary complications. Xiao Yin smiled, adding, in the upcoming period, I will gradually send some members of the Shao family to my new force, while the others may continue their usual activities. He did not disclose to Xiao Zhan that relocating the Shao family to the Shao sect was merely the first step. After some time, he would tear apart the wormhole scroll left by Yao Lao at the Shao sect, transporting the entire Shao family to the Starfall Pavilion. With Yao Lao's protection, as long as the Soul Palace did not dispatch a half-saint or Do saint-level powerhouse, the Shao family would remain safe and sound. Moreover, the individuals from the Soul Palace remain oblivious to the connection between Xiao Yin and Yao Lao. Thus, even if they were to target the Shao family, it is likely that their intentions are directed towards Wutan City. Xiao Yin has long prepared a grand surprise for them. This is also the reason why he only revealed his Do master strength. Should he expose his Do zone level power at once, it would undoubtedly terrify his adversaries to the point of losing their senses. However, the very next day, his reputation would spread throughout the entirety of the Jiama Empire. If the Soul Palace, especially Soul Daitian, were to discover his true strength, the ensuing chaos would be monumental, an experience Xiao Yin had encountered far too often in his previous life. The most challenging instance was during his Do Zun period, when he was besieged by tens of thousands across the mountains, while many more laid intricate traps in the outside world, forcing him into a corner. Had luck not favored him in the end, he would likely have vanished into obscurity, and the legendary tales that followed would never have materialized. His current strength as a 9-star Do Zone is more than sufficient to dominate the Jiama Empire, yet pales in comparison to the might of the Soul Palace. Until he formally possesses the strength to contend with them, he prefers to remain unnoticed. Although he is not averse to trouble, he would not seek it out for the sake of distraction. However, Xiao Yin harbored no benevolent intentions to uproot the entire Shao family. If he intended to fish, he must inevitably leave some bait. Moreover, his relations with others were far from amicable. Their lives and deaths bore no weight on his conscience. By the way, you two can come down now. Xiao Yin suddenly raised his head and called out, prompting Ziyin and Qing Lin, who had been hiding on the roof, to leap down. Upon seeing them, Xiao Yin offered a faint smile and said, these are my friends, Ziyin and Qing Lin. They will be staying with the Shao family for a while. Greetings, Uncle Xiao. Both Ziyin and Qing Lin obediently chimed, with even the usually headstrong Ziyin behaving like a refined young lady, showing no trace of her former boisterous demeanor. It was uncertain whether she aimed to leave a good impression on the Shao family or was merely swayed by Xiao Yan's prior warnings. Xiao Zhan regarded the two adorable girls with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. It appeared that his son had made some commendable friends during his time away. However, he also knew that his son needed to put in more effort. If he could cultivate a bond with them early on, perhaps he would not have to worry about his son's future marriage. Little did Xiao Zhan know, while he merely wished for Xiao Yin to foster relationships, Xiao Yin had developed an inappropriate connection with them. Otherwise, he would have certainly given his son a thumbs up amidst his disdain. By the way, father, where is little medical sage? After introducing Qing Lin and Ziyin, Xiao Yin promptly recalled the matter of little medical sage and inquired. Upon hearing Xiao Yin mention her, Xiao Zhan sighed. Previously, when Xiao Yin departed, he had entrusted him to look after the girl, only to find upon his return that she had vanished without a trace, leaving him at a loss for words. However, seeing the anxious expression on Xiao Yin's face, he decided to share everything he knew. I'm not entirely sure about her whereabouts, but I heard from my subordinates that about half a year ago, while she was concocting a poison, she inadvertently poisoned several neighboring households, causing quite a stir. Although we managed to smooth things over afterward and it did not lead to significant repercussions, she felt immense guilt over the incident and left Wutan City alone. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's account, Xiao Yin understood immediately. He realized that the scenario he most feared had likely occurred. With little medical sage's capabilities in concocting poisons, it would have been impossible for her to accidentally poison so many individuals. The only plausible explanation was that it was not a poison at all, but rather the awakening of her unique curse body. During her process of concocting the poison, she may have inadvertently inhaled some toxin, triggering the dormant curse body within her. This would also explain why she chose to leave Wutan City alone. Perhaps she did not wish to burden Xiao Yin upon realizing her special condition. This girl. Xiao Yin furrowed his brow slowly. He had painstakingly gathered the 3 materials required to control the curse body, only for little medical sage to leave Wutan City due to its awakening, and without leaving a mark on her. How could he possibly find her in this vast world? Chapter 149, A Conversation with Sun Er. After departing from the hall, Xiao Yin, adhering to the habits formed in his previous life, made his way alone to the back mountain. During this time, Ziyin and Qing Lin, the 2 little girls, attempted to follow him but were easily dismissed by Xiao Yin, who preferred solitude for quiet contemplation. He sat upon the grassy ground, gazing at the distant Beast Mountains, the very place where he had first encountered little medical sage. He looked toward that location and sighed helplessly. The feeling of being unable to control such circumstances was utterly dreadful. Had he known this would happen, he would never have left her in Wutan City. At this point, it was futile to lament. Thus, Xiaoyan quickly adjusted his thoughts to plan his next course of action. Just then, he sensed a fleeting azure silhouette approaching, and he exhaled gently, turning to smile. It's been years. Little girl, you've grown even more beautiful. The girl who appeared on the back mountain was none other than Sun Er, whom Xiaoyan had not seen for 5 years. He recalled that in the beginning, perhaps due to his past experiences, he had always unconsciously compared Sun Er to Sol Daitian, resulting in a rather aloof demeanor towards her. However, after enduring the trials of time, he had become far more indifferent to the events of his previous life, especially after meeting little medical sage, Qing Lin, and others. His character had subtly transformed. He understood well that they were not the same person and that it was unnecessary for him to let the affairs of one taint his perception of another. Moreover, for reasons unknown, every time he encountered her, Xiaoyan felt a peculiar sensation, an inexplicable familiarity as though they had known each other long before, even though he had no such acquaintance in his past life. You are quite different from before, brother Xiaoyan, Sun Er said naturally as she settled beside him. The Xiaoyan of you was never this approachable. Oh, is that so? Xiaoyan blinked in surprise, pondering that his performance had not changed much. The previous brother Xiaoyan, while outwardly amiable, was fundamentally quite distant. Yet this time, there's none of that coldness, Sun Er gently remarked. It seems that brother Xiaoyan has undergone significant changes during his time away. In truth, when Xiaoyan left Wutan City, Sun Er had also dispatched individuals to secretly protect him. However, those she sent out had been swiftly cast aside by Xiaoyan, leaving even her in the dark about his experiences in the outside world. While little medical sage was still present, she had shared some information. But those tales were merely the tip of the iceberg of Xiaoyan's experiences over the years. Perhaps, Xiaoyan refrained from elaborating on the topic, not believing he had changed much during those years. Yet, since Sun Er mentioned it, perhaps he had indeed undergone some transformation through his trials. However, such changes were not unwelcome. Brother Xiaoyan, are you worried about sister little medical sage? Noticing Xiaoyan's contemplative demeanor, Sun Er pressed on. You know about her? Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow slightly, though he was not particularly surprised. After all, the little medical fairy had resided in Wutan City for 2 or 3 years, operating a medical clinic within the Xiao family's domain. It was entirely reasonable for the two to be acquainted, especially considering Sun Er's background was far from ordinary. Perhaps she had even taken the initiative to befriend the little medical fairy, given that she was a friend of Xiaoyan's elder brother. So, I sought her out to establish a connection, Sun Er remarked, gently brushing her hair aside. If it weren't for her, I would have remained oblivious to the numerous good deeds Xiaoyan brother has done outside. Yeah, Xiaoyan cast a puzzled glance at her. Have I done any good deeds? I can't seem to recall. You needn't worry too much, Xiaoyan brother. The little medical fairy is destined for good fortune and will not encounter any misfortune, Sun Er reassured, observing Xiaoyan's seemingly melancholic demeanor. Moreover, I believe that the little medical fairy will not forget you, Xiaoyan brother. You are surely fated to meet again. Fate? That is the one thing I'm least inclined to believe in. Xiaoyan chuckled softly, gradually opening his palm as if attempting to grasp something intangible. Even if she were to flee to the ends of the earth, I would seek her out and bring her back. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to our bond. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, Sun Er felt a bittersweet pang in her heart, coupled with a sense of comfort. She had always known that her Xiaoyan brother was not a person devoid of feelings and loyalty. Sun Er, I need to ask you a favor. I will be away for a while, so please inform my father and the others about this matter. Also, if you have the time, could you help take care of the 2 little girls I brought back? Xiaoyan gently patted Sun Er's shoulder before continuing. Of course I will, Sun Er replied with a gentle nod. As Xiaoyan prepared to turn away, she called out to him, Xiaoyan brother, may I ask you a question? What question? Do you know someone who resembles me? Sun Er hesitated for a moment before finally voicing her curiosity. I can't quite explain it, but sometimes when you look at me, it feels as though you are seeing someone else through me. Is that person truly so similar to me? She does not resemble you at all. Upon hearing Sun Er's inquiry, Xiaoyan fell silent for a moment, instinctively conjuring the visage of Huandai Er in his mind. He shook his head slowly and replied, the 2 of you are not alike in any way. Yet, for some unknown reason, whenever I see you, it inevitably reminds me of her. Is that person significant to you, Xiaoyan brother? Sun Er softly bit her red lip and asked, significant? Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback as memories of Huandai Er flooded his mind. Those feigned tenderness and affection, the painful past that lingered in his heart, even years later. Recalling it brought forth an overwhelming sense of desolation. Since his rebirth, every time he remembered Huandai Er, his heart was filled with an unprecedented urge to kill. However, this time, those emotions did not take root within him, and the memories of the past were dispelled by his own will. It no longer holds significance, he said, gazing at the serene and graceful young woman before him. He gently caressed her hair and smiled. To me, she is merely a scar from the past. Though it hurts, there will come a time when it heals. You, however, are different, You are my sister, and she pales in comparison to you. Just a sister? Sun Air murmured softly before nodding gently. In a voice only she could hear, she whispered to herself, but Sun Air is rather greedy. Chapter 150. A reunion with the little medical fairy. In the Monster Mountain range, within a small valley rich in energy, a young woman clad in white sat beside a medicinal furnace, meticulously pouring the freshly concocted powder into a small jade vial. The valley appeared largely unchanged since Xiao Yin and the others had departed. The herbs they had gathered had regrown, radiating vitality. After packaging the newly prepared medicinal powder, the little medical fairy intended to retrieve new herbs from a nearby bamboo basket. However, as soon as she grasped the herbs, her body trembled slightly. She sensed that familiar feeling returning. Despite her efforts to suppress it, her dwindling rationality succumbed to the overwhelming desire. With trembling hands, she extracted a bag of black medicinal powder and poured it into her mouth. Upon ingestion, an excruciating burning sensation engulfed her insides. A searing pain brought on by the toxin's onset. Yet, deep within her body, an unprecedented sense of relief surged forth, forcefully alleviating the torment. The little medical fairy curled up on the ground, enduring the agonizing pain of the toxin, while simultaneously savoring the comfort that coursed through her limbs. As she consumed the poison, a rainbow hue would appear on her cheeks, an appearance she found utterly repugnant and wished to conceal from others, especially that black-clad youth. Furthermore, during her poisoning episodes, the toxins would cause her mental state to become somewhat disordered. Having only recently unlocked her constitution, she had thus far avoided any severe repercussions. However, with time, she could not predict the horrific action she might undertake, ultimately endangering those around her. It was for this reason that she had chosen to leave Wutan City alone. Under the influence of the toxins, her head grew increasingly foggy, and she ultimately lost consciousness. Yet this time, as she collapsed, her body seemed to be enveloped by a warm sensation, a feeling she found deeply endearing, evoking an impulse to simply fall into a deep slumber and never awaken. After nearly half an hour of sleep, the little medical fairy finally roused from her bed. Her previous sensations having faded, yet her heart was heavy with bitterness. She had aspired to become a pharmacist or a healer who saved lives. But fate had played a cruel joke on her, granting her such a terrifying gift. Due to her dreadful constitution, she would be bound to poisons for life. She had contemplated abandoning them, yet whenever that overwhelming feeling arose, her body would instinctively seek out the poisons once more, just as it had this time. After quietly lamenting for a time, the little medical fairy attempted to rise, only to suddenly realize she had been outside moments ago. How would she return to her room? Quickly, she looked up to find a black-clad youth quietly seated on a chair beside her bed. Upon noticing her gaze, he smiled gently and asked, "You're awake? Would you like some water? Xiao Yin, what are you doing here?" "I had no choice. Someone left without a word, so I had to come looking for you." Xiao Yin shrugged, feigning exasperation. "I initially thought you would head to the Cloud Empire. After searching for you there and finding nothing, I suddenly remembered you might return here, so I came to check. I didn't expect to actually find you. Did you just touch me?" The little medical fairy suddenly recalled something and hastily inquired. "Of course. How else would I have brought you in?" Xiao Yin replied matter-of-factly. Upon hearing his words, the little medical fairy's delicate face shifted slightly. She quickly grabbed his arm and examined him closely, confirming he showed no signs of poisoning before letting out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness you're okay." During her unconsciousness, her body would be riddled with potent toxins. Even a slight touch could result in immediate poisoning, which was why she was so concerned. Seeing her in this state, Xiao Yin sighed softly and spoke gently. "Come back with me, will you?" At his words, the little medical fairy's face paled slightly, and she shook her head vigorously. "I can't. It's just the evil poison body. What's the big deal?" Before the little medical fairy could finish her protest, Xiao Yin softly interjected. "You don't need to leave me." "How do you know?" Upon hearing Xiao Yin utter the name of the evil poison body, the little medical fairy trembled slightly, looking at him in disbelief. "Have you forgotten? I am an alchemist, and I possess considerable expertise in poisons, which makes my knowledge of such matters quite natural." Xiao Yin gently patted her head and continued. "Since you are aware of this constitution, you must also understand the fate that awaits someone like me, correct?" The little medical fairy revealed a sorrowful smile and said, "I will incessantly consume poison, ultimately losing my sanity and transforming into a malevolent sorceress who brings calamity upon all those around me. And so what?" Xiao Yin extended his hand to wipe away the remnants of black powder near her lips and replied, "As long as I am here, I will not allow anything to befall you." "No, you simply do not comprehend." The little medical fairy shook her head, her body trembling uncontrollably. After discovering her unique constitution, she had perused countless ancient texts, studying numerous accounts of the calamity poison body, fully aware of its terrifying nature. She knew better than anyone the tragic fate that befell each previous bearer of this affliction. "Little medical fairy, please calm yourself." Noticing her emotional turmoil, Xiao Yin shook her shoulder and spoke firmly, his voice carrying a hint of soul force, which momentarily restored a semblance of calm to the agitated girl. He regarded her reddening eyes and sighed. Do you know what I've been doing these past few years? The little medical fairy, taken aback by his sudden inquiry, instinctively shook her head. Although the calamity poison body is one of the most fearsome constitutions in existence, it is not without methods of resolution. Xiaoyan continued, I have spent these years seeking a way to control the calamity poison body. Fortunately, heaven rewards the diligent. I have gathered all the necessary materials. What did you say? Upon hearing Xiaoyan's words, the little medical fairy was momentarily stunned, her expression one of disbelief. You have a method to control the calamity poison body? I had intended to surprise you, but it seems you slipped away, almost rendering my efforts futile. Xiaoyan shook his head and assured her, do not worry. I will help you control the calamity poison body and ensure you do not become the fearsome poison master that all dread. Do you truly possess a method to control the calamity poison body? The little medical fairy asked incredulously. Ever since she learned of her terrifying constitution, she had scoured many ancient texts in search of any possible solutions, only to find nothing. Gradually, she resigned herself to her fate. Yet now, Xiaoyan claimed he had a solution, which was difficult for her to accept. Well, have I ever deceived you? Xiaoyan snapped his fingers, and a wisp of ethereal blue flame materialized. Do you know what this is? It is the otherworldly fire coveted by all alchemists. I believe you are aware of its extraordinary properties. With it, I can control your calamity poison body, freeing you from the torment of its backlash. He refrained from discussing the other materials, as they were exceedingly precious. Explaining them to the little medical fairy would require considerable time. Besides, given her limited experience, she would likely be unaware of their significance. Thus, he decided to rely solely on the otherworldly fire to convince her. Is this truly the otherworldly fire? The little medical fairy gazed in awe at the mesmerizing flame in Xiaoyan's palm, rubbing her eyes to ensure she was not hallucinating. Although she was not an alchemist, she understood the immense value of the otherworldly fire. To her, who regarded alchemists as divine beings, it was the pinnacle of existence. Coupled with Xiaoyan's image as an omnipotent figure of mind, she unreservedly believed in his claim to control the otherworldly fire. The little medical fairy stared at the ethereal blue flame, her head gradually lowering, and she fell silent. After a moment of stillness, soft sobs began to escape her lips. And eventually, she could no longer contain herself and threw herself into Xiaoyan's embrace, weeping profusely. Taken aback by her sudden embrace, Xiaoyan's body stiffened momentarily. He did not push her away. Instead, he held her gently, patting her back as her tears soaked his clothing. Xiaoyan, I'm so afraid. The little medical fairy murmured into his chest, her voice trembling. I fear becoming that ruthless sorceress who slaughters without hesitation. I am terrified of hurting those close to me, and I dread the thought of never seeing you again. Since learning of the calamity poison body's terrifying nature, she had been engulfed in fear. Despite her efforts to restrain herself from consuming poison, she would inevitably succumb at the last moment, picking up the poison once more. She despised this aspect of herself, and was terrified of becoming the malevolent sorceress chronicled in the texts. Thus, she chose to distance herself from Xiaoyan. However now, all her fears and anxieties dissipated. In this moment, she resembled a wronged little girl, venting her pain and unease without reservation. All right, do not cry. It is all in the past. Xiaoyan comforted her, gently wiping away her tears. Look at you. If you keep crying, you'll truly become a little raccoon. As he spoke, Xiaoyan felt a surge of emotion. In his former self, he might have allowed the little medical fairy's calamity poison body to fester, perhaps even exacerbating it until her most desperate and painful moment, only to appear before her as a savior, thus capturing her heart. Yet, perhaps due to a shift in his current mindset or a sense of empathy with the heavenly poison maiden from his past life, Xiaoyan chose not to follow through with that plan. He wished for the kind and lovely little medical fairy to remain by his side in the present, leaving the memory of the heavenly poison maiden behind. He gazed at the little medical fairy, who had ceased her sobbing, and smiled gently. Now, are you ready to return to Wu-Tan City with me? To Xiaoyan's surprise, the little medical fairy shook her head. Embarrassed, she climbed out of his embrace, and, with a hint of shyness, said, "See, can I stay here a bit longer? I wish to linger in this place for a while." "Very well, then I shall accompany you," Xiaoyan replied, slightly taken aback, but nodding in agreement. Following their previous encounter, he could not bear to leave the little medical fairy alone in this place. Moreover, he had learned his lesson. This time, he would remain by her side, and had even placed a soul mark on her to ensure she would not escape. It was also an opportune moment for him to resolve the resistance he faced from the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, enabling him to successfully refine it with the burning decision. Although he had been working on this for some time, the Bone Spirit Cold Fire had once belonged to Yao Lao, and despite having erased the soul mark, it still possessed considerable resistance against other souls. Eliminating this resistance would require a significant amount of time. By the way, take this, it should be quite helpful to you, Xiaoyan said as he gently touched his storage ring. Instantly, a scroll appeared in his hand, the very scroll containing the 7-colored poison scripture he had obtained in the cave. Over the years, he had thoroughly studied its contents, making it the perfect gift for the little medical fairy. The little medical fairy accepted the scroll, a sweet warmth blooming in her heart. She looked into Xiao Yan's eyes, tenderness gracing her features, and said, "Let me prepare something for you to eat. You must be hungry after your journey. During your absence, I worked diligently on my culinary skills, and I assure you, I have made significant progress. It seems I shall be in for a treat during this period." Xiao Yan replied with a smile. Xiao Yan responded with a cheerful smile. In truth, with his current strength, he no longer needed to consume such sustenance, and he could hardly experience any sensation of hunger. However, at this moment, he certainly would not dampen the enthusiasm of the little medicine sage. He was acutely aware that she was particularly sensitive and fragile at this stage. Any words of negation could easily shatter the facade of strength she had meticulously constructed. All he needed to do was to provide her with warmth, just as he had in the past, allowing her to revert to her former self. Yet, unbeknownst to Xiao Yan, the little medicine sage harbored some unspoken thoughts. He merely assumed she felt a tinge of guilt, but in reality, during their time in Wutan City, she had exchanged sentiments with Sun Er. Though their relationship was amicable, both were astute individuals, well aware of each other's innermost feelings. Thus, the little medicine sage understood that upon returning to Wutan City, Xiao Yan would treat her well, yet that kindness would be shared among many. However, within this secluded valley, Xiao Yan's affections were hers alone. She could monopolize his kindness towards her. Although this might seem somewhat selfish, she found herself deeply enamored with the feelings that such selfishness brought her. In this energy-rich valley, Xiao Yan and the little medicine sage enjoyed a period of tranquility. Though they had cohabited here years prior, they had both undergone significant changes in temperament, thus altering their dynamic. During the day, Xiao Yan would sit in meditation upon the azure lotus seat, quietly cultivating his do qi and nurturing his bond with a bone spirit cold fire. While the little medicine sage immersed herself in the study of the seven-colored poison scripture, they occupied their own worlds, undisturbed by one another. As night fell, they would gather by the campfire, sharing their thoughts and feelings. The little medicine sage, still a youthful maiden, was at an age brimming with curiosity and aspirations for the myriad affairs of the continent. Xiao Yan, having traversed the continent alone for centuries in his past life, possessed countless tales of adventures, from which he selected the most intriguing anecdotes, embellishing them slightly into stories for her enjoyment. In recounting these tales, he naturally mentioned the heavenly poison maiden. Upon learning that she, too, was a bearer of the evil poison body, the little medicine sage listened intently. After Xiao Yan concluded the story of the heavenly poison maiden's fate, she sighed, expressing her sympathy, remarking how truly unfortunate the heavenly poison maiden was. "Do you think she is pitiable?" Xiao Yan cast a glance at her, inquiring. "Indeed, living a solitary existence until the end, devoid of friends, with only that demon rage sovereign seemingly harboring some semblance of affection for her, albeit as an enemy," the little medicine sage lamented, seemingly reflecting on her own circumstances had she not met Xiao Yan. Such an ending was indeed tragic and deeply sorrowful. "I do not find her pitiable." Xiao Yan turned his gaze towards the distance, where the direction of the Outcloud Empire lay. In his past life, it was there that he had encountered the heavenly poison maiden. Perhaps her fate was indeed lamentable, yet was also admirable. Admirable? The little medicine sage was taken aback. Yes, she endured tremendous suffering, yet she never once considered surrendering. She fought valiantly against her fate. Although she ultimately met with failure, her struggle merits respect. As for the term pitiful, I suspect she would not wish for anyone to regard her in such a light, Xiao Yan remarked, shaking his head gently. "How do you know this so well?" The little medicine sage tilted her head, curiously asking. "Your tone suggests that you are quite familiar with the heavenly poison maiden. Do you know her and the demon rage sovereign?" "Impossible," Xiao Yan shook his head. "As I mentioned, the demon rage sovereign and the heavenly poison maiden are figures from a bygone era. They have long since become mere history. How could I possibly know them? Do not overthink it." The little medicine sage merely asked out of curiosity, not delving deeper. She quietly rested her head on Xiao Yan's shoulder, posing another question. "Xiao Yan, do you think the heavenly poison maiden had feelings for the demon rage sovereign?" "I have no idea." Xiao Yan shook his head. He was not the heavenly poison maiden. How could he fathom her emotions? Moreover, he had never contemplated such matters. In his past life, there might have been a sense of mutual recognition between him and the heavenly poison maiden. Yet in conflict, they would wish for each other's demise. Romantic feelings were a luxury beyond their grasp. What about the demon rage sovereign? Did he harbor affections for the heavenly poison maiden? The little medicine sage pressed on, undeterred. How could that be? Xiao Yan replied casually. Even if they were truly enamored with one another, what difference would it make? They are both figures of the past. Do you wish to arrange a ghostly wedding for them? That might not be entirely out of the question, the little medicine sage mused, frowning thoughtfully before nodding seriously. Huh? Xiao Yan gazed at her in disbelief. What on earth is this girl thinking? Unexpectedly, the little medicine sage was not merely jesting. She had indeed set up a tombstone for the demon rage sovereign and the heavenly poison maiden, using her clothes for the latter and Xiao Yan's for the former. She even affixed a red character for double happiness on their gravestones and placed 2 red candles alongside them. Xiaoyan stared at the tombstone, feeling a tumult of emotions within. Here he was, perfectly well, yet someone had erected a monument for him. It felt fundamentally wrong, especially since the garments used were their own. He had thought it absurd enough to pair himself with another in jest. But the little medicine sage had taken it a step further by establishing her own grave. Heavenly Poison Maiden, I know you and the Demon Rage Sovereign shared an affection. But due to your respective positions, you could not be together, the little medicine sage said reverently before the tombstone. So today, I will conduct this wedding on your behalf. May you bless us from the heavens. What? Xiaoyan was at a loss for words. Shared affection? When was I aware of that? And what do you mean by from the heavens? That refers to us, right? Come quickly. It is time to pay homage. The little medicine sage beckoned to Xiaoyan. Now, I shall play the role of the Heavenly Poison Maiden, and you will be the Demon Rage Sovereign. We will perform the wedding ceremony for them, fulfilling their unaccomplished wish. Can a wedding even be performed like this? Do you think this is child's play? Xiaoyan's lips twitched in exasperation. And since when did I have such a wish? Enough with the chatter. Hurry. Under the little medicine sage's insistence, Xiaoyan reluctantly knelt beside her at the tombstone. He gazed at the names inscribed there, feeling utterly incredulous. In all the world, who else could possibly erect their own monument, worship themselves, and hold a wedding for themselves but him and the little medicine sage? First bow to heaven and earth. Xiaoyan silently turned to look at the little medicine sage, who appeared somewhat displeased. What is it? A wedding requires an officiant. Does it not? Fine, let's hurry and pay our respects. Now serving as both officiant and bride, you truly are quite the busy one. Xiaoyan sighed in resignation. Second bow to the parents. The little medicine sage glanced at the tombstone and remarked, my parents have long since passed, and your father is not present either. Let us honor them as our adoptive parents instead. It will suffice. No need for unnecessary formalities. Absolutely not. Xiaoyan hastily interrupted. This is ridiculous enough as it is. If we continue down this path, I might as well start calling myself father. That is a fair point. Then let us simply bow to each other as husband and wife. Whatever makes you happy. After completing the final step, Xiaoyan swiftly rose, finding the entire experience of bowing to himself utterly bizarre. Just as he prepared to depart, the little medicine sage tugged at him, insisting, wait. There's one last thing we need to complete. What is it? Xiaoyan paused, momentarily bewildered. Do we not just bow to each other as spouses? Indeed, but we have yet to consummate the marriage. Chapter 153, The Wedding Night. As he entered the bridal chamber, upon witnessing the eager demeanor of the little healer, Xiaoyan's lips twitched slightly. No wonder he felt that something was amiss with her today. It was clear she had ulterior motives. Are you suggesting that we should share a bed like them? The little healer shyly nodded. I'm afraid I have no time to indulge in such childish games. Xiaoyan sighed, a hint of exasperation in his tone. He truly wished to inquire what sort of thoughts occupied her mind. Could it be that the burdens of her poisonous body had also clouded her intellect? Just as he was about to turn away, the little healer unexpectedly embraced him from behind, exclaiming, don't go. Feeling the warmth radiating from her, Xiaoyan paused. Momentarily taken aback, he turned slowly to face her, noticing her body trembling anew. Hastily, he grasped her wrist, channeling his spiritual energy to scan her for abnormalities, but found none. What troubles you? Is it the affliction acting up again? She shook her head, taking a deep breath. Her eyes filled with concern as she gazed at him. Please don't leave. I want to go anywhere. He reassured her, gently ruffling her hair. I've said it before, we are friends, but I don't wish for us to merely be friends. Rising on her toes, she softly pressed her lips against his. The exquisite sensation caused Xiaoyan to momentarily lose his composure. For a fleeting instant, the image of the girl before him seemed to merge with the cold figure of the poisonous maiden from his past life. Then, she whispered in his ear, each word deliberate, Xiaoyan, I like you. Had it been any other time, the little healer would never have been so forthright with her feelings, instead burying them deep within her heart. However, the tale of the poisonous maiden that Xiaoyan had recounted had awakened something within her. For reasons unknown, she felt a profound empathy for the maiden who shared her condition. She did not wish to end up like the maiden in the story, who, until her last breath, failed to express her love, departing this world with endless regrets and solitude. That sensation was one she wished to avoid, which is why she mustered the courage to confess her feelings to Xiaoyan, seeking to eliminate her own regrets. Even if he did not reciprocate, at least she had voiced her love, ensuring that someone knew of her affection. Even Xiaoyan, who had never been so openly declared love for, found himself at a crossroads. Had he retained his previous demeanor, he would have promptly rejected her. Yet, upon seeing the hint of shyness and the fear of rejection reflected in her eyes, he swallowed the words of refusal. He gazed silently at her, neither accepting nor denying her confession. If one looked closely, they might detect a flicker of turmoil within his own gaze. As the silence stretched, the little healer's heart began to sink. She lowered her head, the vibrancy in her eyes dimming. I understand. If we're only friends, I can accept that. What nonsense are you speaking? At that moment, Xiaoyan gently tapped her head and remarked, You've already tricked me into a marriage ceremony, and now you wish to back out? Upon hearing this, the The little healer quickly lifted her head. Seeing the gentle smile on his face caused her eyes to glisten with unshed tears, and she once again threw herself into his embrace, holding him tightly. Xiao Yan, gazing at the girl nestled in his arms, sighed inwardly, bemused at how his initial intention of recruiting loyal and capable subordinates had spiraled into this unforeseen situation. However, in a sense, it could be viewed as a form of unwavering commitment, thus achieving his goal, though he pondered whether this could be categorized as a beauty scheme. In truth, had he been asked to reject the little healer, he would have found it exceedingly difficult. After all, he could not bear the thought of her being hurt again, vanishing without a trace, making it arduous to find her once more. Moreover, his mindset had shifted over time, especially considering his connection with the poisonous maiden. Consequently, despite knowing that the little healer becoming the poisonous maiden would benefit him greatly, he refrained from pursuing that path. Instead, he chose to guide and protect her during her most vulnerable moments, striving to safeguard her innate kindness, which compelled him to act in ways that contradicted his usual disposition. After a considerable time, the little healer, feeling somewhat bashful, extricated herself from his embrace. Her shy yet tender demeanor stirred something deep within Xiao Yan, prompting him to step closer and pull her into a gentle embrace, carrying her towards the little wooden house. The little healer seemed to sense what was about to unfold. Nestled in his arms, she timidly inquired, Xiao Yan, what are you going to do? According to your words, we have already married, so naturally, we should consummate our union. He replied, placing her gently on the bed and tenderly loosening her garments. Although the wedding was modest, tonight is our wedding night. Are you ready? Her cheeks flushed slightly, and though she felt a mixture of fear and anticipation, she nodded softly. I'm ready. Let us proceed. Unlike his first experience with Ziyin, which had been a chaotic affair, this time, Xiao Yan acted with clear consciousness and deliberate gentleness, especially considering the little healer's delicate constitution. As the initial pain subsided, she wrapped her arms around his neck, whispering sweet nothings into his ear. After a night had passed, the little healer lay quietly in Xiao Yan's embrace. Although he had slowed his movements considerably, the events of the night had left her utterly exhausted. Thus, even as dawn broke, she remained curled up in his arms, like a docile lamb seeking a tranquil haven to rest. Xiao Yan gazed at the adorable girl in his arms, his fingers gently caressing her hair, and sighed softly. He had never anticipated that he would truly lure this little girl into his bed. Reflecting on their past battles, he never envisioned sharing a bed with her one day. Such is the unpredictability of life. At times, even Xiao Yan found himself questioning whether he harbored any special feelings for the poisonous maiden. No matter how he pondered, he could find no answer. Was it possible for someone like him to experience love? It seemed utterly ludicrous. Rest assured, he murmured, planting a soft kiss on her forehead. I will be here, ensuring you no longer endure such pain. Chapter 154. The Poisonous Maiden's Side Story. The little healer dreamt a lengthy dream. A dream of an entirely different life. In the beginning, she remained, as in reality, a humble healer. However, in this dream, she had never encountered Xiao Yan in her youth, nor had she set foot in Wutan City. Instead, she resided in a small town near the Monster Mountain range, dedicating her life to healing and saving others. It was only during an adventure that she inadvertently discovered a treasure, which ultimately led to her peril. Pursued by mercenaries she had once healed. In the depths of betrayal, she had no choice but to activate a special constitution known as the Poisonous Body, as detailed in one of the scrolls contained within the treasure. She initially sought merely to protect herself, yet the terrifying extent of her unique constitution far exceeded her expectations. The eruption of the cursed poison claimed the lives of all inhabitants in that small town. Upon regaining consciousness and witnessing the scene of devastation littered with bodies, an unprecedented sense of terror surged within her, compelling her to flee without a backward glance. What frightened her even more was the instinctive urge to seek out and consume poison following the awakening of her unique constitution. Despite her relentless attempts at restraint, she ultimately succumbed to the temptation of poison. As her rationality eroded under the influence of these lethal toxins, her temperament became increasingly erratic, and the number of lives lost at her hands grew alarmingly. The name she once bore faded into obscurity, replaced by the moniker Daughter of Poison among many. Ultimately, she came to a grim realization. She was born of calamity, and thus, she was destined to bring forth that calamity into the world. From that moment onward, she buried her former kindness deep within, transforming into the fearsome figure known as the Daughter of Poison, a being that instilled dread in all. Solitarily, she ventured into the Izumo Empire, a realm teeming with poison masters, her paradise. With a bloody hand, she established a faction known as the Poison Sect, reigning over that vast empire. Until one day, a dark-haired youth intruded upon her empire, strikingly reminiscent of the real Xiao Yan, albeit more mature in appearance. The instant she laid eyes on him, particularly his pair of lifeless black eyes, she knew he was akin to her. However, this perceived kinship was shattered when he launched attacks against several factions under her control, seizing numerous treasures. Upon learning of his audacity, She felt a mix of anger and amusement. After years of dominance, he was the only one bold enough to challenge her authority. Thus, she resolved to confront this peculiar young man personally. Their encounter was brief. Though no victor emerged, she could not forget the dark-clad youth. For few had ever managed to escape her grasp. Yet, following that encounter, he vanished entirely, eluding her every search as if he had never existed. Later, a faction known as the Soul Palace approached her, claiming they possessed a method to control her cursed poison constitution. After weighing the pros and cons, she accepted their invitation and journeyed to Zhongzhou, becoming a celestial master of the Soul Palace. There, she was tasked with hunting down the notorious Demon Rage Master, who turned out to be none other than that very dark-haired youth from before. Within the information network of the Soul Palace, she easily acquired all intelligence regarding this Demon Rage Master. He had murdered his father and brother, betrayed his master, and annihilated countless cities, making him a figure of notorious infamy across Zhongzhou. His reputation was enough to silence even the most boisterous of children, marking him as irredeemably wicked. Despite facing adversaries far superior to him, he consistently found a glimmer of survival amidst countless traps that others deemed fatal. Though an enemy, she could not help but admire him, recognizing that she herself would never have been capable of such feats. Nonetheless, due to their opposing positions, when she finally faced the Demon Rage Master, she struck with lethal intent, and he reciprocated without mercy. They clashed numerous times, each claiming victories, yet in their final encounter, she emerged triumphant. The Demon Rage Master had already sustained severe injuries from a prior ambush before meeting her, making his defeat almost inevitable. At that moment, a mere flick of her hand would have sufficed to end his life. However, as she gazed upon the dark-haired youth leaning against a great tree, bloodied yet maintaining an air of calm, her fighting spirit began to ebb. "You won't kill me?" he inquired, surprise flickering in his blood-stained visage as he met her gaze. "You were already wounded before our battle. Killing you now would grant me no sense of accomplishment. Let us settle this once you have recovered," she replied, asserting that it would only be worthy of her prowess to claim his life after he had regained his strength. The notoriously cold and ruthless daughter of poison refrained from delivering the final blow for the first time. "How amusing. I never expected you to show such mercy. However, if you think I will remember this act of kindness, you are sorely mistaken," the dark-haired youth said, watching her retreating figure with a smirk. "Daughter of poison, should you ever fall into my hands, I shall not show you mercy." "Do as you wish," she answered, pausing momentarily to glance back at him. "Because you will never have that opportunity." She spoke the truth, for she sensed that the method provided by the Soul Palace could not fully suppress the power of her cursed poison constitution. It would not be long before she succumbed to the agony of 1,000 toxins and met her end. As for why she spared him, she simply believed it would be a great pity for such a person to perish so easily. Thus, she returned to the secluded valley where she had once discovered herself amidst the Beast Mountain range, embracing a life of reclusion. In her final days, she felt as though she had returned to her youthful self, living leisurely and contentedly, often utilizing the various herbs in the valley to concoct a multitude of potions. Yet, that day soon arrived. She lay quietly in the coffin she had prepared for herself, reminiscing about her past as an unprecedented wave of pain coursed through her body. Just before her consciousness succumbed to darkness, she vaguely sensed that something essential was missing from her life. The story ought to have concluded there, but inexplicably, even in death, she seemed to perceive the changes occurring in the outside world. Following the eruption of poison, the area within 1,000 miles transformed into a barren wasteland, and the once serene valley was obliterated, leaving only a toxic swamp. Time passed, and eventually, the dark-haired youth reappeared. He arrived at the spot where she had once transcended, standing in silence for a while before sighing. "I had intended to seek revenge, but alas, you left no corpse behind. Such a pity." Surprised, she realized that someone still remembered her. Regrettably, the eruption of her cursed poison had begun from within, causing her body to dissolve in the toxic miasma. Yet, perhaps it was for the best. At least she would not be subjected to the gaze of her nemesis in her most undignified state. He lingered in the toxic swamp for a day, and she could not shake the feeling that the usually ruthless Demon Rage Master appeared somewhat dimmed in spirit. After his departure, pink flames spread forth, incinerating the entire toxic swamp in a blaze. This final chapter of the story was one that Xiao Yan had never shared with her. The dream began to replay. She was once again the little healer. Yet she had forgotten her past, her sufferings. However, unlike last time, this time her life experienced seemingly trivial changes. She found herself pursued by beasts over a medicinal herb, and in her frantic flight, she stumbled into a small valley where a dark-haired youth sat by a campfire, gazing quietly at the flames, seemingly hearing her cries. He lifted his head and turned his gaze toward her. Upon recognizing her face, a flicker of intrigue sparked in his previously inscrutable eyes. Chapter 155, Cohabitation Life. After marrying the little healer, Xiao Yan's relationship with her became notably more intimate, though this intimacy was not merely in terms of titles, but also in actions. They attempted to address each other as husband and wife, yet both found the terms overly sentimental, opting instead to revert to their original names. In truth, he initially intended to explore the vast beast den that Yi Xiaoyan had mentioned, but his concern for the little medical fairy's condition compelled him to remain. After all, without the map, others would find it equally elusive, so he felt no urgency. Indeed, he had nearly forgotten about it. Xiaoyan continued his training as usual, diligently absorbing the resistance of the bone spirit cold fire, while simultaneously refining his skills. The little medical fairy, with her tender demeanor, cared for his daily needs, resembling a devoted wife, which stirred something within Xiao Yan's heart. A feeling he had never experienced in his previous life, spent in constant strife and escape. He suddenly thought that perhaps staying like this wouldn't be so bad after all. Consequently, he postponed his return to Wutan City, jesting that after a lifetime of battle, he deserved to indulge in some peace. With the passage of time, the bone spirit cold fire grew more amicable toward Xiaoyan. Although there remained a significant degree of resistance, he had begun to wield it with a certain finesse. This brought him joy, yet he also felt a tinge of helplessness. After all, the flame had been under the tutelage of Yao Lao for an extensive period, and Yao Lao's strength surpassed his own by a considerable margin, which accounted for the fire's strong reluctance. However, as time progressed, this resistance would gradually diminish. Xiaoyan was confident that before long, he would completely eradicate this resistance, allowing him to refine the bone spirit cold fire using the burning decision. While its energy might not elevate the burning decision to the heavenly tier, reaching the quasi-heavenly tier would certainly be within reach. To Xiaoyan's surprise, during this period of cultivation, his strength advanced significantly. One day while training, his Do Qi effortlessly surged into the Do Zun realm, achieving a breakthrough without any cataclysmic energy fluctuations or alarming manifestations. It was as tranquil as sipping water. This speed astonished even Xiaoyan himself, considering that his previous breakthrough to Do Huang had taken nearly an entire year, let alone the countless challenges associated with transcending to Do Zun. He had prepared himself mentally for this transition, and had even planned to utilize the power of the bone spirit cold fire to assist him. However, he found that he ascended to Do Zun even faster than he had anticipated in dispelling the fire's resistance. Though he had refined the fallen heart flame and elevated the burning decision to an advanced earth tier, thus accelerating his training, it still seemed implausible that he would break through to Do Zun so swiftly. Unbeknownst to him, while this breakthrough was not directly due to the acceleration provided by the fallen heart flame, it was indeed closely intertwined with it. After refining the fallen heart flame, his body began to generate an endless supply of heart fire, which not only tempered his internal Do Qi, keeping him perpetually in a state of cultivation, but also compelled forth the accumulated energy within him. When he first practiced the burning decision, he had refined the black flame within him, which had propelled him through several levels. However, the energy had not been fully absorbed, but lay dormant within his body. Later, after absorbing the essence blood of the black flame purple cloud sculpture, the black flame evolved into the true Nine Nether Fire, with more energy accumulating within Xiaoyan. Additionally, some energy from the elixirs and precious materials he had consumed, as well as from the thunder-devouring Dan and crimson pearls, remained unabsorbed. The tempering of the heart fire ultimately unleashed all this dormant energy, enabling Xiaoyan to breach the Dozone barrier and attain the Dozun realm. Simultaneously, Nalin Yanran was diligently striving toward becoming a 5-star Do master. Following his breakthrough, Xiaoyan moderated his training pace, concentrating his thoughts on the bone spirit cold fire. During his occasional leisure time, he would spend moments with the little medical fairy. Regarding the rather vivid dream she had, she didn't ponder it too deeply, believing it merely to be a manifestation of her thoughts after hearing Xiao Yan's tales, simply a dream sent by the heavenly poison lady. Moreover, upon waking, many details had become hazy. Aside from her vague recollections of past events with the demon fury sovereign, she had little else imprinted in her mind. She remained unaware that the heavenly poison lady in the story was indeed herself, and those events had truly transpired. Xiaoyan, of course, was oblivious to the dream the little medical fairy had, though he sensed that something had transpired with her, making her cling to him more than before. He also noticed a subtle shift in her habits, which seemed to align more closely with her past life, though her personality remained unchanged. Yet, he distinctly perceived a trace of the heavenly poison lady's aura emanating from her. When he casually inquired, the little medical fairy recounted her dream. Upon hearing the story, Xiaoyan fell silent for a moment. As the subject of the dream, he understood all too well that it was not merely a dream, but rather the experiences of the heavenly poison lady in her previous life. However, he chose not to clarify this, gently stroking her hair and saying, "It was just a dream. I certainly know it was a dream, yet it felt so vivid. Do you think it was really the heavenly poison lady sending me a message?" The little medical fairy nestled against Xiaoyan, asking, "But why did the demon fury sovereign appear as you in my dream?" She pondered. Xiaoyan shook his head slightly, unaware that he possessed such dream-sending abilities. "It must be because we held a wedding for them, So they are expressing their gratitude through dreams, he replied. By the way, when we name our future children, should we consider using their names to commemorate them? The little medical fairy blinked, inquiring. There is no need for that, Xiaoyan said, his lips twitching. Isn't it a bit early to be thinking about children? That is called being prepared. If we decide on names now, we can plan how many to have later. She chirped, hugging him even tighter. Xiaoyan, do you think the Demon Fury Sovereign liked the Heavenly Poison Lady? This question had been posed by the little medical fairy before, yet this time, hearing it from her imparted a different feeling to Xiaoyan, as if the Heavenly Poison Lady herself were asking him directly. Thus, he did not dismiss it as he had previously. Instead, he gently nodded, saying, I believe so. I knew it. After hearing Xiaoyan's response, a radiant smile spread across the little medical fairy's face. For some reason, she felt that his answer held great significance for her, and Xiaoyan did not let her down. Chapter 156, The Bond of Brotherhood. After spending a sweet time in the valley with the little medical fairy, and seeing her demeanor grow more serene, Xiaoyan proposed they return to Wutan City. This time, the little medical fairy did not refuse. In fact, she felt a sense of anticipation, for in her heart, she had already become Xiaoyan's, and naturally, his home was now hers as well. Let us have Xiao Lan take us out, she suggested, referring to the blue eagle she had raised years ago. Now grown and capable of serving as her steed. It was indeed due to the blue eagle's assistance that she could navigate the valley. The little medical fairy pulled out a short bamboo flute, ready to summon her beloved blue eagle, but Xiaoyan smiled and shook his head, stopping her. There is no need for such trouble. I can manage on my own. As soon as the words left his lips, a pair of ethereal blue flame wings suddenly unfurled from Xiaoyan's back. The dazzling sight caused the little medicine fairy to instinctively cover her mouth, her delicate face adorned with shock. Although she was aware of Xiaoyan's remarkable talent and formidable strength, she never anticipated that he had ascended to the rank of a Do Wang at such a tender age. Of course, with Xiaoyan's current prowess, if he truly wished to return to Wutan City, there existed a swifter method. He could simply employ the spatial powers he had mastered, and in the blink of an eye, he could find himself at the doorstep of the Xiao family. Yet, Xiaoyan understood that when in the company of a young lady, the essence of romance often outweighs practicality. Come, let me show you some unseen vistas, Xiaoyan said with a gentle smile, lifting the little medicine fairy in a princess carry. With a vigorous flap of his flame wings, they soared into the sky. Although the little medicine fairy had previously experienced flight aboard a blue eagle, the sensation paled in comparison to this moment. In truth, with Xiaoyan's current abilities, traversing the distance from the Monster Mountain range to Wutan City would take merely a few breaths. However, to accommodate the little medicine fairy and ensure her comfort, he deliberately slowed their pace. Even so, she experienced the thrill of chasing stars and the moon while cradled in his embrace. Before long, the outline of Wutan City came into view, and the two of them descended in a secluded area before making their way toward the Xiao family residence. Although Xiaoyan had been away, prior to his departure, he had entrusted the relocation of the Xiao family members to Qinglin. Under her guidance, a portion of the family had already begun migrating to the Black Corner region, of course, with the consent of those involved. Upon sensing that, despite the outward appearance of the Xiao family remaining unchanged, many familiar presences were now absent, Xiaoyan couldn't help but silently commend Qinglin for her capabilities. She was indeed becoming increasingly reliable. However, as he and the little medicine fairy stepped into the Xiao family's backyard, they were met with an astonishing scene. An incense altar had been set up in the backyard, and before it, three young girls, Xiao Suner, Ziyin, and Qinglin, were solemnly holding incense sticks. Xiao Sunat, Ziyin, and Qinglin hereby swear sisterhood, sharing blessings and bearing hardships together from this moment forth. Seeing this, Xiaoyan couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. He wasn't surprised that Qinglin and Ziyin had formed a bond. After all, Qinglin was easily swayed and had previously been persuaded to become a little sister. What puzzled him was how this girl had managed to convince Suner to join in the oath. Given her intellect, it seemed improbable that she could have persuaded Suner. Just as they were in the midst of their oath, Ziyin noticed Xiaoyan and the little medicine fairy nearby, promptly tossing the incense aside and joyfully running over. Brother Xiaoyan, you're back. Why are you calling him brother Xiaoyan too? Xiaoyan ruffled Ziyan's hair, feeling somewhat exasperated. He had a psychological aversion to that title. Suner was one thing, but why was Ziyin joining in the fray? I find it amusing to call him that like Suner does, but I still think calling him Xiaoyan sounds better, especially since I'm an adult. Ziyin declared with a hint of pride. An adult? Where's the evidence of that? Xiaoyan chuckled and shook his head. He glanced at the incense sticks that had been discarded by Ziyin and extinguished the small flame that had nearly ignited. This little girl truly had no sense of consequence. If left unchecked, she might set the house ablaze one day. Don't you know I'm all grown up? Ziyin replied, inching closer to Xiaoyan with a playful grin. Coughing awkwardly, Xiaoyan felt a twinge of embarrassment. He was the only one who had witnessed Ziyan's mature form, one that rivaled the renowned beauty of the Medusa Queen. He couldn't shake the memories of when she had pinned him down in bed. Who is she? Suddenly, Ziyan's attention was drawn to the little medicine fairy beside Xiaoyan, prompting her to inquire eagerly. Oh, her name is Little Medicine Fairy. She is mine. Before Xiaoyan could finish his sentence, Ziyan seized the little medicine fairy and pulled her over, exclaiming, "What perfect timing. We can join the sisterhood together." Wait, I haven't even grasped what's going on. The little medicine fairy was bewildered as Ziyan forcibly dragged her along, stuffing incense sticks in her hands, leading her into the oath with confusion. Sister Little Medicine Fairy, now we truly are sisters, Sun'er said, holding the little medicine fairy's hand with a smile after the oath was completed. Upon hearing Sun'er's words, the little medicine fairy shyly lowered her head. During their previous conversations, she had gleaned some understanding of Sun'er's feelings, but after her recent excursions, where she had indulged in several clandestine meals, she felt a twinge of guilt towards Sun'er. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan's gaze remained fixed on the wooden statue placed on the incense altar, his brow furrowed. For some inexplicable reason, he felt that the statue bore a resemblance to himself. Were these little girls actually paying homage to him during their oath? Brother Xiaoyan, as he was lost in thought, a voice jolted him back to reality. He turned to see Sun'er standing behind him, her face beaming with a smile. I never expected that after your trip, you would return with so many wonderful sisters. I wonder if there are more you haven't brought back. Do tell me. For some reason, Xiaoyan sensed a distinct drop in temperature surrounding him. Was it merely an illusion? During this period, Sun'er had also built a rapport with Ziyan and Qinglin, and naturally, she had learned numerous tales about Xiaoyan from them. In Ziyan's account, Xiaoyan had generously provided her with pills for free, single-handedly intimidating the fierce warriors of the Black Corner region, and had aided the Jiannan Academy in repelling the formidable Earth Demon Old Ghost. Conversely, according to Qinglin, Xiaoyan had rescued her from dire straits, vanquished the Medusa Queen, and selflessly helped the desert inhabitants without seeking recognition for his noble deeds. Their narratives elevated Xiaoyan's already towering image in Sun'er's heart to that of a near-mythical figure. However, upon hearing of the events from Ziyan, Sun'er, who usually maintained a calm demeanor, found it hard to remain composed. Had someone else consumed the prize cabbage she had nurtured for so long without her intervention? You fickle-hearted rogue! Sun'er shot Xiaoyan a resentful glare, grabbing his arm and biting down on his wrist with fierce determination. Her expression resembled that of a woman who had caught her husband in an affair, yet there was little she could do but vent her frustrations in this manner. Nevertheless, Xiaoyan felt no discomfort from her actions. After all, he had cultivated the Xiao Liuli Golden Body, a formidable physical combat technique, and was at the Dozun level. Thus, Sun'er's current strength could hardly inflict any harm upon him. If it weren't for Xiaoyan deliberately suppressing himself, her bite might have caused her more injury than him. Nonetheless, Sun'er's behavior clearly indicated her jealousy. Xiaoyan was no fool. He recognized the emotion she harbored for him in an instant. This jealousy was far beyond mere sibling affection. The realization left him momentarily dazed after the maid, the pet, and the rival had even his sister succumbed to such feelings. Was it possible that the demon of the demon rage, Saint, was not the same as that of Succubus? Hey, Xiaoyan! Just as Xiaoyan was lost in contemplation, Ziyan's voice abruptly interrupted his thoughts as she tugged at his sleeve. You promised to take us out for fun. You can't back out this time. Do not forget about the elixirs you promised me earlier, she reminded him. You only know how to eat and eat. Can you not think of anything else? Xiaoyan sighed in exasperation. I can engage in other activities as well, but I fear you may not cooperate, Ziyan replied, rubbing her hands together with excitement. That would be best avoided, Xiaoyan interjected hastily, his lips twitching. By the way, young master, at that moment, Qinglin seemed to recall something and said, the master wishes for you to see him after your return. He intends to arrange a belated celebration for your 14th birthday. How old? Xiaoyan had not yet responded when Ziyan was left astounded. 14? She promptly crouched down, her face a picture of confusion. She had always believed Xiaoyan to be at least 16 or 17, only to discover now that he had just turned 14. It turned out that I was the one who had been cultivating copper. In the following days, Xiaoyan naturally accompanied the girls on excursions around Wutan City. From his perspective, the city offered little in terms of entertainment, particularly when compared to the bustling cities of the Black Horn region. However, the young ladies were thoroughly enamored, often pestering Xiaoyan to purchase various items for them. The Magma Saint, of course, waved his hand generously, indulging all their whims. During this time, a few brazen young scions approached, eyeing the throng of beauties surrounding Xiaoyan, seeking to provoke trouble. Consequently, by the next day, the prominent families of Wutan City had vanished, leaving only the Xiao family. The once renowned Gale and Uba families had inexplicably disappeared, and it was clear without question that Xiaoyan had played a role in their demise. Amidst these events, Xiaoyan also apprehended several suspicious individuals. After capturing them and probing their minds, he discovered they were sent by the Yunlan sect. Naturally, Xiaoyan was not inclined to let them escape easily, and his previously conceived plans rapidly moved to the forefront. While accompanying the girls during the day was manageable, the nights soon became a source of annoyance for Xiaoyan. Each midnight, Ziyan would sneak into his room, seeking the dragon's saliva firegrass. Xiaoyan was well aware of her true intentions and consistently evaded her demands. One fateful night, as Xian crept in for the herbs, the little medical fairy also entered through the window, intent on pilfering a bite. Simultaneously, Qing Lin, citing concerns about the cold, nestled under the blankets to warm his bed. This chaotic scene was fortuitously caught by Sun Er, who happened to pass by at that ungodly hour. From that moment on, life became quite difficult for Xiaoyan. Initially, the girls exhibited no peculiar behavior, even going hand in hand for midnight discussions. However, by the following day, they began to engage in subtle rivalry. These newly sworn sisters, who had recently formed their bond, appeared amicable on the surface, but embarked on various comparisons, including but not limited to beauty, grace, strength, and physique. Xian even managed to develop a talent for shape-shifting during this competition, which surprised Xiaoyan, who had been a mere bystander. If it had ended there, it might have been tolerable. However, they began to drag Xiaoyan into their comparisons, demanding he judge their merits. Xiaoyan felt utterly speechless. What possessed them to seek his opinion? If they asked him for methods of murder, he could provide 1,000 unique approaches on the spot. But if they inquired who was more beautiful, he might as well suggest dismembering them all to end the quarrel. Yet, the girls persisted, and under their relentless entanglement, Xiaoyan felt an impulse to eliminate them all with a single strike. To prevent a literal battlefield from emerging, he utilized spatial powers to create a small pocket dimension on the mountain's rear, immersing himself in rigorous training. He had no time for such trivial matters. Out of sight, out of mind. Moreover, he needed time to familiarize himself with his own powers and to practice the heavenly techniques he had acquired in his past life. Of course, the primary objective was to successfully cultivate the Wujin Void demon body he had originally conceived. The formidable nature of body refinement techniques had already manifested. Had it not been for the little glazed golden body, he likely would have perished from the residual shockwaves of the magma fury lotus during his confrontation with Han Mo Li. However, as his strength ascended to the Dozun realm, the power of the little glazed golden body gradually became insufficient to match his level. The adversaries he would face henceforth would only grow stronger, and a simplified version of the golden glazed body could not meet his needs. While the complete version of the golden glazed body was indeed powerful, it paled in comparison to his self-created technique. The golden glazed body was rated as a low-level heavenly technique due to its limited power, while the Wujin Void demon body was classified as a high-level heavenly technique, as it represented the pinnacle of the Do Qi continent's capabilities. Anyone who had crossed swords with Xiaoyan during his prime unanimously agreed that the true might of this technique transcended the heavenly realm. Chapter 158. The Wujin Void Demon Body. In the ancient era of the Do Qi continent, myriad races flourished. Besides the alchemist system, there existed another remarkable discipline, the blacksmiths. As the name suggests, blacksmiths were the artisans who forged weapons, and they too were categorized into ranks. The legendary artifacts could be equated to imperial-grade elixirs. Yet, beyond these artifacts, there existed a terrifying class of weaponry, referred to as the ancient demonic instruments by later generations. These items either descended from the heavens or were birthed from mutations of nature, all possessing immense power, some even rivaling the Do emperors, exuding unparalleled ferocity. However, as time passed, a great war ravaged the Do Qi continent during ancient times, resulting in the near annihilation of divine beasts and ferocious creatures. Artifacts and demonic weapons were shattered, and the continent's blacksmithing system was obliterated. Subsequent generations could only piece together fragments of ancient texts to glean knowledge of this history. And based on the remnants of the blacksmithing system, they developed the later magic core weapons. Yet, these so-called magic core weapons paled in comparison to those crafted by blacksmiths of the ancient era. Upon learning of this history, Xiaoyan traversed various ancient battlefield ruins, dedicating nearly a century to gather the bones and blood of countless ferocious beasts, inscribing them with the markings of ancient demonic instruments. He then amalgamated the collected body refinement techniques, simplifying complexities, ultimately creating the formidable Wujin Void demon body. If perfected, this technique could unleash a single palm strike capable of matching the full might of ancient demonic weapons, even recreating the forms of those instruments through the magical patterns coalesced upon his body. However, this method was fraught with peril. Once the magical patterns formed, they would incite a fierce thirst for bloodshed. Those with weak wills risked succumbing to madness. In his past life, Xiaoyan only took on one disciple, and the teachings imparted were not of his own creation. It was not out of a desire to hoard secrets, but rather that the techniques he had crafted could only be mastered by himself. Each was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. The Wujin Void demon body was also one of the 9 absolutes of magma fury. As its creator, even Xiaoyan had not managed to cultivate it to its fullest potential, for its difficulty far exceeded his expectations. According to Xiaoyan's estimations, the potency of the Wujin Void demon body is contingent upon the refinement of the magical patterns. Should one achieve mastery, it is feared that one could coalesce tens of thousands of magical patterns. However, Even at the pinnacle of Dosheng, he could only manifest a mere 100. The limitations of the Wujin Void Demon Body far exceed this, leading Xiao Yan to speculate that only by transcending to Do Di could one truly unleash the full might of this combat technique. Nevertheless, its power remains exceedingly formidable. In his previous life, Xiao Yan's successful refinement of the pure Lotus Demon Fire was not solely due to assembling the remnants of the pure Lotus Demon Saint S map, but also owed much to the physical enhancements provided by the Wujin Void Demon Body. Otherwise, he would likely have been obliterated by the ferocious energy of the pure Lotus Demon Fire. Naturally, Xiao Yan cannot hope to cultivate the Wujin Void Demon Body to such an extent now. He is acutely aware that, having just broken through to Dozun, reaching even the preliminary stages of the Wujin Void Demon Body would be an impressive feat once he attains that level. Even the most potent attacks from a peak Dozun, barring those that are of heavenly rank, would struggle to inflict any harm. Should he successfully condense a single magical pattern, he could likely withstand a full-force strike from a half-saint. Of course, Xiao Yan understands that. With his current status as a one-star Dozun, the likelihood of successfully cultivating this technique is exceedingly low. However, as the creator of this combat skill, he is aware of the more accessible pathways to its successful cultivation. Thankfully, his prior accomplishment of refining the little Liuli Golden Body has provided him with a solid foundation. Otherwise, the challenge would be significantly greater. It seems he must gather additional materials. Xiao Yan sighed, recalling that previously, he would delegate the task of collecting these items to Qinglin. However, she has recently been preoccupied with matters of jealousy and rivalry, leaving him to seek assistance from others. Regrettably, Hai Buodong is currently in the Black Corner region. Otherwise, he would gladly let him shoulder the burden. Speaking of Hai Buodong, Xiao Yan suddenly recalled that the Miter family, of which he is a part, has a branch in Wutan City. He does not expect this humble place to yield the necessary medicinal materials, but he could at least send a message to Hai Buodong, requesting him to undertake this laborious task. With a gentle sweep of his hand, a small spatial passageway materialized before him. With a step forward, he swiftly arrived at the Miter auction house within Wutan City. However, he noticed that the signboard of the auction house now bore a new emblem, the insignia of the Xiao clan. As he stood at the entrance, a maid was about to inquire when she spotted Xiao Yan producing a jade token. Upon seeing the token, several guards were taken aback, their expressions immediately shifting to utmost respect. This jade token, a symbol of identity and status, had been proposed by Qinglin, and the one in Xiao Yan's possession was undoubtedly of the highest rank. Only the lord of the Xiao clan himself possessed such a token. Guided by several maids, Xiao Yan entered the waiting hall, where he awaited his appointment. Moments later, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, followed by the appearance of a stunning woman clad in a crimson robe, Yafei, the chief auctioneer of the Miter auction house in Wutan City. While Yafei's personal strength may not be particularly formidable, her reputation rivals that of the three clan leaders in Wutan City. Aside from her role as an auctioneer, her beauty is also unparalleled within the Gamma Empire. Her mature and alluring charm is sufficient to cause even the most steadfast individuals to lose their composure. However, Xiao Yan was evidently not among those easily swayed. He merely cast a fleeting glance at Yafei before averting his gaze. It would be absurd to invite further complications into his already tumultuous household, especially since he was not a lecherous soul enamored by every pretty face. Upon seeing Xiao Yan, Yafei appeared somewhat surprised, caught off guard both by his age and his composed demeanor. She held great confidence in her beauty, as few in Wutan City could resist her allure. Yet, this young man seemed impervious to her charms. Since Xiao Yan did not conceal his true appearance, Yafei quickly recognized his identity. Apart from overseeing auctions, she was also responsible for intelligence within the Wutan City region. Thus, she possessed a portrait of this prodigious youth. What she did not anticipate was the connection between the young master of the Xiao family, who had been traveling abroad for years, and the Xiao clan itself. Miss Yafei, if there is something to discuss, please feel free to speak candidly. Your prolonged gaze is making me rather bashful, Xiao Yan remarked, lifting a teacup and taking a delicate sip. I simply did not expect young Master Xiao to have such ties to the Xiao clan, Yafei said, assessing him with a measure of hesitation. May I inquire what position you hold within the clan? Xiao Yan did not respond verbally, but merely revealed the jade token in his hand. The maid before him understood that the bearer of such a token held an esteemed status, yet she was unaware of its specific rank. Yafei, however, was different. Upon seeing the token, she promptly bowed, exclaiming, I pay my respects to the lord of the clan. Please, no need for formalities. Xiao Yan gently raised his hand, an invisible force enveloping Yafei and lifting her upright. This display astonished her, as such an ability surpassed that of a mere doucher. Yet, recalling that the individual before her was someone whom even Do Huang experts would bow to, it seemed rather reasonable in retrospect. In light of this, Yafei silently mourned for Nalin Yanran for a few moments. She was aware of the 3-year agreement and, realizing that Xiao Yan had already attained the status of doucher at such a young age, she surmised that Nalin Yanran likely stood little chance. Now, After gauging Xiao Yan's true strength, it became evident that Nalan Yinran's predicament was even more dire. Against such a formidable opponent, not only she, but even Yun Yun, the leader of the Yunlan sect, would find herself at a disadvantage. Unbeknownst to Yafei, her estimation of Xiao Yan's strength still held a modicum of error. In truth, even if Yun Yun were to take the stage, she would undoubtedly be soundly defeated by Xiao Yan. What commands do you have for me, Lord of the Clan? Jafei Nguyen respectfully. Though she held a significant position within the Mitre family, it paled in comparison to Xiao Yan, who had subdued the entire clan. Additionally, her pride and her beauty held no allure for him, compelling her to adopt a submissive demeanor in his presence. Nothing of great importance. Please relay a message to Hai Buodong, instructing him to gather the items listed here, Xiao Yan said, retrieving a pre-written note from his spatial ring and casually handing it to her. Jafei, gazing at the numerous medicinal materials listed, many of which she had never even heard of, carefully accepted the note and promised, certainly. Very well, I shall await your good news. Xiao Yan nodded, preparing to take his leave, when Yafei hesitated momentarily and said, Oh, Lord of the Clan, I have received some intelligence regarding the Yunlan sect from the imperial capital. Would you be interested? Intelligence about the Yunlan sect? Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, inquiring, What sort of intelligence? The sect leader, Yun Yun, has recently departed from the Yunlan sect. According to our information, Gui possesses a special alchemical formula that could enable Nalan Yinran to rapidly elevate her strength over the coming years. It appears that Yun Yun's journey is to gather the necessary materials for her disciple, Yafei explained, producing a scroll from a small wooden box beside her and offering it to Xiao Yan. The magical Beast Mountain Range? I did not expect her to venture there as well. It seems this period will be quite eventful, Xiao Yan mused. Xiao Yan gazed at the intelligence detailed in the dossier, a slight smirk gracing his lips. As for Nalan Yinran, who had nearly brought his father to public disgrace, he certainly would not allow her to enjoy an easy life, especially considering that in recent times, the Yunlan sect had persistently sent assassins to eliminate him. Thus, Xiao Yan meticulously crafted a grand performance for her, with Yun Yun being the initial actress in this elaborate play. You have done well, he remarked. When you deliver the items to Hai Buodong, be sure to mention that once he has everything gathered, he should dispatch someone to send it to the imperial capital. After a moment's thought, he produced a jade token and tossed it to Yafei, adding, furthermore, you might suggest to Hai Buodong that your position be elevated by a few ranks. Given your capabilities, remaining in this small locale is quite a waste of your talent. You ought to be performing tasks in the imperial capital. Upon hearing this, Yafei was momentarily taken aback, her face quickly illuminating with joy. Thank you, esteemed sect leader. Xiao Yan waved his hand dismissively. His intention behind promoting Yafei was not entirely altruistic. He aimed to ensure that upon his arrival in the imperial capital, he could acquire intelligence and materials firsthand. As for the abilities he referred to, having only just met her, how could he discern her potential? However, as the adage goes, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen events. At this moment, Xiao Yan was entirely unaware that subsequent occurrences would render his preparations unnecessary, to the point where he might almost forget them entirely. Initially, he had intended to linger in Wutan City for a while longer, but the incessant annoyances from the young maidens had become unbearable, prompting him to make a hasty retreat. Before his departure, he left a letter for the girls still embroiled in their internal strife, instructing them to await him at the Jia Nan Academy. The reason for this was not particularly complicated. To suppress Xiao Yixian's cursed poison body, it was imperative to seek a location of utmost yang energy, and the magma world beneath Jia Nan Academy perfectly fulfilled this requirement. The reason he did not act immediately was that Xiao Yixian's strength was currently too feeble, and the accumulation of poison within her was insufficient to form a poison pill. Therefore, she needed to continue consuming the poison. To mitigate the risk of her losing control due to the toxicity, Xiao Yan had previously implanted a seed of nether fire within her body. Should her cursed poison body exhibit signs of instability, it would activate to safeguard her. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yan, during his absence, the young maidens had been fairly harmonious. However, due to his notorious flirtation, they concocted a scheme that ultimately led to chaos. Little did they realize that Xiao Yan was not swayed by such antics. Upon sensing their attempts to rattle him, he chose to depart, leaving the girls feeling as though they had struck a pillow with their fists, utterly powerless. At that moment, the four young maidens huddled together, poring over the letter Xiao Yan had left behind. As they read, Xiao Yixian and Zi Yan exchanged glances filled with reproach towards Sonair. Were it not for her suggestion, they might have had a chance to secretly indulge in their desires, but now, their plan to teach Xiao Yan a lesson had backfired, and he had slipped away instead. Faced with the reproachful gazes of Xiao Yixian and Zi Yan, Sonair could only offer an awkward smile before opening Xiao Yan's letter and reading it carefully. The initial portion was filled with inconsequential chatter, but the latter lines captured their attention, prompting a lengthy discussion that ultimately led to a conclusion. I understand now. Brother Xiao Yan wishes for us to enroll at Jia Nan Academy. Sun Air slowly closed the envelope, releasing a long breath. Brother Xiao Yan truly has our best interest at heart. How so? She continued. Brother Xiao Yin is concerned that we might become distracted by jealousy over him. So he chose to leave us deliberately, ensuring we remain focused on our training. Thus, he has sent us to Jiannan Academy to await his return. Clenching her small fists, she declared, Rest assured, Brother Xiao Yin, we shall not disappoint you. Chapter 160. Yin Yun. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yin, his letter had been misinterpreted once more. Exiting the Mitre auction house, he made his way to the Monster Mountain range. Clutching the detailed map he had obtained from Yi Xiaolian, the map was indeed quite intricate, yet due to its age, several routes had changed over time, rendering his search somewhat cumbersome. As he continued to scour for the grand beast lair indicated on the map, a thunderous roar echoed from the distant sky. He glanced upward towards the source of the lion's roar, and with his eyes refined by the ethereal flames, he could easily discern the situation unfolding. There, a formidable beast enveloped in a violet crystalline layer faced off against a graceful woman clad in simple attire. Observing this scene, Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow. It appeared that Yafei's information was indeed accurate. Yin Yun had ventured into the Monster Mountain range, and her adversary was none other than the 6th-tier beast, the violet crystal wing Lion King. But what business did she have with it? Surely she did not seek its magic core? With a furious roar, the violet crystal wing Lion King unleashed a torrent of purple flames, a clear manifestation of its formidable beast fire. The woman in the simple dress, seemingly practicing wind attribute fighting aura, did not dare to confront the flames head-on, her speed surpassing that of ordinary opponents of her tier. Xiao Yan merely cast a fleeting glance at the confrontation before retracting his gaze. He found no interest in such a skirmish. Moreover, Yin Yun's combat prowess was rather lacking. Were he to engage, he could easily subdue the violet crystal wing Lion King, even if it were a full tier above him, without the drawn-out struggle that was currently unfolding. After another clash, both the violet crystal wing Lion King and Yin Yun retreated a short distance. At that moment, their fighting aura surged as they prepared to unleash their ultimate techniques to determine a victor. Ultimately, although Yin Yun managed to break the Lion King's hardest horn using her trump card, she fell victim to its sealing technique, her fate hanging in the balance. By a twist of fate, she collapsed right before Xiao Yan, who contemplated whether to harvest her gold coins or prepare a stew from her remains. Opting for the former first, he hoisted her over his shoulder in a manner reminiscent of carrying a sack, heading toward the nearby valley where he had previously practiced his flame techniques. After carelessly dropping Yin Yun onto the ground, Xiao Yan assessed her condition. The Lion King's final strike had evidently inflicted serious harm upon the defenseless woman, whose armor had barely protected her from a fatal blow. Noticing the wounds on Yin Yun's body, Xiao Yan frowned. He could easily discern that if she did not receive timely treatment, she risked bleeding to death. Faced with this scenario, he could not remain indifferent. Thus, he promptly set about unfastening her clothing, removing her armor, not out of concern for her well-being, but because he found the armor quite commendable, intending to repair it for Sun Er or Xiao Yixin later. Just as he had removed the armor, Yin Yun slowly opened her eyes. Upon awakening, she was confronted with the sight of her clothing being stripped away. Embarrassed and enraged, she shot a furious gaze at Xiao Yan, who merely smirked and said, Fear not, I'm a person of principles. I only seek wealth, not lust. You need not worry about my intentions. The blush of indignation deepened on Yin Yun's face at Xiao Yan's words. She longed to spring up and strike him down, but found herself utterly immobilized. To make matters worse, she could not summon her fighting aura either. Recalling the Lion King's sealing technique, she could not help but mutter, Damn it, I never anticipated that creature would employ sealing techniques. Aside from the sealing of her fighting spirit, she was also engulfed in a wave of excruciating pain, a remnant of the wounds inflicted by the amethyst-winged Lion King. If she did not receive timely treatment, her life might be in jeopardy. Unfortunately, she found herself utterly immobilized, her only hope resting on Xiao Yan, who was scrutinizing the piece of armor nearby. Do you have any healing ointment? She inquired. Of course I do, Xiao Yan replied, casting a sidelong glance at Yin Yun before casually stowing away the armor. Could you assist me in applying the medicine? Yin Yun, observing Xiao Yan's actions, drew in a slow breath. Though she yearned to rise and confront this opportunistic individual, she recognized her precarious physical condition, compelling her to suppress her fury and continue her inquiry. Why should I help you? Xiao Yan shook his head with a smile. I can offer you something in exchange. Yin Yun quickly added, momentarily taken aback by his question. If I save you, I would merely gain some benefit. However, if you were to perish, all that you possess would become mine. Weighing the pros and cons, which do you suppose I would choose? Xiao Yan chuckled lightly. While he held no regard for the worthless trinkets Yin Yun possessed, his nature of opportunism compelled him to extract something from her. After all, as the saying goes, even the flesh of a mosquito is still flesh. Even if he found no use for it, selling it could still yield some coin. So, what is it that you desire? Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, a flicker of wariness ignited within Yin Yun. Yet, she soon lamented that her vigilance was futile. With her fighting spirit sealed, she was no different from an ordinary woman. In this state, Xiao Yan could easily impose his will upon her. Do not overthink it. I have no interest in you. While I could profit considerably from selling you, I perceive that your identity holds some value. The sum you could offer me should outweigh the gain from selling you directly. Therefore, providing you with healing ointment is not out of the question, as long as it costs 100 gold coins, and I require a written acknowledgement. 100 gold coins? Yin Yun let out a quiet sigh of relief. This price was not excessively steep. What am I thinking? It is of course 1 million. Is this not robbery? Yin Yun could not help but ask. 1,000,000 gold coins was beyond her means, and spending such a sum on a single bottle of healing ointment would indeed be extravagant. Please refrain from such accusations. This is a mutually consensual, legitimate transaction, Xiao Yan responded with a smile. Alternatively, you can choose to bleed to death right here. Under Xiao Yan's coercive persuasion, Yin Yun reluctantly pressed her handprint on the written acknowledgement he provided, albeit under duress, as she was currently incapacitated and could do little more than submit to Xiao Yan's whims. The sole consolation was that the black-cloaked boy before her maintained some restraint regarding matters of intimacy. Otherwise, many words could have been omitted. Reflecting on her situation, Yin Yun could not help but let out a lengthy sigh. This inferior healing ointment, if found in the Yunlan sect, she would not even bother picking it up if it fell to the ground. Yet, now she was compelled to pay 1,000,000 gold coins to acquire it. Truly, the ways of the world are unpredictable. As she prepared for the application of the ointment, Yin Yun hesitated, requesting Xiao Yan to close his eyes, as the wound lay upon her chest, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. To her dismay, Xiao Yan rolled his eyes and rudely tore open her clothing. I've already stated, I only rob for wealth, not for lust. You must trust in my professional ethics, all right? Besides, it is merely 2 lumps of flesh. What is so remarkable about it? As he muttered, he unceremoniously poured the healing ointment onto her wound, showing no signs of gentleness. The pain emanating from the wound caused Yin Yun to furrow her brows. Yet upon hearing Xiao Yan's crude description, she felt an urge to grind her teeth in anger. What kind of words were those? All done. After hastily bandaging her wound, Xiao Yan clapped his hands and took a few steps back. He had no intention of providing her with any elaborate treatment. Ensuring her survival was sufficient. Moreover, he genuinely believed her to be a fool. In a life-and-death situation, she was still concerned about being exposed. Such a woman was best kept at a distance to avoid dragging down his own intelligence. Once the wound was treated, he retrieved the map he had earlier, sitting down to study it further. After confirming that Xiao Yan had no ulterior motives, Yin Yun gradually opened her eyes, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. While he might have a dark heart, he did possess a semblance of professional integrity. Just as she was about to offer him a compliment, she realized her storage ring was missing. Whirling around to face Xiao Yan, she gritted her teeth and demanded, "Where's my storage ring? How would I know? Perhaps it fell off when you were struck by that massive lion." "Such a pity," Xiao Yan replied nonchalantly, tossing the green ring he was playing with. Hearing Xiao Yan's dismissive response, and seeing the ring that had once belonged to her, even the typically composed Yin Yun felt an urge to unleash a torrent of curses. Yet, with her current predicament, she could only lie there obediently, biding her time until her strength was restored, at which point she would ensure this scoundrel faced the consequences. "By the way, what is your name?" Xiao Yan asked, pocketing the storage ring. "Yin Ji," Yin Yun replied, lying on the stone slab, somewhat dejected. "Oh." Upon hearing her alias, Xiao Yan could not help but find it amusing. This woman was truly naive within the entire Jia Ma Empire. She was the sole female Do Huang. What purpose did a pseudonym serve? Even a child could deduce her true identity. Did she honestly believe anyone could be fooled by that name? "What is your name?" Yin Yun inquired, directing her gaze at the youth who had repeatedly bested her that day. "Mohan, she underplead Kasuali." "Mohan, are you from the MO clan?" Yin Yun asked, somewhat surprised. The MO clan from Yin City had a relatively favorable relationship with the Yunlan sect. If this individual belonged to the MO clan, she would not have to worry about finding him later to settle the score. Such trivial matters should not be raised. "Just because my surname is MO does not mean I am from the MO clan. Is your family part of it?" Xiao Yan responded, somewhat exasperated. That is not what I meant. I meant to ask if you were from the MO clan in Yin City," Yin Yun clarified after a moment of confusion. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan scoffed disdainfully. "The MO clan in Yin City? Never heard of it. What caliber are they to be associated with someone like me?" Realizing further conversation would be fruitless, Yin Yun glanced at the small jade bottle containing the healing ointment beside her and asked incredulously, "Are you an alchemist? Could you refrain from asking such foolish questions?" Xiao Yan shot her a look, exasperated. "Cough, it's nothing. I just happen to know an alchemist. If you're interested, I could introduce you," Yin Yun said, her fists tightening as she envisioned how she would deal with him once he became a disciple. "No need. I'm still quite young and not looking to take on disciples," Xiao Yan replied nonchalantly. "I meant for him to take you as his disciple. Even less so, you have ill intentions. Who knows what subpar alchemist you might recommend to me? It would tarnish my reputation as a once-in-a-lifetime genius. And that would be a loss for the entire continent." Xiao Yan responded casually. "Do you have any idea who I intend to introduce you to?" After enduring several of Xiao Yan's barbs, Yin Yun could no longer contain her emotions and asked, "Who?" "Dan Wang Guhi. Have you heard of him?" "Oh, I've heard of him. He asked the 6th rank alchemist with only a 70% success rate for concocting low-grade gathering elixirs. I could concoct them with my feet better than he could. With such skills, he dares to take on disciples? It seems he truly harbors intentions to mislead the youth. Upon hearing the name of Guhua, Xiaoyan could not help but chuckle disdainfully. Nevertheless, he did not utter a falsehood with his current alchemical skills. Concocting a 4th-grade pill was indeed a task he could accomplish effortlessly. Despite his youth, his bravado was remarkable. Of course I'm still young, unlike you, Annie, who, at such an advanced age, still roams about. Aren't you afraid of straining your back? A smirk tugged at the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth as he taunted her. You. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Yin Yin nearly sprang up in exasperation, feeling as though her internal injuries had worsened considerably. Had her body been capable of movement, she would have surely risen to throttle Xiao Yan. Do I resemble someone of such an age? Upon closer inspection, it was evident that she did not. Xiao Yan scrutinized her for a moment before feigning innocence. I suppose I should have called you Aunt Yin instead? How about Auntie Yin? Granny Yin? Yin Yin shut her eyes, refusing to acknowledge Xiao Yan's appellations. At that moment, she regretted not having been crushed to death by the amethyst-winged Lion King on the spot. Ever since encountering this fellow, she had been seething with rage, and she feared that if this continued, she would either succumb to her injuries or be driven to death by his incessant provocations. Chapter 162, The Spatial Vortex. Although Yun Yun longed to faint, she quickly opened her eyes again for a simple reason. Her stomach audibly protested. With her dough, qi sealed, she had lost the ability to fast, and if she did not consume food soon, she would likely perish from starvation rather than her grievous injuries. Tormented by hunger, Yin Yin could not resist glancing at Xiao Yan. In her estimation, his strength was not particularly formidable, certainly not at the realm of fasting. She merely needed to wait for him to prepare a meal. However, Xiao Yan showed no inclination to cook, prompting her to awkwardly voice, Emo Han, are you not planning to eat? I'm not a pig, spending all my time eating and sleeping, Xiao Yan replied, setting aside the parchment map and casting her a glance. A cultivator should be able to endure this little hardship. Otherwise, one might as well find a rope and hang oneself. What? Are you hungry? Noticing Yun Yun's silence, Xiao Yan inquired once more. Do you have anything to eat? Of course I do, Xiao Yan said, rubbing his fingers together with a smile. But as usual, it requires an IOU. Minutes later, Yun Yun gazed at the grilled fish before her and sighed softly. Although the fish was exquisite in flavor and aroma, she could not muster any enthusiasm. At this rate, it seemed she would soon be forced to mortgage the entire Yunlan sect. Contentedly, Xiao Yan tucked the new IOU into his spatial ring. Observing Yun Yun still consuming the grilled fish, he slowly rose and said, I shall step out for a moment. Stay here and do not wander off. I will not be responsible if anything happens. What are you going to do? Need you even ask? Of course, I'm going to drive away the nearby magical beasts. Xiao Yan rolled his eyes. Do you really think that the commotion you cause in the mountains would go unnoticed by that great lion? If I do not venture out to deal with the nearby magical beasts, you will soon find yourself roasted and served for dinner. Yin Yin paused, momentarily taken aback. This was a perspective she had not considered. I may be gone for a while. There are several grilled fish wrapped in lotus leaves over there. If you feel hungry, you can eat those, and we can settle the IOU when I return. With that, Xiao Yan darted out of the small valley, leaving Yun Yun sitting there in a daze, lost in her thoughts. Despite Xiao Yan's righteous words, the task he intended to undertake bore no relation to what he had stated. He had directly sealed off the entire space of the small valley. Not even second or third-tier magical beasts could breach his barriers. Even if the amethyst-winged Lion King himself were to come, he would merely gaze helplessly at the spatial barrier. Given Xiao Yan's current strength, if he fully deployed the spatial lock, even peak 8th-tier magical beasts would be unable to shatter his barriers. Although he had casually set up this spatial confinement, it was certainly beyond the capabilities of 6th or 7th-tier magical beasts. Through his recent study of the parchment map and continuous scanning with his spiritual power, Xiao Yan finally pinpointed the location of the great beast lair. He was also greatly intrigued by the burial ground for magical beasts mentioned by Yi Xiaoyan, as it likely contained the essence of many high-tier magical beasts, perhaps enabling his 9 nether wings to undergo further evolution. This is the place. Soon, Xiao Yan arrived before a crystal-clear lake. According to the markings on the map, the great beast lair should be concealed beneath the surface of the water. After scanning with his spiritual power, he did detect a faint fluctuation of spatial energy below, indicating that the so-called Great Beast Lair was likely an independent space similar to a return void. With a gentle clap of his palm, a torrent of vast spiritual energy surged forth, and the tranquil surface of the lake transformed under his control, forming a colossal, spiraling water column that shot skyward. Such a spectacular sight would normally attract numerous magical beasts. Yet under the oppressive pressure of Xiao Yan's spiritual might, even kings like the amethyst-winged lion dared not approach, let alone lesser magical beasts. In just a few breaths, the entire lake was drained, revealing a spatial vortex hidden beneath its depths. Indeed, there is a hidden world below. Observing the spatial vortex, Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow. Had it not been for the map and his soul-level spiritual power, he would never have guessed that a portal existed beneath the lake. However, after the initial thrill, Xiao Yan's instincts kicked in, sensing something amiss. According to Yi Xiaolian, this site was where high-tier magical beasts sought refuge when they felt their demise approaching. If this place were so well concealed, how did the beasts find it? Moreover, if it were indeed a resting place for magical beasts, they would surely perish within. How then did this map come into his possession? Such a detailed map could only have been drawn by humans. It was improbable that a magical beast would enter only to reverse course and emerge, particularly one adept at cartography. As Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to leave, the Nine Nether Fire within him suddenly surged with intense fluctuations, as if something of great significance within the spatial vortex was drawing it closer. This sensation had not occurred even when he encountered the skeletal remains of the celestial phoenix, indicating just how rare the object within must be. Realizing this, Xiao Yan sighed helplessly, gazing at the vortex below. Slowly, he clenched his fist. He was not one to dither. Upon recognizing that what lay beneath might be an opportunity for the Nine Nether Fire to undergo transformation, he resolved to proceed. Well, since I am here, I must descend and investigate. Had this been Xiao Yan from his past life, upon learning that something could enhance his strength, he would have dove in without a second thought, even aware of the dangers within. However, perhaps due to increased concerns, he found himself hesitating, prompting a sigh. It seemed his reincarnation had indeed brought about significant changes. After a moment of reflection, Xiao Yan leaped into the swirling vortex of space. Upon the entry of his body, the spiraling water column in the sky lost its control over the soul's power, collapsing instantly and refilling the vast lake bed. Just as the other magical beasts sensed the dissipating soul pressure and prepared to approach, a spatial barrier mysteriously reemerged, sealing off the surrounding area completely. Chapter 163, The Enigmatic Sword. Upon entering the vortex, Xiao Yan found himself in a dim and hazy realm. Immediately, he felt an overwhelming aura bearing down upon him. The formidable pressure made even the powerful Xiao Yan, who had reached the Dozun level, feel a sense of oppression. With a thought, the Nine Nether Illusion Heart Fire surged forth from within him, isolating him from the surrounding weight of that ominous presence. Before him lay an expanse of unending magical beast bones, each skeletal remains possessing a minimum rank of 5, with many being of even higher caliber. Yet, what struck Xiao Yan as odd was that regardless of the rank of these beast bones, their magic cores and essence were conspicuously absent, as if forcibly extracted by some unknown force. Soaring forward for several thousand meters, he soon beheld a vast abyssal pool, its waters a deep crimson hue, wafting a pungent scent of blood. Within the sanguine depths, he could faintly discern some animal bones submerged, presenting a rather eerie sight. However, what captivated Xiao Yan's gaze were the 4 corpses situated at the cardinal points around the blood pool. Unlike the other skeletal remains, these were magnitudes larger, each adorned with crystals of varying colors embedded in their chests, presumably their magic cores. Moreover, countless droplets of viscous blood flowed from these bones, as if the very blood pool itself was formed from their essence. To the east lay a completely black dragon skeleton, while to the west rested a dark gold tiger's bones. The southern remains appeared to belong to a bird, its back graced with wings reminiscent of jade, shimmering with a hint of dark red light. Upon sighting the avian skeleton, the Nine Nether Fire within him surged, prompting Xiao Yan to ponder whether this creature was connected to the Nine Nether Sparrow lineage. The final corpse, seemingly the most well-preserved, was the only one still encased in a shell, leading Xiao Yan to speculate it resembled a tortoise. Could these be the legendary 4 symbols of the spirit? Observing the 4 skeletal remains, Xiao Yan couldn't help but exclaim, for their scale and arrangement bore a striking resemblance to the mythical Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu. However, he quickly dismissed his speculation, as he sensed an extremely ferocious aura emanating from these remains, one that no divine beast could possess. Yet, he surmised that even if these bones were not the fabled 4 symbols, they must hold some relation to them. At that moment, Xiao Yan noticed that the skulls of the 4 corpses were slightly bowed, and aside from the one encased in a shell, the other 3 displayed a subtle curvature, as if they were in reverence to something. Following their gaze, he glanced to the center of the blood pool, where another skeleton sat cross-legged atop a stone pillar. To his astonishment, it was a human skeleton. How could this be? Staring at the human remains, Xiao Yan felt a jolt of shock. This was clearly a burial ground for magical beasts, so how could a human corpse be present? He also noticed a massive black sword embedded in the chest of the skeleton, and even Xiao Yan, with his steadfast nature, felt a visceral pang of dread upon seeing it. Cautiously, he approached the skeleton, finally discerning the form of the black sword. It was entirely dark, crafted from an unusual material that was neither metal, wood, nor stone, with eerie blood-red patterns etched upon its surface, exuding a malevolent aura capable of annihilating all in its path. The mere presence of the sword invoked a chilling sensation within Xiao Yan. as he acknowledged that even the countless lives he had taken in his previous life paled in comparison to the dread this sword inspired. What was its origin? Who was the being slain by it? Suddenly, Xiao Yan's right hand trembled uncontrollably, perhaps drawn by the sword's demonic patterns, igniting an impulse to unsheath it. Fortunately, through sheer willpower, he managed to suppress this overwhelming desire and hastily retreated. Just as he did, the black sword began to vibrate violently, culminating in a thunderous explosion as the skeleton shattered, and the sword transformed into a streak of scarlet light, hurtling towards Xiao Yan's head. In that critical moment, he instinctively opened his palm, grasping the sword firmly just as its tip was about to pierce his skull. The sword's sharpness exceeded all expectations. Even with his golden body of literally fully activated, it still sliced open his palm. As blood dripped onto the sword, it morphed into a stream of crimson energy, burrowing into Xiao Yan's body. Upon the crimson energy's entry, he was immediately inundated with a chilling sensation that coursed through his limbs, spreading a terrifying aura throughout his being. An unprecedented killing intent surged from the depths of his soul, inciting an overwhelming urge to obliterate everything in sight. At that moment, a flicker of understanding ignited within Xiao Yan. Perhaps the skeleton had not been slain by the sword, but rather it had served as the sword, sealing it within this burial ground. Otherwise, the sword's existence would undoubtedly summon a deluge of bloodshed. Yet being a being on the cusp of the Do-D level, Xiao Yan managed to maintain a semblance of control over the burgeoning killing intent, aided by his soul power at the spiritual realm level, allowing him to retain some measure of rationality amidst the oppressive aura. He promptly sat cross-legged, swiftly invoking the 9 turns refining spirit technique to envelop himself within a refining tower, attempting to expel the malevolent energy with the aid of the soul fire. He understood that if his body were completely overtaken by this sinister aura, he would inevitably become a mindless beast driven solely by the instinct to kill. Chapter 164. The 4 Killers Enter the Body. Damn it, what on earth is this thing? Inside the refining tower, Xiao Yan was bloodied and battered, as the bloodthirsty energy rampaged within him. Even with the simultaneous activation of the 4 different flames within his body, bolstered by the power of the soul fire, he found himself unable to suppress the relentless onslaught of this bloodthirsty aura. With no other choice, he resolved to treat this like a dying horse being used as a live one. His thoughts raced as he rapidly adjusted his hand seals, channeling his Do-Chi to guide the malevolent energy along the pathways of his Wu-Jin void demon body, causing the golden sheen on his skin to fade, replaced by a profound dark red hue. Although Xiao Yan has yet to gather all the materials necessary for cultivating the unquenchable void demon body, the ominous aura before him serves as an excellent substitute for those materials, even proving to be more potent in effect. However, the level of danger this time surpasses the peril he faced during the cultivation of the little glazed gold body by 1,000-fold. It is only Xiao Yan who dares to conceive a method of utilizing the malevolent power for his training, for this approach, if not executed with utmost caution, could lead to irreparable consequences. Yet for Xiao Yan, there are no other alternatives left. The power of this demon sword exceeds his capacity to endure. If he does not find a way to neutralize it, his demise is guaranteed. As Xiao Yan exerted all his strength to operate the unquenchable void demon body in an attempt to digest this malevolent energy, the blood pool below began to surge. Strands of dark red energy, as if drawn by an unseen force, surged towards him, forming a blood-red vortex from a distance. With the source of the vortex being Xiao Yan, who was fully engaged in managing the malevolent energy within him, the sheer quantity of this malevolent energy was overwhelming. He had to devise a way to expel a portion of it. Under the relentless onslaught of the dark red energy, Xiao Yan's skin began to crack silently, and torrents of blood cascaded down, soon transforming his entire body into a ghastly figure, resembling a living embodiment of blood. Yet, amidst the excruciating pain, he managed to retain a sliver of rationality. He extended his left hand, and a blood-red flame quietly ignited. This was the blood demon flame he had previously forged from the blood of thousands of fire attribute magical beasts. This flame, also composed of blood, shared a certain affinity with the malevolent aura and should be capable of accommodating it. Crucially, he had not yet refined this flame. Should any trouble arise, he could simply discard it. In contrast, his other extraordinary flames had already fused with him, and should any issues arise from the malevolent energy, resolving them would be quite troublesome. As the flame emerged, the malevolent energy within him seemed to find a release, swiftly flooding into the flame, slightly alleviating Xiao Yan's condition. However, this state of relief did not last long. Xiao Yan soon sensed that the blood demon flame had reached its saturation point. The malevolent energy could no longer be contained within it and began to wreak havoc once more within his body. This was to be expected, for the blood demon flame was ultimately an artificial flame, and its ability to endure the malevolent energy was already remarkable. He had to search for other means. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Xiao Yan rapidly contemplated his options. Flames were clearly insufficient. As for other materials, The terrifying nature of this malevolent aura demanded something extraordinarily resilient, yet he seemed devoid of such items. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Xiaoyan's mind. He summoned a Xuanzhong ruler with a wave of his hand. As he gripped the ruler's handle, the crimson malevolent energy surged into it. The Xuanzhong ruler, forged from the rare flame fallen Shin iron, possessed a hardness that could rival ancient artifacts. In Xiaoyan's estimation, only a Do Zun level entity could possibly damage it, making it the perfect vessel to bear the energy of the blood-red, malevolent aura. As the malevolent energy flowed into the Xuanzhong ruler, the peculiar patterns etched upon it gradually transformed into a dark red hue, resembling the demon's sword previously embedded within the skeleton. Once the malevolent aura began to transfer outwards, Xiaoyan let out a quiet sigh of relief, continuing to operate the unquenchable void demon body. At that moment, the energies of the blood pools outside seemed to be influenced by an unseen force, morphing into clusters of blood-red flames that enveloped Xiaoyan's body. Faced with the scorching embrace of these flames, he formed a hand seal, causing the flames to meld into his being, and soon after, a dark red magic pattern began to manifest upon his skin. As this dark red magic pattern emerged, Xiaoyan's eyes slowly opened, transforming from their original pitch-black hue into a deep crimson. An aura of ferocity akin to that of a primordial beast surged forth, followed by a blood-red halo radiating from his form, instantly saturating the surrounding space in a viscous crimson hue. Under the tremors of this blood-red halo, the four colossal skeletal remains nearby shattered, and the crystalline cores embedded within them, resembling magic nuclei, melted away, ultimately coalescing into four streams of varied colors that surged into Xiaoyan's body. The moment they entered him, he could not suppress a sharp cry, his voice resonating with echoes of dragon roars, tiger howls, phoenix calls, and another obscure sound. In an instant, the entire space trembled, showing signs of cracking. Such an outcry, when coupled with profound soundwave techniques, hinted at an unimaginable power. From his back, a pair of dark red wings unfurled, possibly due to the energy of the avian magical beast or the enhancement brought forth by the blood pool energy. His 9 nether wings experienced a terrifying augmentation. Although Xiaoyan had not formally taken flight, he could sense that if he fully utilized these wings, even some Do Shen level entities would struggle to keep pace with him. However, this came at the cost of a more alarming consumption of Do Qi. Merely summoning the wings for a few seconds caused a 10% reduction in his internal Do Qi, based on his current Do Zun strength and the high-tier burning decision. He estimated he could maintain this state for only a few minutes. Such a terrifying drain could only be sustained if the burning decision evolved into a true heavenly tier technique. Yet, Xiaoyan was acutely aware that should he be compelled to use the 9 nether wings, the incredible speed they conferred would be enough to salvage his life in a dire moment. After retracting his 9 nether wings, Xiaoyan landed lightly upon the ground. Clenching his hand, he slightly indented the space before him, a testament to the physical strength gained from successfully cultivating the unquenchable void demon body. If he were to engage in battle with Soul Emoli now, he could likely defeat him in 3 exchanges, even without employing any Do techniques. His Do Qi cultivation still lingered at the 1-star Do Zun level, yet his combat prowess had experienced a monumental leap. Lowering his gaze to the dark red magic pattern on his skin, he exhaled slowly. At long last, he had successfully cultivated the unquenchable void demon body. Although he had only reached the initial stage, it was more than sufficient for his current needs. Xiaoyan had not completely refined the malevolent energy. Rather, he lacked the capability to do so. The blood malevolent energy that had nearly brought him to his knees was merely the energy spilling forth from the demon sword within him. The source of the malevolent energy, that very sword, still lingered within his body, and with his current strength, he could not fully digest it. Thus, he had no choice but to set up a formation within himself, utilizing the powers of several extraordinary flames to temporarily seal it away. Within Xiaoyan's body, amidst a vast ocean of soul flames, a dark red demon sword stood at the center of this fiery expanse, bound by countless chains that securely locked it in place, ensuring that its malevolent energy remained perfectly sealed. The formation he had established was the renowned ancient formation of alchemy, albeit in a simplified version, as Xiaoyan's current strength was insufficient to deploy the true ancient formation of alchemy. The suppression of the malevolent energy was not solely due to the formation's power, but rather because the demon sword remained dormant within it, with the formation merely serving a restraining function. In the 4 cardinal directions surrounding the magical sword, 4 ethereal figures resided nearby, the very souls that had once dwelled within the corpses. These phantoms harbored their magical core energies, yet Xiaoyan, lacking the requisite strength, could not fully refine them. Had he possessed such power, he might have ascended to unimaginable heights through the sheer might of these formidable energies. Upon the infusion of these 4 souls, Xiaoyan's mind was flooded with memories associated with them, revealing their names: the Calamity Black Dragon, the Abyssal Evil Tiger, the nether fire vermilion bird, and the ghostly serpent black tortoise. Indeed, they bore a connection to the so-called force symbols, or rather, they were the embodiments of these very spirits, albeit marred by the influence of the magical sword. Corrupted by the concealed demonic energy, their bloodlines had mutated, transforming them from guardians into fearsome beasts. Much like the Nine Nether Fire within him, these creatures were not native to the Dochi continent, having drifted here from other realms. This realization led Xiao Yin to conclude that the ancient Dochi continent was once interconnected with other worlds, a phenomenon that no longer existed, perhaps tied to the challenges of breaking through to the Do Emperor level. Setting aside his perplexities, Xiao Yin glanced at the Xian Zhongqi he had lodged beside it, as he intended to retract it into his spatial ring. He was unexpectedly met with an immense gravitational force emanating from the Xian Zhongqi the moment he grasped its handle. Were it not for his formidable physique, he might have been pulled to the ground by its weight. Xiao Yin was taken aback, for the Xian Zhongqi felt not only exceedingly heavy, but his internal Do Qi also moved sluggishly. Although the Xian Zhongqi inherently possessed such effects, they had become negligible since his ascension to Do Wang. Now that he had attained the Dozun realm, could it be related to the bloodthirsty aura he had just encountered? Observing the dark red demonic patterns on the Xian Zhongqi, he recalled how he had hastily infused it with malevolent energy. It now seemed that such energy had the effect of enhancing the weapon, amplifying the weight and hardness of the Xian Zhongqi by 1,000-fold, while also imbuing it with an exceptionally fierce aura. This transformation bore a resemblance to the cursed weapon fragments he had discovered in his past life. Despite the Xian Zhongqi being terrifyingly enhanced, it posed a new challenge. With Xiao Yan's current strength, he could not wield it with ease. He estimated that to handle the Xian Zhongqi as he once did, he would need to break through to the Dosheng level, and even then, only as a high-tier Do Sheng might he succeed. Shaking his head in resignation, he retracted the Xian Zhongqi into his spatial ring. However, as it entered, the terrifying malevolent energy caused his ring to explode. Witnessing this, Xiao Yan felt a mix of exasperation and relief, grateful that he had previously stored the Xian Zhongqi in a low-tier spatial ring. Otherwise, it would have been his more valuable Yuhai ring that shattered. It seemed he would have to carry this formidable item on his back. Sighing, he hoisted the modified Xian Zhongqi onto his back and immediately stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Fortunately, his Wujin zummified body had been successfully cultivated. Otherwise, he would have been crushed beneath its weight. As for others of lesser strength, Xiao Yan was certain that unless they were beings renowned for their physical prowess, like the Taishu ancient dragon, even a Dozun expert would suffer grievously from a strike of the current Xian Zhongqi. Even an 8th-tier Taishu ancient dragon, should it be struck, would likely find its bones shattered. However, Xiao Yan dared not use it against enemies, as merely carrying it was a significant challenge. Yet, in the event of a lethal attack, it could serve as a formidable shield. This item was indeed fearsome. Xiao Yan wiped away a bead of sweat, astonished once more by the potency of the bloodthirsty aura. Just a fraction of its power had augmented the Xian Zhongqi to this extent. He could only imagine how terrifying the magical sword itself must be. Surely, its might could even slay a Do Emperor. Suddenly, Xiao Yan recalled the blood demon flame he had infused with a small portion of the bloodthirsty aura. He wondered how it had fared. Summoning forth his palm, a torrent of blood-red flames surged from his hand, and this time, no vague figure emerged within the flames, only the constantly shifting phantoms of magical beasts. Was this the myriad beast spirit flame? How could this be possible? Even someone as well-versed as Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the manifestation of the myriad beast phantoms within the blood-red flames. His understanding of different flames allowed him to recognize that this was indeed the myriad beast spirit flame, ranked 22nd on the flame ranking. However, while the blood demon flame was dubbed a lesser version of the myriad beast spirit flame, it still differed vastly from the true essence of the latter, which was formed from the blood and souls of countless magical beasts. The disparity in both quality and quantity was staggering, as the blood demon flame was merely a synthetic creation. If it could rival true extraordinary flames, they would not be held in such high esteem. Yet now, his blood demon flame had inexplicably transformed into the myriad beast spirit flame. How could this not astonish him? Quickly, Xiao Yan noted that the color of the blood pool had significantly faded since before. He surmised that his previous infusion of the bloodthirsty aura into the blood demon flame had affected the energy of the blood pool, which was likewise composed of the blood of myriad beasts. The bloodthirsty aura had filled the void left by the souls of the beasts, and the synergy between the two had catalyzed the evolution of the blood demon flame into the myriad beast spirit flame. Never mind, he thought, exhaling softly. Regardless, the evolution of the myriad beast spirit flame was undoubtedly beneficial for him. With it, combined with the bone spirit cold fire, he should be able to successfully elevate the burning technique to the celestial tier. At that point, he would no longer find himself exhausting his energy as he did against Hun Imoli. With this in mind, Xiao Yan no longer hesitated. He carefully placed the Xian Zhongqi on the floor and summoned the Qinglian lotus seat. At that moment, he was at his peak state, and with the myriad beast spirit flame ranked so lowly on the flame ranking, he believed that refining it with his current strength would require little effort. Yet, as he prepared to absorb the myriad beast spirit flame into his body and commence the refining process, the bone spirit cold fire, which had been dormant within his brow, was drawn forth, instinctively flowing into his being. Upon realizing this, Xiao Yan's expression shifted. He had intended only to refine the myriad beast spirit flame. So why was the bone spirit cold fire also participating in the process? Soon, he understood, due to his recent cultivation, the bone spirit cold fire had completely shed its resistance and was now in a state ready for refinement. His intention to refine the myriad beast spirit flame had led the bone spirit cold fire to mistakenly believe it was to be refined as well, prompting it to cooperate with Xiao Yan's actions. The bone spirit cold fire evidently did not anticipate that its actions would plunge Xiao Yan into a dire predicament. Given his current strength, the refinement of either the bone spirit cold fire or the 10,000 beast spirit fire posed no real danger. However, should he attempt to refine both unusual flames simultaneously, the inevitable incompatibility that would erupt within his body could lead to catastrophic consequences. Historically, Xiao Yan had always refined unusual flames individually before integrating them within his body. Although this process carried its own risks, his unparalleled fire control abilities, coupled with the unique nature of the burning decision technique, had allowed him to navigate such challenges without significant issues. This time, however, he was compelled to refine both flames concurrently and then fuse them, a task exponentially more arduous than any previous endeavor. Yet at this moment, Xiao Yan found himself devoid of alternatives. The only recourse was to persevere. Fortunately, although both flames resided within him, they maintained a sequential order. Thus, Xiao Yan had to split his focus, diligently guiding the 10,000 beast spirit fire through his meridians while simultaneously delaying the bone spirit cold fire to prevent their collision. In an instant, two distinctly different energies, one cold and one hot, coursed through his meridians. This immense temperature disparity was undeniably a formidable test of willpower. Had it not been for Xiao Yan's unwavering resolve, he might have succumbed to the turmoil, losing control over the two unusual flames. Should that occur, the collision of these flames within his body could lead to a catastrophic explosion. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario did not materialize. Through Xiao Yan's relentless efforts, both flames successfully traversed the path dictated by the burning decision, ultimately converging within the spirit-nurturing space. The ethereal blue Nine Nether illusory heart fire seamlessly merged with the pure white flame and the deep red flame, giving birth to a new grayish-white fire. This newly formed flame, in comparison to the previous Nine Nether illusory heart fire, appeared remarkably unremarkable, exhibiting minimal energy fluctuations. In terms of appearance, it might even seem inferior to some Doqi flames. However, Xiao Yan could sense the terrifying power contained within this flame. The fusion of 6 unusual fires resulted in a transformation so profound that the flames ranked beyond the 10th position had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Though this new flame may not rival the top 3 on the unusual fire ranking, it was undeniably superior to the 4th-ranked Golden Emperor Burning Heaven flame. As this grayish-white flame manifested, a formidable aura erupted from Xiao Yan's being. At that moment, having devoured 2 unusual flames, Xiao Yan's power had ascended to the level of a 4-star Do Zun. This enhancement, when compared to his previous flames, was not particularly overwhelming. Yet he was not caught off guard. After all, the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire ranked too low on the unusual fire list, and its energy was hardly sufficient to elevate him by even a single star. The Bone Spirit Cold Fire, while considerably stronger, could only enhance him by about 2 stars. Thus, achieving the 4-star rank was largely attributed to Xiao Yan's own prolonged cultivation as a 1-star Do Zun. Otherwise, he would have barely reached the 3-star level. However, beyond the increase in strength, what delighted Xiao Yan the most was the evolution of the burning decision technique. Originally, while it had successfully refined 4 flame, it could only be classified as a high-level earth tier technique. Though its capabilities placed it at the pinnacle of that tier, it remained a considerable distance from the true celestial tier. Now, due to the refinement of 2 unusual flames, the burning decision had successfully crossed the vast chasm between earth tier and celestial tier, evolving into a genuine celestial tier technique. This signified that certain abilities from Xiao Yan's previous life were now within his reach. Regrettably, the natural phenomena resulting from this technique's evolution were obstructed by a spatial barrier. Otherwise, such an event would undoubtedly have caused a significant stir in the outside world. Meanwhile, Nailin Yinran had broken through to 5-star Dosher and was diligently working towards the 6-star Dosher level. Upon emerging from the spatial vortex at the lake's bottom, Xiao Yan distinctly sensed that the hidden space had quietly dissipated, marking the end of the existence of the Beast Mountain. While he felt a tinge of regret, he was also engulfed in curiosity. Could this space have existed solely because of that magic sword? Casting aside his doubts, Xiao Yan soared out of the lake, reflecting on the perilous journey through the Great Beast Cave. Despite the dangers faced, the rewards were substantial. Not only had he successfully cultivated the Wujing void demon body, but he had also consumed both unusual flames, leading to the evolution of the burning decision to celestial tier and even significantly enhancing the Xian heavy ruler. The only unpredictable element remained the lingering shadow of the magic sword within him. However, it did not currently seem to exert any adverse effects, and perhaps when his strength returned to its peak, he would find a way to resolve it. Moreover, should he encounter any dangers in the future, it might serve as a hidden trump card. With a casual wave, he dispelled the spatial barrier he had previously set in the vicinity before departing. Thanks to the suppression effect of the Xian heavy ruler, Xiao Yin soon noticed that the surging power within him was gradually solidifying. A welcome development, as it meant he would no longer need to expend time controlling the energy within. After leaving the Great Beast Cave, Xiao Yin did not immediately return to the small valley where he had placed Yun Yun. Instead, he made his way towards the lair of the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Although he had never visited the lair of the purple crystal-winged Lion King before, his formidable spiritual power allowed him to easily pinpoint its location. At that moment, the purple crystal-winged Lion King lay basking in the sun at the entrance of its cave. As a high-level magical beast birthed from beast fire, the purple fire within it was closely linked to sunlight, prompting it to absorb as much energy as possible in preparation for the impending battle. Not long ago, it had engaged in a fierce battle with a human woman. Although victorious, it had sustained severe injuries, which prevented it from personally tracking the woman's whereabouts. Instead, it had dispatched its subordinates to capture her. Yet, days had passed without any results, and the seals it had set were on the verge of failing. Before long, that woman would likely return. Suddenly, the purple crystal-winged Lion King sensed an unprecedented pressure approaching rapidly. It quickly raised its head and saw a black-haired youth walking towards it with a calm expression. Despite the boy's slender frame, the purple crystal-winged Lion King felt as if a primal ferocious beast stood before it. "Are you the purple crystal-winged Lion King?" Xiao Yin inquired, casting a glance at the ruler of the Beast Mountain. The purple crystal-winged Lion King promptly lowered its head, acutely aware that the youth before it possessed an overwhelming strength far superior to its own. Although it had long dominated this territory, it was not foolish enough to offend those it should not. It could mock Yun Yun without restraint, but before Xiao Yin, it could only bow in submission. Quite clever, Xiao Yin remarked with a smile. He had initially expected the creature to maintain a facade of pride, yet it had immediately adopted such a humble demeanor, sparing him the need to establish a show of authority. If only those spoiled heirs and young masters could possess the same awareness as the purple crystal-winged Lion King, they would not find themselves constantly embroiled in conflicts for their families. After a moment of reflection, Xiao Yin casually leaned against a stone and asked, "There is no need to be so tense. I have no ulterior motives for being here. I merely wish to ask you a few questions. If you provide satisfactory answers, I assure you I will not make things difficult for you. What was the woman seeking when she came to find you a few days ago?" "It desires the purple spirit crystal that resides within me." The purple crystal-winged Lion King spoke candidly, having no intention of deceit, fully aware that should it attempt to lie, it would undoubtedly suffer dire consequences at the hands of the being before it. "You are quite honest, thus. I shall spare your life." Xiao Yin commended, a rare moment of praise from him. He had witnessed the earlier battle and was well aware of the true purpose behind seeking the purple crystal-winged Lion King. His inquiry was merely a test of the creature's disposition, and it proved that this beast possessed a fair degree of cleverness. Upon receiving Xiao Yan's compliment, the purple crystal-winged Lion King felt somewhat speechless. Naturally, if faced with a being capable of ending its life with a mere swipe, one would likely be more honest than not. "May I borrow that purple spirit crystal for a moment?" Xiao Yan extended his hand with a smile. Seeing this, the purple crystal-winged Lion King sighed in resignation, yet having anticipated this, it obediently relinquished the purple spirit crystal. As Xiao Yan gazed at the violet crystal in his palm, a subtle smile graced his lips, and soon, a gray-white flame quietly infiltrated the crystal. The reason Yun Yun had journeyed a great distance to the Monster Mountain range in search of this purple spirit crystal was not due to idleness. It was intended to aid Nalan Yanran in enhancing her strength. Ever the benevolent soul, Xiao Yin was not one to withhold assistance from his fiancée. Thus he offered her this small favor. Although his temper had softened considerably compared to his previous life, it was primarily directed towards Sun Er and Xiao Yixian. As for Nalan Yanran, failing to drive her to the brink of madness would indeed be a disservice to his reputation as the sage of magic fury. "All right, here you go." Xiao Yin casually tossed the purple spirit crystal back, smiling as he added, "When that woman next approaches you for the purple spirit crystal, feign a loss to her, and then hand over the crystal. Understood?" "Understood," the purple crystal-winged Lion King replied with utmost caution, delicately grasping the crystal with a respectful demeanor. "Excellent," Xiao Yin replied with a slight smile, continuing, "Should you execute this task to my satisfaction, reward shall undoubtedly come your way." Upon hearing this, the purple crystal-winged Lion King displayed a glimmer of joy. Although it was unaware of Xiao Yan's true capabilities, The fluctuations of power emanating from him suggested he was at least a high-level dozo. A being of his caliber would never utter falsehoods, and perhaps he could even aid in its transformation. However, it was evident that the purple crystal-winged Lion King remained oblivious to Xiao Yan's true nature. He could deceive even a little girl, let alone a magical beast. The notion of fair trade was far from his intentions. The promises made were merely a means to paint a grand illusion. While Xiao Yan harbored little desire to manage forces, he possessed a remarkable talent for crafting enticing prospects. After all, deep down, he remained a denizen of Earth, far surpassing the naive inhabitants of the Qi continent in this regard. Chapter 168. The entertainer, take care on your way. The purple crystal-winged Lion King bid farewell to Xiao Yan with an attitude akin to that of a dutiful child. Only after the departure of this formidable entity did it release a sigh of relief, finally free from the daunting presence that had left it breathless. Despite this creature's formidable strength, its character was relatively amiable, demanding little more than a singular purple spirit crystal. Though precious, the loss was not significant for it, as a new crystal could be acquired in merely 20 years, a trivial span for a high-level magical beast with an exceptionally long lifespan. At that moment, a small purple crystal-winged lion cub emerged from the lair, emitting a pitiful cry. Upon hearing its voice, the larger lion rushed back into the cave, only to discover that the stone pedestal which once held the accompanying purple crystal source was now entirely empty. Roaring in fury, the purple crystal-winged Lion King let out a thunderous bellow. Yet, despite its inner rage, it found itself powerless to retaliate. It resolved to channel its frustration towards the human woman, reasoning that although it was instructed to deliver the purple spirit crystal to her, there was no stipulation against harming her. A thorough beating followed by the delivery of the crystal could still fulfill its obligation. Xiao Yan, well aware of the purple crystal-winged Lion King's foul mood, was currently examining a purple orb in his possession, the very accompanying purple crystal source from the lion's lair. With his keen perception, he had not overlooked this treasure and had deftly utilized spatial power to procure it. The energy contained within this accompanying purple crystal source was on par with the earth fire lotus seeds he had previously acquired. For practitioners of fire attributes, it was an invaluable treasure. Absorbing its energy during a breakthrough would undoubtedly save considerable time. Normally, one would require the purple spirit crystal to break the outer shell, but Xiao Yan's current abilities rendered external assistance unnecessary. He could extract the energy directly without needing to breach the exterior. After securing the accompanying purple crystal source within his spatial ring, Xiao Yan returned to the small valley where Yun Yun was situated. However, he did not immediately enter. Instead, he sought a nearby corpse. In the Monster Mountain range, fatalities at the hands of magical beasts were commonplace, making such bodies relatively easy to find. He procured a gruesome, nearly unrecognizable corpse and draped one of his garments over it before dispelling the spatial barrier that sealed the valley. He surmised that it would not be long before Yun Yun shattered the seal left by the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Once she regained her strength, she would inevitably venture out to seek him, and soon enough, she would come across the carefully arranged corpse. Such a revelation would surely be distressing for someone like her. In fact, prior to his departure, he had instructed Yufei to gather intelligence regarding Yun Yun, gaining some insight into her character. While she had a commendable standing within the Gamma Empire, her naivete was striking. To put it charitably, she was untouched by the corruption of the world. To speak less kindly, she was rather foolish. If such innocence were found in a young girl, Xiao Yan might find it endearing. But for a woman in her 30s or 40s to retain such traits, she appeared utterly foolish in his eyes. Moreover, Yun Yun's leadership of the Yunlan sect was marred by subordinates who acted in defiance of her authority, such as the Mo family, which secretly conspired to overthrow her. Even her esteemed elder had engaged in numerous unsavory dealings unbeknownst to her. Indeed, as he perused the intelligence, Xiao Yan couldn't help but speculate that the former leader of the Yunlan sect had intended to pass the position to Yunlong. But due to her lack of strength, Yun Yun ascended to leadership instead. Otherwise, she would not have been treated like a mere figurehead. If such a person were an ally, it would spell disaster. However, as an adversary, her simplicity would provide Xiao Yan with endless amusement. Thus, his current objective was to ensure she did not become an ally, to extricate himself from any association, and ultimately, to utilize her to facilitate the delivery of gifts to Nalan Yunran. Women like Yun Yun, with their unassuming nature, were a rarity in these times. To neglect exploiting such a character would indeed be a disservice to her sweetly naive disposition. As for why he did not personally hand the purple spirit crystal to her, it was merely to render the performance more authentic while ensuring he remained untainted. As long as the purple crystal-winged Lion King remained silent, no one would suspect his involvement. As for whether the amethyst-winged Lion King would chatter, Xiao Yan was hardly concerned. However, should it fail to silence itself and subsequently reveal the truth to Xiao Yan, he would undoubtedly ensure it could never speak again. Before long, Xiao Yan sensed the seal within Yun Yun's body had been lifted. Having just regained her strength, Yun Yun hastily soared out of the valley, eager to find the missing Mo Han, who had been absent for several days. After an extensive search, she discovered the corpse Xiao Yin had left behind. Witnessing the blend of anguish and regret on Yun Yun's face, Xiao Yin couldn't help but display a satisfied smile. For Yun Yun, the demise of someone she had once vehemently opposed, who had perished while aiding her, was undeniably a profound shock. This would instinctively lead her to believe she had misjudged Mo Han, perceiving him as a tender-hearted individual beneath a sharp exterior. Thus, her inner turmoil would intensify. The more she suffered, the more elated Xiao Yin became. It had been a long time since he had relished the pleasure of manipulating emotions. Since his rebirth, he had spent a considerable period feigning benevolence, to the extent that he had nearly forgotten his former self. Only now did he begin to reclaim a semblance of his past character. After properly burying Mo Han's body, Yun Yun unleashed a furious cry, charging towards the lair of the amethyst-winged Lion King, clearly attributing Mo Han's death to it. Coincidentally, the amethyst-winged Lion King was incensed due to the theft of its amethyst source. The two equally matched adversaries exchanged no superfluous words and immediately engaged in a fierce battle above the Monster Beast mountain range. However, these events had little bearing on Xiao Yin, who, at that moment, hummed an unnamed tune while departing the mountain range, indifferent to the two combatants in the sky. After leaving the Monster Beast mountain range, Xiao Yin set his sights on the Tagore Desert. Although he had over 2 years remaining until his agreement with Queen Medusa came to fruition, he was now clearly capable of unilaterally breaking the pact. His time in the Gamma Empire had been lengthy enough, and he had no desire to linger any longer. Thus, he resolved to act decisively, retrieve the Green Lotus Heartfire, and then return to the Shao clan to activate the spatial scroll, heading towards the central state. However, upon reaching the Tagore Desert, Xiao Yin encountered an unprecedented storm. With his strength at the 4-star Do zone level, he remained unaffected by the tempest. Yet, to his astonishment, he discovered a peculiar foreign fire at the very center of the storm. The Wind Fury Dragon Flame, ranked 18th on the list of foreign fires, typically emerged from the eye of desert storms. Its form resembled a tornado, wreaking havoc across the desert, making it exceedingly difficult to locate. Xiao Yin had not anticipated finding such a rare fire here, and seized the opportunity to capture it. Given his current strength, refining this ranked foreign fire was virtually effortless. However, due to its lower rank, the enhancement provided by the Wind Fury Dragon Flame was quite limited, failing to even yield a 1-star increase. And the Burning Decision did not successfully evolve again. Xiao Yin had long foreseen this scenario. After all, the Burning Decision was already a heavenly level technique, and the energy required for another evolution was immense. Even if he were to refine the Green Lotus Heartfire, it was unlikely to elevate it to the mid-level of heavenly rank. After subduing the Wind Fury Dragon Flame, Xiao Yin made no further delays and headed straight to the heart of the Snake People's domain, the Medusa Temple. Due to the